way with certain...
Get your rave emotes ready.
Top reactions. Screaming at the top of their lungs.
You wanted this. You.
Constantly on camera.
I want banana, tasty banana. Put banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Squeeze the feeling comes it out. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Put banana in my mouth. He messaged me saying he was one of the publishers of the game? I think he was just giving advice. Wow, I'm a terrible streamer. I thought that was a bot. Sorry for banning you, Mr. Publisher. Yeah, I read hi from Enhance, and I was like, okay, you're trying to sell me something. Bye-bye. Yeah, I saw the EULA, but most people don't see the EULA. See, as a Nintendo gamer, first and foremost, I am used to not having to read a book report every time I start a game.
Blowing him. He's literally puckering his lips. 400 likes. What? Nah. Hold on. He's doing this. He's doing that 400 likes. Back when people was in the prime of begging for likes, this dude went out of his way to say he would never.
I don't like dick. I don't like dick. I don't like cock. I do not. I like pussy. I like lots and lots of pussy. I want to breed. I want booba.
What the fuck? So he just sends you crazy and that dude just turns up to kill ya? Okay.
Hey, left or right? Yoink! Whee! Wee-hoo! Wee! No! I can't anymore, man! I can't do it! I can't fucking do it anymore. I can't fucking do it anymore, man. Where's my space bar?
Guys, these guys are gonna get murdered over and over and over again. Wondering, can you, me, and Dwight Race collab on something? Wait, what? Oh yeah, Dwight Race. Oh man. You know what? Right? You, me, and Dwight Race could totally collab.
Okay, I've been seeing someone...
No! What the hell? What? What?
How the fuck did I come in first? What the fuck?
Oh my god, Nim, how? Nim, you threw so hard.
How the fuck did I get in first? What the fuck?
Threw so hard there.
You know what I was aiming for, right? I was aiming for the ledge so I could just boost and then that'd be
You were.
You go to the hole to try to what? Fill in the gap. Wait, man, you know, what about you? Don't you ever feel like you have... You know what? Every time I feel like I need to have that itch scratched,
Oh, here we go.
I get on my knees.
I'll bet you do, you dirty old man.
I read.
Oh.
I beg God, please. I do not want to do. Don't allow me to follow that flesh. And guess what? He has held his end of the bargain.
Wow.
We can unicorn right here, get my chaos space out of my hand, spin the changing. Or Yeah, we'll spin. Don't rush me. I'm sorry, guys.
You're dropping bombs. You're also dropping kills. You know what I mean? Like, what else is? I'm in the middle of a grinding session in this JRPG. I can't believe that. Right? Why else would you use it for? I really don't know.
It's like it came out of my mouth.
You really need to keep playing your PS5 game at the dinner table? Oh, I can't stop playing. Mom, I need to bring my PS5 game on my
I thought he was going to be real for a second. You're playing Call of Duty?
Always works good as sandwiches later on. Like,
yeah.
For Christmas, a lot of times my family will do like a ham. Or I sometimes will even do it for Thanksgiving if they feel like, having something else. But
last year my dad did the most amazing ham ever that I'm pissed off he hasn't given me the recipe.
I mean, a spiral cut ham works so great as a
And we're back.
I don't know. Oh no. Sayonara wa ietai no. Dame da ne. Dame yo. Dame nanu yo. Anta ga tsukite sugite. Dore dake 君が叫んでもやはりいいげ
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention, there'll be a test at the end.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
About them Cowboys!
Oh, no. Oh, no.
About them
No!
Cowboys!
This can't be! They were supposed to lose! No! The pack is being smoked! Cowboy haters? What?
The East is ours, baby! Fuck you, Gabe!
I don't even know who Gabe is!
Yeah, baby!
I like the sweater, though.
Them boys running.
I wonder how much he paid for that. Is that official?
Gabe Hoffman and the Eagles felted by the pathetic
More like the
New
Cry
York
Eagles
Giants,
cry.
led by Tyrod Taylor.
Need to add the Ricada soy point? I didn't know he did one.
Me, baby, whooping that command ass, boy, running this fucking shit, popping the bottles. Those Eagles gonna get raped up in T-Bay.
Whoa, I don't think I agree with that.
Them boys going all the way to the Super Bowl.
If only Dave could have so much fun. If only he could have such hope, such passion, such light in his eyes. Instead, if you bring up sports to him, you get banned in your fucking chat. It's that same lack of faith that has driven him to present his worst games ever of 2023 before his best games ever of 2023 list. He is so toxic, so negative, so intrinsically pessimistic that we must talk about the disappointments of last year before we start talking about the best games of last year. It really speaks to the viewpoints and perspectives with which Dave the Guy possesses, and the cadence, and the way in which he carries himself, and all that. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to yet another swollen _ dingus stream. I am sadly, unfortunately, your host today, swollen _ dingus, and it's gonna be one of those fucking days. So there's much to go over, much to watch, many of which you have already seen, but now you get to see them again, as viewed by me with my own nonsense, worthless takes. I'm aware the guy will be doing his list today for the worst games. My bad, my mistake. The most disappointing games of 2023. And boy, oh boy, that's actually a night stream that might actually be somewhat watchable. So you can bet your gravy I'm gonna be tuning into that. We'll see what he has to say about Zelda, because you know he will have something to say about Zelda. And if he doesn't have anything to say about Zelda, I will consider myself felted. I will eat my hat and throw in the towel and never stream again. But dollars to donuts, he will have something to actually say about the sequel to Breath of the Wild there, among many other such games. I know he brought up Atomic Heart earlier, but pre-stream, I want to listen to that. I need to listen to this LTG segment, which I only listened to partially. And then we have the whole thing with Rich Review Tech that I partially went over yesterday, as far as the tweets he made went. He actually had a video response, but you already knew that, which now I must watch on my own and decide how I feel about it. Because the weird thing with Rich is, right, I did not disagree with most of the tweets that Rich put out yesterday, but I think they come from a malicious perspective in which he's kind of broad brushing everyone as the extremists with which he so vehemently despises. And I don't know if he's doing that on purpose, or is that like willfully misguided? Is that the term? I don't disagree inherently. But to broad brush everyone as being these mysterious nameless detractors who you refuse to name is pretty lame. It's actually what Pastor Eric used to do. Remember that guy? Oh, I felt like it was just yesterday. We were embroiled in that filler arc. And now, here we are in 2024, right? We're in fucking 2024, and we're still bringing up Pastor Miller and doing Pastor Miller tactics, right? Big ups to the dingers, dongers, and the swollen _ ones who are here in the now, and the ones who will be existing in the immediate and far-flung future, like Gondola Gaming and UNFW1, the unfun one. He says, Dingus, are you ready for top 10s? I'm sure as hell I'm not, but I feel like I'm gonna have to be forced to watch them anyway, and I'm gonna have to disagree. I'm gonna have to pause the restream and explain why I disagree, especially when it comes to Nintendo games, even if they're Nintendo games I have not personally played. Like, you know, I'm gonna cap for Zelda, even though I haven't played it. Golem, Babuku, and Babimi, Cypher710, Joe Blah, Wigglebottom _, and Pim Pam. Well, in the background, of course, I will be doing my best to complete I almost said Xenoblade because I was listening to Xenoblade music. Complete Super Mario RPG. Whoa, buddy. Miscellaneous stuff left to do, like namely wherever this hidden block is, getting medals for minigames, and I want to try to get one of every item. Don't ask me why I want to do that, but I want to do that. The completionist autism is unstoppable. Oh, and I gotta conduct some music. But fear not. I know where most of what I'm missing is located. Like there are some Yoshi items I didn't even know about, but I won't be completely in the dark. But that's mainly what I'm going to be doing today. We're going to make this the last Mario RPG stream if I can help it. And then we'll be off to bigger and better things, right? Bigger and better things. As if anything could be better than this game. Alright, with that, let's go ahead and start off with the first video. What do I want to listen to first? Because it's already kind of time for the night stream. So would I choose what I choose to listen to has to be of an appropriate length. So let's go ahead and start with this. DSP shits on reporter because she had children and doesn't quote-unquote get video game accomplishments. Ah! Whoa, it's the Mario RPG layout. Whoa, it's the video.
It's the Hate Army, bro.
Hate Army, that guy.
Good vibes to
Shout out to Hate.
What the fuck is this segment about?
Shout out to Hate.
Shout out for hate.
Now, Tetris has long been touted as a video game
I
that
love
just
Tetris.
can't be beaten because it just goes on and on. Well, 13-year-old
Hey, speaking of having
American
passion and light in
Willis
your eyes
Gibson
for
has
stuff,
technically
this kid seems pretty
proven that
excited.
wrong. He beat the original Nintendo version of the game by reaching such a high level
Oh,
the
congratulations.
coding froze that left the program unable to generate any more falling blocks. As a mother, I would just say step away from the screen, go outside, get some fresh air. Beating Tetris is not a life goal. Stick in the fresh air. Let's get a look at the weather.
Wow.
Wow.
What a nice impartial anchor for the news.
What does he have to say?
Right? So basically, she completely discredits anything in the story whatsoever. Like, are you not aware that you work at the news station?
Hello, Nurgle. Yes, I will get to Rich Review Tech. But I'm glad Saru is thirsting for my opinion. Don't worry, the title does not lie. There's much to go over, Nurgle, and I intend to trudge through all of it. Do that for some RPGs. I keep every weapon accessory and at least one of every item. I at least attend to do that as much as I possibly can, just so one, I can do completionist autism, and two, I can have the longest in-game menu whenever I pause the game as possible. I wanna scroll down so much that I wanna waste several minutes scrolling down. This is my tent every time I play an RPG. Anyway, what was he saying?
Anchor for the news, right? So basically,
He's gonna call
she
her a
completely
bitch?
discredits anything in the story whatsoever. Like, are you not aware that you work at the news station, and the news station has selected
I think
this
I got all
story
the
to be
blocks in here.
something
I'm only
of
missing
worth
one.
to be presented on your broadcast? So your
That means they
bosses
can't be
disagree with you.
opinionated?
Yet you're just gonna say that publicly, right? Like,
my local news anchors, I'm not gonna dox who they are, obviously, because that will let you know where I live, specifically. But my local news anchors joke all the fucking time. Does he want them to act like NPCs? What's the criticism here?
why does she even do that? Like, why would you do that? Does it even make sense? Even if that's her personal opinion. Maybe she has kids because she said as a mother.
She's supposed to be a robot with no
So
soul.
maybe
She's just supposed to
as a mother,
robotically
her
report the
kids play
news.
video games. And her
How
kids
sexist.
waste a
She's
lot
not
of
allowed
time
to
playing
speak her
fucking
piece,
Fortnite or
speak her
something like
mind.
that. And she thinks
What's
it's just...
sad is hey Evan Cypher. What's sad is that he's not completely wrong here. He's probably right. Her opinion probably is based off her having kids, and all said kids do is play Fortnite. Like, I already kind of get that impression from just looking at her face and hearing her talk and how she laughs it off. Like it's not even worth nothing. Yeah, she's probably has a sentiment there of she's probably reminded of her own kids, but. He understands that and still proceeds to act like she isn't allowed to like give her opinion on the piece. So I know it's like, okay, you're a news reporter, you gotta be factual, you gotta like not show any kind of inherent bias. But it's local news. And it's not like she didn't factually report on the story. She didn't give her opinion until after the segment. So she did the segment, she told you what happened factually, factually observing and telling you, the viewer, what happened. And then, only then, when it cuts back to her, does she give her opinion on the piece. And that's what my local reporters tend to do too, because they're fucking human-style creatures with thoughts and opinions and emotions just like Dave the guy. So, let's see here. Right here, this is the story, and then it cuts to the anchor, That's the end of the segment, and then the anchor is just giving their opinion. Oh my god, him having the closed caption on fucks with me because it makes me think I have them enabled, and then I turn them on and it fucks with my video. Oh, it's just a YouTube glitch, guys. But yeah, the segment is already over by the time the camera cuts back to her, and yet he thinks I don't know. He thinks she's going too far, like bullying this random kid. He's not gonna see this segment. Isn't the kid American? The Sky News? That's Australian, I believe. It's not. It's Jessie Land News. He's not gonna see that.
Maybe she has kids because she said as a mother, right?
Right.
So maybe.
So you get it.
As a mother.
Got this game for a friend for Christmas. He just picked it up today. He was pretty happy. Yeah, it's a very good remake. And some people may say it doesn't do enough. I think it does everything just right. Though I would have liked even more additional content. But it is one of the best remakes I've ever played. And dude, I've played so many crappy remakes and remasters, right?
Her kids play video games. And her kids waste a lot of time playing fucking Fortnite or something like that.
So he gets it.
She thinks it's just a big waste of time and money. Even if that's her personal opinion on the subject, does she have a right to just spout that out on a public news broadcast that's supposed to be covering this as an actual story of importance? Like,
what the hell, man?
Why would she even say that? It's fucked up, right? You know? And by the way, it's 2024. Hold on. Knock, knock. 2024 is at your house, mum. And I just notify you that video games
So I don't understand the tangent here. He's just saying it's 2024 because he's doing this in early January, so it's still kind of like fresh in his mind as a talking point that it is 2024. He tends to do this most of the time. You'll see him bring up that it's 2024. Seven made it a point to point out how at the start of every year when he talks about, because to him the start of the new year kind of gets him feeling antsy because it forces him to kind of review his behavior and where he's at and all that, and it makes him make these weird commitments about how there's not going to be any drama this year, or he's not going to get pulled into the drama. He's going to make changes are on the way. So compounded with that, he'll feel often compelled oftentimes to like bring up the fact that it is the current year for no reason at all, even when it's not relevant, such as the case here. Big ups, Mr. Pun. Here's a Ricada soy point. I couldn't find the green screen version though. Okay. See if I can bring that up. Whoa, and it's Cerulean 86. I'm currently looking for the final hidden block that I'm missing. What am I doing in art? Well, I beat all the post-game bosses, so right now I'm gonna look for the last hidden block. I still need to get the remaining medals. I gotta compose melodies and any other miscellaneous stuff. I want to get one of every item, if possible. But it's gonna be chill. It's a chill style evening.
The biggest it's 2024. Hold on. Knock, knock. 2024 is at your house, mum.
Mum.
And I just
Are you British?
notify you that video games are the biggest form of entertainment on the planet. They bring in more
Pretty
money
sure she's
than
not
movies,
unaware of that.
music, and television combined. More people play video games than any other entertainment medium on Earth. And you think that a kid beating a video game, the first in the world in this method, is not important or any kind of a goal. Well, what are your goals exactly? To do the same
She's
thing everyone
attained
else
most
does,
of them.
to pump
She's
out
a
couple of
reporter.
kids?
She's an anchor. She probably makes good money. She has kids. She's probably set for life in terms of what she probably wanted to do and where she could have expected herself to be at.
Let them about playing Fortnite. Maybe if you did something in your life that was worth accomplishing, people would be talking about it on the news too. You ever think about that? Instead
about
of
you?
Imposing your very ridiculous opinion onto someone else and no one gives a shit, right? So maybe try accomplishing something for yourself before you shit on others' accomplishments, you fucking bitch.
Wow. And he goes ahead and just out and out calls her a bitch, but this guy's Mr. Positive, by the way. Wow, that was completely misguided and rude and just kind of overall mean. Well, you know, the kid's probably not going to see the report on him, so why should I simp for the reporter when she's probably not going to see Dave make fun of her? But Overall unnecessary and bizarre because he clearly understood the point of reference that she was coming from and yet still chose to say what he said to her. Just kind of like, why? Don't you have anything else? But don't you have anything better to do, David? Yeah, she's a news anchor. She makes more than him. And like, okay, Sky News. It's not local news. Sky News isn't like his. I don't know. Is Sky News like Aussie CNN? From what I to understand. I've heard the name before. It's not local news. It is news above local news. So yes, she probably does make good money. She has children. The implication is that she has children, because that's from where her point of reference from gaming and her perspective on gaming comes from. Probably she sees her kids playing Fortnite. So yeah, it seems like she's kind of already where she needs to be at life. And if she has any higher ambitions, they might come from, you know, she might get promoted or maybe go to a higher publication, like a higher news channel of just climb her way up the ladder. I mean, like, compared to Phil, like, what the fuck are we talking about here? What kind of accomplishments has Phil ever done that put him on the news? Oh, wait, masturbate. Okay, UK. Why was I saying Australia? Australia has... Is it ABC 7? Alright, I was close enough. Australia and the UK may as well be the same place. Not really, but... Hey, Carl. Look, they're the same place when it comes to video game releases. Hey, Carl. But yeah, I need to hear this one more time.
And you think that a kid 2024 is at your house, mum. And I just notify you that video games are the biggest form of entertainment on the planet. They bring in more money than movies, music, and television combined.
Who cares?
More people play video games.
Did this kid make money from doing that Tetris thing?
Than any other entertainment medium on Earth. And you think that a kid beating a video game, the first in the world in this method,
like
is
half
not
right,
important or any kind of a goal. Well, what are your goals exactly? To do the same thing everyone else does, to pull out a couple of kids and yell at them about playing Fortnite?
I read that. I read too that games make more than movies, TV, and music combined. I don't know what metrics there are. Like, are we including microtransactions? Like, we kind of have to be, right? But I have seen that get touted around, that games really do make more than movies, TV, and music combined.
If that was worth accomplishing, people would be talking about it on the news too. You ever think about that? Instead of you imposing
all
your
this coming
very
from like a mom joke analysis
onto someone else, and no one gives a shit, right? So maybe try accomplishing something for yourself before you shit on others' accomplishments, you fucking bitch.
It's weird because, like, he's capping for the kid, but the kid's not gonna ever see the segment. And look, I get it from the idea, the point's like, oh, you're like bullying the kid or something, so I gotta go defend my kid's honor. Some kid DSP doesn't even know. But at the same time, it's like you're telling her to be respectful while calling her a bitch. And like, I don't know, making fun of the fact that she also is a mom. In fact, DSP himself doesn't even have any children. I don't know, that was very weird. I was like honed in. It was like he locked onto her and then just went off for like 3 whole minutes, and it was completely unwarranted and confusing. Hey, Big Shot. Yes, you're right. But look, it's just a fluff piece. Do you think look? You know how newscasts work. This was probably at the end of the newscast. This was probably like right before they signed off. Because they always have to sign off on like a nonsense piece, like a feel-good piece, and then they sign off. At least that's how my local news works. They do all the serious stuff, yada yada yada, and then they end on like, I don't know, this kid did something nice for charity, or something funny like this cat got stuck in a tree, and then the firefighters saved the cat off the tree. This is probably the segment they ended on. So of course you're gonna be a little bit more jokey or jovial than normal as they say, oh yeah, okay, we'll see you on the next one then. Because it's the UK, so I got the accent. But yeah, this may have been the fluff piece to sign out on, and he just gets so... There's so much hate and anger coming from none other than the king of hate that's just unwarranted. Yeah, bitter old man yelling at the sky. And for what? To defend his hobby? Did he feel like his hobby was being attacked? The woman, keep in mind, the asterisk woman laughing at him made him feel uncomfortable. And he felt like he probably wasn't even defending the kid. Maybe he felt like an intrinsic primal need in the back of his head, back of his neck, back of his mind to defend his hobby. Maybe it wasn't so much that he was defending the child there who won Tetris, but it felt more like he was defending himself because she was attacking his hobby, because there was no reason to bring up the money and how good that the game industry does, because the kid didn't make money from that. Well, I mean, maybe he streamed it and got like subs or something, but this was not in regards to like a game selling well or doing well. So he just brings up weird random statistics like games selling a lot and games being successful as a hobby. It's no longer a hobby, it's a whole industry. It does better than your precious movies and TVs and music. I feel like watching that, he may have seen himself on the kid, projected himself on the kid, felt bad for the kid, and then felt the need to defend him against the normie attacking his hobby. Because think about it. We hear all these stories about how nobody liked Dave in high school. They called him Dave with the oddly shaped head or something. He had no friends, we're told. That's why he went to arcades, and then he found himself a clique in the Street Fighter fellas. And I remember with the T segment when he was crying over T, he said something along the lines of, it felt like he finally found a place where he belonged, and then he started crying and bawling. And you hear stuff like that, and you have to go back and wonder, like, obviously that all has a place. Like, that doesn't come from nowhere, right? It's got a nugget that stems from. And he probably got bullied a lot in high school. I say probably. They called him Phil with the oddly shaped head. Of course he got bullied. No wonder he feels like, maybe he does see himself, but no wonder he feels sympathetic for the kid. Poor kid who just gets like, he beats Tetris, and he wants to like be showered in praise and all that. And it's this fucking normie who doesn't understand literally anything has the gall to call him out. Of course, Dave has to go all milady and grab his fedora, except he's not going milady, he's going McKitty. He's defending some kid he doesn't know as a 41-year-old man. Yeah, he always has to bring up money. What relevance did money have to the story? Nothing. She's a news anchor. She probably makes more than this kid ever will. Such a minor slight to get upset over. It is just a news anchor lady making a joke, probably right before she was gonna sign off. Yeah, attack. It felt like he was responding. It was such an over response. He probably did feel attacked. I guarantee you, if the kid even sees the segment, he will be less triggered than Dave was in that moment. Alright, and then we have the big one. DSP apologizes for inspiring LTG to make content! And then we'll be ready for the night stream. You guys ready to see him rank games or whatever?
The hate army is the hate army, bro.
The hate army.
Shout out to hate.
Good vibes to the
Shout out to
hate.
hate.
Shout out to hate.
Shout out
Shout out to hate.
Shout out to hate.
Shout out for hate.
Well, there's LTG stuff. We'll see if it's worth watching. If not, we'll skip it. I'm just curious.
Oh yeah, for all of you guys that missed it.
I'm just curious.
When
I
it's
saw
time
like
to
part
ban.
of this. Wonder how the bubblegum man is gonna respond to this one.
Cracking gems with ease.
So let me get this straight, Carl. He plays with a Thanos Infinity Gauntlet. Well, let me get this straight, because this is what he's showing me. He plays with a Thanos Infinity Gauntlet.
The real question is, how long will you stay?
Okay, look, it's whatever if he wants to play with the Infinity Gauntlet, but can we really say this is like off-brand or unexpected for Dale to do? Isn't he the Gem Crusher? I'm pretty sure the only reason he bought this and like shows it off on stream, and I don't even think he does. When was this? Is it dated? 2021. Okay, so he probably doesn't even bring it on stream anymore. But can we really say this is like out of character or not on brand for him? He's the Gem Crusher guy. There's like Infinity Gems or whatever. I didn't question it when he brought it on stream for the first time, but Dave sure is. But I guess by that same token, you can say, oh, how are bubble guns inconsistent for the Bubble Man? Well, actually, bubbles did not even become a part of his brand until he started doing the bubble blows. So Dale had the gem crushing meme first, and he let that kind of fester for a few years, and then he brought out the Infinity Gauntlet with the gems. With Dave, he brought out the bubble guns, so he was doing the man-child play around with toy shit. It's not like that was an inside joke. It was like a part of his branding, and then he did the bubble blowing. No, he brought the bubble blowing out and then just started doing it. Whereas at least with Dale, he can say, oh, well, that's like an in joke. It makes sense if you follow his content. Yeah, turn to alchemy dust. Yeah, it just seems like something he would do. You really think this is out of character? By the way, I like how he's already chewing his fingernails.
And we never reach multiverse.
This guy's for real, right? Like, he actually thinks this is, like, intelligence.
I don't think so.
He's playing with toy gems on a glove.
You play with bubble guns, and you know what? I can like already guarantee, and I think I saw a title that even confirmed it. I bet he's gonna defend the bubble guns earlier today. That sentence came out right. I bet he defended the bubble guns earlier today, past tense. But no, I don't. The thing is, like, I know Dave is stupid, but when I hear him say stuff like this, like, let me rewind.
This guy's for real, right? Like, he actually thinks this is, like, intelligence.
Like when I hear this, sometimes I have to question myself. Like, sometimes I have to ask, like, does even Dave believe in what he just said? Like, there's no way. You can't be that stupid to not understand that it's a bit. You can't, like... There's no way. Like, you have to be willfully misinterpreting what you're seeing in, like, the most negative and malicious way possible. Which doesn't surprise me, because he fucking hates this dude. It's like sometimes, like, are you being stupid on purpose to make a point that doesn't need to be made? Dave is just butt mad the skit's actually funny. Yeah, it's a skit. There's no way he can't not get that it's a skit. Oh, he just got unbanned from LTG. I've never been banned. I'm a nice guy, you guys. But I did see he was doing a mass unban wave.
He's playing with toy gems on a glove.
Mature adults dress up like Yoshi and Sonic on stream.
He actually thinks this is like, oh, look at me. I'm cool, man. Look at my glove.
I like the WWE Champions footage.
The guy who criticized me and how I look on my streams. He's playing with a children's toy of plastic gems.
You can't even describe it accurately. Like, say what you will, but even in this footage, of him playing with the gauntlet, he doesn't look like a man-child. He doesn't look like a man-baby. He's got the... He's got the crispy peanut butter complexion. He's got the homeboy fade, the tattoos. He's got the fit shirt. You know, it's not raggedy like your shirts are, Dave. Like, even at Dale's lowest and his most childish, I can't call him a man-child. And it's that alone that supports me in, like, saying that it's not, that I can't take this as serious. It's easier for me to understand that it's a bit and it's a skit, because it doesn't fit LTG's image to be playing with fucking toys. So that actually makes it better. And in comprehending that it is a skit, because it's just so mishmashed. It's like a meeting of worlds. When he plays with a toy, it's easier to get that it's a bit, because it's fucking LTG. Like, look at him. This dude doesn't play with toys in any other context. Whereas with Dave, sometimes I can't understand if something is a bit or not, like if he's being serious or if he isn't, because he does look like a man. Look at his face. Filled with the Ollie-shaped head. He does look like a man-child. So it's harder for me to grasp in the case of Dave when he plays with toys if he's being for real or not. Because it could be something serious or it could be a bit. But his appearance doesn't help matters. Whereas Dale's appearance does help him out.
And a plastic glove on his streams, acting like he's a badass. But he's criticizing my appearance.
Uh-oh.
Right?
The Cookie Monster costume.
He's still going. He's still playing with it.
3-year-old clip, by the way. Maybe I don't even know how he reacted to this, but let's consider it's a 3-year-old clip. So let's consider maybe Dale felt bad about this in hindsight, because you know how thin-skinned Dale is. Like he he has to hold himself back so much on Twitch. But let's consider that 3-year-old clip. Maybe he looks at it in retrospect and he doesn't like it, and maybe that's why the gauntlet doesn't come out anymore. Maybe you bring up if you bring up the gauntlet to him on a stream, you get banned instantly. So he could actually, for as much as I'm capping about Dale right now, he could in fact regret doing this segment, and that's why he doesn't bring the gauntlet out anymore. But does Dave understand this? Can he even see the timestamp of when the video was? Can he? The TV's across the room. You think he can? I don't think he can.
I can feel it.
You might think I'm being too harsh on Phil too. The sad truth is, you know, Phil doesn't.
What is
Phil just
happening?
sucks. The sad reality is, because Dave will say it too. Oh yeah, why are people allowed to do X, but when I do X, people call me cringe? Is it because it's me, right? Because I can't get a good shake, I can't get a fair shake. The thing is, Dave, you've been getting fair shakes your entire life, and now you've wasted all the goodwill. You've squandered it. So now, yeah. It's like, life's not fair. What? Fuck, idiot. You just can't get a fair shake anymore. People have given you way too many fair shakes. So now if something seems unfair, or if someone is allowed to do something, but you're not allowed to do it, there's not really any good excuse or reason other than yeah, you know what? You're actually right. You're Dark Side Phil, and you're not allowed to have fun. Sorry. You're always gonna get shit no matter what because you're Dark Side Phil. That's just how it is. Life's not fair. Thank you for lurk, Manny. Yeah, and it also has to do with him being miserable, a miserable 41-year-old. It's just like, how can he be allowed to have fun, Carl, when his existence, his insistence on a persistent, consistent existence hinges on making everybody else around him feel just as miserable as he is? So fuck no, I'm not gonna let him exist and have fun. And like, nobody else is either.
This is what he does? This is his stream.
Did stream 3 years ago, apparently.
This is literally the content this guy makes, huh?
No, he plays fighting games, and you know this. You're being disingenuous. You think this was a whole stream? You think he did this for 5 hours and then clocked out? You don't really think this. Again, I can't, like, believe him. I can't, sometimes I can't consider him... Like, he's not serious when he says he's just talking shit. And it's just so fake. He's not for real here.
Oh, there's more than one. I thought this video was one instance. Oh, there's more than one. Apparently.
What was this? Timestamp? 2022? Oh shit, he kept bringing up Carl. He brought it into 2022. I might be felted.
He's doing it again. He's been playing with the gem.
I don't know, I think it's kind of funny with the Halo music.
Holy shit.
How can you not? The thing is, this is aided by the kind of person that LTG is. Like, look at him. He's so serious. He gets angry all the time. He mauls at fucking Tekken, Street Fighter, Killer Instinct, Smash Brothers, and any other kind of fighting game you can think about. Guilty Gear and the like, Mortal Kombat. And then you have him... He brings out the gauntlet, and he just... It's actually kind of Kino. I can't hate this. I can't. Yeah, rage quit Tetris. Why does Dave have to be so hateful?
He's doing it again. When does he bust out the big green Hulk fist and punch the two together like this?
Doesn't he have the Hulk fist?
Nigga in here with a blue gem, right? I'm seeing a dumbass nigga with a blue gem. They're clearly.
Whoa, Dale felting Dave by dropping the N-bomb twice in the DSP Reacts video, and that probably made it into the VOD.
I know that I get stream sniped every.
Hold up. Did he look away?
We have a dumbass
Did Dave
nigga
react to that?
With a blue gem, right? I'm seeing a dumbass nigga with a blue gem. They're clearly does not know that I get
Oh, he looked at the screen when he dropped the N-bomb. That made him... he felt uncomfortable. Oh, shit!
From now on,
Sheesh.
you bitch-ass worthless nigga, your gym is mine, you bitch-ass nigga. Get that ass man, bitch! Get the fuck out of my chat!
How could he not like that? How could he not like that? Oh my god. And he shows us the trench. Fuck off. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's the only funny thing about you, Dave. Anyway, that's great. Thanks for stopping by, guys.
Excuse me. Excuse me a second.
Yeah. What do you gotta say? Full screen?
I'd like to make a public
look how long it takes. Look how long it takes for him to get this set up.
Now, to end my show for the week, I'd like to make a strong public statement. All right? And this is coming from me, of all people. Right? And everyone knows who I am. I would like to publicly apologize to everyone on Earth for that.
For Dale existing.
I would like to publicly... I want you to understand that this is not representative of the actions and the behavior of the vast majority of people who create content on the internet. Okay, I just want you to understand that. There are some people like that, and he's definitely...
Big ups Peaches and Keem. This made me much more angrier than it should have. We all know you secretly capped for Dale, Peaches. Don't worry, I just capped for him too. I went on a long-ass tangent about how, yes, it's funny when Dale does it, and it's not funny when DSP does it. Literally just because he is DSP. And because Dale has a temperament about him, that he's so serious and gets upset all the time, that when he does actually do goofy, silly things, it is funny because it comes from him. Whereas when DSP does it, it's not funny because he is a man-child and he's so hateful and bitter and like intentionally pessimistic and wishes for everyone to be as miserable as he is. Whereas with Dale, he's already angry and bitter and like such a clown on the outset of it. And he dresses like a peanut butter complexion, crispy adult style man. That when he does bring out the gauntlet, the dichotomy of the two things mixing together makes it look humorous. And it just doesn't work when Dave does it because he's Dave. I said that the gauntlet joke, Peaches, makes sense to me because Dale established the Gem Crush meme for years before he brought out the gauntlet. The gauntlet with the Infinity Gems makes sense if you're a Dale fan. But DSP does not get it. And you can say, oh, DSP has the bubble guns. DSP has the bubbles. But the thing is, the bubbles are not based on any pre-existing meme. The bubbles were forced onto us, and then it became the thing for him to do. But it's not based on his branding. His branding, he doesn't have any branding. He doesn't. The Gem Crusher glove makes sense for Dale. The bubbles do not for Dave, and they just make him look like more of a child. Yeah, and it was 2 years ago. I saw the timestamp too. And you know what? I capped for that too. I said, okay, maybe Dale is embarrassed by this, and that's why I don't see him bring up the glove anymore. I haven't seen any clips to glove in 2023 or so far in 2024. So maybe he does regret bringing out the glove like that, but he doesn't do it anymore. And yet DSP will still occasionally bring out the bubbles and blow the bubbles, except now he feels embarrassed about blowing the bubbles, and he says, according to Carl, he's gonna take the bubbles away, yada yada.
I guess one of the prime cases, but I do feel like I have to apologize to those who watch this stuff because, wow. I mean, right? Like that's, you know, over the years, there's some instances where people are like, remember when PewDiePie said the N-word and then it made everyone look bad? And
remember when Dale said the N-word twice in that video and you said nothing about it despite being a proud ally?
And everyone blamed PewDiePie. I don't think that's really the case. I think that was a scapegoat. But in this case, when
you still hate on PewDiePie yourself,
right?
though.
This was not doctored in any way. This was
just him having
straight
fun
off the stream, correct? Right? I mean.
Oh, here's the last hidden treasure. You know what? I knew it was in the forest maze.
You know, again, apologize.
And I couldn't get it
because I
before
want you to
because
understand
you're
that
here.
When we started creation of
Yeah,
this
the
content,
cutscene,
like, I
the
started
cutscene
over
starts
15
here,
years ago,
and it like doesn't
making
let you
content for
freely
the
walk
internet,
around.
alright? When I started as a content creator,
big ups, we have all the hidden
to inspire
treasures.
other people to do like improv commentary over games, to talk with their audience. This was not my intention. I want you to
It's
understand.
back there?
That. This
Okay.
content, this
yeah, this
behavior
explains why I
was
couldn't
not
get it
what I was
before.
intending to inspire. All right. This obviously is what they call an unintended consequence.
Oh, near the
an
save.
offshoot
Okay, I thought back here meant
of
back in
things,
this
you know.
area.
I know that over the years I've inspired tons of people. You know, again, it's the reason why many people made content, and it's just like this person, then this person, then this person, and it just keeps snowballing. Now, I understand that there's been some end game stuff. This is kind of like an end game, right? What we're seeing right here. But this was not what I meant.
Oh, I hear it.
When I started back then, you know, in some cases, there's I wasn't expecting for a man who's supposed to be
a man. Dale
a
Wilson
grown
is a man.
individual playing with a children's toy on his stream.
You do it every day.
Talking about crushing plastic gems.
It's part of his
insulting
branding,
chat,
which you don't have.
Reveling in the band.
He has to know this.
Reveling. That is, I never
You
actually.
can't be this like dance. Part of the critique, I can't even believe. Like I cannot even believe partially that the conviction that he has for this segment. I don't even believe that the conviction itself is all that there. It seems like he just wants to talk shit because he like found the opportunity to do it.
We thought that would happen. So I just want to apologize publicly to end my show this week. I'm sorry that this exists. I can't
exactly, Peaches. It just it has no weight to it. Like I can't even believe that he's 100% about this. He just wants to talk shit because he has a chance.
I don't really have the power to stop it, right? So just so you understand, it is what it is. You know.
Like damn, you can say he's acting like a clown right now here.
But whatever, you know.
Hey,
I can't. I created the monster, then I became powerless to stop it. Let's put it that way, right? Like the Frankenstein's monster is out there ransacking through all the countryside.
And you know what?
Destroying everything.
He knew this was coming too. He knew this. He already said, "Oh, let's see if it's worth watching." But you know what? He tells us he's great. Hey, here it is. Ah, yes. He tells us he screens all these videos. He screens them. No, I just skimmed through it to make sure they're good to play. So he knew this was coming. He probably had this prepared, at least a little bit, somewhat, like prepared in his mind what he was gonna say. Ladies and gentlemen, every single hidden block in Mario RPG acquired. Yes.
No, I can't. I'm powerless. I tried. I shot it. I burned it. Electrified it. It just made it more powerful. It's like, damn.
Yeah, and the absolute ego, the nerve of him here to say like he started all of this. He's responsible.
He'll be making comments
he coined
about my
the term
appearance
playthrough. Did you guys not know this?
So that's excellent. Anyway, guys, that is it for DSP versus the Internet, episode 46.
Ah, yes, just in time too, because we have we got this segment coming up. We have the night stream. DSP's year-end series. Most disappointing games of 2023 countdown? Get ready for the best Zelda segment ever. Oh, he's not even ready to talk. Thank you. Morning segment on Bubbles, but how long is it? Bubbles, bubbles, bubbles. Where's the bubbles? 7-minute long rant about Bubbles. All right, I guess. All right, I don't want to leave you guys hanging. I'll rewind then if he starts talking. Yeah, I feel like he has a closer, because most disappointing, you know he's going to be hella semantics about it. So he's a bigger Final Fantasy fan than he is a Zelda fan. I could see Final Fantasy snubbing Zelda, even though like he had more to say about Zelda than Final Fantasy, I feel. And his treatment of Zelda got him, you know, a lot of notoriety and viral videos and all that. I think Final Fantasy or Starfield will be over Zelda. Alright, DSP rants about blowing bubbles, LTG, and Mike Klum documentary.
Snort, snort,
code.
Snort, snort.
Got the drip. We start off today with a $1 tip
$1.
Why do you criticize LTG for playing with kids' toys when you quite literally play with a bubble blower at age 40? Because I don't. When was the last time you saw me use one of those bubble guns?
So wait a minute. Wait a minute. No. He doesn't get to use this argument when the timestamps in the LTG video, both instances, were 2021 and 2022. He does not get to use this argument. He damn sure used the bubble guns in 2023. That's when he fucking whipped them out.
It's the viewers who pester me.
Oh, no, the viewers make me do it. The viewers make me do it. The viewers make... You can tell the viewers to fuck off like you did during Street Fighter. The viewers, pawning off responsibility onto the lesser man.
Years ago, I'll be honest, I don't really like doing it anymore because it gets bubbles all over the office. And everything gets sticky
like everyone's been telling you. Like Tractors have been laughing about. Like you yourself has pride about.
Pester me about it, and then we do
getting bubble scum everywhere. You are scum. You're pond scum.
Or it's anything that adds any meaningful stuff to the stream. I know people kind of do it to troll now. Like, make a 40-year-old blow bubbles.
Oh, yeah, you feel bad about it.
I may come to the point where I just say we're not doing it ever again. Okay, so nice try.
What a
because
baby.
The difference here is that this is a rarity.
We're not allowed to
thing
have
that
fun
we do
anymore because
every
people
once in
make
a while,
fun of me.
That's different than LTG going out actively buying a children's toy,
actively buying,
actively buying
a children's toy, but it was years ago, and he did a giant segment. Except it was probably a few minutes of a couple hour stream. Isn't that what DSP says? Oh, they took something out of context. They took something that was only a couple minutes out of a whole stream that was like 6 or 7 hours, and they say, that's who Darkside Phil is. What is Dave doing here? Is he not taking out of context a clip of LTG Dale Wilson, a couple-minute clip of a 6 or 7 hour Dale Wilson stream? And is DSP not then saying, this is who Dale Wilson is? This is who he is. He literally does this. This is his whole stream. Did he not just do that? But then he gets upset when people do that to him and say, oh, you know, you're taking me out of context. That isn't who I am. But you're saying that's who Dale is. What do you know? You know that's not who he is because you saw a whole hour. You did a whole hour, 2 hour pre-stream looking at a Dale stream. So you factually know. Even without him doing that segment, I know that he knows Dale streams aren't like that. But we have on-screen proof of him looking at a Dale stream. So he understands that this is not... There's no way he thinks that that's all of Dale's stream. But to make this point and cope and cry and sneed about his own shit, he's gonna try to say that Dale is different and he's worse and blah blah blah, and people just get mad at me and I'm not allowed to have fun things on my stream. And when I do fun things, they're like, oh wow, look at this 41-year-old play with toys on stream. Why only I get this critique but other people don't? It's because you're who you are, Dave. You're just Dave.
Literally long segments about him playing with his plastic gems and banning people based on the gems. Like,
yeah, DSP didn't even know LTG had hair.
Oh, that's right, because you're a fucking idiot.
You're a fucking maroon.
You stupid fucking idiot. Seriously, I mean, anyone with common sense can get an answer out of that.
We're not even like a third of the way through. He's gonna keep coping about it. That's
without
cool.
Being a moron. I mean, you're a fucking moron. Okay.
Okay.
Nice try, though, because I always like it when people attempt.
Nice try. Nice try. Attack, 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 attack. He really does feel... he really does feel the need to defend himself. That is so sad. Wow, you found all the hidden treasures. Oh, no gift? Fuck this dude. All right, go on. Oh, where's the source at? Here we go.
To make me look bad and fail miserably because they're so stupid.
They failed miserably. Okay. Bring out all the catchphrases for this one.
I received a $5 tip.
I have received... Maybe I can compose the melodies.
I heard on one of your videos you said you might bail on the documentary. I hope you won't bail. I want to hear your side of the story.
I just want to do Midas River as well.
Really? You heard that, right? You heard that Phil's bailing on the documentary. That's interesting. It's news to me. That's news to me. I didn't hear that. So that's cool to hear.
Probably saw a duty video. DSP is going to bail on the documentary because of Rich Review Tech.
It's not anything from me. So there you go. You believe what you want to believe. I can't make you not believe nonsense. All right. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. Mr. Puffy. I mean, someone with such an exceptional name.
Always got a dash on the names too.
You only listen to the.
You know, for Dongus. I've been in that chat. Sadly, I have been sneak dissing in that chat for an amount of time. And you know, Dave has never had anything to say about that name until very recently. I think when I asked one of my questions. Thank you. See, thank you.
Is it related to Fire Emblem? Smile on my face.
Smile on his face. What a big Fire Emblem fan. But no, never have I actually heard DSP say something to me like, oh yeah, with a name like that, huh? Even though you think with his current temperament that he would have done that already, he never did until like recently, very recently, when I pissed him off with one of my amazing, glorious questions. He said something along the lines of, oh, expand on with a name like that, right? It's like this is the new thing he has, where he's gonna put you down by looking at your name, as if any of his regulars have any names that are like worth writing home about, like that aren't on the same level as Mr. Puppy Nipples, who is also a regular, might I add. He's always done that. I feel like he didn't do that on Twitch.
No, what I said yesterday.
What I said,
was
right?
that there are ridiculous conspiracy theories out there. One of the conspiracy theories is that Mike Plum is somehow a secret agent of Keemstar, and Keemstar is paying him money to make these negative documentaries about people like Boogie and me. Like, this is his evil agenda, right? And I'm like, so what exactly evidence do you have of any of this? Because, to my knowledge, Mike Plum is a successful businessman who makes all kinds of
just like you.
outside of YouTube.
No wonder he was easily able to gaslight you.
Documentaries is something new to do. He's done one that was successful. He wants to branch out and make more. He doesn't want to make the same documentary twice, so my documentary is very different from the Boogie Doc. And I have seen absolutely, positively nothing whatsoever as any kind of.
They just wanted to get Phil's goat and get him scared.
Plum is a secret agent of Keemstar. Where do you guys get this shit from? Like, how much fan
the
fiction
writer's
do you
room.
write in your bedroom?
Fan fiction.
I mean it. Like, what is going on? Can you like stop for a minute and realize that what you're doing is
that's some shit Ralph would say. Fan fiction. Y'all writing fan fiction about me, baby.
What are you talking about?
Is Bill a secret fan of the kill stream?
Everything has to be drama, right? Everything has to be absolute ridiculous, over-the-top nonsense for the sake of it being ridiculous, over-the-top nonsense. Instead of being realistic or real or, you know, rooted in reality, we have to have the most ridiculous scenario must be the true one. You know, I don't know, man.
Maybe they just want better entertainment. It's part of the kayfabe.
Really?
It's just part of the kayfabe. They want entertainment.
No, like I said, this is what we were talking about. So people were saying, they're suspecting this. I was like, well, do you have any evidence? If you have evidence, show me right now. And if you can
they may not even been they may not have even been saying it factually, but they're just they're speculating. Is speculation not allowed?
Like, you know what I mean? Like everything that we've done and worked on so far about this. And by the way,
Cat agrees with me.
I have not done, you know, we haven't done any filming or anything yet. We're getting to the point where we're scheduling that out, and I gotta let you guys know ahead of time if there's like.
You guys think Mike is gonna show up Wednesday night for that secret stream?
Happen, just to forewarn all of you. Coming up later.
I guess I'll get people's thoughts on this right now. Do you think he's gonna show up Wednesday? Because if what both of them are saying are correct, then they've already been in talks about this shit for months now. So I could actually see a quick turnaround in regards to Mike suddenly showing up in person and them hype beasting the interview together for like an hour or two. That makes sense to me. I know some people are questioning it because they're like, how could the turnaround be so fast on this? There's no way. But if they've been talking for months, I could see it happening. People are saying, oh no, it has to be Fightcade. But I don't think Fightcade, like we've already talked about it. Would we really keep that a mystery? And how is he? Why would you have that be the mysterious stream? And then, like the first stream is gonna be him setting it up and talking to chat about it. Like you won't even be playing Fightcade. It would already have to be set up for him behind the scenes. So unless it's that, I can't see it as Fightcade. Fightcade, I think would make more sense for him to verbally hype beast and like tell you exactly when it's gonna happen. Wednesday stream is Cat's top 10 games of the year. What? She only plays one, Skyrim.
of this year, probably in a couple months or so, there's going to be weeks where I'm not going to be here every
I feel like the only reason you would want to hide it is that it has to do with the interview, or if it's something even
But it just
crazier.
makes no sense at all. That's
Cat
what people
in
are saying.
person
If you're
talks
gonna
about
say
her top 10
nonsensical,
games.
Controversial, crazy conspiracy, prove it, right? Don't just say, oh, well, I have 472 pieces of circumstantial evidence, none of which actually prove anything, but if you tape them all together with Scotch tape on a wall, and you take those little twine strings, and you take little push pins, and you connect the dots on these things like some insane conspiracy theory, and if all of this somehow is circumstantial,
Yeah, we
true,
like Pepe
the
Guy
conclusion
too,
is
Dave. We get
Mike
it.
Plum is the secret agent of Team stuff, all right? I'm just gonna tell you, there's a little place for it, all right?
White
It's a little bit
building,
down the
straight
road from you.
jacket,
It's a
yep.
big white building. If you go inside,
Very
and
funny.
you talk to the security guard, what they're gonna do for you, they're gonna put a nice jacket on you. It's nice and comfy and loose.
Like that
And in
cardigan?
fact, it's so
Like that
loose your
cardigan?
arms
Like
are
that
actually
cardigan?
much longer
Like
than
that
your
cardigan?
arms. And to make sure that you're extra comfy, they'll attach those arms underneath so that you won't have to move around and accidentally dislocate your shoulder. And then get this, they're gonna put you in a nice comfy room where the walls have pillows all over.
Mental health
So
ally,
you
by the
can't
way.
hurt yourself. You can literally just bounce off the walls in comfort for the rest of your life in there. It's gonna be a really nice place. I recommend you go check it out.
Do they also get the straight jacket from the same
The rest
place
of
they
us
get the
will be here on
cardigan from
stream.
fucking Marshalls? 76 coins. I actually did pretty good there. If I had taken a different route on the waterfall, I could have done it. He's completely hypocritical and self-felts himself so goddamn much. It's almost comical. Okay, there you go. I saw the bubble blowing segment. I actually would have felt bad if I hadn't seen that before the night stream. All right, well that arc's over. We'll do the Rich catch-up, the Rich roundup after the night stream. Let's see. He has to have started talking by now. Ah, yes. It's been so long since a proper night stream restream. Hey, Beater Biscuit.
Good games that I
Oh shit, he's here. All right. You know what? Skip juice. I will save up. I will conserve the skip juice.
Okay, everybody. Good evening. Welcome. You guys are here a little early.
Oh yeah, I saw that Bearded
So
Biscuit. It was pretty
chill
good.
For a few minutes while we wait for
Got the
some more
Piece of
people to
Piece
show up,
musical debut.
before we get started. And welcome to the show.
Yeah,
Welcome
make
to
it
the beginning of my
160 and he
year-end
does look
series.
like he's in a
Let's,
straitjacket.
Let's just get the screen up. Here we are. Hello, everybody.
Oh, a new scene.
And hope that you guys are ready for a fun countdown.
Can we just talk about the thumbnail? God, he's either stupid or he'll just accept anything. He actually can be both things. There's no way. Like, look at this. It's like a tractor made it for him. And look at the face. It looks like the face he uses for DSP Reacts, the smiley face with the cowboy, except it's a big frown. So I have to wonder if he took that picture at the same time that he took the smiley face, or if they edited the smiley face, or if they asked him to make the frowny face with the cowboy hat on. Because someone has to be telling him, okay, do this face, do this pose, and send that to me, and I'll edit it onto the thumbnail. AI face? It's fake?
Tonight, I got everything set up. I hope everything
Sakura.
works. If something doesn't work, please be patient. I've been juggling so much stuff recently.
I think he's gonna call Street Fighter 6 a
the normal
disappointing
stream,
game because of how
React
the
stream,
online
all the
works.
stuff on DSP Throwback every day, other stuff behind the scenes, and now I've been trying to put together these series this week. It's like, that's a lot all at once. I hope I don't screw it up. I'm fairly certain last night I did it correctly, and I have the correct videos lined up in the correct order to play here for all of you. And we're going to do it as we've done the last few years. It's a live stream format where basically
A live stream style
I'll say,
format,
okay,
as if there
here's
would
the
be
number
any
10,
other
and
kind
then
of
I play the
format.
video, and the video's behind me, and then I tell you why.
If
That's
anything,
the
you could
number
call
10
him
game,
live streaming
etc.
everything the
We'll
first
probably do a
ever
build-up
double
where I
dip.
won't announce what the last
Because
two
before
are.
it would just
I'll
be
probably
uploading the
play
videos. Now
the
he gets
last
to
two
upload the
games
videos
say, okay,
and
so
record the
losers two,
videos as they're
and then
being
I'll announce the winner
as he's
between the
playing
two,
it.
which is really the loser when you
Technically
think about it.
streaming it and then uploading it after the fact was the first ever double dip.
So there you go. Good evening, everyone. What's up, Isao? How you doing? DC, how you doing? Good evening. No Super Vibes, how are you?
Yeah, so technically, DSP Reacts was triple dipping already.
Very early contribution.
And if
Let's see what
DSP
this
Throwback gets memberships, quadruple dipping. And then
let's see
that's
here.
before we even start talking about the Patreon.
Chandler did a $2 tip.
Think it's
What made you
doctored?
decide to have a disappointing and Game of the Year shows on separate nights as opposed to one
Kinda
big
see it.
daytime stream? Well, a few reasons. Number one, because if I did a daytime stream away from gameplay, that sets me back on the games I play. Being honest, you know, for the games, you get more people.
Yada yada. Real
for
explanation.
gameplay
This
during
shit
the
would
day
have
than you
made
get at
money on a
night. These
daytime
streams are
stream, and the
always
daytime
trying to
streams make more money on average than nighttime streams. So we have to do this as a nighttime stream because he probably thinks, if anything, even if this doesn't make as much money as a daytime game, this probably would have made more money than a night stream game.
This is just something nice I do every year to do a final countdown. People will watch it after the fact.
Everything always goes back to money, just like Carl said. Even when money is not an object, we have to make money. Like money has to come into it.
Disappointing games, the Game of the Year awards, and this year we're also doing the Viewers' Choice Best Playthroughs of the Year.
No, that'll be fun. Does that get to be its own stream, or is that gonna be a segment on the pre-stream? Do the viewers get their own like?
It's 10 games.
Do the viewers get their own night stream for that?
Final games, I'm gonna have a good amount of things to say about those games. So maybe we wouldn't even fit in an hour. In addition, keep in mind this is interactive.
Interactive, my fucking ass. Are the viewers gonna get shout-outs during the viewers' choice shit?
So it's not just me doing.
Oh yes, Little Shake and Bake nominated these playthroughs. No way. Viewers' choice, but he's probably not even gonna shout anyone out unless they give him money.
That's my thought. Now, there very well we may end early, and if we end early, that's okay.
Q&A?
Chill for a bit.
Oh my god.
Goal for tonight,
Q&A.
Is to be out of here by 9:15.
This shit may as well be Q&A.
Reason being, I have to set up both the Viewers' Choice Best Playthroughs of the Year and my Game of the Year awards in OBS tonight, which is a lot of work. Plus, I still have to review the results. I don't even know what the results are.
Guys, I can't stream Wednesday. I have to set up the shit for the William the Alchemist collab on Thursday. That's so much work, guys.
I want to be sure to do it right and give it some time. So that's why I don't want to be
exactly
in here till
Peaches.
like, 10, 11
He's not gonna have a lot to say as far as positive shit goes.
You know how 2 hours is a solid amount of time.
You know how I was talking about Synthetic Man, and you know how I make the point that people think Synthetic Man is just toxic and he's always negative and all that. He does make positive videos, but the positive videos don't make as much money for him with the ad revenue as much as the negative videos. Negative videos are just in the market, so of course that's why he makes more negative videos than positive videos. And it's the same thing with DSP. In fact, DSP may as well be the originator of that mentality. Darkseid the guy shitting on crappy, poopy games. Think about it.
Don't think we're gonna go longer than 2 hours on this disappointing games countdown.
Hello, Jesse.
I think we're good to go. RAC, how you doing? He says,
positive stream getting lumped together with the weird viewership. Yeah. He's not gonna have a lot to say about the positive games.
My thoughts. Sounds good.
He wants praise. He doesn't want to dish praise out.
Soldier Dude saying, hope you're having a good day. Looking forward to this. Awesome. Good to have you.
Whoa, guys, stop the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, a pass the remote raid with the party of 4. Sheesh. Big ups, Pass Remote. Thank you for the raid with the party of 4. Synthetic Man coat. Yeah, probably is. Just a little bit. Thank you, Pass Remote. Raid with a massive party of 4. We're gonna watch DSP's most disappointing games of 2023 countdown for the year-end series. I'm building up skip juice by pausing constantly. I'm gonna have a lot to say on the matter.
How you doing tonight?
Big ups, Pass Remote. I hope Channel Flip was very successful tonight. I'm also gonna try to finish Mario RPG today. I know it's a very short game. I beat the story, but I'm going for 100% completionist autism.
I'm gonna wait a little bit longer before we begin.
Give me a hard watch. Yeah, that's why.
Gabriel,
I don't anticipate me skipping anything, but it's nice to have the skip juice there. I ain't skipping the Zelda segment.
Horizon Forbidden West be on this list when it came out in 2022?
If you played the DLC, it could have been on the list.
We'd have to go back in time. Keanu, good evening.
Jesse, no one wants to see me fail at a mini game for 10 minutes straight.
Lunar. So yeah, if anyone, by the way, this is like a normal stream, so if anyone
oh yeah, as if it wouldn't be. Yes, I'm accepting tips, guys, just in case you didn't know this.
We will have a good time with that, alright? Don't worry, it's not like just because this is a year-end stream, it doesn't mean that I'm ignoring all of you guys or anything like that. I say it's very interactive, where I'll be giving you my entries, my reasoning, and I want to kind of.
Our viewers going to be allowed to interact and call you an idiot for your stupid, non-existent opinions or nothing opinions. Hey, Game Master.
He said.
And he says,
if you're gonna play the new Prince of Persia, Ubisoft Plus members play 3 days early. I'm not playing it. Did you hear it's like 25 hours long? You heard that?
No, I didn't even hear that.
It's a 2D side-scrolling platformer that plays.
When was this? Was this one of the pre-streams, the many pre-streams I've missed as of late? Because I have a fucking life? When did he say this? I thought this was on the list. The last schedule segment I saw, he said he was down to play it. Now, what the fuck changed? 25 hours for a 2D platformer? You don't even play 2D platformers that much anyway. Mr. Variety. Is that a bad thing? 25 hours by what definition? Completionist autism? Like, whose definition? What are we talking about? That's a shame. All right, fuck that. We'll just play the same games we always play then. Make it like my streams.
A more modernized version of the classic Prince of Persia. The classic Prince of Persia is like a few hours long. This game is like 25 hours.
It modernizes classic Prince of Persia, but classic Prince of... Why is length the only way you're arbiting this? The only factor by which you're arbiting this here? They modernized it. Okay, well, they modernized it. They made it longer because when you... What is it, like 40, 50 bucks? Obviously, it has to be longer. If they priced it at, like, whatever price they priced it at when it was only 4 to 5 hours long, like the classic games, he would have had something to say. He would have complained.
Hours long. Now that I've heard that, I literally have no desire to play it.
Not a single desire.
Platformer for 25 hours.
How long did he play?
Super Mario Sunshine, Super Mario.
How long did he play Mario Wonder? How long did he play Mario Wonder? Go look at the time for the Mario Wonder playthrough. I wonder how long the Mario Wonder playthrough was. Was it longer than mine?
Wonder was 17 hours.
Wait, hold up. I don't do very many field trips. But I bet 25 hours. Oh, interesting. 25 hours or more to 100% Mario Wonder. Huh. And you know what? He didn't even 100% that game.
Hours, right? So it's like, what were they thinking with that? I have no idea. Thank you, Mr. Game Master, for the super chat.
17 parts?
No, but if I knew I was going to play it, if I was going to do it, I was going to get Ubisoft Plus and play it that way anyway. I wasn't going to buy it outright. But with the stuff
so
I'm
you
doing
save
right
money
now,
with it anyway. What's even the point of Ubisoft Plus? He had it for Assassin's Creed and then didn't play the Avatar game, which was mediocre anyway, from what I hear, but not offensively so. And he's not going to play this Prince of Persia game that actually looks pretty decent. I'm not going to lie. I actually liked how it looked. And now he's going to skip like Skull and Bones. You know he ain't playing that. I don't even know why that's on the schedule.
Let's see.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to say 17 hours, Carl, but with all the change in those parts, probably closer to 20 hours.
Last year was a good year for games. A lot of people, like, kind of crapped
yeah, he shilled for Ubisoft Plus. Go back to the Assassin's Creed playthrough. He was shilling Ubisoft Plus up the ass. DSP is who these subscription services are made for, Game Pass and the like, and he shat on them for years for the concept alone before actually, like, falling for them, falling in love with them.
And I think it actually is one of the top voted right now.
He used to be the type of person that was like for the consumer and like you owning the game, not renting the game or renting the license or whatever.
And I thought
whenever there were articles coming out about like, oh, they're taking away the license for this game and you can no longer purchase it, or they're taking away the license for the game and they're taking it out of your library if you already own it, he would get mad about that. He would get upset. But here's him championing services like Game Pass and Ubisoft Plus that all contribute to this lifestyle in the industry where you own nothing and you just rent everything. And he used to be Mr. Physical too, trading everything into GameStop, never going for digital, and then like turning into the monster we see today in the now. Like what happened to him? He used to be the guy, and now he's just the consumer.
Oh, this would be good for like maybe an 8-hour quick game this month. And then they were like, yeah, it's 25.
And I hate that I keep pausing, but it's so dehumanizing too. I'm gonna say the liberal word, dehumanizing, for him to say like, oh, this is a good game because it's on Game Pass. Oh, it's good because it's a Game Pass game and you save money, you don't have to pay for it. Like, fuck off. I hate when people, I'm gonna be extra. I dislike when people say like, oh, it's good because it's like on Game Pass. It's a good Game Pass game. Like, what the fuck does that? That's so like, it's so like, fuck you to the people who make those smaller games, who probably like lose money because they put it on Game Pass, because you get that flat fee, I think, just for putting it on Game Pass. But then you get all the people trying it out, and you do take an L, I believe, by putting your game on Game Pass rather than just letting it languish on like page 20 of the store. So it's like you let it languish and nobody knows about your game and nobody buys it and you make no sales, or you put it on Game Pass and you like sacrifice potential sales and you make like a flat fee. You get like some bones from Microsoft, but then you probably don't make any more money than that because nobody buys your game because it's on Game Pass. Yeah, you take an L if your game's popular. It might be more beneficial if you're an indie game, but at the same time, if you're an indie game, you're sacrificing potential sales. But then it comes up the argument of, well, were those potential sales even going to happen anyway? Because if you weren't on Game Pass, your product was probably going to get overlooked anyway. I don't know what the solution is.
5 hours. I was like,
we need Jim Sterling to come back and put on like the Steam Cleaner outfit so he can determine what new indie games are worth playing.
What the hell?
Instead, he wants to be
I
pregnant
wasn't
with a
expecting
male
to
baby.
play like a game longer than Symphony of the Night over January. That's pretty wild.
But yeah, Time Warden
Pizza
crying
Tower,
about
yeah, I
fucking
don't know. We
time
gotta see how much
games.
time we have this
Pizza
month.
Tower.
We have to see how much
You know,
time
you
we have
damn
this
know
month.
Pizza Tower ain't 25 hours.
Extra time before the new releases come out at the end of the month. If we have a few random like night streams.
Half the games on Game Pass I want to eventually buy, but don't have to. The other half I'd never
Adam,
buy
how
to
you
play.
doing?
It's good for games that you knew you weren't gonna buy anyway, but I feel like that's also a little bit disrespectful to the devs. But that's just me. It's like I get it, but it's also just like, damn.
It was very easy to come up with like 5 or 6 of them. The ones at the bottom of the list were a little bit harder, but I think that I picked the correct games for the various reasons I'm going to tell you. You gotta remember something, because I'll explain this as we start. These are not the worst games of the year. If you want to
They're
talk
the most
worst games of the year, that would be like
disappointing.
Gollum or Skull Island or some fucking broken ass indie game you never heard of. It's not the worst games of the year. These are the most disappointing games of the year. It's a completely different
Hey, Bros Anonymous.
of countdown.
Yeah, I'm restreaming this
kind of
shit.
countdown before
Welcome.
anyone else
It's been a while
used
since I saw you.
Remember,
I
this
hope
is
you're
an
doing
annual thing I
well.
have done for like 14 straight years. I always do disappointing games and Game of the Year
Yeah, I
awards.
prefer physical.
Everyone else does it differently. I always do this.
I had Game Pass at a point in time, and I had PS Plus too, which helped me out with like the Fall of Dingus and whatnot. So I'm not gonna act like I haven't benefited from it in some way. But for games that I know I'm gonna buy and I know I'm gonna enjoy for like the rest of my lifetime, yeah, I prefer to buy a physical copy. I don't like having like getting a digital license and not even really owning it. Even when you buy it digitally, you don't technically own it. You know, that's why Sony was able to briefly get away with taking away those Discovery shows that happened a few weeks back. I know they went back on it, because of course they went back on it, because that was nonsensical. I have no idea why they didn't update the license or like get an agreement hammered out sooner with that. But that was another wake-up call, but it ain't the first wake-up call. We always get stories like that. It was like, oh, the license faded away, so you're not going to be able to own it anymore. You're not going to be able to play it anymore. And then people cry about it, people crow about it, and then like at the last minute, it gets reversed. But that shit is too common for me to like fully put everything that I want on digital. Of course, exceptions can be made from even me too. If it's digital only and it has no physical copy, yeah, I'll probably own it digitally, because I got no other option. Probably because of me and Ann. Ann has way more physical games than me. It's nuts. And Blooper has way more digital games than me. That's why I want Blooper and Ann to do like a library face-off to see who has more games. But Blooper, he's not answering my calls anymore. Okay. But he did hit me up to say Happy New Year's.
Jade says he thinks
we
that
like
one
him
of
for
the
that.
disappointing games is Street Fighter 6, but he loves Street Fighter 6. He loves watching me play. You know, a lot of games have that kind of a relationship. You're gonna see some of the games
What kind
that
of
I have
relationship
on this
do we have,
countdown
Dave?
are good games that I actually very much enjoyed playing this year, but they're still on the most disappointing countdown for a reason, and you're gonna see why.
Street Fighter is going to be on it because of the netcode.
Gabriel, For the super chat, he says, if Resident Evil 4 is on here, I will be up in arms. You have the right to be up in arms. Really. You 100% have the right to be up in arms. That is cool. I'll give it just a few more minutes, guys, before we start. I'm not expecting a ton of people tonight, by the way. I'm just not.
Womp.
Late night streams never really.
Man, nobody shows up for night streams anyway.
But you guys are kind of my big core audience, right? You're the one.
The
you're
big
ones who
core
care so much about my
audience.
opinion that you're
Did he
here
think
tonight.
a lot more people were gonna show up? No wonder he's stalling. I could skip.
Just quickly, yeah.
But he
we
just
have
keeps
some goals.
talking.
It'd be great
Tips,
if we hit
tips.
885 members
Big ups,
tonight.
RU.
We're about 12 away. So if you wanted to become a member, gift a membership.
I got tons of skip juice at RU, so get comfy.
And tips. I always have a tips goal of $50.
Why is he doing it at late night, not at daytime? Because he knows this won't make as much money versus a daytime stream like a regular gameplay. But he does think possibly it could make more money than a night stream, nighttime game. So we're doing it at night. And also because it's negative, so he's gonna have a lot to say. And he doesn't want to delay progress in games like Baldur's Gate or whatever. The funny thing is the positive games segment is going to get mixed with the viewer's choice playthroughs of the year because he won't have as much he won't have as much things to say positively about his positive game list. He still hasn't started? Oh, that's glorious.
I'm more focused on putting out fun content.
No, this is not live.
This countdown.
This is not live, Mr. Fun.
Fundraising, so.
But look, Carl says he's look at that little thumbnail. He's still not ready. What difference does it make if I skip or not?
Okay. Trust me, I'm more than enough to get through here, talking about the disappointing games, than getting off topic.
Apparently, we're off topic for a minute.
I just answered that question. How the hell did you not hear? Did you have like giant carrots stuck in your ears when I answered it, or?
I thought this was a day stream too.
You're embarrassed.
Oh, I was 2 coins off the record. I'm getting better at this.
Literally 5 minutes ago, I answered that question.
You had audio muted the whole time. You're like, why the fuck is he still on the screen? I'm asking that question too. But yeah, Nurgle, he's making more animations. Or people are making more for him.
You're gaming? Well, what are you doing?
Why does he have any Baldur's Gate tip animations? You know, the main playthrough right now, Game of the Year 2023. Where are the Baldur's Gate animations? Instead, we have animations for Yakuza, the game that puts even him to sleep.
So can you repeat what numbers 10 through 6 were? Because I was gaming.
Maybe have a pinned message that updates periodically showing your list. Or have a dead do it.
Starfield is the worst one, laughing out loud. See, here's the thing. This is what I really like about the year-end series now.
DSP bullying a black man. Can you believe it, Carl?
You always figure it out and know all the rankings ahead of time, right? You would. So because I did the reviews, you had a number of scores, people would just line them right up and say, okay, I know his best and worst, here it is. Now I don't do that anymore, right? I play games for enjoyment, and we have great times, but since I don't formally rank them, you guys have absolutely no clue definitively what will be on the list, or if it's, even if you might guess, I'm sure you're going to guess a few games that are on this list no matter what. You know what games I wasn't in love with this year, right? But even then, you're going to probably have a hard time figuring out how I ranked them. You're not going to be able to figure it out until
you're not going to be able to figure it out, guys. You're not going to be able to figure it out. You guys are just a couple of dunces.
Although it's hilarious to me that
it's hilarious.
You could already figure it out, and that was back in the day when more people would watch, right?
Oh, coping about views. I know we're not going to get a lot of people tonight.
On DSP Gaming. It's not a big deal anymore. No one really cares about my year-end series. Honestly, I'm just being honest. It's you guys, the core audience that are here, that care as much. But for most people, they're just like, what's the new thing? Right? What's the new thing you're doing? I don't care about what you think about last year. What's the new thing? It's only you guys who've been here a long time, who are more personal. We have more interaction on the streams. You guys are the ones who care. I'm not expecting this to do well at all. I don't really care. You know, I just...
Why are we doing it? Why are we doing it?
I like keeping traditions.
As a businessman with a business degree, why are we doing things we don't care about, that don't make any money, that don't get any views as Mr. YouTube businessman? I don't know.
Thousands of views, no exaggeration.
Hey, what's up, DD Duke?
But people already knew what they
this
were.
Friday.
Like you could know what the game of the year was.
I can't wait, man.
Reviews I used to do. So why did you even watch the year-end series? But they did.
They never did.
Okay, I received a $3 tip. For Love It or Leave It, what's your least favorite game of 2023? Oh, let me tell you right now. I'm just gonna sit down. I'm gonna tell you all about the rankings before we get started.
Well, least wait. You just said least
Nice
favorite
try,
does not
Lord,
mean
leave it, but
disappointing.
you
What do
just
you
have to
mean
be a few
nice
more
try?
minutes patient, and you'll be
Least favorite does not mean disappointing. You just said that.
Nice
Disappointing
try.
doesn't mean I didn't like the game. Then how does least favorite does not mean that you...
The URAC.
Whatever.
Who just dropped a 5-member
Whatever.
bomb on the community.
He just wants to have fun.
DC, JJ, Ink Mud, Alberg 18,
Tears of the Kingdom will be #1 disappointing game. I said this earlier. I don't think, even though he had more to say with Zelda, I feel, and even though Zelda got more notoriety, I actually think Final Fantasy will be above Zelda, personally, because I think he has more of a connection to Final Fantasy as a Final Fantasy quote-unquote fan, whereas I don't think he's much of a Zelda fan by comparison. So even though he didn't crow as much about 16 compared to Tears of the Kingdom, I think Final Fantasy will rank higher because of semantics. It's because he's a fan and he was disappointed. It's about what disappointed him the most. Do you really think this guy is a big Zelda fan?
Being here tonight. Thank you.
And same thing, Starfield could be up there too. Actually, Starfield could be above Final Fantasy if we're going by that interpretation.
On our daily goals. Thank you.
But he hates Nintendo. It doesn't matter. It's about disappointing. You know how autistically specific he is about this shit?
Well,
I'm just looking at it from that lens.
Should we just maybe start at 7:30, or do you want to start
Lurking
now?
and grinding at
I'm down to
Xenoblade
chill
before
with a few more
bed.
minutes before we start. Like I said, I think we're gonna have some extra time.
Oh, thank you, Shaibot.
Unless
And
you
I'm
guys
doing
wanna
great.
jump
I hope
right
you're doing
into
great
it,
as
but
well.
We can chill for a few more minutes.
Good luck on Xenoblade. Tell Pyra I said hi. Hack.
Salazar, good to have you here tonight.
I actually didn't watch the stream.
Indeed, I am
And thank
doing
you for the
well,
look, Shaibot.
but
I didn't watch the stream.
It's weird because, like, when I was in here earlier, the room was closed. So then I closed the window.
So the reason he hasn't started yet is because he's delayed it on purpose.
So I opened the window. But I was gonna
He wants to specifically start at 9:30 to get people to show
live
up.
with the temperature in this room ever. Like, ever. What was for dinner? We had tomato basil soup and a pasta salad that had Italian seasoning on it. It wasn't like no mayo or anything. It was just like olive oil and some pasta and like some like dried peppers and herbs and spices and stuff like that. So that's what we had. Vegetarian dinner, basically. 0 protein. Well, I guess maybe there is a little bit of protein in the pasta, but no meat. So I should have said no meat. I've never had sardines. I have no idea if they're any good. I've never tried them. Oh yeah, grilled cheese with tomato soup is amazing, for sure. And we were doing that actually, not this year, but last year we were doing that a bit, making grilled cheese with soup. But once you do it so many times, you get tired of it. You know, you're like, yeah, it's the same thing again and again. So we stopped doing the grilled cheese. This year we really didn't do it that much.
Now it's become a proper night stream, pre-stream.
Yeah, love that term. Okay then.
Y'all know Numa is the best girl in Xenoblade 2. She's pretty good. But she can't exist. She can't exist alongside Pyra and
Whatever you
Mithra.
guys want.
By the way, we have achieved 81 coins in the Midas River course. Wow, you just broke the record. You make the highest score.
We actually have not made a homemade pasta sauce in years. Reason being, COVID screwed everything up. Like during COVID, everything was
Let me go ahead and check
closed or
this
limited
out.
hours or whatever, so we just stopped going out regularly.
There it is, Midas
No.
River.
When we were making
Finally got the medal for
homemade
that.
sauce, what we would do is
Got
we
the
would
Beetle
go out
Race
to
and
another
Beetle
area
Mania
of
to
the state
do.
that normally we don't go to. And there
Let's
was like a
fucking go.
Trader Joe's and a particular supermarket and another store all within like a block radius. So we could hit them all up and get all the ingredients we needed.
COVID
for
made
the
him
sauce.
stop
The
making the
vegetables,
sauce.
the
Bullshit.
San Marzano tomatoes, the special
Don't
kind
fall
of
for
tomato
that.
paste, like everything.
You know
that we
that's
use,
not
you
true.
just buy it all there, and it wasn't super expensive. Like Trader Joe's had certain things cheaper than the other.
Ah,
store,
yes,
the other
Trader
store had
Joe's.
something cheaper than
Did
this.
you meet Gator?
So, we would
Gator!
just go boom, 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 buy all the ingredients, and then one day during the week, we'd make a big pot of sauce. It would take all day, but that sauce would feed us for meal after meal. Like we would have saved up sauce in the freezer for like 2 months.
Big
It
up
was
Soho
amazing,
Shuffle.
having, like, one
Welcome
amazing
to
pasta
the
dish
greatest
with this
gaming
sauce.
takes
Super
on
good.
YouTube
But then the pandemic kind of screwed it up.
that haven't started yet.
and we never
Did he
got back to
start?
the routine. I
Okay,
think
he
since the
finally
pandemic,
started.
we
All right,
made
I won't
sauce
spoil
twice.
myself. I saw
And then we
a
just stopped
game,
and
but I don't know what
started
game it is.
buying better store sauce. Like we don't buy the cheap stuff. We buy like mid-range sauce. We don't spend $20 on a can of sauce. They have that shit. Like, what do you got in your mind? You know, but we get like mid-range sauce now to eat with our
The
pasta.
mid-range sauce. I
It just
bet it's
sucks, you
fucking
know?
mid.
The pandemic screwed a lot of stuff up. It really did. It made a lot of things not very
I
viable.
bet
and
it's
we never really
mid,
got back
Dave.
into the swing of things with certain things.
We need to bring the Bernelio sauce back. Why is he buying this store shit? This canned shit. This isn't the way of the Bernelio.
The most blurry to me. Likely some of my earlier years on YouTube, because no exaggeration, I was depressed, I was alcoholic, and I was just constantly playing games while drunk, recording and throwing videos on the internet. Yet those were some of the most viewed years I ever had. No exaggeration. Like, it was pretty insane that people were watching that shit when I was basically like barely sober. And then I would say 2016.
Yeah, even I'm baffled by people watching me, dude.
Apart for me.
What?
My personal
Who puts down their old content like that?
Everything.
I don't know why people watch my bullshit, dude.
My ass off to get KO Gaming off the ground, which was my edited content channel, and then it got demonetized. It was like everything at once bad. So I'd probably say like very early on in YouTube. So probably like, you know, 2010, 2011 were the craziest years at first that I couldn't tell you coherently what I did those years. And then 2016, because there was so much shit like for
I think I
example,
need to
right
make
now,
3 million on Beatlemania, so I gotta do the Seru strat.
January 2016, I barely remember it. I remember very short, distinct parts, but not anything major about the game. Why?
He doesn't remember anything about any game. Ask him about fucking the plot of Atomic Heart. The only thing he's gonna remember is the fridge.
Homemade manicotti every Christmas. So yes, I've had amazing manicotti. Making fettuccine
It ain't because the game's memorable or not, it's because you're so old.
In the many different ways you can have it. Okay. Alright, we're gonna start momentarily.
Are we now?
Alright? And what I'll do is I'm gonna do a brief intro right here on this screen to explain
Dude, I love
how it's gonna
intros.
work. And then we're gonna start going right into the countdown. 10 games.
See, I'll make a big screen when he actually shows the game.
Footage playing of the game. Okay? Ken and Jasper are great. They were napping downstairs. You know, after dinner, we
She was napping with the cat?
Cat
with the cat?
We digest, and usually, like, they get sleepy and pass out for a nap. I wish I could nap, but I can't because I have to get ready to sleep
Me
again.
got tired.
They're together napping on the couch. It's all good, DC. It's all good. It's all in the past.
Thank you,
That's the
Captain
thing.
DC.
That's the thing about bad times. They don't last. Eventually, they'll be in your past, and then you can focus on the good times ahead. Right? Okay. So if anyone's gonna do a contribution and you want to get in before I start
God
doing my
damn,
countdown,
can we
now's the
talk
time.
about a game?
So right now, quick if you wanted to do it. If not, it's fine.
You know what it is too? It's because he's gonna go radio announcer mode and he's not even gonna look at the chat, even though he implies that this is gonna be interactive. I remember last year's year-end series.
In between the numbers. So please be
Yeah, he's gonna do frequent pausing and all that shit.
That number in the countdown. Please don't expect that I'm immediately going to drop what I'm saying just to do shout-outs and stuff like that, but I'd love to get your opinion between...
Give him a 50 member bomb, you still gotta wait like everybody else.
I don't think this is going to take all night. I think this likely will take an hour to an hour and a half. If you want to stay a little bit extra for Q&A at the end, I can do that. But my goal is to be out of here around 9:15ish, so I can set up tomorrow's streams.
11:15 then, for me.
And I'll be stuck in here all night. So, thank you, Pizza Box Gaming, with the super chat. My picks are
Ah yes, Pizza Box Gaming, that guy who wants you to sub to his own channel. What a clout chaser.
Yeah. Cool. Are we ready to start? All right.
Oh my
That's the case,
lord.
let's do it. All right, here we go.
Intro time?
Hello everyone, Darkside Phil here.
Hello!
Another year has closed. Indeed, it is January 2024, and early on every year, I take the time to reminisce on the year that was in my classic annual year-end series here on DSP Gaming. Right now, we are going to begin with my first one of the year, which is the most disappointing game of 2020 countdown. Now, every year I do this countdown. I believe this is like my 13th or 14th straight year doing this countdown this way. And what I want to do.
Nah, you definitely didn't used to do it this way.
Explain the premise.
You used to actually, I don't know,
They say,
edit.
these are the worst games of the year, right? Right? Wrong. These are not the worst games of the year. You know, ultimately.
Yeah, we get it. You're so much better than mainstream journalists who do top 10 worst games of the year lists. So much better than other YouTubers.
Or some broken indie game that someone played and paid for and it was trash, and therefore, you know, it shouldn't even be mentioned. No, my countdown is different, and I've been doing the most disappointing.
My countdown is just all the games I played this year that you already know about.
Okay? The reason this stands out is because the games in this list aren't necessarily horrible.
Now he's got to give us the same intro he just gave us earlier. Before the non-existent on-demand audience.
Disappointing games listing this year are good games. The problem is the games failed for me for one of many reasons. I'm going to give you a couple of those. Like, for example, maybe a game was great, but then kind of fizzled out right in the middle. Maybe the game was monstrously
Did it salvage itself by the end?
And then didn't live up to the hype and the promises that it had.
Why'd you fall for the hype then? I thought you didn't fall. I thought you weren't a hype beast.
Or there's a new running theme this year, and you're going to see in many of these picks, this is exactly the same thing that resonates and makes these games disappointing. Games that don't hold up to their current competition. This year, 2023, man, let me tell you something. A lot of the games that came out would have been perfectly fine for a previous year. But these games had direct competition this year that made it that they just weren't as good as they should have been because someone else completely outshined them. And so,
I wonder what he means by that.
This is going to be a
Starfield?
very interesting countdown. Here's how it
talking about
works.
Starfield there.
I'm going to play video of a said game, number it in the countdown, and talk for several minutes about
Oh,
why
God,
I
as if
feel
he wasn't
that
already
game
doing that.
belongs at that point in the countdown. Now, just to forewarn all of you, this is me playing my own videos from the year.
Yeah, do you think you can compare games to other games?
But
don't. No, you can't go ahead and compare DSP to other YouTubers. You're not being fair.
Or a face cam kind of half under me. It's not perfect, and sadly, there's just no real way to perfect this process. I've tried to do.
How about record new footage? How about you record new footage of each game without your camera already on it?
So please bear with
Don't get old gameplay footage. Record new footage of these games for like, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour, however long you're going to talk about these games. How about actually put effort into the production?
Leaderboard for the night. Speaking of which, this is an interactive stream as much as a countdown.
Interactive, my fucking dingus.
So,
who the fuck are you talking to in that chat? Besides making fun of 672.
And say their opinions during tonight's stream. So let's say I'm going through number 10. I'm sure people will be saying stuff in the chat, and then when I'm done talking about number 10, I will go to the viewers and see if they have anything particular to say. If any contributions come in during this live stream, I will shout those out between each part. That way I can finish what I have to say about a particular game before I take in your opinions and contributions, okay? Particularly, actually right now, I just received a tip, so I'd like to shout that out before we actually begin with the countdown. It is a $30 tip from Haseo X.
Oh, big ups to Haseo, yes.
How the chat and the viewers are going to react to that. That's right. And one other final thing, too, because this is kind of neat. I was just talking about this with my stream chat before I started for tonight. Right now, things are very different than how they used to be. Because, you know, I've been making content on YouTube for over 15 years. And this is one of my longest running series. The thing is, it used to be very easy to figure out what all my rankings were. Because I actually used to regularly put out.
Now he's so hateful and miserable and pessimistic. He doesn't know what game was.
So people would definitely know.
He doesn't even know how toxic he is toward each game because he just hates all of them.
You basically got to watch the raw playthrough. I haven't reviewed games formally in many, many years. So because of that, now
he's so hateful he doesn't even know how to rank them.
I think he's gonna say this.
He hates
maybe
everything.
He'll say this. Maybe he won't. Maybe this will be at the top of the list or the bottom of the list. They don't know. That's why this series is cool now.
Ruben needs to go eat a sandwich.
Different, and you can't really predict. All right. So thank you all for being here tonight. If you're here live, if you're watching this on demand, thanks for coming back to the channel. I know with all the changes and everything that has been happening recently, it can be a little hectic. I'm just happy to have everyone here for the year-end series this year. All right. So without further ado, I think it's time to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, just to go right in line with what I was saying, the number 10 most disappointing game of the year, so not
Zelda?
super disappointing, but definitely had a level of disappointment for me.
A level of
is
disappointment.
Actually a game that I thought was a very good game. And early on,
You said that about all the games in this list. You prefaced it. Oh, they're all good
Game of the Year
games.
contenders. Ladies and gentlemen, the game I'm talking about is called Hogwarts Legacy.
Oh, really?
This
That's sold
was
22
for
million
me,
copies.
my first experience ever in an interactive Hogwarts universe. Okay, the graphics were quite
capped
good
for it a couple of weeks
to
ago,
see
but
an
whatever.
Interactive Hogwarts Academy, and then the town of Hogsmeade and everything around it.
Hogsmeade.
This 3D interactive map was amazing. I compared
You can't
that
big
to,
up
say,
any game that
the first
has
time I
hog
played
in
South
it.
Park: The Stick of
Heck.
Truth, and you could actually see the town of South
Speak
Park
that
laid
truth,
out
Dave.
in a big map, and you could spatially see geographically where everything was laid out. Well, that's exactly what
Mario
this game
Wonder
was.
disappointing? He
Also,
liked it,
the
though,
combat,
except for the music.
The magic was quite good.
So
Take a
what do
look
we
right
hate
now.
about
Look
it?
at this. The mini games, the fun stuff that was in the game was very enjoyable. All right. So you may say, well, why?
Yeah,
on earth
Nurgle.
with all
Now,
these
hey,
positives
come
that
on.
you're
He
saying
said,
about this
don't
game,
worry about
right?
it. There's no
Why
way he
would
could have
you
done this. He
say
couldn't record new
that
footage.
This was in your most disappointing games of the year countdown. Well, there's a very good reason. All right. This game is very, very good for about the first 2/3 of the game.
He rage quit the end game. No, he didn't. He finished the game. He rage quit. He just had extra shit he could have done that he didn't do, which is the same for any game he finishes. He doesn't dominate games, but he finished it.
For me was
I'm not gonna take that away from him.
The first problem was directly a problem that the game developers, sadly, did not keep the good pacing.
There was
and the
no
entertainment
transgender
value
option.
at the same
2 out
level
of
in
10.
the final third of the game. No exaggeration, when you get to that final third of the game, it's boring because you've learned all your spells. You have all your magic unlocked. You know how to fight. There's nothing left. There's actually an entire final third of the map that unlocks at the end of the game. And when you arrive there, you're like, oh, what is there to do? There's going to be all this new activity. No, it's the same exact activities you've done for the last 20-some hours, just again in order to beat the game. And that's
Did you think they were just going to
incredibly
introduce
disappointing.
brand new mechanics and bullshit at the end of the game?
There's more cool finale, and there really isn't.
Wouldn't
a
you
very
be more offended by that? That like you get cool stuff,
and
but
so
only
for
towards
me,
the end, and
this
there's
game
like
was
not enough
disappointing
time or
because it
attention,
didn't stay at
spotlight,
that
focus
same
on
level
it.
of pacing. At the end, it just fizzles out. But in addition to that, I think it would be crazy for me not to mention the insane amount of controversy that surrounded this game over the course of 2023.
Oh, boy.
The original creator of Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling, has become a politically polarizing figure when it comes to things like trans rights and things like that. A lot of people absolutely hate this woman now for the things that she has said and done over the years. Now, this game was not made by J.K. Rowling. This game had no input from J.K. Rowling whatsoever. In fact, there is a trans character in Hogwarts Legacy that is represented very positively.
Not
It's
really.
A character that's positive and fun and has stories.
She was kind of forced.
To them and stuff. Yeah,
If Twitter didn't like her.
The game, they would know that.
It seems like she was there just so the marketing team could have someone to point to if anyone wanted to cry about it.
I'm sorry, I don't
like having a black
politics
friend.
in my video games. If I'm going to play a game, I want to enjoy it on its own merits. I don't want to have to hear a
base
bunch
side,
of angry
right side
mob
Dave
people
over
on the
here.
internet whining about this or that about a game. And that's all I heard for several months when I played this game. I had to make a YouTube short explaining up front why I was playing Hogwarts Legacy. I don't think
nobody
ever
gave a
had
fuck.
to make a video explaining why I chose a video game.
The Twitter
ever
crowd
in
never
my
even went
15-year
after
history.
DSP like this.
But
They
I
didn't
had
care
to do
about
it
him.
to cover my ass, because God forbid I play Hogwarts Legacy. And
Nobody went after him for playing it though. Nobody went after. Nobody cared about him playing it or not. He's not. He's not Pikami. He's not Pippa Pupper Pikmin.
That's absolutely amazing, but then fizzles out in the last third.
And that's new. He didn't say that like when he made the short that was why he made that short.
Nonsense. It just makes a perfect storm of annoyance. So that's why for me, Hogwarts Legacy is one of the most disappointing games of the year, but that's also why it ranks very, very low on the list.
Yeah, Ryan
It's
shouldn't even
still
be here
a great
if he
game.
played
And by
this
the way,
game.
If you skipped Hogwarts Legacy because of all that nonsense, I strongly recommend you check it out. Did you know it was just announced it is the best-selling game of 2023? Over 22 million copies
Even more than your
sold.
precious Street Fighter
Over
6,
2 million
right?
alone were sold in December on the Switch. So,
damn, on the Switch?
Obviously, the game's not the devil. It's quite
On the
good.
Switch?
The game's media probably didn't tell you
That's
that because they
surprising.
didn't cover the game. because they felt they had to boycott it because they don't like J.K. Rowling for political reasons. That doesn't mean the game is bad.
It was Game Pass. It was it on Game? It wasn't on Game
Especially if you're a big
Pass.
Harry Potter fan.
I don't. It can't be. It was not on Game Pass. There's no Game Pass co-op, is it? I don't remember. He would have had it on Game
Thank God
Pass.
we got out of the political discourse because already I can see in the chat people
And
are
Nintendo
arguing
don't
about
have a
it. I
Game
don't wanna
Pass, and it
fucking
wasn't
talk
on
about that
PS
for the rest of
Plus.
tonight. We're done
Peaches,
with that,
you're
okay?
belted.
We can move on now. Let's move on to my number 9. Most
But I guess I could
disappointing
see why a
of the
game like
year,
that was
and
succeed on the
some people will
Switch.
be
Kind
absolutely
of
shocked
cozy,
by
running
this
around
choice,
doing
but
a
don't
few
worry,
missions and
I'm
all
going to
that.
justify it.
Put it to rest
All right?
mode. Come back to it
By
a
the way,
couple days
DC
later.
says, Hogwarts Legacy reminded me of the Harry Potter movies. I like the movies and the game's awesome. I'll definitely give it a look.
Nine.
And then Haseo says, I
Let's see
love
what
playing Hogwarts so much, I
what does he
played the
think?
game
Zelda?
twice after. Wow, there you go. It's a great game. It really is. Okay, moving on. The
Moving
number
on.
9 game, I don't think anyone would have guessed this would have been on the list, but I gotta be honest, the game that
Zelda.
the number 9 most disappointing in 2023, the Dead
Oh.
Space remake.
But even Synthetic Man forgot
First of
about
all,
this
a lot
one.
of people forgot this game was 2023. They get it confused with the Callisto Protocol game that came out in
The
December
Callisto Protocol.
2022. And a lot of people really loved the game. All right, I'm not saying I didn't love the game. In fact, it was one of my most solid first playthroughs of the new year. But
I think
there's
people
a
were pretty
few
fair on
problems
this,
with
honestly.
game
It's a
that
remake, and
ultimately,
what it
when I was
does
done with my
in terms of
playthrough,
updating the game
all right,
is
they just
appreciated.
You're seeing one right now.
But you could say it didn't
You're
do enough.
literally seeing
One of those
one on
remakes.
screen right now. Did you see that? Look.
It's not a remaster.
The cursed pants.
But the presentation kind of
are
feels like that. And of course, the
bugs
cursed
and
pants
glitches
is
in
the
this
footage he chooses to bring
remake.
out.
This is supposed to be a full remake of the game from ground up. Then why are these ridiculous glitches like the invisible, unkillable pants in the game? Okay? And this is just one example of the many things that I ran into in this game that's supposed to be a polished AAA release. If you don't remember, there's a lot of controversy around this game. Why? Because the original creators of Dead Space don't work for EA anymore. They went off and made their own company, and then they made that game, Callisto Protocol. Well, a lot of people didn't like it, so when this game came out, they all acted like, oh, this game's the most flawless game ever. This game had tons of bugs.
Nobody really,
glitches, enemies,
nobody really
crashes,
acted like that,
graphical
but
problems,
all right, whatever for
soft
your
blocks,
fucking
we have to
Callisto
reload a
narrative.
save to go back through because the game won't make progress. I mean, I'm showing them to you in a lot of ways here in this video. Okay.
How is it you can be so blunt
Now,
about this game
did
not
Dead
being all
Space
that, but you
remake
can't really
have
admit
anything
that
new in
Callisto
it?
wasn't
It
all
did.
that.
There was a couple
You
segments
didn't even
that
play
were
the
added to
DLC
game that
for
weren't
it.
present in the original. For example, there was no anti-grav gameplay in the original Dead Space 1. Okay, in this game there is. There's free moving anti-grav gameplay. That was an element that was actually introduced in Dead Space 2. And so the fact that that was in Dead Space 1 made it feel a little bit new and refreshing. All right? And yes, I would say one or two of the boss fights was kind of remixed. But ultimately, this game, which is supposed to be a remake, by the way, here's another invisible enemy that I'm fighting. Isn't this delightful? Here's another one.
Here's the thing with remake. I know what he's gonna say. It's just Dead Space 1 again, even though it's supposed to be a remake. But here's the thing with Dave and his idea of remake versus reimagination. His all-star #1 remake in his mind's eye is Resident Evil 2. Is Resident Evil 2 a remake? Yes, it absolutely is. Is it more like a reimagining though? Yes, it is. Because that set the standard for Dave. Every other remake that's come out since has to go against, it has to beat Resident Evil 2, or it's like not as good, or it doesn't count as a proper remake. Like it's gotta do more than just be same game again. But like, isn't that the point of a remake when you think about it? Like honestly.
This game that's supposed to be a remake sadly doesn't hold up to the other remakes that have been coming out recently into the survival horror genre.
Why did I even pause it? Why did I even pause it?
Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4 remakes, all of which I would argue are kind of better than the Dead Space remake. And you may say, well, maybe Resident Evil 3 remake isn't. Okay,
there it is.
arguably you're right. But Resident Evil 2 remake, still to this day, is like the textbook case of an amazing modern survival horror game.
Yeah, why did I pause it? He said
also
everything
came
I
out
was
this
gonna
year
say.
and was far better than this game. This game, in my opinion, followed the original Dead Space far too closely and reused way too many gameplay elements, too many enemies. A lot of these rooms are
Man, when reviewers say that about games he likes, he gets pissed off.
Dead Space 1 and Dead Space Remake, only I would argue 10%, maybe 15% of the game is anything new. Most of it is exactly the same as the original. So if you never played the original, great. But if you did, should you really be paying $60 for this game?
$60.
Actually, wasn't it $70 long? I can't remember the exact price point.
$60.
But they were charging you $1 for a game that you've already played. They didn't add enough in. In fact, one of the things they added, get this, you can walk throughout the entire Ishimura ship. In the original game, you had to do traveling on the monorail to get from place to place. In this one, you can just walk from place to place. Wow, that really changed the experience. Not at all. You know what I mean? Like, not at all. It's just sad because so many people praised the crap out of this game, then said Callisto Protocol was bad. In reality, I don't think that's the case at all. This is just Dead Space 1 with a facelift. So if you like this, you're basically, you love a game that's like 10, 15 years old.
On topic of remake versus reimagination, wasn't he mad about Final Fantasy VII remake? How it was a reimagining of the game?
All the same gameplay elements.
He was mad about it.
The dev team made visceral games.
No, you bring up a good point. He was more mad that it advertised itself as a remake, but it turned out to be a reimagining, which is weird because I don't think Resident Evil 2 advertised itself as a remake when in reality it was a reimagination. Well, I mean, it did advertise itself as a remake, and then it turned out to be more of a reimagining, and he didn't have a problem with it. But then Final Fantasy VII advertises itself as a remake, and then in reality it's more like a reimagination, and then he has problems with that. It's kind of weird that he has problems when Final Fantasy VII does it, but doesn't have problems when Resi 2 does it.
Made 15 years ago. So for me, I went into this game expecting everything new. I was like, wow, it'll be the same premise. The Ishimura's overrun with these aliens, but you're gonna have all these new bosses, all these new experiences, all this new, and it just never happened. It felt exactly like playing Dead Space 1 again, with a few minor tweaks and some better graphics. So for me, paying top dollar for a remake,
fucking dollar,
finding out literally it's really not a remake, it's more of a remaster, that's incredibly disappointing. At the end of the day, when I beat the game, I was like, man, it's up to you to make that judgment if you want to spend like $70 for a game that's literally the same as the first.
Absolute. Whoa, it's easy money. The re-up at tier 1 for 12 months.
When you have
12 days of Digmas ended, 12 months of easy money subbing.
I had no clue. You see this, right?
It gives easy money for the re-up. Tier 1 for a
That's
year.
What I mean. Like, that just kept happening.
Congratulations, man. For watching Dave get mad at games.
It's like, and this is supposed to be a AAA $70 game.
$70 plus tax and tip.
So that was my number 9 pick for the most disappointing game. I swear to you, I had no idea that happened so many times in that pick, in that clip. I had no idea.
DSP hates games, and you gotta suffer with us.
So
I got skip juice, but I feel like I'm not going to use any of it.
I actually played a good chunk of Callisto Protocol, reminded me.
And I'm shooting shells in this game.
Callisto Protocol. I mean, so did I. I like Callisto Protocol as well. I feel like so many people bandwagoned on the hate wagon for Callisto Protocol.
Oh, here it is. Callisto.
Oh, Dead Space is amazing. Yeah, it's the same game you played 15 years ago. Like
DSP the contrarian,
who just used someone else's ideas and assets. It's this, you know what I mean? And I think you got way too much praise. Would I recommend the original game? What's better? If you're going to choose between the two, obviously play the modern version. It would be pretty dumb for you to go back and play the one with outdated graphics and it doesn't have the ability to walk through the ship and stuff. Obviously go for the better one. But is it worth $70? If you've already played the original, no, it's not. Okay.
Well, if it's about the money, then maybe, maybe you would want to go back to the classic one that's on EA Play or whatever.
Okay. Let's continue.
DSP wouldn't understand soulless versus soulful memes.
Now, number 8. Now, this one is a very subjective one. Okay?
Zelda?
A lot of people I know for a fact actually really like this game.
Zelda?
Personally, I didn't dislike this game.
Zelda?
But at the same time, for the amount of time I had to sink into it, to
Zelda? Oh, Zelda? I'm waiting for it. You know it's coming.
Honestly, at the end of the day, I was pretty darn disappointed. Especially
Don't spoil it. Here it comes.
So much hype behind this game, and when it came out, it was just kind of fizzled.
There's no way it's not. There's no way it's not.
2023.
There's no way it's not.
Is Diablo 4.
What?
That is right.
I forgot he played
Diablo
this.
4. So pay no attention to the man on the other side of the screen. He is a faker. He is not real.
You know what? Zelda at number 8 would be too charitable. No, we gotta waste some more time.
Block that part. Put your hand over your screens right now, over that man. Okay.
Yeah, Diablo 4 was a pretty short playthrough. I forgot he played it.
I'm a fan, an old school fan of Diablo from the 1990s. I played Diablo.
No Final
and 2.
Fantasy
When
16.
2 came out, it was a new release. I played it. I played the crap out of it. I loved it. I got addicted to it.
It was Pharaoh's Anonymous. It was like, what was it? I already forgot. Hogwarts, and then Dead Space, and now Diablo.
I did several different runs of
I already
Diablo
forgot the
2 in
list.
90s. Okay,
He says one thing and just goes in one year out the other.
And then Diablo 3 came out.
Dude, all of these games are going to be like, oh, they started off great and then they just fizzled out.
I was a YouTuber, and I was like, wow, I can cover this game for YouTube. This is going to be really
They were
neat
great and then I got bored.
This is a game
It's
for
going to be
my
every
youth
fucking game
that now
on here.
I can cover for an audience that likes what I do now on the internet. And when I played Diablo 3,
I
people were
used to
bored.
be one of
Like,
you.
really bored. Like, they hated the playthrough. And I was shocked because back then, you're talking, you know, what, 13
Well, it
plus years
shocks
ago?
me.
People liked everything I put out. So to have people outright tell me, we're actually disappointed, this playthrough sucks, it's boring, actually was like, wow, I wonder what happened here. Now, when Diablo 4 was coming out, I outright even told you guys I wasn't convinced to even get the game because Diablo 3 had not worked as a playthrough 13 plus years ago, and I was
But your
afraid
audience
that it was gonna be
changed
kind of
compared to
dumb,
then.
Okay? So we actually
Yeah, you got
talked
the
about
same
it.
people
You guys
watching
over
13
time
years ago as you do
convinced me,
now.
like, no, you must play Diablo 4. If you don't play it, you're going to be missing
The
out on
classic
the best games
Gaslight
of the year.
playthrough.
All right, fine. So I got Diablo 4. All right.
And then
Now
you
listen,
cried about
there is
Asmongold
not
while playing
actually
it.
Any particular part of this game that I can tell you is bad. It's not the graphics. It's not the gameplay.
You probably had
it's
trouble
not the
like
story.
even finding
In
the
fact, I would
segment to
argue
pick
that all
out to
those
like
three things are
display
pretty good.
during the
The
segment.
problem is,
It's like he was thinking
Diablo
about Dead Space.
4,
It was like, oh,
and
of
to
course,
some
the
extent
pants
Diablo 3
segment.
are basically
But he probably
games
had
from a
trouble
bygone
remembering
era. And what I
anything
mean by
about this
that is these
playthrough.
games
No
are
standout
like
moments
games that maybe
whatsoever.
if they came out in the 1990s would have been Game of the Year, correct? The problem is it's the same kind of game, the same kind of formula. When you play it, it feels like you've played it before.
Yeah, says the
Yes,
audience
your
doesn't want
gameplay
this type of
tweaks are
game. Picks a
different,
clip
you
where
know,
he has to
legacy
had
elements
invest
in it
on.
that are
That's
fun,
quite
but
a.
it's legacy elements.
How
You understand?
ironic.
This genre of game has advanced. In fact, as I was playing this game, there's people talking to me about, well, did you hear about this one or this one that came out in the last 5 years? It has like all these other elements that aren't in Diablo 4. I was like, no, I don't know anything about them. They're like, that would have been way better, right? If you had played those games, you would have probably had a better time with it because they have new things. That this game feels like a retro game with a modern facelift over it, right? And here's the thing, like, I didn't have any problem playing
Didn't Diablo fans just
I
want
don't
more
really
Diablo
remember
2? That sounds right up their alley.
struggling playing
Sounds like they
it,
listen to
but at the
Diablo
same
2
time,
fans.
It took a long time to beat the story. And it's funny because I beat the story and people were like, so are you gonna do the post game? I was like, the post game?
The post game?
We were all saying that this game was too long in the main story. And now you think that I'm gonna be doing post game streams of it and stuff? It didn't really catch any kind of traction.
You said
with
if
my viewing
fans
audience.
wanted it, you would
After
do
I
it.
had beaten the story,
I don't know. You gotta give me. You gotta give me. If you guys want to see
Any
it,
of the post game content that was unlocked.
they did not want
It's
to
just
see it.
kind of a one and done. Do the story, get out of it. You know. Now, for a game that was so hyped, because again, every time that Activision Blizzard has this new game come out, especially one of their tried and true franchise games, it's like, oh my god, the Messiah has returned and is coming down from the sky, which is ironic because it's a game about demons, so maybe it's Satan's returning from the underworld or something, right? But
Very
the
funny.
point I'm making
Just
is
make your point.
everyone's convinced you've got to play this. It's must play. If you don't play it, you're missing out. You're gonna miss one of the best games of the year. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm skeptical. You guys convinced me to play it. I play it, and it was dead on exactly as I expected. It plays like
DSP
Diablo.
was right
it looks
again.
like Diablo. It feels like Diablo. It's just Diablo, but it's 20 years like too late to be interesting. You know what I'm saying? So maybe if I was an
How is he
online co-op
saying this
player,
when he's playing
and I had a
Baldur's
group
Gate
of
Gate
friends
3
that
now?
loved
Now I know
Diablo,
there are
we went
differences between the two
post-game
games, but
challenge
how?
dungeons, we were doing seasonal content
Well,
afterwards.
we'll see how he
Maybe
explains how
then,
Baldur's Gate
alright,
3 is
I
good
would have gotten
tomorrow.
more out of this, and I would have absolutely been in love with it. But for someone just playing through the campaign, it's just not it. It's not. I felt like it was more of kind of a waste of time. At the end of the day, I couldn't tell you what happened.
It was
in the
better
story
than
of this game.
4. I
And
heard
did a
that
full
2,
playthrough of the
like to
story.
go back to 2 was what
I
they
don't
were
know.
going
You wanna know
with
what we did?
4
I kept
instead
pressing
of
the
doing
button on
more
my
of
on my
3.
controller like this, and I killed a lot of stuff. That's
When he calls it archaic, that's like, ain't that the what they were going for then?
So
was that not the point, sir?
It is what it is.
It is what it is, I
It's
guess.
disappointing to me because I was convinced by the audience. You guys said no. Don't,
The audience
don't
likes
understand.
him
This
again.
Great. It really didn't do anything for me. It didn't do anything for you. It should have been better, especially if you're a flagship title from Activision Blizzard. They got to do better. There was no innovation, nothing to write home about, just kind of meh, and meh means disappointing in my book. there you go. I had a feeling a lot of people didn't know that would be in my countdown either.
What a nothing
So there you go.
segment. Just talk about
Okay?
Zelda already.
All right. We're 3 in. How do you guys think about the first 3? You agree, disagree? DC says, I played a bit of Diablo 3. It was fun.
Anyone
Never
would ever
played
make
Diablo
this I
1
don't play
before.
Diablo
I'm
3?
equally
Probably.
agree. Okay.
I don't
fair
recall
enough.
off the top of my
Fair
head.
enough. No other takes? I think
No,
some people
you
were
had
agreeing.
you had nothing for which
So,
you didn't really offer anything for anyone to disagree with. It was kind of
Okay.
a nothing segment all around. Do you have any substantial
1000%
takes to
disagree.
give
Well,
us?
it's a good thing this is my countdown, not yours. You have the right to disagree, and that's personally fine. It's absolutely personally fine. You know, everyone, it's different strokes for different folks. Everyone has different personal preferences. If you love Diablo 4, good for you. At least you feel like you got your money's worth, right? Okay. Shall we move on? Radical Jaw says, I agree with you.
Before we all grow old, I would hope.
And Carlos says, I'm actually surprised it's this low. For me, it was like the 5th most disappointing game of the year. Wow. No, what I heard is that for hardcore Diablo fans, they were more disappointed than me. Because they played the
Nurgle
post-game
hated
content.
this
They didn't like
game.
that either.
They're getting a
And then
shout out.
apparently they rebalanced the game right after that, and they hated that. It was like everything that came out was disappointing to Diablo fans, so... Maybe I actually didn't even dislike it as much as most others. Who knows, right? Okay. Let's continue
Yeah, I
on.
would think hardcore players would have more to say about
For
the game than you,
record,
Phil.
no
But yeah, they would hate
contributions
it
that I can
more.
see. If you guys do contribute, and I'm not shouting it
You're
out,
not
let
as
me know that I
hateful
missed
as you
it.
think.
I've been having some issues with PayPal notifications and stuff like that. I want to make sure to give you your gratitude and not be skipping stuff. So. All right, continuing on. The number 7 most disappointing
Zelda?
game of the year for me.
Has to
out of
be
this
Zelda.
entire list that I'm staring at right now, I can absolutely positively confirm to you,
Zelda.
ladies and gentlemen, number 7 on the list is the most rage-inducing playthrough that I did in 2023. I was screaming my head off every moment that I was playing this game. I was getting so upset.
This is Zelda.
And
We're
I
referencing
actually wanted to
TikTok. We're
quit.
referencing all
The
that.
game
People
that
making
I'm
fun of
speaking ladies
them.
and gentlemen, of course, is Wolong Fallen Dynasty.
I
Paying
should
no
just not
attention to
even
the jackass
talk
on the other side of
anymore.
the screen. So Wolong Fallen Dynasty, everybody. Let me
Look
tell
at
you
this
guys something about this
gameplay.
game. All right,
This has
is a
to be
game
me.
with an identity crisis. It doesn't want to be Dark Souls. Does it want to be Neo? Does it want to be Dynasty Warriors? It's hard to tell, all right? It looks nice, except as you can see just right now, you can see that there's
Where's
some
Mortal Kombat gonna
fluctuation
rank
in the
then?
frame rate
It's a
and
fighting
choppiness
game,
in the
so maybe
graphics of this
closer to
game,
number 1 than we
correct?
might realize.
This game is difficult. It's actually quite difficult, which is fine if you play this style of FromSoft knockoff type game. The problem with Wolong is twofold. Number 1.
Number 1.
The game design forces you to explore every nook and cranny of every single map, because the way that you level up in the game is to actually hit these little flag outposts, and when you hit them, you put your flag up, and
The
you actually
rainbow
gain,
flag
like,
outposts?
in-game experience for that level. If you don't hit every little flag in a level, you're too weak to beat it. You get to the boss, and you'll be so weak you can't kill the boss. So the game
Why'd you skip the flags,
artificially,
then?
by design, forces you to do over exploration,
Or you
grinding,
can get good.
and
It could be
leveling
just a
that
skill
in
issue.
any other game of this style you wouldn't have to do. Maybe you say, I don't need to fight everything over here. I'll just skip that segment. I'll go over
Think
here.
someone else
In
compiled this
game,
footage
no,
for him?
you're
Possibly.
absolutely, positively forced to explore every nook and cranny of every map, and it just feels like a big waste of your time. All right.
But I also have
It
no
really
problem believing
doesn't
that it was
respect
him,
your
because
time at all
these
in that
segments he's
regard.
picking out don't
Now,
really show off
for
the
me,
game or
and this
really
is
the
going to be a
issues he has
subjective
with the
thing
game.
based on my experience,
He just
I
talks about
played
the issue
Wolong Fallen
over
Dynasty
like very
on
generic
the
B-roll
Xbox
that doesn't really
Series X,
showcase
okay?
the problems
I
about
don't
the
know
games that he's
anyone
talking
else's
about.
experience playing this on any other platform, but it was an Xbox.
Which speaks more to
Game
me
Pass
as like
game.
Dave
that's why I
picking out the
played it on
clips.
there. Let me tell you, this game performs very poorly on the Series X. At least it did back, what was it, March or April when it came out at
You're
launch.
telling me? I thought my
There were
YouTube source was
entire
fucking up.
boss fights where the frame rate would dip into the 20s, not even 30 frames
PS5W.
per second, the 20s. And the game actually expected you, as part of the gameplay mechanics, to be able to parry perfectly the attacks the enemy was doing with a frame rate that would go 60, 40, 20, 30, 20, 60, 20, 40, 20, 60. How the hell am I supposed to time my parry? Are you out of your mind? Every time that the frame rate dipped, it was impossible to play the game. And this would happen over and over and over in the playthrough, making it artificially way more difficult than it should have been. All right, if they just found a way to make the game run worth a shit on the Xbox, then this would have been a much better game and a much better playthrough. And it's funny because when the game looks good, as you're seeing right now, it actually looks pretty darn beautiful, does it not? But then when that frame rate tanks at a critical moment, when you're in a boss fight or a big, you know, you ran halfway across the
Brown
stage,
and Bloom,
you're
though.
about to unlock that next flag and get a checkpoint, and then you die because the frame rate went do-do-do-do-do. You want
I don't
to
know
rip
how
your
much I
hair
want to
out.
keep
You wanna
saying the word
punch the
flag.
screen. You want to take your controller and snap it in half, because that's the kind of game it is, okay? So, for me, this game wasn't a badly designed game in the combat. It wasn't
It was
badly
just
designed
poorly
in the
made.
visuals. The problem was they wanted you to act like it was a flawless game and play it as if it was some kind of an
Who are
amazing
they?
experience when it wasn't. Having a frame rate that's dipping makes it not
How did he?
fun to
How does
play.
he? Yeah, you're right.
And
Or
then
how
on
does he
top
know what
of
the
that,
frame rate
having to go to
was?
every flag
Did he
post
have
like
the
you just saw
FPS
there
counter like off
in
screen
every
and we just
stage
couldn't
in
see
order
it?
to even make proper progress?
You know, the human
It made
eye
me
can't
so
see above
infuriated.
24
So you
frames,
knew
right?
A game that pissed me off the most this year was definitely going to be the game that I was going to have in my most disappointing countdown. All right, you might say, well, if this is the case, why isn't this even higher on your list? Right? Here's why. I didn't
He
really
made it
have
Zelda
high
that much
expectations
more.
for Wolong to begin with. So although I was disappointed with it, I wasn't that disappointed. This isn't like the worst game of the year for me or anything, because I kind of went into it with, if it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's not, because it was a Game Pass game. If I had dropped $70 on this thing, and
What a
then I
lame
was having
mentality
these
to
issues,
have
I
with
would have
Game
been
Pass
even
games.
more
It just it goes
infuriated.
back to what I was
And it
saying
probably
earlier
would have
about
been
him.
way higher up the list. Luckily for them, it wasn't. So, Wolong Fallen Dynasty, is it a fun game? Yeah, it is for the most part when it works. I actually heard that certain ports of the game are much better than the Xbox version, so maybe if you played this on a different platform, you had a better experience than me. But I don't like the game design of having to hit all the flag points. I don't like the dipping frame rate and the awful responsive parrying when that happens. So for me, very disappointing and not worth playing, quite frankly. I toughed my way through that one because you guys absolutely wanted to see me finish it. You loved the rage, so I did finish it, but man, I literally wanted to quit it multiple times during the playthrough. Haseo says, thank God you didn't end up as one of the people who just throw a controller at their TV and damaged it. Yeah, I certainly learned, you know, from back in the day, smashing my controller on the table and breaking it during like a God of War game. I learned my lesson.
Yeah, what happened to this game being a hostage in a bank robbery? Remember that?
When I watched the playthrough, yeah, my disappointment is
This doesn't bring any of that up. Hey, that's not integral to his disappointments that he had with the game.
Jade says, I'd love to see Star Wars on this countdown. Well, maybe. I guess we'll have to see. Right now, it's number 7. We still have many more to go.
Why would you love to see that? Are you a toxic person, Jade? You would love to take a shit on Star Wars? It's because it hurt its eyes.
Cool. So I think as everyone's. Oh wait a minute, there was a super chat came in from Anime Fan 565. They said I wouldn't be surprised if Star Wars is on the list.
Expectations would he have for Star
Fan was
Wars?
actually of the same mind as Jade here, saying that. Well, we'll see. No spoilers.
I would think for Star Wars he would have the same mentality. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, there was some forgotten rage with Star Wars. Remember the Toad?
Okay, everybody.
The Edibot Toad?
Up next. This next game, again,
Zelda?
I know will be controversial, and a lot of people are going to give me crap for having it on here. At the very same time, for those who actually watched my playthrough of this game, you probably
Sadly, I'm restreaming the guide. I know you don't like
to be
that.
on this list, okay? This is a game that, in another parallel multiverse dimension, all right, probably would have been a Game of the Year high-end contender, and maybe even my pick for Game of the Year. I'm not kidding you.
Zelda.
All right? But
because you played Breath of the Wild first, it can't be.
In this dimension,
it's not new. I already played this 7 million years ago.
And everything around, and the history of this franchise,
Zelda.
I gotta tell it like it is.
Zelda.
Ladies and gentlemen, my number 6 most disappointing game of 2023 is The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. People already
get strapped, idiot. And we still got 5 more games to go. So we got Final Fantasy, Star Wars, Starfield. There's 2 more games that they could be in there. Oh shit! All right, take a deep breath. He's gonna go on for a minute. You know he is.
The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. People
Think about
already
it.
guessed in the chat.
Think about it. A Zelda. You're right, Carl. Zelda is not even top 5. I was right. I was right. Zelda, he does not have as much of a close connection to Zelda as he does with Final Fantasy or Bethesda as a company. I knew Zelda was not going to be as high as people were expecting because he just doesn't give a fuck about it. He plays it to hype beast.
That this is what it was going to be. Before I even begin,
Oh yeah, Mortal
I'd like you
Kombat.
to take a look at this video
Mortal Kombat,
footage and tell me what's wrong.
Starfield, Final Fantasy, and Star Wars,
Seriously.
and one more game
You
we're
notice
not
the
thinking of.
distinct difference between this game and all the other games that I've already shown you in the countdown?
I guess it looks the same. It looks the same as last
What's
game.
up with the fucking frame rate of this game? It's supposed to be a brand new AAA release.
It's
in
on the Switch.
2023,
Yada, yada, yada.
And it runs like shit on the Switch. It's a Switch exclusive.
It's the same rehashed argument from the Pokemon segment on the last countdown. We already heard this.
Per second for most of the game, and God forbid you get a bunch of enemies.
Why didn't you say this when you played Breath of the Wild on Wii U?
Chugs along, okay? Very frustrating.
Where was the FPS
Very
counter
frustrating. Now, someone just said, "You sure this is the right game?" Oh, I'm sure this is Tears of the Kingdom. Trust me. You can see the attachment of the orb on his shield. All right. Now.
You sure you're not playing Breath of the Wild footage?
Disappointed me. Well, first of all, I want to make this very clear. Tears of the Kingdom is not a bad game. Tears of the Kingdom is a good game. Tears of the Kingdom is above average game. Tears
Same,
of the Kingdom,
he's gonna repackage Synthetic Man segment about it.
Would have been one of my Game of the Year contenders, if not my Game of the Year pick. But here's the
now. I want to hear him say it looks exactly like Breath of the Wild. It looks like it. It plays like it. Therefore, it is bad. But if that was the case, then why did people like Majora's Mask? Think about it. Why did people like Galaxy 2? Think about it.
There's another game that came out on the Switch. It's called Zelda Breath of the Wild. I don't know if you've heard of it. Okay? And basically,
there's another game that came out for the Nintendo 64 already.
Now,
it's called Zelda Ocarina of Time.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What are you saying? It's the
you
same
played
game?
Breath of the Wild on Wii U.
Tears of the Kingdom was the first
you didn't play it on the Switch. You played like like 2 seconds on the Switch.
Climbing and all this. But Tears of the Kingdom is so much better because it has the overworld in the sky where you can do sky puzzles.
Maybe Phil should have played it like Warsky and emulated it.
Explore a whole map underground as well. By the way, didn't you know that the amazing physics
Did he cherry pick the lightning footage because that's when he got shot by the lightning?
For this moment you're about to see right now, there we go. This was my most rage-inducing moment of the playthrough when that happened.
Rage-inducing, wearing metal while it's raining.
All right.
Oh, that's so rage. It's something you could affect.
Admittedly,
you had effect. You could influence whether you would have got shot by lightning or not.
Crafting that was new for this game, and how you had to use the new physics and crafting elements to solve tons of puzzles, and that made it feel innovative. It absolutely did. In fact, that's why.
So you may have noticed something about Mortal Kombat 1,
and not like #1 most disappointing, because there were some
there's
really
a game
good
like this already out. It's called Mortal Kombat 11.
Okay? But I'm sorry. The negatives of this game absolutely outweigh.
He's gonna talk about the story.
Here's why.
He should. I want him to flex his Zelda lore knowledge.
Map as Breath of the Wild. The entire overworld's identical.
Well, Spider-Man 2. You guys may understand. There's already a game like Spider-Man 2.
You go to a previous area
Spider-Man
from Breath of the Wild, and there's not
PS4.
anything going on there anymore.
It's called
Spider-Man
Miles Morales.
Interesting.
Like I've already been exploring the city of New York. This is the third time I'm exploring New York.
And then you realize
I want a new
it's just
map.
a dark area with a bunch of areas you can't go because it's all poison. And it's not very interesting at all. It's actually quite repetitive, very annoying to navigate. There is
such
a dungeon
nothing
down
argument.
There, but for the most part, it's not that
like I
interesting.
agree, Tears is imperfect from what I've seen. I didn't play it. I'm a fake fan. I'll get to it eventually.
It's nice to have a whole new area to explore, but it's just
I'm not like discrediting his arguments, but they don't really hold weight when this homeboy's gonna cap for Spider-Man 2 tomorrow.
That they were adding in felt like something you've already done before.
Oh, Sonic? Oh, you're right. You're right. It could be Sonic.
The new building and
but
crafting.
Was he more disappointed in Sonic than Zelda?
Is it fun? Yes. Is it enough to sell you the same game a second time? In my opinion,
talk about the price.
That one element that was unique from the first game is just not enough for me to be ultra excited about Tears of the Kingdom. Now let's also
he didn't go underground. He didn't go to the sky too often.
Has a lot of content. This game has a ton of content.
Ah, yes, but it's not meaningful to me.
That they charged you $70 for.
Ah, yes, the price.
The price that they were going to charge actual $70 for a game on the Switch, and people
He did not pay $70 for this bullshit. He used this gold coin discount that he never brings up. He never pays full price for a Nintendo game digitally on the Switch. He never does. He actually is straight a liar. He gets discounts via his gold points as a My Nintendo member and never brings this up. He never does, and he always has gold points to spare. Why? Because even when you spend gold points, as long as you make any digital purchase on a store as a Nintendo member, you will get gold points right back to use on your next purchase.
Up and on.
And he doesn't buy too many Nintendo games often anyways, so he always has gold points to spare.
And then the game came out, and you're like, well, you don't understand. See, there's the sky world, the ground level, the underworld, all this exploration.
You know how else he could have saved money? I brought this up before. Nintendo digital game vouchers. $100. You can buy two $60 games with them and save $20. You can pay $100 instead of $120 with the game vouchers. He's never used these game vouchers, and they have been available since at least 2018. Whenever Super Mario Maker 2 came out, I want to say is when they came out, 2018 or 2019. You could make the argument, Dingus, Dave does not play enough Nintendo Switch games for the vouchers to give him any realized value or savings. But think about it. 2018, 2019, we're entering 2024. Ah, yes, 2024, the year of the now. How much money would he feasibly have saved by just relying on the vouchers? Because he does not buy games physically. It would be a non-zero amount. It would be triple digits, I promise you.
Content. To which I was playing the game, and I was like, all right, so fair enough. I can kind of see where they're coming from.
As if the cost matters anyway to him, Bearded Biscuit. You know he wrote this shit off.
Very, very important. The vast majority of the content of this game
doesn't fucking matter. You don't care.
Absolutely no meaning.
What do you mean by that? Let me explain.
To say there's more content, but you don't have to do any of it. Okay?
Isn't that the cool part, though? Isn't that the cool part? You can do whatever the fuck you want. The game doesn't tell you what needs to be done. The game doesn't point you in a direction of where you need to go. There isn't fucking Atreus or the severed head telling you exactly what you need to do, exactly what is meaningful. You're actually allowed to go and do whatever the fuck you want. No, Dave needs to be handheld. He needs to be told where to go. Dave is the only person on Earth who liked a Navi saying, look, listen, hey. He actually wants to bring back helper characters in Zelda. He hates that he is thrown into a game, an open world, a massive Ubisoft open world with so many things to do, and he hates it because he's an autistic checklist completionist that feels the need within him to do everything in the game, despite the fact that he never does. He never does because he hates it. He hates having to complete games and do everything in the game. Like, he feels compelled to do it, and then he doesn't want to do it because it's too much for him to do. Does that make sense? Does it? It doesn't. God, he'd be the one person and he's probably gonna talk about it too, how Zelda should go back to being top down or whatever, even though top down Zelda never went away. We did have a top down Zelda on the Switch. They did port the top down Zeldas. 2D Zelda exists along with 3D Zelda, just like side scroller Mario exists with 3D Mario. But he's going to talk about how we need to go back. We actually need to go back to linear 3D Zelda. We need people to tell us where to go and what to do, what's meaningful and what's not. It's so fucking lame. All right, tell us about it.
Story, getting all of the glyphs that were on the hillsides and things like that to get the full story of Zelda and her time travel mechanics and stuff like that. Getting the Master Sword, and then basically beating the game.
What about purifying the Deku Tree, which actually is meaningful and a part of the story? And he argued with the chat when people were telling him to do it, because it actually is a quest with some cutscenes and dialogue and all that and cool stuff. You learn more about the lore. And he argued with the chat not to do that quest because he already wanted to be done with the game. He was trying to be nice about it, but I can read between the lines. I know what he really wanted to say. He's like, no, fuck you. I need to fucking beat this game because it's like fucking July or something, and I like still playing this game that released in May. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter. It got to a point with this fucking playthrough that it didn't matter if the content was quote unquote meaningful or not. Even if it was meaningful, we were fucking skipping the meaningful content. To me, it's kind of cool where the game is designed in a way where you can do whatever you want, and then you can use your experience, your lived experience, to talk about it with other people online. Maybe share about quests you find, stuff you find in the world. It's not supposed to be a checklist where you have to do everything. It's like where you do some stuff, and then maybe you share that experience with other people who may not have done that stuff, and then you share that stuff with them, and they maybe didn't know about it. They share some info with you that maybe you didn't know about, and then you grow with people talking about the game, fostering discussion, healthy discussion, not being toxic negative assholes, and you like foster a community and all that good shit. And he just doesn't get it, because he the only community he has is his cult, and his cult just laughs at him when he gets struck by lightning for wearing metal.
Explained everything in the game that I needed to know. I'm aware there was other things I could have been doing, but I didn't really need to do them. There's giant dragon bosses that are optionally in the map you never need to fight and add nothing to the game, but they're there.
They're there if you want to do it.
Underworld bosses, they're there. You don't ever have to touch them. You can skip.
Why? I think that's from like a liberty standpoint. Freedom. Don't we like freedom? Are we not Americans? I like that you can choose what you want to do, that you don't have to do something if you don't want to do it. But the DSP, he needs to feel like he has to do it, and if he doesn't have to do it, then he won't do it, and then wonders why is it there. It's there if you want to do it. It doesn't. It's meaningful. It's selectively meaningful. It is selectively meaningful content. If you do it, it could mean shit to you. But if you don't do it, of course it's not meaningful to you. Does that make sense? Am I going crazy here? I feel like I am.
The vast majority of content of the game still enjoy it and still get the story. That's a problem.
That is not a problem.
Description that I gave this game when it was out.
That's a problem if you prefer Zeldas where you're handheld around by a second character.
From bloat. The game designers
it actually doesn't suffer from bloat if people play it like the way you did.
But on actual face value, most of the content in the game doesn't have value. It's just there to say it's there. You can go do it if you want, but it's not meaningful.
Why is it not meaningful? How do you know that? You didn't do it.
Just by doing the main dungeons, the glyphs, getting the Master Sword, and you can skip all the optional stuff, then what's the value of it? Zero.
It has no value because you aren't forced to do it.
That's worthless. It's equivalent to fetch quests or other boring repetitive stuff in other styles of RPG. Just that this time, it was in a Nintendo game, so I guess we're all supposed to just give it a pass, right?
We'll give you a pass for a lot of shit.
Because Breath of the Wild, I enjoyed way more than Tears of the Kingdom.
No, you didn't.
And in a world,
no, you didn't. Tell me about Breath of the Wild. You don't remember that fucking playthrough. Go back to that
this
playthrough.
Game would have been amazing.
Go back to that playthrough. Tell us what did you enjoy about Breath of the Wild?
So they could pump out another Zelda game on the same console, It
was made for Wii U. It was ported to Switch and then released the same day.
To make the
assets.
Game.
Majora's Mask.
Foreigners to make money. And it shows when you're playing this game, and the frame rate is absolutely terrible, and the game's
just reused assets. Zelda's never done that before. No Nintendo franchise has ever done that before. Splatoon 3?
Absolutely nothing. That shows they actually got lazy.
They got lazy. They worked on a game for 6 years. They're lazy.
The polar opposite of being lazy. But I feel like this game shows they just wanted to push out another game before this console gen ended, and that's incredibly disappointing to me. Oh, by the way, did I mention that they retconned the entire story of Breath of the Wild?
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
You literally?
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. This was explained multiple times to you by viewers why it wasn't technically a retcon. You can think of it what you will. I think the story was structured in such a way that to not force newcomers to feel like they had to play Breath of the Wild to understand the story of Tears of the Kingdom is the reason why they didn't have too many like outright blunt connections to the previous game. They're there. There's like a schoolhouse where they talk about the 4 fucking giant animal things from the last game, but the connections are there. He just didn't go looking for them, and then he like decided for himself that it was already retconned. So there, it's a retcon, and if you debunk them, you can get banned and not come back.
Who never played Breath of the Wild played this one, and you missed nothing, even though it's a sequel. They retconned it all, as if it never happened.
Explain the retcon.
People are like, well, no, they didn't. Yes, they did, because they never mention it. In the game, they never mentioned the plot of the first game at all, as if it never happened.
You're told about it. You were told by viewers where they mentioned it, and you just didn't go to those areas.
I compare this to, for example, Assassin's Creed Origins and Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Valhalla. Odyssey and Valhalla.
How was it? He doesn't even explain how it's a retcon.
Odyssey and Valhalla did have new content and refined the formula of Origins. The problem was it was too many of the same game back to back So it feels like they just pumped out
He
the same
thinks all
game
the
3
world
times.
building and lore
If
is
only
blown, then
Valhalla had
complains
come
when it
out,
doesn't
and
reference
not
the previous
Origins
game.
Or Odyssey,
Well, damn, Frog, what do
everyone
you
would've
think that
said,
shit
oh
is?
my god, Valhalla is such an insanely groundbreaking game. That's exactly the problem with Tears of the Kingdom. If Breath of the Wild never existed, this game would be absolutely knock you on your butt insanely good. But sadly, Breath of the Wild came out, was an outstanding, amazing Game of the Year contender game, and now this game just felt like more of the same with a few things thrown at you. So sadly, I did not like Tears of the Kingdom as much as most. It is one of my
No,
most
I'm aware
disappointing games of the
NPCs
year
talk
because of
about
that.
it.
Maybe you
I
guys
know what
disagree, and if
area
you do,
specifically.
more
It's a
power to you.
schoolhouse
You
in one of the
absolutely
villages,
have the ability
and he
to
didn't go
disagree.
there. People
that's
told
my
him about
game.
it too, and I guess he chose to
All
forget
right,
it. He
we are now
chose to forget
halfway
about
through
it
the
for this little
countdown.
segment. Cute.
Nikita has arrived and is gifting
Now, unless he
bombs
puts
of
Mario
50
on the list,
memberships each.
that's probably
We
about
just
as mad as
received
I'm gonna
2
be
different
with
membership
this
bombs
fucking
of 50
stream tonight.
memberships on the chat tonight. So
Now, you're okay,
everyone
Nurgle.
who's
I get
here
it.
is apparently going to get a membership because we just got 100. All right.
Wow.
That's absolutely insane. And what I'm going to do is I'm
What
going to wait because they
energy.
take a while on YouTube to get applied.
What
So right
energy.
now 37 have been applied and it's slowly hitting. You guys are going to see non-stop in the bottom down there. That message probably won't disappear for like a half an hour now.
Maybe you want to turn that off then?
Thank you so much,
No?
Nikita. Nikita just dropped another 50 memberships on the chat. Another, so 150
Where's
memberships
Dongus's
tonight.
crown at?
Can
Right.
you believe it? So congrats to everyone who's getting. There's too many names for me to shout out in the countdown, and the countdown must continue. Thank you, Nikita, for
Yeah, get
supporting
belted,
the
I guess. No
Nikita
shout-outs for
just
you.
dropped another 50 memberships on the chat. If all 200 of those memberships stick, we are actually about to hit the record high number of members that we've ever had in
man.
this channel.
Yes.
That would be the most, because we're over 1,000. I think we just had over
So
1,000.
fucking grateful.
Like
Can you break
1,030
out the
or something.
bubble guns
We're
for
at
this?
1,070 something. That's the most we've ever had on DSP Gaming. So let's see if they actually divvy out. I will check on that and let you guys know. Right now we're at 75 and climbing. So I'll let you know if they all get handed out or not. Sometimes YouTube doesn't hand them all out. We'll find out. Thank you so much, Nikita, for your support tonight. Okay, let's move on because we still have the rest of the countdown to get through, okay? Here we go. And by the way, DC, I
That agrees
apologize.
with me.
I know you tried to say something. There was absolutely no way that I could see it because the chat is going absolutely insane with so many people getting gifted memberships. People are going crazy in the chat over it. Carlos says the game runs 3 times
Here we
better
are.
in emulators. I really hope Nintendo comes with a decent console next gen, or people I know will go with emulators. You're right. Zelda ran much better on an emulator than on the Switch. On the Switch, it was pathetic. It really was pathetic. So that's very sad. And I do hope that Nintendo learns their lesson. But again, I have to
Learns
call
their
out
lesson.
fan behavior. When the fans keep rewarding Nintendo for bad behavior, they'll never change.
Yeah,
Zelda
sold pretty
tons.
well.
So despite the game running like crap on the Switch, it sold tons. Why would Nintendo have incentive to do better? They don't need to. DC, he said, I love your emphasis on the orb attached to his shield. That was funny. I never was a fan of the Zelda games, so that's my 2 cents. There you go. I am a fan of the Zelda games, quite frankly. That's why
Yeah,
I
look
was
at the
disappointed
names.
That this game
Do I
really
even need
felt
to
like
say
it
anything?
wasn't
Look
a
at the
real
names of the
new
people
Zelda.
getting memberships.
Okay. Let's continue on.
We absolutely
Thank you
hit the
again.
ceiling
Those
of the
pop-ups are gonna
amount of
continue for quite
organic
some time.
people who
Thank you,
exist
Nikita.
that could possibly
Amazing.
receive a
All right.
membership. We gotta make some more
The number
socks.
5 game on this countdown, honestly, I think I'm more sad about this one than any other game on the countdown.
Sonic?
I'm actually like legitimately sad
Sonic.
about this game.
Sonic. He was
And the
expecting
reason
so
I'm
much more
sad
with
about
Sonic.
this game
Like
is
8-hour
because
game.
It's a good game.
Talk about Prince
It's
of
a
Persia being like
damn
25
good
hours
game.
long, but then cry
I would
about
actually
Sonic being
argue
like
the game I'm about to
4
talk
hours
about
long.
is better than the game it's a sequel of. All right? It's better than the original. But this game had such a problem at launch that was not properly addressed.
Mortal Kombat?
That this game ended up being one of the most frustrating game experiences that I had all year long. Ladies and gentlemen, my number 5 pick for most disappointing game
What do
of
we got?
2023 is Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Oh, okay. I
You might
should have learned when he said
Really?
sequel.
Yeah. You might not remember because this is one of the releases that came out relatively early in the year. What was it, like March or April? I think maybe April-ish. And basically this game is a direct sequel to Star Wars
You
Fallen
guys
Order
might not
from
remember
a
this
few
game,
years ago.
right? So
It's
forgettable.
Awesome open world exploration, a tougher style of Star Wars game that a lot of people said is kind of like FromSoft. I don't think it's quite that tough, but it's got cool parkour, optional puzzles, great story elements, and
This Beetle game
sadly,
is
it's
tough.
a really solid game. You can even see when the visuals are working beautifully, This game is amazing, okay? The problem is, and by the way, I apologize because I tried to find the clip and I did not save it, this particular one. This game has certain parts that run incredibly poorly, okay?
And they
really
make Jade's
bad.
eyes
the game
bleed.
Screams lack of polish. But I'm not, when I say that, here's what I mean. Tanking frame rates to the point where, similar to Wolong Fallen Dynasty, this game is fully playable, and all of a sudden you go to fight a certain group of enemies in a room, and your frame rate goes from what was supposed to be 60 down to like 10, 20, and you can't react to anything going on in the game. How am I supposed to play an ultra difficult game where everything I do is delayed?
You just said it wasn't that
because it
difficult.
doesn't run well on the platform it's on, okay? In addition,
It's very funny to say that after the Zelda segment, but whatever.
Where I would open a chest and try to look at an item, and it would crash the game and force me to replay 10 minutes of gameplay because you can't manually save in this game. It's based on checkpoints. That's not good. There were parts where there were enemies that floated and the physics glitched and all kinds of issues like that, all right? Now,
Floating enemies in an EA game? Say it isn't so.
Sad fact is that the game is great. The story, in my opinion, is much better than the story of Jedi Fallen Order. It's a much better sequel. It has elements that are, the graphics are better. The gameplay elements are better. There's way better combat in this one. Okay, there's companions.
Show me a FromSoft game you played last year where you died to a boss in an entire stream.
Dual sabers. You have all these
Yeah, it says this wasn't hard.
that you can do, and
He just said it wasn't that hard, then said it was ultra hard. Ultra.
All those things going for it, okay? Because there's a ton of positives going for it. Why is the game devs, would they have released this game in the state it was at when it came out?
Because it's
they knew they had a winner on their hands. With a better, you know, again, better plot, better elements of gameplay, better graphics, better puzzles, better parkour. Why would you then release it to run like crap in certain parts? Why not give it a little bit more time to get polished, to
Let
run
it cook.
better? Why? I mean, Jade actually just called it out in the chat. He says,
Shut
I
up,
feel
Jade.
sick when I watch this game. He's right. There were people who were getting motion sick.
I was waiting for him to say something.
Because it would go from 60 frames to 20.
There were people,
to
there
30
were
frames, to
Jades,
10,
there was
to 40.
a
When your
Jade.
frame rate is going up and down, it actually makes certain people sick.
Certain
so
people.
how are you supposed to enjoy the game exactly? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was
And it made
going on
Haseo
here?
sick.
They didn't know what they
Haseo
were
was all
doing.
too happy
They
to give
made
you
an
$30
amazing
every time
game,
you played that
and
game.
They ruined it by not polishing it at all. From what I'm to understand, okay,
From what I'm to
the game
understand.
actually runs much better today. But here's the thing. I
Here's
actually
the
wanted to
deal.
give the game a
You
fair
need to
shake,
fix
'cause
your
when I was
game
playing it,
now.
I was actually
You
really
can't fix
enjoying
it with
until I
patches
was running
later.
into these
You may
parts
as well just
that were
release a new
almost
game.
Unplayable. All right.
Why
So
even bother
I
with
actually,
patches?
Get this. Suspended my playthrough, and I almost never do that. If you go back in my 15 years as a creator,
You suspended for like
I
a few
almost would never
days,
put a playthrough
and then
on
you played an
hiatus
update, and the
promised to come
update
back
barely did
later
anything
because something was wrong with the game.
performance-wise.
I did. And then I went back to it maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks later.
It was a couple
when
days.
The game devs had promised they had patched the game and made it better. Nothing was improved. It was the same issues, the same. I just basically toughed through it really badly.
Sounds like you toughed through all the games on this list, buddy.
Having all those bugs, glitches, and visual issues. This is
It was
sad
not a
because
week and a
this
half.
seems to be a new pattern with outstanding games. They are not fully explored or appreciated by a mainstream audience because the game runs like shit, and then it goes viral that the game runs like shit, and now no one's gonna buy your game. I wouldn't be surprised if this game was absolutely polished at launch. This would have been a game that at the end of the year everyone was talking about as a Game of the Year contender. Instead, did you hear a single person at all mention this game, Jedi Survivor, at the end of the year as a Game of the Year contender? Nothing. Everyone had completely
I think got at least
forgotten
one
about this game as if
nomination
it
at
never
the
existed
award show.
because of its issues. And that's absolutely positively sad. Because again, that's why this is number 5 on my list and not lower. Because I thought the game was great. When I beat it, I was like, my god, the ending was amazing. Why does no one talk about the game? Because it runs like shit. They need to stop doing this. Whoever it is, whether it's the person in charge
Zelda
of,
runs
the
like shit,
management,
but a lot of people
the
talked about that
publisher,
game.
Whoever's putting the pressure on these studios,
Can't say it's
has to
star
cut the
power because
shit
it's Zelda
say,
and
"Listen,
Star Wars.
Take the time to make the game good
They're
and
both
run
big
well, because
franchises.
We don't want you to come out with a game that gets forgotten. It's super good, and probably today.
People will put up with bad
it's much
performance if
better.
the game itself
But this
is good.
8+ months later, who's talking about Jedi Survivor? No one.
Maybe it had
First
more
impressions are
problems than just the
everything, man.
performance, you
And
think?
the first impression was this game was a broken mess, and that's why the game is forgotten and one of my most disappointing games of the year by far. All right. So it looks like perhaps those gifted memberships have gone through. Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, there were 200 memberships have counted. That means we have now hit a new record.
Congratulations.
1,078.
This is crazy because now he has the alert shit covering everything up. Then he has his own camera covering the gameplay footage up. Then sometimes he has within his own footage his camera covering up more shit.
Thank you to everyone else who also is a member and everyone who supports my content in this channel. I really, really appreciate it. Hitting a record here tonight was not something that I was expecting. So thank you so much for that.
And you know that's just gonna be like on 1080 tomorrow.
Ladies and gents,
1085.
I received a $15 tip from Gabriel, who says, "Let's get it." Thank you very much, Gabriel, for the $15
I want to see 1,100 gold tomorrow.
That.
I wasn't expecting it, guys. Thank you.
Let's get that up on the leaderboard. In the meantime, DC says, with all due respect, I played Jedi Survivor on the PS5.
Jesse.
Hold on.
Ain't it sweet?
And I never, let alone encountered any bugs or lower frame rate. I looked out. You're right. In fact, he's right. And since we're still in the countdown, we should call this out. Apparently, the PS5 was the only version that didn't have many issues.
Big up
PC
Sony.
was utterly broken at launch, and the
PC is
Xbox
probably
had
the best version
that I
now.
addressed because I played the Xbox Series X version. So it was only the PS5 version of this game that didn't
Only
have
played it on
issues at launch,
PS5
but
instead
again,
of forgetting
you
all about his
even though the
PS5 as a
PS5 version
result
played
of Game
perfect, you
Pass.
notice absolutely nobody talked about this game after
Doesn't
its
this
launch,
felt your
as
theory
it
about
never
people not
existed.
talking about it
First
purely because of the
impressions are
performance?
everything,
If you then read that the PS5
Okay.
version had no issues or not as much issues.
Good stuff. Now we're getting to the nitty gritty, everybody. Now we're getting
Multiplayer
down
tend to get
the
played more
really
on
disappointing
PS5, so you
Okay,
can't say
now
that
we're getting
everyone
down
played
to
on
the ones
Xbox.
that, man, I kind of wish they didn't come out. You know what I'm saying?
Sonic, Mortal Kombat, Starfield.
Because they're such disappointments. You know what I'm saying?
Final
Shout out
Fantasy.
to Anime
You know it's
Fan.
coming. I think now
Anime Fan did another super
Starfield is
chat
number 1 and Final
said,
Fantasy is number 2.
Fun fact: the games are canon to the Star Wars lore.
Mortal
Yeah, I
Kombat
heard
number
that,
3.
right? That they actually
Maybe
are supposed to
Sonic
be
is
canon
number
to the
4.
Star
I can
Wars
see it.
movies and stories and
Now
stuff
that we
like
know
that.
Star Wars is number
Shout out
5,
to
I got
672,
the
672 gifted a
placements in my
membership that went
head.
to
Nobody spoil
Thunderlips,
anything. I know I'm not in
right?
the present.
And thank you to Gabriel. He gifted a membership. That one went to Morbidly Obese. So now technically we're at 1,080 and climbing. We're still hitting new records here tonight. Thank you all for your support tonight.
Jesse, you've been in his chat. Did you get a membership? Ah!
Ladies and gentlemen,
here's the deal.
Number 4 most
Sonic?
disappointing game of the year. I had said something earlier. When we started this playthrough, I said there are a few running patterns. This game by far suffers as a victim of one of those running patterns. 2023 was the year where certain games that came out far exceeded expectations. They blew it out
This
of the
has to be
park.
Sonic, because
And
when
did,
Sonic, he was putting
all
it
of
up
a
next to
sudden,
Sonic Mania. He thought it was the
some
same
companies started
devs.
shaking in their boots, right? Why? Because they realized that they were making games in direct competition, and their games weren't holding a candle to the competition. Do you see what I mean? There's some
No, I
games that
don't.
came out in 2023.
He's gonna compare
that
Sonic to
if they
Mario
had
here, Mario
released
Wonder.
in another year would have been amazing. We're like, oh my god.
Or I
that's
guess
a
this could be
superb
Mortal
game.
Kombat if he's
But
comparing it to
because
Street
something
Fighter.
else came
It could be
out
either or.
the same
Is Sonic
year,
higher than Mortal
they don't
Kombat
look
though?
so good at
I don't
all.
know.
And it ended up making those games look very bad in comparison and a bad value and just not up to par with what people now wanted. So, my number 4 most disappointing game of 2023
Sonic.
is
Sonic.
Mortal Kombat.
All right, well that was my
1,
second choice.
which of course
Sonic
is
more
incredibly
disappointing than Mortal
confusing at first
Kombat.
because the title
Well, he never
is
was
the
Mr.
same as
Mortal
the name of
Kombat,
the
I
original
guess.
game from the 1990s. I hate when they do that.
Ah,
When
yes,
they
it was not
rename
as
something
good
and
as Street
act like
Fighter
it's
6.
a reboot.
I mean,
or
that's true no
whatever.
matter who you
They
speak
already
to. I'm
did that
sorry.
with Mortal Kombat 9, and now they're doing it again, a second reboot of the franchise.
Look at this,
So
Carl.
right from the
Look at
get-go,
this
the
shit.
premise
You
is a
can't
little
see
confusing and not very
anything.
good.
The whole right
All
side of the screen
take a
is
look at what
felted
it
off
says
the
right
face
there.
of
Did
the
you see what
earth.
it said for the ping? 108 milliseconds, right? Or 5, or whatever it said. This is an online competitive fighting game. The visuals look pretty good. Take a look at the graphics. That ain't bad. But the problem is, look
The
at it now.
gameplay.
When you start playing this game online, you immediately notice a huge problem. The connections are laggy. This game has the same netcode and connections as arguably the last 2 Mortal Kombats. But the 2 Mortal Kombats came out many, many years ago. In addition, this game has a very basic gameplay setup. For those who don't know competitive fighting games, you're gonna have no idea what I'm talking about right now, okay? But the major premise of the fighting in this game is a high-low mix-up. What that means is sometimes you have to block
High-low
high,
mix-up. All I
sometimes you
can
have
think
to
about
block
is
them
lo-fi.
low, and sometimes you have to read your opponent's inputs and change from blocking high to low in order to properly
I'm playing
defend.
Mario RPG.
This
I gotta
game
get a
is
high
so
score
laggy
in
online,
this Beetle
you
mini
can't
game, but I can't
actually
do it.
block a high-low mix-up. So people playing it online literally
I need
abuse
4
this as
million.
they say,
I don't know how-
high-low
I don't know
kick
what
into a
Seru's
juggle,
trick
high-low kick
is.
into a juggle. You can't do anything about it. You literally just lose to certain characters because you can't react to what they're doing. Okay? This is supposed to be a competitive fighting game, and this is how it was released. Now that was only at release, but more and more issues ended up being revealed with the game over time. First of all, I played through the entire story mode, and I actually like the narrative modes of these NetherRealm games. NetherRealm is the game developer. I think they do an outstanding job with their story modes, okay? However, I will tell you this. What ended up happening
They need to
with
get
Mortal
10
Kombat
beetles
1
to
is they
get the
decided
medal
to
for
do a
Beetle
story
Race.
mode that copied the Marvel Universe. What do I mean? A multiverse concept.
Yeah, Marvel
And that
was the first
multiverse
company to do
concept was such a
multiverses.
copy of the
Certainly
Marvel
popularized
Universe
it. They're
that
not the
didn't
first.
feel fun or original. It just felt like they were late to the game doing a multiverse concept. And what happens with a multiverse is you end up feeling like nothing that's going on is meaningful. Because at any time, let's say someone who's your favorite character dies, right? Well, with the multiverse concept, what ends up happening is the character could just come back anyway. It's just from another universe. So who cares if your favorite character dies? They'll walk
But
right
it's
to another
not
portal
your
and be back into
version.
the
That's
game.
the thing.
Do
That's
you see
the,
point
it's
I'm
the
making?
existential crisis
So
of it
multiverse
being
doesn't work
that
for a game like
character,
Mortal Kombat,
but it's not the
'cause now
character
none of your
you
characters are
knew.
ever at risk of being gone from the
But he's not a
franchise,
human-style
'cause they
human,
just
so he
walk
wouldn't
right back onto
understand.
the screen. It's no big deal. Okay, so the story ended up really strong and ends horribly with this multiverse plot that was a real fail. In addition,
Massive
get
fail.
this. After this game was only out for about 2 to 3 weeks, not the game developers at NetherRealm, but the players themselves discovered a horrible game-breaking bug that made
yes,
the game
the player
completely
2
unbalanced
thing.
and unfair. They discovered that player 1 or 2, because forgive me, I forgot which one it was,
Not a
had
surprise.
huge advantage over the other player. On one side of the screen, you would go to do a combo, and your combo would pass right through the enemy and not hit them. But the person on the other side of the screen could easily perform their combo every time and it would hit. It was a hitbox bug, depending on what side of the screen you're on. That's completely ridiculous and unacceptable in any kind of a competitive environment. It has to be equal
Yeah, I'm not
footing.
gonna cap for
And
it.
this
Yeah,
was
that is pretty
discovered about
bad.
3 weeks into the game by players, not by the game developers. The
Expand
game
on, I'm
developers
sorry
had
to
no
hear you've
clue
had
Thank you,
it
Little
existed.
Gamer.
Did they not play test the game or even understand their own gameplay elements? How did they miss this? So they quickly patched it or whatever, but the funny part about it was tournaments had already happened. So entire weeks of tournaments, the results really didn't mean anything. They were worthless because it was
Pizza
unfair.
day,
It wasn't
Thank you for the
equal
pizza
playing.
day.
So the story is awful and ruins the franchise. The online play is far too laggy to catch up with basically what they're trying to do with the game. And then on top of that, the game had a game-breaking bug that made it completely unbalanced, unfair, and broken at launch. To make matters even worse for Mortal Kombat 1, all right? The big problem was that Street Fighter 6 came out this year.
Oh
And when
boy.
Street Fighter 6 came out, all right, it basically completely changed the game for the industry. The absolute best online connections, a great online ranking system, a wide variety of characters and gameplay styles, and introducing an
Netcode
insane
that
amount of new
decides,
gameplay elements.
it predicts
Mortal
what you're
Kombat
gonna
1 didn't any
do.
of that. It was just a high-low mix-up game
Low
with some assist
ping,
characters
but it's
coming
also
out. It
bad
played almost
ping.
exactly like previous Mortal Kombats and didn't really innovate at all.
Oh, but it's so amazing
so
now.
imagine your direct competitor just a few months before your new release
Hello,
has
athlete.
groundbreaking internet connectivity, amazing gameplay
Let's talk
elements, the
about
likes of which
rollback
you've never seen
netcode.
before. They're introducing a ton of new gameplay things that have never even been a part of their franchise.
yes, the
and they're
game
blown it out of the
predicts
park
your
on every
movements
single level.
and does not let
and
you
then
get your combos
release
out.
an incredibly subpar game, right? Really, Mortal Kombat 1 is not a bad game. The problem
It's
is
a bad
it's just par
Mortal
for the
Kombat
course
game.
of what
It's
you would
not a
expect
bad
from Mortal
game.
Kombat. It doesn't innovate. It doesn't feel like a new iteration. It almost feels like an expansion from Mortal Kombat
Expand?
11, and that's a problem. Any other year, this game might have felt like an awesome complete package, but Street Fighter 6 came out last year. and Street Fighter 6 literally at every corner. Upstage,
I didn't really
Mortal
prepare
Kombat
for
1
Street Fighter
didn't have a
6. It's not how
game-breaking bug at launch,
game development
had
works.
all these new gameplay elements to innovate in, had the best online play in
By the time it released, there was not. There's
when
not
this
like
game
how
came
you
out,
can't really
it felt like
change
you
the
were playing
game.
a children's game compared
So
to what
it's
you
only
could
months
play
from
with
a
Street Fighter 6,
release.
and it just lost its luster.
How much
right
did you
away.
expect them?
If
Did you want them to
want
change the whole fucking game, cancel the game, and go back to the
confirm
drawing board?
everything that I'm saying right now.
The
okay?
next Mortal Kombat will
Take a
probably
look
take
at
some
the
lessons
player
from Street
bases
Fighter
for the two
6.
games. Street Fighter 6 has massively dwindled, but everyone's hyped. People are still streaming the game, talking about it. Mortal Kombat 1 is all but dead. Like, no one talks about it. Almost no one's streaming it. Their tournaments, no one cares. Street Fighter 6 is at the top of the competitive scene, and Mortal Kombat 1, just a few months in, is dead, and no one cares. The only time they talk about it is when a DLC character releases. Oh, Homelander's in it now, so everyone go and play it for a week, and then it's dead again. Okay? So, yeah, Mortal Kombat 1. I was honestly hoping that 2023 was going to be very similar to a year back in the day. If you remember, Street Fighter 4 came out.
Who doesn't talk about it? Kit, you have no friends. The For You tag on his Twitter
Mortal
timeline.
Kombat 9 and a new Tekken and another new fighting game. And within a span of 2-3 years, it was like the renaissance of fighting games, right? It really looked like 2023 was going to be the renaissance of fighting games.
We've acquired
But then
the
Street
Beetle
Fighter 6
Race
came out,
gold
and then
medal
everyone's
for
like,
10
oh, shit,
Beetles.
can Mortal
So we just got
Kombat
Beetle Mania left.
even stand a chance? And the
Oh, and I
answer
guess
is
the casino
no.
games.
It's like they
Dude,
didn't
I
even
love the
try.
casino.
They paid no attention to their direct competitor. They didn't try to even implement the elements that Street Fighter 6 had. They just didn't care. They
Big
just
up
released
Skokie.
another
Welcome
kind of blase
Or watching
mid
DSP cry
Mortal
about
Kombat
games.
game. And when
So,
your competitor
it ain't
has
nothing
knocked it
too
out of the
exciting.
park, you can't release a mid-game. You have to try to stay in competition. And sadly, they have not.
Take a sip.
There you go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We have 3 left. The top 3. Matthew did a super chat and said,
It has to be
Phil, I always look
Sonic,
forward to this
Final
time of
Fantasy,
year,
and
I do agree with
Starfield.
you that Jedi Survivor was great, but should have been handled better with all of those glitches. Exactly. Again, amazing game, handled incredibly poorly. It's going to disappoint
Members
the
still
gamer
scratch
base, and no
200
one talks
members,
about it
Carl?
ever
I don't
again.
know.
Hey, you know, with
You want
Mortal
to turn off the
Kombat,
alerts? Then
again,
you would just say he's
in Mortal
scamming.
Kombat,
He's scamming recognition
truly was a
for
great
the
game.
person who
Would
dropped
people
the
not
200
be
bomb.
still talking about it? Would you not see tons of people streaming the game? That game died like right away within a few weeks. It was like gone again. Everyone went right back to Street Fighter 6, and now everyone's just waiting for Tekken. No one's talking about Mortal Kombat 1 as if it never existed. That's pretty sad.
That's kind of like
DC
just
says
how
this
it
is a
is
gut
for
and a
Mortal
heart-wrencher.
Kombat.
I
Mortal
love
Kombat, you
watching
buy
have fun on
more
Mortal
for the
Kombat.
story,
Everyone
the
drops a ball
spectacle.
in the game.
That's what he
Man,
said
what a
before it
satisfaction
came
for the
out.
game. I feel you. All right. Okay.
If anything,
Cool.
he was proven right.
It's time for the top 3. All right. Once again, if you can believe it, my number 3 pick of the most disappointing game of the year is actually exactly the same situation as my number 4. All right. And you're going to understand why when I show you what the game is. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 3 most disappointing game of 2023 is Sonic
Oh,
Superstar.
look, there it is.
Why
Is that the segment
Sonic
where he yelled
Superstar?
at Derek?
Well, Sonic the Hedgehog had not seen
Here's
a
the
mainstream
deal.
2D game.
It's not Sonic
actually
Mania
come out
2.
Since Sonic
And I
Mania.
thought it was gonna
And
be
Sonic
that,
Mania
but it
was
wasn't, so
absolutely
now I don't
insanely
like
good.
it.
It was everything retro that you would have wanted from Sonic the Hedgehog, okay? Even had the retro graphics, a discounted price because it played like an older game. So there you have it. Sonic Superstars attempted to basically take the formula of Sonic Mania and put it into a full 3D engine, as you can see right here. And I'll be
yes,
honest,
the
some
full
of the stages
3D
in Sonic
style
Superstars
engine.
are very innovative. You're seeing one of them right now. This is actually one of my favorite stages of the game, where it has this whole 8-bit aesthetic, only done with modern graphics, and it actually
Modern
has great
graphics.
gameplay elements.
He's so easy
and
to
really
impress.
cool visuals, and I like that stage of the game. I
How
wanted
far
to showcase
behind
the
am
fact
I?
that this game is not atrocious
By a lot.
All right. The problem with Sonic Superstars.
This gives
is
us lots to work
twofold,
with. Don't worry
okay?
about it.
Number 1, it came out in 2023 when its direct competitor Super Mario Wonder also came out only like a week or 2 weeks after. Number 2, this game sold for full retail price. Unlike
Now, I'm not
Sonic
gonna front
Mania,
either, Frank. I
that
didn't
had
play
come out
this.
years
It was
before
on my
that was sold at a
radar, but
discount.
I
This
just didn't
game
like
was
how it
selling
looked or
for a
played or
full
even sounded.
$70 at launch, or was it 60? It was either 60 or 70. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have to tell you, I'm going to be honest here. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This game is 5 hours long. 5 hours.
He just cried about Prince of Persia being 25 hours long. He spent 17 hours playing Mario Wonder.
long. Now, once you beat it, there's a little bit of optional content that opens up at the end if you want to go back and do like these master run stages. There's a few extras.
That's fucking
so
lame.
Maybe you'll get
Worthless.
another extra hour or two out of it. All right, but 5 hours of gameplay in 2023, charging full retail price is completely and utterly unacceptable. To make matters worse, on top of that, okay, sadly, some of the stages aren't good. Some of the stages are way uninspired and not that interesting. I've made an effort to try to show you one of the best in the game, but actually I'd argue that half the stages just aren't that fun. What is fun? Well, you can change characters. You can play as Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, or Amy, and each
No, you don't get it, Alpha Lee. It's a modern Sonic game, so it was supposed to be like 15 hours, not 5 hours, but not 25 hours, because 25 hours is too long for a side-scrolling platformer, apparently.
Okay.
And it should have been like $10,
like
not 40.
It would have been great if it was a $40 release. I probably wouldn't even have had it on this countdown if it was like a $30 or $40 release.
Did he pay
but for
60?
them to have the balls to try to charge $60 to $70 for this game,
It went on sale for Christmas, and I hear it did pretty good.
Why? Because of the year. 2 weeks after this game came out, or maybe even a week, Super Mario Wonder came out. Do you want to know how much content Super Mario Wonder has? 17 hours.
You didn't do it all, though.
For exactly the same price.
You didn't do it all.
5 hours
You
of
quit
Sonic,
that final level.
17 hours of Mario.
You missed some exits in Mario.
Price. Do you see the difference? You can't even try to justify.
And he wasn't even all that over Wonder while we're at it.
Absolutely ridiculously overpriced.
Yeah, I like how the
So,
pop-ups are covering
if
up the
you're talking
gameplay. And then you have
value, maybe
Dave
you had
right
this
there,
game
and then
for
you have
free, you
old
think it's
Dave
amazing.
there.
But anyone who had to pay for it, there's no way you can justify the value. And even, wow, Darth Goldbach says he just looked it up. They're still charging $60 for this. The price hasn't even dropped yet.
It has. It was the big sale on
That is
Nintendo's
insanity,
eShop for
you know?
holiday.
Oh, by the way, I will call this out. The final boss is frustrating. It has multiple phases and
PSP
no
always choosing
checkpoints
the path of least
whatsoever.
resistance.
And again, for a
Yep.
modern game, to have a final boss that's frustrating with no checkpoints is a pain in the ass because you have to restart the whole
He didn't want to turn it. He didn't want to turn Final Fantasy into Devil May Cry. Because if he wanted to do that, he would have just played Devil May Cry.
So, yeah, it's very disappointing. It's upsetting. Sadly, I wish that.
Oh,
it
he
was
doesn't
better.
look like
I
he
mean,
was
how
having fun
sad
during
is
this
it
segment.
that I
How
can
fucking sad is it, right?
concretely tell
How
you
sad?
this.
Concretely.
Sonic Mania from how many years ago? 5, 6 years ago?
Oh, thank you for the
is
Shy
a
Guy
much
shout out.
better game than this.
I think
It has
they
a much
followed
better
me 'cause they
value
like
than this.
Shy
Has better
Guys.
replay value than this. And quite frankly, I think it actually looks better too. I'm showing you the best looking stage of the game, but I think that the retro look of Sonic Mania looks better than them taking this game and putting it into modern graphics. I think this game kind of fails with the modern graphics. So, Sonic Mania, great. Sonic Superstars, a huge fail. By the way, they were not made by the same studio, even though you might think, oh, it was because it's the same style. It wasn't. They put this to a new studio. Maybe that's why the game is so short, because the studio didn't have the, basically didn't have the experience to put out as much content as they felt like they would have or should have. But again, man, can you imagine releasing the same exact year, only a couple weeks away from your direct competitor in the 2D platforming genre, and being less than a fourth of the length of your competitor for the same price? That's absolutely insanity to think that that was going to fly, and it definitely didn't. Okay? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get to my top 2 most disappointing games of the year. Okay? And what I'd like to do is I would like to go through each of them and show you each of the games and explain why I feel that each of the games is a disappointment. And then I'm going to give you my actual ranking. So, I want you to understand that I'm about to show you 2 games, but this is not number 2, number 1. All right? I want you to understand that. I want you to say okay, they're both the top 2, but what was the most disappointing? What was the second most? You're going to find out, but just be calm. All right? Because I know if I show this game, you're like, oh my God, so that's number 2. No, it's not number 2. All right? We're going to talk about each game. The first game I want to talk about in the top 2 most disappointing games of the year of 2023 is Starfield. Okay? Starfield was insanely overhyped by Bethesda. And maybe they needed to do that. Maybe they didn't. After some subpar releases, you know, when Fallout 4 came out many years ago, people were not in love with it like Bethesda had hoped they would be, but it still sold like hotcakes. When Fallout 76 came out, It was broken and a buggy mess at launch. Over the years, it actually has gotten
What the?
tons
We're
of
on
players
Starfield.
because they've improved it over the years, but again, it was considered a failure at launch. There really hasn't been any Fallout content since, when you really think about it. Elder Scrolls, well,
Wait, Sonic's
to be
number
honest,
3.
We've all been waiting
How is-
for Elder Scrolls content.
Oh, really?
What do we get? Elder
Starfield's
Scrolls
number
Online
2?
And 17 re-releases of Skyrim.
That was,
we haven't gotten any new
pouring
Elder
my
Scrolls
refill.
content either that we've
No
been
way!
craving.
Starfield number
So when we
2?
found out the reason for this is because they were working on
Well, you know what? I'm still right, because I said he cares more about Final Fantasy than Zelda. It was just a matter of which one. Was it going to be Starfield or Final Fantasy as a more disappointing game? I can understand Final Fantasy, because he would have been a longer Final Fantasy fan than Bethesda fan.
Starfield.
Oh, he's naming the top 3 at once, then he's ranking. Oh, that fucking doesn't matter.
Everyone says, wow, I guess they're really putting all their eggs in one basket. But hey, it's Bethesda. And Bethesda, you always tend to give the benefit of the doubt. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing wrong with Starfield. I just want to make this abundantly clear. The game plays fine. All right? It's an experience like you would expect from Bethesda. An open world with RPG elements, with lore, with looting, with combat, and some unique combat elements. Lots of dialogue trees, lots of questing. If you look around this game and you explore it fully, you're going to find tons upon tons of quests and things to do. It's definitely not a game that you can say, I got ripped off when I bought Starfield because it didn't have enough content. I don't think anyone can justifiably say that. The problem was, once again, Mr. Todd Howard overpromised and underdelivered. When they were showing this game off earlier in 2023 and even 2022, oh, there's going to be open world exploration. There's going to be the ability to go to all these worlds and to put down little bases and mining camps and to colonize on them. And you're going to have all this unique stuff in the universe you're going to be able to find. And you're going to have this, and you're going to have this, and you're going to have this. And he was promise after promise after promise after promise. And almost none of those promises are satisfactorily lived up to in Starfield. First of all, look at the game. This is not me showing you a subpar stream.
All right.
This is how the game
Sorry.
runs on the Xbox Series S.
I gotta hydrate,
or
dude.
the Xbox Series S. You need
I thought you were buying a
high-end
Garfield
gaming
game.
PC to get this to run above 30 frames per second. Because
Hey, you
it's
had
frame
time to
locked on
refund if you
console.
bought it on online.
Why? It's a modern game. Even Fallout 4 ran better than this at launch. And that
All right, I
was
gotta
how
get
many
like
years
50
ago?
ball
How
game
is it
wins,
acceptable?
so I might be
You
here
have
for a
new
while
game
in this
that's supposed to be
segment.
groundbreaking
Hopefully.
new IP in 2023, and
Thank
it
God I'm not
runs
live.
like a choppy mess. There's no way you can accept that. It's just not supposed to be like that. In addition, this game tries new things, for sure. It's got space travel. It's got crafting of your spaceship, right? The problem is, almost every single new element that this game attempts
Look at your game,
fails.
Todd.
Literally
Look at your game.
every single new gameplay element that's put into Starfield is disappointing. Building your ship is the equivalent of sitting in front of someone with a 1,000-piece model set trying to figure out how to fit this piece into this piece and being intricate. Who wants to do that in a video game?
You don't
right?
have to do that. Again, it goes
Space
back to
travel.
like I
Oh
can't
my
cap too much for
God.
this game
It
because
is such a
nobody
huge
liked this
disappointment.
game.
It's not
But I can't
fun.
cap too
And
much
by the
for
way,
it. But it's that
it's
same
not
thing against
even
Zelda.
needed.
You don't have to
Outside
do
of
it
a
if you
few
don't
times
if
in
you
the
don't
plot
want to
where
do
you
it.
actually have to do space dogfights. You never
He's
have
so
to use space
autistic. He
travel. You
can't
can
like
just fast
see the
travel all over
meaning of it
galaxy.
unless like the
You
game
never have
has
to
to
build
force
your
him
own
to
ship
do
'cause you
something
can
for him
earn
to
them
see
through
meaning
missions
in
or
it.
just
Otherwise,
buy
it just has no
So why
value.
does it even exist? The whole
To give you
go
something to
an
do if you
alien
wanna do
planet, explore for minerals and elements, and build these colonies and colonize. It's all a lie. You don't have to do any of that. You get everything you need during the course of the story of the game. It's there, and you absolutely never need to do it. It's completely superfluous.
Because
what
they didn't
ended
want
up
to force
happening
players to feel like
I
they
feel
needed
they
to do
made a
it.
game
Or else
that
they would
plays
complain
just
about
like
having to do it.
everything else they've always done. It plays like Fallout. It plays like Skyrim. It plays like all those franchises smashed together. That's
Maybe that
fine
guy
if
who
that's
got
what you're
shot was
looking
right.
for. But I
No
think most of
man
us were
should
looking for
have that
something
much
new
power.
and innovative. There is literally no new innovations in this game that work or are needed. They're all
Because then
a
you get
waste
people
of
like this
your
guy.
time, okay? And that's a major problem.
You can't do
When
anything
you
in the
have a
game,
new
yet
IP,
hates it
and
anyway.
you have nothing that's notable in it besides it's the Bethesda formula. How are you supposed to get people excited about that? And so many people were excited for the game, started playing it, and when they got like 20, 30 hours in, realized it's really, damn, it feels just like Fallout. It feels just like Elder Scrolls. It feels like everything else. It feels just like another one of Todd games. Just with a little bit of a skin over it because we're in space. But outside of that, it's the same game again. And you just lose your excitement for it. I had a hard time going back to the game and actually finishing it, you know? Does it have factions? Sure. Does it have a main story with companions who you get to know and you do quests for them and then you build their affinity? Yeah, like every other Bethesda game.
I liked RoboCop, Frank.
They didn't try to innovate. So I have to ask the question, what took so damn long? What took them so long
development?
to make Starfield? It's literally the same formula, the same elements, the same thing you've done a million times.
It's obviously, is he blind? It's clear that it's not finished. The game didn't come out as the product it was envisioned as.
Tree and upgrades in the game.
Wait for the DLC.
Don't add to the experience. They're just a time waste, and they make you think like they're important. Come to find out, you wasted all your time and efforts gathering those resources,
fucking time,
building or getting those skills to do them. Completely wasted. You could have been doing things better with your time. So it really is sad because I feel like this is a universe that you can get immersed in completely, but it's just not very fun to do it. It feels blah. Like I've been saying this whole countdown. Mid. It's not.
Mid.
Oh
Are you fucking 12?
But it's not.
Are you a cringe kid on Twitter that you dislike?
If I want to kill time, I'll play Starfield, but I'm not expecting much, right? In fact, I'm showing you one of the more innovative missions in the entire plot, where there's a dimensional shift. You could go between two versions of the same base. This is one of the more unique things in the entirety of the game. Everything else just feels exactly like you've played it before in a Bethesda game.
It looks like the same to me, you guys.
On top of that, without spoiling, the plot's terrible. When you get to the end of the game and you see the plot,
guess what? More multiverse shit.
Awful, to the point where everything you've done in the plot up to that point doesn't matter.
Just
That's all
like
I'm gonna say.
Mortal Kombat,
I don't want to spoil the plot for
guys.
those who haven't played it, but it's just like you will spend 40, 50, 60
Spoil
hours
the
in this
multiverse
game,
in
get to
Mortal
the end of the
Kombat, but
plot.
not in this
Well,
game?
sorry you wasted all your time. Oh, well that makes me feel like I really, am valued and cherished by Bethesda as a company, doesn't it? So, not only
Fuck you, Todd.
does it not innovate, does it fail at all its promises, overpromised, underdelivered, runs like crap on Xbox.
Overpromised, underdelivered. There it is again. There it is. There it is. He never did.
It's like crap after crap after crap. I mean, it's kind of hard to top a game like that, honestly. When you think about it, it's so disappointing for me that it's actually very, very hard to top that game and say something else was as disappointing or maybe even more disappointing than that.
But somehow, Square Enix found a way.
2023 was the year that really,
yes.
this line.
We're not even into
because
it
there's
yet.
another game that I feel was just as disappointing.
The sleeper hit of the year.
Okay?
You thought it was gonna be Yakuza. Because they released 2 Yakuza games last year, and they got another on the way, but boy, oh boy, Square Enix found a way.
Anime fan again for another super chat. All right,
Here's
ladies and
Dave
gentlemen,
to tell you
the
more.
other game
How's 100% going, Dingus? I already beat all the
that I feel
bosses.
is
I got
one
all
of
the
the top
monster
2 worst of the
entries. I'm
year.
doing mini games now, getting the gold
It's a
medals for
game
them.
that a
And
lot of
then
eyes
I
were
kind of
on,
want to get one of
because
every
the last
item,
iteration
and
of
that's
this
pretty much it.
long-storied, well-beloved gaming franchise, when it released,
Yeah, I did
was
82
well
coins. I did that
recognized
earlier
as
in the
being
stream.
an unfinished and jumbled mess.
I found the right route to give me the most
now we were
coins.
told this is good because this game franchise has now been handed over to a group that knows what they're doing. We're given the time, given the resources, allowed to properly do everything the way that they should have.
Yeah, this will be the last Mario
absolutely will be
RPG
getting a
stream,
complete game
which is
when you buy
it's
it.
good that I chose to
All
play
right?
this
So-
on the night of
okay.
this.
Well, thank God we're not buying
This is
an
nothing too
unfinished jumbled
important.
mess because
It's just
this
me
is such a
satisfying
beloved
my own
franchise that's been
completionist
going
autism.
for
I can't make fun of
so
Dave's
long.
completionist
To
autism
see
without
it
making
get
fun of my
kind
own.
Fumbled, right? And come out
No problem.
unfinished
You
and
fucking
really disappointing.
Carl, we can go to
is just
4 a.m.
that.
if I need to,
So,
but we're not, because I know I don't have that much
all this
left.
information about the game and you started seeing all the visuals of it.
Final
and
Mario
everything,
RPG stream.
wow,
You're
the story
lucky.
sounds interesting.
You're lucky
There's
I
a
stretched it
different
out as
take,
long as I
right?
did.
It's a different take on this franchise
great
that we've
game.
never really seen before. Then it came out.
Maybe they can port it, and then for
And then I
Peaches,
started
for
playing it,
Peaches
all right?
specifically, we
And
can play the
again,
OG.
I have to say, maybe my opinion is different than yours, and that's fine if it is.
I like that I've been like playing all these Mario RPGs before Thousand Year Door, because that's gonna be the big one.
Game of the year for me
I camped
was
too
Final
much for
Fantasy
Paper Mario
16.
64. Which I love it. I love it more than Thousand Year Door.
Okay.
Thousand Year Door I appreciate, and I recognize
First of
the
a
gameplay
PlayStation 5 console
superiorities it has
exclusive,
over
right? You can't get it
64.
on Xbox.
But I don't know. I just keep
And as
coming
a
back to
console
64.
exclusive, you expect it's going to perform.
And I've only
well.
played through Thousand
It
Year
does
Door the
not.
whole way
This
once.
game
It's a pretty long
struggles
game.
to maintain a good frame rate. All right. Sometimes it's a smooth 60 and
Like, I
it's
feel like
gorgeous.
if I played it again, I'd
Sometimes
be
it's
able to
40 and it's okay.
like
Sometimes
put all my
it's below
thoughts together
30
on it a
and you
bit
don't
more
wanna play it anymore.
succinctly, and why I
Especially if you're in
feel
mid-combat,
64 is
bunch of
better.
enemies, you don't want a frame rate that's
Like,
going
I've went
like
into
this
it on
the
stream
entire
before,
time you're playing the
particularly in
game.
regards to
So if you're
level
gonna
design.
Make it console exclusive, you have to get
I feel
it to run
64
well
has
on the
way better
console
level design than
exclusive
Thousand Year
too.
Door.
They did a poor job.
And I
of
don't
that.
think the remake is going to change my mind on that. But I'm still looking forward to it.
Now, there is a saying.
Exactly,
right? And that
DD Duke.
saying is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I feel
Thousand Year Door is a very good game, and it does improve the battle gameplay
really
better than
tried
64.
hard to change what Final Fantasy is,
But
which is sad
the
because I feel like Final
locations and
Fantasy
level
has one of
design,
the
it's
biggest,
not
most
as good.
dedicated fan bases of any
It's
game
like Sunshine,
franchise
where it
'cause
has
they've
a lot
been
of
around
that
for
moments.
so long, right? You don't need
Like,
to
how can
reinvent
a
the
game
wheel when
so
you make new
beloved
Final
have so many
Fantasy.
chapters where
All you
people are
gotta
like,
do is give
oh,
us an
it's that
interesting story
chapter,
with some
it's
great
that
graphics,
segment.
some pretty interesting
Chapter
RPG
1,
gameplay.
Chapter 2,
Toss in
Chapter
all the enemies
4,
that we're used to
Chapter
from the past
5.
games, but give them
Pretty
more
much every
modern
chapter but the
versions
train
and
chapter and the WWE
iterations. And then you
chapter
got it
people
in on
don't
your
like.
hands, right? But it just
The
seems
snow
to
chapter,
me
we gotta wake up the
like
mayor.
they absolutely are determined to try to make these big sweeping
And
changes
you know what?
to this
You know what,
franchise
DD Duke? They got a
every
mod
single
for
game that
64
comes
now
out
that gives
and
it
make
the
so
battle
far
mechanics of
removed
Thousand Year Door, so like
from what the
HP for the
original
partners and
games
shit.
were.
So now you don't even need to.
It's
You can't
almost
even
like they're
make the
purposely trying
argument
to tell
that
you,
Thousand Year
if
Door
you're
has
a
better
fan of
battle
Final
mechanics
Fantasy,
if you
don't
use that
play
mod.
this. We're only trying to appeal to a new audience at this point. Don't even care.
Like
that
Paper Mario
this is the
64
same enemies,
Thousand
the
Year
same
Door edition or
spells.
something.
Screw all that, because it's not going to play like that.
We're
Right?
doing the final chapter in
This game,
Final
they
Fire Emblem 1.
absolutely
Secretly grinded my way to the final chapter
went out
off
of their way to make
stream.
it
Goon
not
was
be
not
like modern Final
surprised
Fantasy,
nor
or to
said
classic Final
anything.
Fantasy in any way, shape, or form.
Well, if Goon's here,
How?
he can defend
Let's
himself.
talk. Number one, a new adult tone to the game.
Yeah, I thought that
This
was
game
cool when I found out about
drops
that
the
mod, DD
F-bomb
Duke.
constantly and thinks that somehow that's a creative decision that's going to change the game's audience or improve it. It does not. All right, previous Final Fantasy games almost never had that kind of language. This one does. This one has sexual content in
The
it.
black guy
There's
in Final
actual
Fantasy
sexual
7
actions
never
and things
said
between
swears.
characters. The game
Well,
thinks
what
it's
the fuck
funny.
is he
I know
talking
a lot of
about?
people said, oh, what they were trying to do were go for a more mature tone, like Game of Thrones. Like the game really, the plot of the game, when it's a bunch of kingdoms.
People told him
all
Game
trying
of
to usurp
Thrones, and that was all
power
he said.
in this
That's all he
giant map or
spammed
whatever,
throughout the
that
playthrough.
it
Game of Thrones, Game of
feels
Thrones,
like
Game of Thrones, sex.
Okay? So if you like Game of Thrones, you might like Final Fantasy. The only problem is, number one, Game of Thrones ended like
Look, it's a Square
5
Enix.
years ago.
It's a Square Enix
No one liked
exclusive
how it
on
ended.
console. It
There
doesn't
hasn't been
matter if it's
anything
on
really like it
Switch or if
that
it's
much
on
since.
PlayStation.
It's
Give
not
it a year,
popular
exactly a
anymore.
year
Maybe
to
if
the
this game
day,
had come out
and it will
10
be on
years ago, when
PC.
Game of Thrones was
I'm
at the
sure it'll
height of
be
its
maybe
popularity,
EGS
someone
exclusive
might
on
have said,
Timmy's
"Oh, look,
storefront,
edgy's
but it'll be on
edgy Final
PC.
Fantasy. But instead, it just feels like it's ancient. It feels like it's outdated. It feels like they're trying really too hard.
Happens
and it
whenever
comes out
Square
as
Enix puts like a
cringy
Dragon Quest game
rather
on
than
Switch,
innovative.
or whenever
I
they
don't
do
think
like a
the
Final
director
Fantasy game on
understands that,
PlayStation
because
only.
there's such
Give
a
it
fan base
1
of people who
year.
kick this guy's
Give it
butt
a year.
That he doesn't know that his game is cringy as shit. He actually thinks he made the right decision making it as edgy as he did. Okay? The story, all right, is good on paper and actually in parts has really good character development and some really interesting scenes and plots, and sometimes you actually feel emotional. But at the end of the day, a lot of it is very forgettable.
We have
and that's sad.
50
For example,
ball
I can't
games
even tell you-
ahead
what's this guy's
on the
name?
Knife Guy ball
Clive? I
mini
don't even know.
game,
I
giving
don't
me
remember.
another
And I played
medal.
the whole game. And I couldn't tell you, is
Yes.
it Clyde, Clive,
A
Clark?
Beatlemania left, and the
really don't
memory
know.
game, which I gotta go to the casino for.
But I
Casino.
played the whole thing.
I
You
love
know?
this casino. Let's fucking do
I
it.
will admit, some of the plot was interesting. In fact, I would tell you the one reason I kept playing this game was the plot. Why? Because let me tell you
Why?
something about the combat of Final Fantasy 16. Ladies and gentlemen, I am dead serious when I'm about to say this on camera to the internet world in public.
World of the internet.
In my opinion, Final Fantasy 16 has the worst combat of any Final Fantasy game I've ever played in my entire
Okay, well, which ones did he play? Are we counting counting spin-offs? Are we counting sub-games? Are we counting handheld games? Are we counting only the main entries? Are we counting the MMOs? Is Anne still here? Can Anne say, how was the combat in Final Fantasy 12, in Final Fantasy 14, compared to that of Final Fantasy 16?
Light. There is not a single Final Fantasy game that plays worse than Final Fantasy 16. This game is a...
He might be overblowing this just a bit. Really? There's not a single one worse than this one. Not a single one. Guaranteed he has not played spin-offs. He thinks 16 is the worst. Yeah, I don't believe him for a second. It's just that he wants to be theatrical. I mean, some people like this game. Not sure, they were mostly women on Twitter who like self-inserted as Jill and wanted Clive to fuck him. But some people liked it.
A button mashing mess. Okay? This game, once you get farther into it and you unlock all the elemental spells,
whoa, it's
literally
Ann Lee.
becomes like you're playing Kingdom Hearts
my good
3.
friend Ann 1337. Hello, sir.
Do another ability. Mash the button. Do another ability. Mash the button.
I was just saying, DSP the guy has stated that of all the Final Fantasy games he has played, Final Fantasy 16 has the worst combat. And I was saying, wow, Ann has played a couple of those games. I wonder if he agrees.
Oh, I got an ultimate. Do it. Oh, now my other elemental thing is charged. Switch over to
Does
that.
Does it have worse or better gameplay, like fighting, than Final Fantasy 12? I think you would know that.
Game. I wish I was joking, but if you actually check out my playthrough, I beat entire bosses not looking at the screen.
I mean, that's good for you. You like data checking. This is the data checking game.
I'm just gonna talk with you guys for this boss.
He's checking his RMP, whatever that stuff he was told about yesterday was.
It's the easiest, most dumbed down, really simple mode. It's like Final Fantasy for play school. It's like, you know how you got Legos, but then you got, what are the double-O blocks? This is the double-O blocks Final Fantasy.
Quite the comparison.
The funny part about that is, it's the edgy adult Game of Thrones Final Fantasy. You combine the dumbest, easiest gameplay with the adult content. How does that make any sense? It makes no sense at all. It's dumbfoundingly stupid.
Oh, Japanese, silly Japanese devs at it again.
Of the game. Okay, as you are playing this game,
hey Seal,
it becomes abundantly clear.
Yeah, I'm watching this
it's
too.
Not streamlined in any way because they want to extend the length of the game. The actual story of Final Fantasy 16 is not.
I wish I
that
played
bad.
more of these games.
The
I'd have more to say.
The
most I seen was at the Zelda segment. I didn't even play Zelda.
The game is around 40
I just knew about it.
Long. So you might say, well, I don't understand. Why is the game so long?
Hey, that just proves he's not a child, man. He doesn't play with double blocks. Why would he know the name?
Upon pointless side mission that opens up, and if you do it, you'll get a menial reward that you don't need and doesn't add anything to the gameplay experience. There's fetch quests. There's kill a bunch of generic enemies quests. Everything that you've seen.
Seal and of course Ann, who was here the whole time. I'm grinding miscellaneous completionist autism medals in Mario RPG for the finale stream.
It's not chill. It's just boring. In
Got
addition,
to, some
you'll
memory
be in the
game
midst
wins now.
of some crazy fun story missions, and then the game will say, "Oh, by the way, you can't continue with the story until you do these two."
So here's the thing, Seal, and I brought it up earlier. He doesn't care. You might recall when he was told that it can be like DMC if you do this, that, and this, and he was like, no, I don't fucking care. I shouldn't have to mess around with the game and do all these miscellaneous settings in order to make the gameplay good. The gameplay should just be good out of the box. It goes up and up with that default difficulty shit. As like he shouldn't have to do anything to make the game, let the gameplay in the game better. If he has to do anything extra to make the gameplay better, then the devs have failed or something.
Manual missions that are required, they're mandatory. Go collect some items. Go do a bunch of generic talking with characters for 3 hours in a town. Go, kill some enemies in the environment. It completely destroys any momentum the game has. So not only is the story too short and too short-lived, it's too cringy because they tried too hard.
There said this used to be blackjack in the original version.
Then if you even want to just keep going with the story,
gambling's not allowed anymore.
You hit roadblocks of boring padded content that make the game not fun to continuously play. It feels like a chore to get through Final Fantasy 16, and that's not a good thing. You should want to continue to play. Instead, you want to go to sleep half the time.
16 haven't just watched it. It's very visually appealing style of combat, but it would not be something I like. I hate shit from 15. That's fine, because it's like Seal said, the formula's always been different. It's like the story has always been different, the world and characters. I think that's a good thing. that it's kind of like
not enjoyable. It's seriously
it's
not
like this
fun.
template with
I
which
wish it
the
were. I
devs,
wish I could
whoever's
tell you
developing
this
the
game was a
entry,
huge
can do
improvement.
whatever
What
they
I
want
can tell you
with.
is
It
this.
doesn't have to be
Final
consistent.
Fantasy
I don't think
16 is a complete
consistency.
game. It is not
Consistency in
unfinished
some
like 15
aspects,
was.
like the chicken
Okay?
thing, is
That I can
always there.
wholeheartedly
There's always
tell
some
you.
dude named
If you were
Sid
looking
and a
for a
spoony
completed
bard.
experience, this is it. Does it have content?
There's consistency
it
in
does.
that aspect,
Problem is,
but,
to get through the
I don't
good
think
content,
they're
you have
trying
to play a
to-
bunch of boring, grindy crap content. That's not
I think they're
good.
trying
That's
to
not a
make
good look.
something
That's not a
different
good
every
balance.
time.
The pacing is so atrociously bad. Multiple times during the playthrough.
Inconsistency
that,
and
wow,
tradition
I'm not
is what he
even kidding
expects
you.
from a
My
JRPG
streams are
series
around
like
3 to
this.
4 hours long of gameplay.
I think he would be
Multiple
more into
times during
Dragon
the
Quest.
playthrough, we would have a 3-hour boredom stream. Where like we would just, what do we guys want to do today? Because I have to get through 3 hours of crap before we get back to the story. Dan, let's shoot the shit. Let's talk about this topic. Let's just make fun of the game today. We had entire streams. All we did was make fun of the game. Because there was
More like
nothing else
every
to do.
stream.
It was that
Bashing.
boring. So, and the funny part about all this is, there's people who
He's
out there
crying about
absolutely
games.
swear
So
this is
it's
like
a
Game
pretty
of the
standard
Year.
night.
To this
And
day,
big
now,
ups
at the end
Jay
of the year,
Frosty.
did it win any major awards? No.
Why isn't
Did it
COD
really
on the
get
list?
major praise from
Because
the
there's
media
only so
or the
many
Game
games
Awards?
you can have on a
No.
list.
But it's Game of the Year, in my opinion.
Every game
What
may
did
as
you
well be
like about
poorly
this game
made.
particularly?
No
I-
one said this shit was their
can't
game of the
hear
year.
a single person
Unless they're a
who
women.
actually
They're a
has said to
woman on
me
Twitter.
exactly what it is that's so good about this game that it should be a Game of the Year contender. You know what they say? Oh, the Eidolon
The big carry was a
fights,
story,
right?
but
Whatever
that
they're
was
called,
it.
where you're
I
controlling
thought the Jill lady was cute.
creatures
But,
in this
you know
game.
me.
They used to be the summoned monsters in previous Final Fantasies. In this game, they're called something
yes, the
different.
Jill lady.
So it's
And
like,
I know nothing about her
it's
character.
Shiva versus Ifrit, and you're button mashing.
I just think
giant
she looks
kaiju
pretty.
style fights are going down. That's all well and good, and they're fun. Don't get me wrong. They're called icons in this one, I'm told. Not Eidolons, icons. See, I even forgot the name of that because, again, it's so not memorable. I could tell you,
I think it would have refreshed your memory on the game just a little bit.
You
were gonna do a segment like this.
Whole idea of the focus of the game. You should be caring about the characters. You should be caring about what's going to happen in the story. Not when can I get to that next giant button mashing fest with a giant monster beating the shit out of a giant monster to keep me awake? Because I can't stay awake playing the rest of the game, right? That's just, it's so disappointing. After having the disappointment that was 15
This list
being
was
unfinished,
disappointing.
I mean, I actually liked 15 way more than 16. 16, I think, out of all the numbered iterations that
I don't recall the FF15 playthrough because it was a gazillion years ago. But I wonder how true he is here. Does he remember the playthrough? Does he like the fact that it was just all dudes instead of women with big breasts? It was just a bunch of sweaty man JPEGs, and they pushed a car and some shit. I don't think he enjoyed it as much as he said he did. Maybe he was just being contrarian, because I remember a lot of people hated 15 when it came out. He hated 15, Phil raged a lot. Okay, alright, so he's just capping.
I have played a Final Fantasy genuinely is my least liked. The only exception
he liked the boy band Final Fantasy more.
I never replayed that one, and I never
Clearly.
finished it back in the day when it was new. I would have to play 8 again to tell you if I think it's better than this. But this, out of all the Final Fantasies I've played, I'm embarrassed. As a fan of the franchise, I'm embarrassed.
But not for the reasons you think.
That this is what they just put out, and they expected like we were supposed to love this game and say, oh, this is where the franchise is going. Oh, this is great. No, I want the next one to literally be completely and utterly different from 16. I don't want the same button mashing. I don't want the same mission structure. I don't want any big icon fights.
Well, you're kind of in luck because that's what they tend to do.
Different. You know what?
That's what
Just
they tend
fucking
to
make it
do.
Final Fantasy again. I'm sorry. Just
one
make
can
it
be
Final
an
Fantasy. You
MMO
have
and the
something
next can
going
just
for
be a
you
single
that
player
works,
experience.
That people want. Why are you veering from
It's
that?
kind of the
formula? Why are
interesting
you
thing
trying
about Final
so
Fantasy, where
hard
the
to
MMOs
change what
are
people
considered
like, to be
main
different?
entries.
If you want to be different, do that. And you know what you should do? Make this game and don't call it Final Fantasy 16. Call it Clive's Epic Journey, Icon Kingdom Battle. And then everyone would have
So
no
you can't
issue with
play it, so you
Because
can
the game's
skip
not
it
bad,
without feeling
it's
any
just
regrets.
Not Final Fantasy. It ruins the franchise by changing it too much and not making it feel like what people really, really want.
Clive's Epic
Give
Journey.
the people what they want, and they will like it. I've never seen a game that's veered more from what people seem to want from a franchise and then be like so shocked that so many people don't like it. I just don't get it. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, you now know all of my disappointing games of the year.
None of them were really
shocks,
shocks, except for Sonic, I guess. I thought we would have forgotten about that
well,
game.
all right. You have to weigh and balance a couple key factors here, all right? Both Bethesda and Square Enix are great game developers. Both of them know how to make great games because they've done this in the past, correct? Both of them have long-running
I could
franchises.
see Square
that are
Enix
tried
sticking
and true
turn-based with
games
Dragon Quest,
that
because Dragon Quest has more
resonate
history.
with their audiences.
Like it's the
right? They have
the
these long-running
progenitor
fan
in that
bases. They have
regard.
all this stuff going for them.
You know, Final Fantasy is
They
also an
know
old series,
better
but you know what I mean.
Than to make the mistakes that they make. Honestly, they do. And I think what it is they think that they can get away with it because of who they are. Well, I think what's happening is in the modern day, we're starting to see that gamers aren't putting up with it anymore. For example, Starfield, which everyone thought might have ended up being a Game of the Year contender, was not talked about at the Game Awards at all, outside of maybe one quick thing. Same thing with Final Fantasy 16. These were games that when they came out, all of the fans were like, these are going to be Game of the Year. And then afterward, like, oh shit, right? It's crazy. I would have told you I thought these games would have been shoo-in for Game of the Year. But they just...
Worst gameplay in Final Fantasy, record keeper, a phone game. That's your answer.
16 had an expansion.
He would say that doesn't
Within
count.
the circles of people who love 16, they talked about it, and then within a week, no one mentioned it ever again. As if
No
it
one's
never
talking about
existed,
that game, man.
You know, and I feel like that's the fate of these games if they keep making the same mistakes over and over. All right, but I do have to say, apples to apples comparison. All right.
As opposed to apples to
There is one
oranges.
game this year that absolutely positively stands upon the dung pile, the king of shit for 2023. The absolute biggest disappointment, the worst one of the bunch, and I've made my decision.
Bring Cap the memory game?
Ladies and
Probably,
gentlemen,
but I don't really need to. It's
absolute
pretty
most
easy. You
disappointing
don't
game
even
of
have to
the
name
year
all of them. You just gotta name
is
3 of them.
Hogwarts Legacy. I'm just kidding. The absolutely worst game of the year is, for me, Starfield.
Yeah,
Why?
that's not a surprise.
Because this was supposed to be.
You could say he's got more of a history as a fake Final Fantasy fan, which, you know, you can say that. I theorized that earlier, but the more he went on about Starfield compared to that Final Fantasy segment, where he kind of treated Final Fantasy 16 more like a joke instead of him feeling like he was wronged as a fan, comparing the two segments in the moment, right after that segment, I was like, okay, if he's going to tell us what the ranking is, Starfield probably hurt him more in the sense that games can hurt people than Final Fantasy 16. Todd fucking graped him.
The start of something new. So now, when they're developing other games or whatever, we have a whole new franchise. And it's a whole new lie from Todd Howard. You know what they say? Fool me once, shame on you.
You say that all the time.
Fool me twice, shame on me.
A line so
Fool
good.
Me 77 times.
You'd think you would think you'd be watching a synthetic fan video, but a line like that.
Bethesda. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I think that Bethesda has lost their way. I feel like the game devs at Bethesda that used to be in charge of making creative games that was unique and fun don't work at Bethesda anymore, or they've taped their mouths up, tied their hands behind their back, and they got them locked up in the broom closet. Because this game is everything wrong with modern Bethesda. Lack of innovation, lack of creativity.
Didn't Pete
lack
Hines
of vision,
leave? And it
lack
wasn't
of
this
even
Todd
polishing
Howard's
the game
last
before they
game?
release it. Over-promising, under-delivering, promising new elements. The elements that are in the game suck ass. It's just the best way that I can describe why this game is disappointing is the
I remember
following.
World
This
of
is a
Final
statement that I
Fantasy
made
because all
many
the
times over the course
protagonists
of
looked like
2023.
Neku from World Ends With You, and
When
it had
you
that
think
one funny scene
of
with
Elder
the
Scrolls,
the
okay,
male,
what do
the
you think
kid,
of?
and
What
like
are the
one of the
iconic
ladies,
things
and
about
like
the Elder
pouring too
Scrolls
much
universe?
sugar in a coffee.
First thing
And I
that
thought
comes
that
to
was
mind,
actually an
oh,
amusing
man. Well, let's
Japanese
see.
humor
You
style
got
scene,
Dark
man.
Elves.
Do you
got
remember the scene I'm talking
ogres.
about?
You've got magic and goblins. You got the medieval combat.
You didn't really like it
dragons
trying it out.
flying in Skyrim. You got
Oh,
the
and Sora
iconic
was in the
villages,
game,
right?
too.
I mean, we could keep going. There's a million
Yeah, the
things that
Funko
you can
Pop
think
Final
of,
Fantasy.
right? That are very iconic about the adoring fan. Sure. We could keep going. You know, the skooma. Holy crap, skooma. That's a running theme, right? We could sit here for like an hour.
Wild that he's gonna throw
and
the
just come
slob
with
up on
all the
YouTube with his
iconic,
on-demand viewers with
awesome
members scrolling for an
things
entire hour.
that came
That's
out.
the thing. Wait, what is this? What's that name? Is that just botting? Oh, it's just texting. Ah, nice sock name. Yeah, look at what, again, I'm gonna point it out. I have to do it. We have the member hype alerts covering up the right side of the screen. Then you have Dave's camera. Then you have old Dave from the past's camera covering up another sliver. You can't even see anything on the right side. It's hilarious. And we're just gonna toss it up. Toss it up VOD as is. Toss it up for the on-demand viewers, the non-existent on-demand viewers to watch and consume. Is he gonna split it up into parts? He probably is. Oh, man. It's gonna be great. It's like I was saying earlier. Live streaming was the first instance of double dipping. People say, oh yes, you're double dipping with DSP Reacts. Actually, DSP Reacts itself was the triple dip. The true double dipping came when he realized he could just live stream the gameplay and then monetize that and then upload the clips from the live stream later as their own VODs and then monetize that as well. That was the real double dip. Then you got this DSP throwback shit, and he's trying so hard to get monetized. And I heard some snippets earlier. I heard some rumblings. I heard him say, yes, guys, Final Fantasy 13 is actually boring. I don't know why you guys asked for it. It's not getting a lot of views. But that's okay, because I'm just tossing the videos up because I know people are like gonna watch them and then realize the game is boring and like not come back to it. But I don't want to waste the good lost media. I don't want to waste it while we're not monetized. So I'm going to get it monetized and then I'm going to upload the good playthroughs, right? I told you he's got a game plan. The game plan is to upload the parts, the chunks, all like the DSP Reacts VODs where you split up into 30-minute chunks and just upload those to maximize the ad revenue. They're doing the same thing for DSP throwbacks. Now that channel isn't monetized yet, but it will soon. It's an inevitability. And then we're gonna make money on that. We're gonna do it all in 30-minute chunks. People complain about 30-minute chunks being too short, and he can say, well, I already took your feedback on that, and I could have just made it 10-minute chunks like they originally were back in 2010 or 2011 or whatever the fuck. But I actually listened to the feedback, and actually the parts used to be much shorter. They're actually much longer now. I'm like giving you 3 parts total with the 30-minute uploads and yada yada yada, even though his regular gameplay on DSP Gaming is an hour chunk, but he's clearly doing it this way to maximize on ad revenue like a Grinch. But nah, stop noticing things. I've barely been listening to this whole affair since I just decided napping would be more beneficial, but I can't wait to see how this line stacks up to my Discord post prediction from September. I could give you the list now if you want it. This really wasn't, I would say, God, I'm like already trying to recall what I just listened to. And I'm like, was any of this like that funny? The Zelda segment resonated with me the most. And I didn't even play the fucking game. I thought it was funny that we spent 45 minutes. Like, look at this shit. It's music, and then he talks for like 45 minutes. I'm like over here wondering, okay, it's 9:30. When the fuck is he going to start talking about the games? And the game segments themselves, before we really got to what the big 3, weren't really anything outside of Zelda and Mortal Kombat. And then the top 3 games are the games he really had the most to say about. And it's kind of like if you listen to any pre-stream you've ever listened to on any of these games, you already knew what he thought about them. So it's kind of like, why are we here again?
From the Elder Scrolls franchise that are memeable, that are part of pop culture now. Gaming pop culture, that is.
Okay, he ended the stream, so I gotta hurry up. We gotta finish this before your private set.
Fallout, the other major first-person RPG franchise from Bethesda. What's iconic about Fallout? Oh my god, you got the vaults, you got Vault Boy, you got Nuka-Cola, you got the bottle caps, right? You
got DSP throwback. DSP throwback, and it's like the only throwback available on there isn't even the original videos. You're just stuck with the shitty remastered version.
We could talk about these things forever. People are still going on about.
I said it before, but if they came at him like that, like with the video game, he would complain.
We could talk about this forever, right? And we have a fun night just discussing all the amazing things out of Bethesda that they've done over the years in those 2 franchises
it's like
alone.
Not the original.
Now,
it's like a
I want
bad
you to
remastered version.
Forget about Elder Scrolls and Fallout, and I want you to say, name all the iconic things out of
DSP
Starfield
throwbacks,
right now.
But it's not the original videos that you remember and love. It's AI upscaled versions, huh?
The food cube things. Do you see what I'm saying?
I don't. He said food cube and then
that's not the same. You understand? Like when you really think about it, there's nothing at all iconic, original, fun, or noteworthy about
there
Starfield.
She is.
That's the problem with Starfield. When you're making a new IP and you're a game development company known for making these innovative, unique, memorable experiences, and you put out Starfield, claiming it's your big new IP, obviously things have gone awry. This is the most uninspired, boring game. You can literally never play it and not miss anything. You could play through the whole game and feel like you wasted your time playing it. There's no reason to play Starfield. If you
So
played
much of
Elder
this shit,
Scrolls,
so much
if
of
you
his
played
complaints
Fallout,
have amounted
go
to just
play your
wasting your
favorite Elder Scrolls
time.
or
It's
Fallout.
fucking
You're gonna
video
have
games.
Way more of a fun time re-experiencing your favorite universe ever than playing Starfield for the first time. And that's bad. In fact, that's the worst case scenario, because we were saying earlier in 2023 that this could have been the make or break year, correct? The make or break year.
Okay. If you don't mind, Anne, I will go ahead and tell you the list, since I'm assuming that's what you want, since you posted your own. Say Final Fantasy 16, Mortal Kombat 1, Starfield, Wolong, Superstars, Jedi Survivor, Diablo 4, Amnesia Debunker, Atomic Heart. Atomic Heart actually got a shout out. It got felted from the list. And then Need for Speed Unbound. You remembered more games than he did. The actual list is number 10, Hogwarts. Number 9, Dead Space Remake, which I didn't think was going to be considered, but it was. Number 8, Diablo. Number 7 was... What was number 7? Oh, Wolong. Number 6, Zelda. Number 5, Star Wars. Wait, did I forget? Jedi Survivor? Oh, no, Jedi Survivor was coming up. Yeah, Hogwarts was 10. Hogwarts 10. 9, Dead Space. 8, Diablo. 7, Wolong. 6, Zelda. Number 5 was Star Wars. Star Wars above Zelda kind of surprised me. Number 4, Mortal Kombat. And then Sonic Superstars number 3, which I think was like, whoa, buddy. Wow, really? But it's like he cried about the length. And then we have Final Fantasy and then Starfield.
For Bethesda, I think it broke them. I'm going to be honest with you guys. When the next big Bethesda game comes out, whether it's Elder Scrolls or Fallout, or whatever it is, I think people now are not going to give them the benefit of the doubt and trust them.
On getting that gifted membership
sold solely on pre-orders and things. Everyone
that must be a Delorio sock.
Bethesda to do the right thing with this franchise based on what they'd already promised. But that game,
well, I don't think
so
what he means disappointing. He means sales-wise. It disappointed him personally.
Are you going to believe Bethesda again that they're going to come out with another
He wanted
game?
it to be even more anti-trans.
Go?
Yes.
I really want to know, where did the time and the money go in this game? And where did the good game developers that made Fallout and Elder Scrolls go?
They died and left the company.
Did they work on this game? I'm curious, because I don't understand how the game came out this way if they did. It literally feels like they just copied everything from the past. And you know what? Here's another really good way to describe this game. Imagine that you have an amazing work of art, right? Let's say you have, I don't know, the Mona Lisa. Everyone knows the Mona Lisa painting. Debatable if you think it's pretty, but you have the Mona Lisa painting, right? So you have the original and you're staring at it. It's a work of art.
Yeah,
so
it's
now
all
you go to a photocopier and you put it down flat and you make a copy of it. And you hang the original up, and now you take the photocopy and you put it down and you make a photocopy of the copy. And you take the next copy and you make a copy
Couldn't you just have made an NFT comparison, right-click and save?
20, 30 times. By the time that you're done making a copy of a copy 30 times,
he doesn't know what NFTs are.
That copy comes out and it looks like a jumbled
He only knows
mess.
about them when he has to cry about them for
like
a news
the original
segment.
Mona Lisa at all. That's Starfield. It's the same
what a
systems,
comparison,
the same
though.
dialogue trees, the same factions, the same questing, the same first-person gameplay. It's all the stuff you've
That's the
already
thing, I
done.
don't think it's like he kind of gets that because he says stuff like that in this rant, and then it's like he can't put the puzzle pieces together.
That's the
people
problem
think
with Starfield,
Naughty Dog should go back to Crash. You think they think the same people who make fucking Jack and Daxter and Crash are still at Naughty Dog?
Well, you can only do the same thing as much ad nauseum over and over until you just stop having fun doing it, okay? I didn't have fun with Starfield. I started it first.
I didn't have fun with this stream, man.
That it was going to be original and different. And once I got about halfway into the game, I realized nothing about this game is original and different. Let's just advance the story. And when I did, and I got to the story end, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. That's the best they could come up with? That's pathetic. I couldn't believe what they did with this game and how badly executed it was. So for me, by a long shot, this is the most disappointing game of 2023. All right? So ladies and gentlemen, let's hope for the best. Let's hope that in the future, Bethesda will come out with a better game. And let's also hope for Final Fantasy 16 that Square Enix has learned from this experience. And we'll kind of go back to
learn.
more
What
of
about
its roots and not
Nintendo?
pump
Should
out another
Nintendo
game
have
just to
learned?
change it for the sake of changing it? It sure would be great, wouldn't it? Now, I would like to hear your takes.
You're
If
not gonna
watching this
care.
on
What? No! We lost. He already privated it. Well, I mean, it was pretty much over anyway. All right, we can raw David. You guys know I like to raw David. Hey, he timestamped it. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we can raw Dave. I know. Thank you, DD Duke.
Oh, my name.
Oh my God, he kept going.
Fool me 7 dark, but that your takes.
Okay,
If
here we
you're
go.
Watching this on
God,
demand-
He kept going. Oh yeah. Okay.
And please
Yeah, we
leave
gotta stay
some
here.
comments on this video. Do you agree with my takes? Do you not? What games did you find disappointing that maybe I left
Yeah,
out
still
of my
using the same
countdown?
creation
Or are there
engine and all
any
that,
games
and
I just listed that you're staunchly against being listed in the disappointing games? Tell me why. I'd love to have that discussion. I'd love to have that dialogue in the description of this.
We're only gonna entertain it once. Only for one free stream will we entertain your own thoughts.
I'm open to listening to other people's opinions and have them maybe change mine or influence mine. But at the same time, man, I've been doing this for 15 years. That was a really disappointing year for some of these games. I couldn't believe that they came out in that state and were that bad. And I'm sorry that we can't have more good games. The good news is there are great games, and we will talk about that in a separate video. But for now, this is Darkside Phil saying thank you for watching the most disappointing games of 2023 countdown here on DSP Gaming.
There will be no dialogue. You're right. He's gonna be talking at you. He won't read those comments. Asking for feedback, baiting for feedback and comments, and he's not even gonna like discuss them or reply back to you.
The video because the video was 90 minutes, and the longer the video goes, the harder it is for YouTube to process and the like. I can still hang out with you guys for a few minutes if you want to talk. I'm totally okay
unrecorded.
With that. In fact,
Unrecorded. This might be worth something.
Let me switch over to my other setup here, which these pop-ups are still continuing. Those 200 gifted memberships are still going and haven't exhausted themselves yet, which is pretty insane.
Just engage with the content. Oh, did you hear, Anne? For the 1 year Fire Emblem Engage anniversary, me and William the Alchemist will be partnering again for the Part 2 Tier Maker Extravaganza. We will be ranking all the waifus in Fire Emblem Engage this Thursday.
Solid picks. By the way, shout out to Warm Cactus. And
we're gonna probably argue about the story. Seven heard about it and he was like, oh my God, I gotta be there.
Excuse me.
We've been meaning to do it ever since we did the Three Houses stream. We just haven't had like a time to do it.
Agreeing with me?
As long as Will's stomach agrees with him and Rocky behaves, we'll be able to do it.
They really changed the list at all. Maybe a few in the order, but that's about it. Pizza Box Gaming says solid picks.
It's very timely to do it because, you know, it's going to be 1 year since the game came out.
Jesse says you've left the Final Fantasy 16 bros in disarray. I'm sorry about that.
I'll have to revisit some of the supports and reread them.
Bros in disarray tonight, but I got to be honest about my feelings. Kathleen, you have a good night. Keanu said this was a great stream. Thank you. No Super Real Vibe says you have 1,081 members now. We might. I'm not going to check. I mean, we'll just wait till tomorrow.
What if he gets like a giant 100 bomb tomorrow? He's like down to 900. Am I hateful in wanting that?
Starfield perfect for once. Me, my new Bethesda game high wore off. I found no reason to ever play it again because I was so bored. Exactly right. I was the same way. When I first started playing Starfield.
Well, part 1 was when we rated the Three Houses waifus. That's what I mean by that.
New thing. And I was like, okay, let me.
Well, the bot for that exists.
There's nothing out there, then my game crashes, and I gotta do the whole thing over. All right, let me build my ship for the first time. What is this? Why is it so convoluted and complicated? Why is this annoying and not fun? Let me fly in space for the first time. What the hell is this? There's no point in doing it. You can just fast travel everywhere. You know, like, everything just stacked up to be a big pile of dog shit. By the end of the day, it's just not fun to play anymore. DC had a fun time. Just counting down these disappointing games, super chill. Pizza Box says great stream, like this format.
He's gonna get another boost. It's a really weird way to support when you think about it. Yeah. Is it stolen credit cards? Is it some whale with lots of money?
Your picks.
Some cybersecurity fella. Who knows?
And then it's gonna be my Game of the Year rewards. All right. Whenever you're talking more positively about something, there's less to say. Quite frankly, like when you're doing negative, you feel like you have to justify it a lot more. When you're doing positive.
Hey, this is what we talked about earlier, why the positive games list isn't going to be as lengthy.
Like tomorrow night, it's not going to be 90 minutes to 2 hours. It's going to be like each video will be like roughly an hour.
That's why he's gonna have room to fit in the viewers' choice playthroughs, which that'll be funny. Be funny to see that segment.
Reverse 750 says the only lore in Starfield is the human stuff. I want to see other alien races. I mean, that was another thing too. Every other sci-fi franchise, what's the best part? When you get to learn about the lore of other human races.
I don't care who it's from either.
Mass Effect, you get to learn about the Turians or the Quarians.
For me, it's like, it's amusing if he doesn't make money. If he does make money, it's no skin off my back. Because it's just going to be, it's never enough for him, so who cares? In 30 days, he's going to lose all these members and then go back to crying about how he needs to up the record. We're going to gotta one up the 1080 record or whatever.
You really innovated with that one. You really hooked my interest.
He's got 1080 members, but can't even do 1080p.
Okay.
That's why I was kind of upset with Rich kind of broad rushing all the detractors as caring about the money.
Kingdom, but you made good points. Thank you. Haseo says,
oh yes, all the detractors are having a civil war. They're all destroyed by the documentary. They're all fighting each other.
People that love Final Fantasy 16 in the start were falling out of love in it by the final chapter.
They all feel like they're on some sort of moral crusade because DSP is mind controlling actual mentally regarded people into giving him money.
Says you don't do the worst
no, I don't kind of look at it like that.
This is the negative. We just finished the negative. Now tomorrow,
even the mentally handicapped devs know, like they're still adults. They can get money to him if they want to.
The best games of the year. That's tomorrow.
But fool and his money are soon parted, as they say.
Countdown versus the best. Of course it is. It's always good. You start with the negative, you end with the positive. That's.
And in reality, Carl's right. It's like all the same three people anyway. It ain't like millions and millions of dents and regards mind controlled into giving Phil money.
Yeah, if you didn't have
it ain't the
same exact experience.
It ain't really the drama that Rich is making it out to be.
I had a bad experience because of the graphics and the performance. So.
Yeah, it is fun to see him
right.
beg.
Dark Goldbox says, if you remember, the saddest part about Survivor, it was delayed an actual month, and then it came out, and it still played like that.
My sister has dumped her incarcerated boyfriend. Yes.
And by the time it came out, it was just
Congrats,
so disappointing, right? And there's nothing you could do about it. Like it was like they just couldn't fix it. It was too late to fix. No Sleep Bro.
The Bean Brood is slightly less toxic with him gone.
I'm definitely shocked and surprised by your top 10. You are? But that's exactly right. You were correct.
I helped to test VRMs in Lethal Company. Did they work?
Did it just end? People are saying the 200 memberships just ended. You're right, because that's Thunderlips. So you're gonna get Thunderlips, Gabriel, well,
Big Kirby, Kami, and the Secretary.
Gabriel, who was it? It was 672 and Gabriel gifted Thunderlips and Morbidly Obese.
I could lend the Shy Lady. I don't even own the model. I could send you the VRM for her if you want it. Along with I guess the Bandit.
About to adjourn in the next
but the Bandit's kind of awkwardly sized, but it might be funny to see him in. If Big Kirby worked, then I don't see how the Bandit wouldn't work.
That's wild.
Oh, and the Shy Guy Bandit that you recolored.
Any chance a quick 1, 2, and 3 playthrough? I have no idea. Maybe someday, because like you said, they are on Game Pass as upgraded games, so maybe, but I don't see it in the near future. Final Fantasy 16 got me bored. It was like Godzilla and DBZ, says Jade. I agree. Those icon fights were just like that. Reverse 750 says becoming Starborn is a copy of being Dragonborn. Poor shame. Yeah, only way more boring. It really is. Will there be new emotes? I have absolutely, positively no idea if we have unlocked any new emote slots.
You have 1,080 members after a 200 bomb. I would hope you have new emotes. He doesn't even know. He did not even consider this.
You got cursed by a wizard.
I did?
Is it membership levels? Or is it customized default perk? It might be customized default perks. Okay, there's the badges. By the way, YouTube added the ability to have a 4-year member badge now. They didn't have that, but now they added it. So that means that
you're never gonna
be getting your 3-year member badges this year.
You're not.
And then I can design.
We can't be talking about this shit.
The year after.
You haven't even existed here for 4 years.
No. Nope. It says we still need 31.
Can't even read. The laptop's right in front of you.
127 more members needed.
He really doesn't have new emotes?
127 more.
And he says YouTube is so much better. YouTube is so much. This is clownery. He has no new emotes.
top of what we have. So we need 1,200.
That's
I
sad.
guess it's going by 200
Oh,
now.
I guess you're right, Bashi.
So we
He's
hit
had 1,000 members
That
before.
was the last emoji, but we did
Still
that
crazy.
like 2 years ago.
I'm not gonna cap
the
for
next
that.
milestone would be 1,200. So no, you can't unlock one until we hit 1,200 members. 1,200 members is the next milestone. But there is a.
And then when he does unlock it, he's gonna have to rush add the emotes, and he might not he might not know what to add. He might just like feel compelled to add something there because he can lose the slots on YouTube, unlike on Twitch, by the way. But yeah, YouTube is so much better. You can get discovered easily on YouTube. No way you can't get not discovered on YouTube. People actually search game categories on YouTube, not like on Twitch.
Year badge that I can do, of course. No
Yeah, and it's gonna be an old one that nobody asked for.
Yeah, I can
because if people would have asked for it, it would have already been there.
What are you gonna do? That's how YouTube works. They really make you hit those ginormous milestones to get new emojis, right? Mark says, I bought Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom in Adelaide Airport on the way to Japan. I'll play it one day. I never played a Zelda game. How do you think you'll like it? You'll probably like it, but you'll be frustrated with the frame rate. But overall, if you didn't play Breath of the Wild, you won't feel like you're redoing the gameplay. You'll probably really like the game. So, that's right. We need 1,200 members to unlock a new emoji on the stream. That's correct. I received a $2 tip.
I have received.
From Zach. I played Jedi Survivor 3 months after its initial release. I was able to enjoy it very much. I wish you could have had that same experience. Yeah, and it sucks. You know, I waited too. I gave it an honest shot. I purposefully.
But when he waits for games, it doesn't exactly end well for him either.
Like a week, 2 weeks later, and it still ran like shit.
And he complains he waited too long to play it, and the views weren't there.
The game, and I just kept playing it from then on. I agree with you that it's sad.
Maybe she should wait to play games.
This is the first moment
wait for a couple of updates and actually play a game.
Member, you know.
Did I see what Bashe posted? I don't have Discord open right now.
I have no idea what it would be. We have a whole year to figure that out. If you wanted a new crown, we could probably recolor a crown. If you didn't want another crown, you wanted something different, we could probably do that. I'm not sure what it would be. Big man.
I'm gonna hate it and love it.
Super chat. I want him to say
quite
the
treacherous.
was really good. Bravo, your take on
What's
how
in store for me here?
About the Tetris kid. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, and you know, I just gotta be honest about that kind of stuff.
Bean says also
I don't have a lot
digger.
of tolerance.
Any suggestions on non-Bean style games to try for 2024?
I mean, inadvertently.
Non-Bean style. What would you say is Bean style?
Internet like bitches and talk to their own audiences bullying. You know, in real life, being bullied is a little bit different than the internet bullying, right? But you know, someone who's been bullied a lot, to see a kid get bullied for doing something meaningful and worldwide record holder by some fucking middle-aged woman who's probably.
Oh my lord, Bashe!
Yeah, I was pretty pissed about it. So.
What kind of flex was he on?
Moxrey says, can't believe Street Fighter 4 is 15 years
oh
old.
Oh my lord,
month. Yeah,
Bashe.
You're right. It was what, February? Actually, it's older than that because I played it in arcades in 2018. I went to.
This is quite the spoiler.
Rhode Island. And I actually played it there
for the stream because this does not break any rules. I don't see. I don't see why I shouldn't post this.
But it came out on consoles February.
Now, I caution everybody watching the stream right now. I caution you. Fell asleep during the best of worst whatever. What I miss. It was everything you thought it was gonna be. Crybaby Zelda segment. Crybaby Starfield segment. Crybaby Final Fantasy segment. And then every other segment. He didn't really have much to say about the game. And it was kind of just there to fill out a list. The biggest shock was that Sonic made the list, but Ant's list was like 60% wrong, 40% right. Anyway, that's great. All right, but here it is. Here it is, guys. Look away if you're eating something. It's the Ralpha mail, baby. Yes, the gun. Yeah, I don't think this means that the weight loss was photoshopped or it was a lie. Like, just because you lose a lot of weight, does not mean the skin magically disappears. And we already had the gun existing. This is not a shock to me. All those photos we saw of him, you know, the shirt was covering everything. And then we got this one. This one you really need to you really need to look away for this one. Ah! You can see the divide. You can see the divide there. I don't know what he was doing when was this from tonight? It has to be from tonight. I don't know what kind of flex he was on to show off the gun without fear, but now he wields it like a weapon. He wields it like a weapon to slap you with. A naked Zoidberg. Yeah, it's got that red. There's like a peachiness. It's like a redness to the flesh. Why is I don't know why it splits in the middle. Need the Ralph skin surgery. But there's your quick Ralph free update of the stream, courtesy of Bashe. I'm sure Kino Casino will go over this, and then we'll have to see it again during the Kino Casino clip. Belly button? Oh yeah, that makes sense. And big ups to Bashe for that update. I had Discord closed, so I couldn't see it.
February 2009. You're absolutely right. 15-year anniversary is coming up, man.
Uninstall. Uninstall.
Agree with your take on Final Fantasy 16. The game was a huge disappointment, and some PS5s overheated and crashed because of it. I guess I was lucky that didn't happen, right? I guess I was very lucky. Jane says, I was okay with Mortal Kombat 1 being number 4. I got my list here,
Mario music.
I figured it out right before this stream. I'm good to go. Just so you guys know, I got 10 games and 2 honorable mentions.
2 honorable mentions? We didn't have any dishonorable mentions tonight.
To be made in tomorrow night's Game of the Year Awards, just so you know. But it'll be much shorter than this. This was me elaborating a lot on the bad game. It's much easier to say what's good about a game than a bad, because in bad you have to really be detailed and elaborate to justify, because you're talking shit, as opposed to praising. You can just say what you like and move on. So
I don't think that's necessarily true. Sometimes it can be hard to articulate what specifically you like about a game. Big ups Goki, we still sipping that
I
pib.
remember the game. I don't particularly remember playing it, but I remember playing Yakuza 4. The 4 characters are different fighting styles, which was really neat.
Bidding music with Dave right now.
Present for my wife. I love it.
This cheery, bouncy music while this dude is just so pessimistic and sad.
By the way, my screen is dying again. I wonder why. It is slower a little bit. This happened the other day, and then I missed the camera. Anyway, we're about to adjourn, guys. Probably just like a couple more minutes. So last.
You know, I was gonna say, I was thinking Roller Coaster Tycoon when she said non-mean games, but I don't know. I feel like she may have played those before. Top-down style games.
Tomorrow, Resident Evil 0 remake on the first stream. Or not remake.
They got OIC would fly to Renton for the funeral. He allegedly is already in Seattle, but that could be another LARP.
And tomorrow night, it's going to start off the late stream tomorrow night with the viewer's choice best playthroughs of 2023.
I gotta win the memory game 50 times, but I'm also trying to read chat to see, because I don't want to ignore people. I also have to see where the cards are being hid.
Also, quick reminder, special stream Wednesday night.
Oh, maybe Ian could play Pizza Tower, but she kind of already plays platformers that are super hard.
But Wednesday night, very special stream right here on ESP Gaming, same time and place.
Mystery stream. What do you think the mystery stream is, Ann? I said an interview with Mike Klum, which is not out of the question given they have allegedly been in talks for years, not years, months.
DC has a haiku. A cooling wind breeze, chill shade, warming summer vibe.
Some people say Fightcade, but I think Fightcade he would prefer more to verbally hype up rather than keep that a mystery, because we've already talked about it for years. It's not really. It would not make sense for me to keep that a secret.
Watching during the pandemic, it's cool to be a part of the content you care about. You're welcome, 672. Thank you for coming by and being a viewer and fan. And also, I will say this for those of you who either came from detractor content
detractor content
YouTuber and check me out. I appreciate you giving me a chance. There's so much stuff out there about me that's negative, and those who over the years come and give my content a chance, I really appreciate that, because it's so easy to just pile right on with the negative.
If it's not a Mike Klum thing, Fightcade's the only other thing I could think of that he could hide, but I don't see the sense in hiding it.
Content, and that's nice to hear and know. So thank you for that. Alright, absolute last chance before I wrap it up, guys. Gaia with a haiku says, terrible games played, enduring year-end worst reveal. Enduring year-end worst reveal.
Counting with your fingers. Counting with the fingers. Counting with the fingers.
Enduring year-end worst that's not a haiku. It's supposed to be 575. You missed one. You missed a couple. Pizza Box Gaming, that's crazy. He says he was just searching for someone playing Sea of Stars. He found me, and now here he is watching the content. That's crazy. Because I almost never
What
get
an
found.
organic
Like,
story.
My stuff gets suppressed by YouTube all the time. I do not usually hit YouTube search that often, or if I do, you'll get 4,000 negative things about me rather than someone finding something positive I'm doing. So it's pretty cool to hear that you found me in a positive way. Oh, my name was supposed to be part of the haiku? Oh, hold on. Okay. Oh, here we go. Terrible games played. DSP Gaming Endure. In year-end worst read. Nah, it still doesn't. I tried. Still doesn't work.
I tell him to clock out, but he already did. I'm just way behind.
I literally have no idea yet. I'm not really focused.
Baba is you? I've heard of that.
Am I playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth? Absolutely 100% yes.
Why?
Full
It's so
playthrough,
long.
and
I
I'm checking
thought you
out that
hated long
alternate world.
games.
It's like
Prince
the
of
Virtual
Persia?
Island stuff too. I'll be doing all of it. Spidey, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for sharing. Play goals with yourself for Baldur's Gate 3 was showing the other day on tags for the game. That's great. Again, that's good to hear. It's been so long since anyone has been able to find me in a positive capacity.
Hi-Fi Rush on Switch? That would make sense. Nintendo and Xbox are
Many
best
of the OGs are
friends.
still here. Others watch from the shadows. Oh, I know. To this day, there's literally people who have been around forever, but they call themselves the silent majority. They won't talk in chat.
Silent
They won't speak up,
majority?
but they still watch, and a lot of them support.
The
Everybody-
Trump
you see how every
thing.
day a tip will come in
He's
with
got
anonymous
Trump
tip.
supporters
What
in his
amazing that
chat.
is, right?
They choose
Usually
not to
probably someone
speak.
who's behind the scenes, and every once in a while they just want to support when they can, and that's
They call themselves the silent majority, but they never speak. So how do you know that they call themselves the silent majority? This is not factually compute.
much appreciated. So. You found me through the Wario Wonder playthrough. Awesome. This is great to hear that people are finding DSP gaming again through the positivity instead of the negativity. So this is great news. Okay. 585 haiku. Terrible games played. DSP gaming Endure. Year-end worst reveal. Except that it's 575. It's not 585. So if it was 585, that would have worked, Gaia. But you're still off by 575. All right, guys. I think we gotta get out of here. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. Nikita, if you're out there, thank you for another whopping 200 members. We've now hit the new record. I've never had that many on the channel. People did ask if we hit 1,200, that's when I unlock an emote slot for the channel. But I'm very appreciative of hitting a new record tonight. Obviously, I wasn't expecting that at all. Guys, I'm out. I'm going to film the daily wrap. I'm going to set up for tomorrow. Tomorrow, the agenda is the Level 1 podcast, Resident Evil 0 remastered in the morning. And the night stream tomorrow night, same time, same place as this one. Fan voted, or viewer's choice, best playthroughs of 2023, followed by my Game of the Year award. All right, guys. Thank you. Great stream tonight. Had a ton of fun. I hope you guys did too. Have a good evening. I'll see you all tomorrow for another fun full day of streaming. Peace out, everybody. Bye-bye. Good evening, everyone.
Whew. Oh my god, I was muted. I have to say that whole segment again. I had a whole bit. I was talking about, wow, guys, you know what's so great about the night stream being over and me taking so long to watch the night stream because I paused so much? The great thing about it is that the daily wrap is already uploaded. Ah! That was all I said. If I said anything else, it wasn't important. How long was I muted? I don't even know. Leave me alone. Daily rep time.
What a day. Welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Monday, the 8th of January, 2024. A jam-packed, fun streaming day for me. Let's just get right into it. First of all, some new things over on DSP.
If I was muted when I said Sarah should take commissions for emotes, then let me say that now. Sarah, you should commission emotes. You should be a commissioner. You should take commissions.
Curious
You know
what
what
you
I mean?
guys think. Remember, the common complaint over there had been that the 60 frames was creating ghosting. So everything else is still present, including the longer video, the upscaled visuals. I'm just curious what you now think about it without the ghosting. So please go over there, check it out, leave feedback. That's youtube.com/@DSP Throwback. Level 1 podcast today. Had some fun discussion about DSP Throwback, about my current
Sitting bullet
playthroughs,
point after bullet
and
point.
about my day yesterday, which was a very different kind
That's
of day.
when you know he wants to go home.
Patron videos and things like that. And it also discussed some gaming news. So it was a pretty good variety of topics covered on today's podcast.
Why is the rap
Then we
shilling the
jumped
brother
back into
channel?
Baldur's
The
Gate
brother
3,
channel should have
and
its
this was
own
a good
daily
stream
raps.
because we were fully into the Underdark. Now we're fully exploring down there, and we checked out
I don't want your money,
a
I
bunch
want
of
your
interesting
memes.
stuff. We climbed some mushrooms on a wall and found an alternate way in.
Fair enough.
We stumbled upon a bunch of magical turrets and come to find out this was the defense system for an arcane tower that we then fought and stormed and looted thoroughly and did a bunch of story elements in. And then we left that arcane tower and stumbled upon a bunch of mushroom people, ran into some unique NPCs, and ran out of time. So it was a great stream. Like, I'm actually enjoying the Underdark a lot. I feel like I'm well more equipped to handle it now because my characters are level 5, so it's not like overly challenging. And good loot found, good lore, everything fun. Great interactive stream again, no complaints. My late stream tonight.
It's like the end of
was
Barney.
beginning of my
I was
year-end
thinking the
series,
end of
the most
Dora, where they
disappointing
talk about
games
what
of
they learned
2023
today.
Countdown. Streaming well. A lot of people. I think we had between like 400 or 500 viewers, something like that, and had a great time with it. And man, it was super fun. It took about overall. I hung out with the audience a little extra before we got started, and the
And you
actual
hung
countdown
out
of
for
the
a
most disappointing
it wasn't a
games
little
was
bit.
10,
And you
to about
hung out
90
with them at the end
minutes.
too.
So the video that you're gonna watch on demand on YouTube tonight when it goes live will be about 90 minutes long. Please give it a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, I
because
saw
longer videos
the
take
rates that
YouTube
lady
longer to
had going
process.
that
So I
nature
fully
model.
expect that it
But she
won't go
charges
live
she
immediately. It might take a
charges
couple of
bank
hours
for them.
longer to show
But
up.
it looks
But
good.
A lot of people agree to my picks. Some
It's not
people
really
did
in a
not.
dingus budget
People were
right now,
very
man.
civil about it though. I think that a lot of people had a good time with it. Okay, so good stuff. I really enjoyed myself, and people seem to really like the countdown.
welcome
the
back, Algernon.
support, wow, off the charts. Let me tell
Lucky
you.
you, it's time for the daily wrap already because I paused so much during the night stream because I had so much to say.
Member bomb on my podcast.
He got 200 members. Whoa, we're back over 1,000. Trolls have lost. I'm crying downstairs.
1,080 or so members. That's the most I've ever had on DSP Gaming in the
People,
existence of this channel.
he says record
Thank
high,
you
but
to Nikita.
didn't I
Everyone
see
else,
people
too, 'cause
earlier
keep in mind,
say
even though
he's had
Nikita
1,100
provides me with
before?
all these memberships, it's everyone else as well. I already had over 600 before this.
Yeah, I'm
crazy
huddling over here with
generosity
Ann.
started.
I'm like
So,
patting him on the back. It's gonna be okay, man.
Thank you so much.
It's gonna be okay. Give him
Nikita,
30
for that.
days.
And for
He'll
everyone
be
else,
under
it
600
was
again.
a great stream with super chats, with tips, with memberships.
You
with
and I
everything.
both know.
It went really well.
It's only like 400
now someone
organic.
asked me on the stream, so I'll address it publicly here. With this many members now, does that mean we have new emote slots unlocked?
No.
Sadly, no. I
Whale
did
even
hit
more.
1,000 members 2 years ago.
Oh, could you imagine? He's
For
like,
about a year and a
come
half
on,
ago, I remember it
guys.
was
I
like
put
the
the goal
fall
as 30 more
2022,
members today
and someone
because
very
we only
similarly
need
came
that
and gifted a
much
ton
to
of memberships
unlock
to the
new
channel, and
emotes.
We had like 1,000 and change. It was like 1,030 or something like that. At that point, I did
Scam
unlock
continues.
a new emoji slot. They call them emojis on YouTube. But then the next one is 200 more.
Yeah, Rich was
members.
right, Soho.
So we would
I'm
not
fucking
have a
belted.
new emoji slot.
I'm gonna
unlocked on
leave the
YouTube
Snortrex.
until I hit 1,200 total members.
I'm gonna
Well,
move
now
back
we're
to
at about
Ralph.
1,080. We're close. Can we get another 120 members?
Yeah,
You
I
know,
haven't gotten to that
soon?
series,
I don't
so
know. Certainly, I'm not.
I did the LTG stuff first, and him yelling at the reporter, and then it was time for the night stream, and we just been kind of hooked on that. But I'm still gonna cover the Rich stuff.
Expecting it. I mean, that's insane the amount of members we just got in 1 month.
I know he
Yes,
had like
obviously,
a
that's gonna
whole
help things out a lot
dedicated
around here, so
segment
thank you
yelling
so
at the
much.
tractors,
Everyone else
but
on the
also
channel,
doing the Pastor Eric thing where he was like, no,
went
not
really
you,
well.
Ann.
So,
You're cool, Ann. I like your stuff.
As I
Oh no,
finish,
Siri, I like your
recording
streams.
here, I'm gonna
You make
upload
funny
this daily
emotes
wrap
and transition
the most
stingers.
disappointing
I don't
game
mean you.
countdown to the channel. I'm actually gonna make a playlist for the year-end series, because 3 videos this year. So that playlist will be live, and you'll see that on the main channel page as well. Tomorrow, Tuesday, it's another Level 1 podcast in the morning, and then it's going to be more Resident Evil 0 Remastered. We're in a very precarious position in the playthrough where I am stuck between a rock and a hard place. I'm in a save room. Both characters have low health. I have no healing items.
And no one wants to tell you what to do.
And I need to get past
their
an
whole
army
business
of
is
zombie
precarious.
monkeys to get out of that room back to the mansion.
My brain tunes out Dave after he says 4 to 5 words. It's the struggle of trying to play a game and restream them and trying to have like something to say, but also periodically forgetting what he's even talking about, because it's all just fucking noise at the end of the day.
To continue on with the playthrough, I guess we'll have to
see. The eternal struggle.
Tomorrow night, the late stream at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time is the second half of my year-end series. If you're not aware, it's number 1, the viewer's choice best playthroughs of 2023. If you didn't vote by now, sadly, your vote
I wish
will
no
not be
ill
counted,
will
because
on
tonight
Phil, but it was kind of fun when he was just kind of sick and not streaming at all.
Countdown in the OBS
tonight. The eternal rest.
So sorry,
the grass touching week.
It took too long. But then it's also going to be my Game of the Year award. So there's a countdown you created, and then my personal countdown. And I don't think anyone has any idea what my Game of the Year is this year. I really don't think
we
anyone
created
knows.
the countdown. How did we create it?
This will be a special one because I don't review games anymore, right?
He's just gonna control F all the games and like make the top 10 list depending on the search results for all of them.
You guys will join me tomorrow night for the second half of my, year-end countdown, the positive side this time around, which is excellent. Just one final reminder: I am here on Wednesday and Wednesday night, a very special late night stream. I can't miss stream, but I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm just going to say, please be here on Wednesday night to chill with me if you can make it. If not, don't worry. I'm going to record that stream and upload it to the channel. But I'm just telling you,
if you
it's
would
a special
not.
time to be here. Told you I got all this new stuff going this year, and it keeps on rolling out. All right. So thank you all. Great streaming day. I'm out of here.
Okay, Jesse. I know you hate streams where Dave is more of the focus than the gameplay. This was supposed to be a nice chill stream, man.
Night for the positive countdowns and the end of my Game of the Year and series. Cool. Thanks everyone. Peace out. Have a good night. Bye bye.
And then he was just gone into the fucking ether. All right. Well, before we do the rich segment, or well, we could do the rich segment first. Yeah, we'll do the rich segment first. No, because I had a troll segment ready. We're not gonna do the troll segment. I'm in a good mood. Actually, no, this one's 3 minutes. DSP begs for more memberships and money the day after getting 200 gifted memberships. How ironic that title is. You think that title would have been referring to tonight, but it's actually referring to yesterday. He got 200 yesterday and then he got 200 more today? Interesting. 200, so February 9th is going to be a funny evening.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Welcome to the Dingernet.
Snort. I got the drip.
FYI.
Let me hear what a successful beg looks like, because this did work. He did get 200 more today.
So guys, I'm just gonna mention it basically once on this podcast. But as you know, I'm a crowdfunded individual. I don't have sponsorships. I don't have partnerships. I don't sell products. There's no paid promotions. I don't shill things. I don't play games for money.
Shill.
My content is 100% genuine. Everything I say and do on my streams is representative of my true opinions because I don't have to answer to anyone.
He's the number one detractor.
Or losing, being dropped by
because he gives Dave the least amount of attention, which Dave likes. He likes getting attention. Think about it.
Because of your crowdfunding. If it weren't for you crowdfunding this style of content, I would probably have to change for the worse. So I want to say thank you for.
Now, Jesse probably cares about DSP the least outside of us all, aside from maybe Goon.
I really appreciate you all. I really do. Yesterday, oh my God, right? Take a look. On yesterday's podcast, we got 200 gifted memberships from Nikita. 200.
Oh, same person too came back and gave 200 more
yesterday.
I didn't even try to go onto a different account. It was just the same one.
Like, wait a minute, I have a membership? What happened? That's what happened. Nikita came on stream and gifted 200 members. All right? So first of
Talk
all,
about how
yes,
it's a
that's going
trial
to help
membership.
a
You
lot
should
this
upgrade
month.
to a
Thank you so
regular
much,
membership,
Nikita.
like
But this
that
is awesome because now you
Reforged
guys
guy.
will have
And
memberships
actually,
for the year-end
he used the
series. You're gonna
trial
have
membership
memberships for
mentality
special
before
streams.
too.
You're gonna have memberships for the new games coming
Back
out
in the
next
day
later
when
on this month. This is
YouTube
exciting stuff,
memberships
right? It's really
first
excellent.
came to
So,
him.
thank you, Nikita. And now you might say, well, oh my
The
God, well, what's
trial
next?
membership.
Well, as you know, I don't have monthly goals anymore.
I could
We
make
got
them
rid of
1
monthly
cent
goals,
if I
and just
wanted
do
to.
events
If
for
I
the
could
sake
make
of
them 1
doing fun
cent, I
events with you
would.
guys. That's why that Super Bowl event is happening, regardless of how many members we had. I don't care. Instead, we do small daily goals. So today, I'm doing 2 streams, one of Baldur's Gate 3, one of my year-end series. Man, it would be great if we could hit 885 members. You know, get about 11 new ones. Whether that's you're someone who watches the content, you like it, and you join yourself. Whether you're someone who likes this community and maybe wants to support it, so you gift some memberships to fellow viewers. However it may be, that would be awesome if we could hit 885 by the end of today's 2 streams. So by the end of all of today's content, that would be my goal. Okay? My other goal, as you guys know, I always try to hit a $50 goal of tips every stream. Now, particularly with the Baldur's Gate 3 streams, we've done exceptionally well. I don't think there's been a Baldur's Gate 3 stream yet where we haven't hit $100, which is amazing. And I want to say thank you.
Very
for continuing
hilarious
to show
given
up
what he
and
was
engage
thinking
and
about
support
Baldur's
these
Gate
streams.
3 going in.
Right now, Baldur's Gate 3 is the big playthrough I'm doing, right? Like everything else I'm doing is kind of not
He
as
didn't
big
think
of a
that
deal.
going
But
in, though.
Zero Remastered is an older game that I've already
Thank you,
played.
Frank.
Sea of
Take it
Stars,
easy.
it's an indie game that has
night-night.
an audience, but definitely Baldur's Gate 3 is the big one right now. So to
Adios
get that
and
level
me
of
time.
engagement and support on every stream has been tremendous. It'd be great if we can keep that up today. But again, my goal is to hit $50 on each stream that I do. So let's see if we can do that today. Okay? And that's that. I'm not going to mention it again on the podcast.
I got the drip go. I got the drip go. I got the drip go. I got the drip go.
Okay, so these are the traits of a successful beg. You only mention it once. You talk about how you got 200 members the day before, and you talk about how awesome it is that we don't do monthly goals and that we instead push and move the goalposts every single day, periodically, depending on where we at when it comes to memberships. These are the traits of a successful beg because it ended up working out for him in the end. All right, DSP mocks LTG, copes about LTG, notable desperation. Oh, that's the momology version of the LTG video. DSP cope session about the copyright strikes. DSP compares romance to games to being in room with your mother. And then we have the rich segment. We got 2 versions. R2 gets bullied into leaving the vortex, planning to play Baldur's Gate 3 instead. And a longer version, Review Techie would say, done with DSP, says detractors need to get lives and leave the house. We'll do the longer version just to get to maximize the rich content. Well, get your popcorn, I guess. Richard is gonna call us all out, but he doesn't mean me. He doesn't mean me or you or you or you or you or you or basically if you were in his chat, like adding him and you were of a notable position, I suppose, in the community. He went out of his way to talk about how he didn't mean you, but he meant others that he would not name. He was pulling a pasta. Review Tech just mad that everyone told his fat ass he's not a detractor. I think I don't see him as one, but also it's kind of like, not from the sense of a gatekeeping, but kind of more like well, you're just a guy who talks about anything. The same as It's a Gundam. I don't see It's a Gundam as a detractor. That's why when people make DetractorCon jokes, I thought those were amusing because everyone in the like the guest list for those DetractorCon memes were people that you would not really think of as big DSP detractors, like It's a Gundam, Keemstar, Rich Review Tech, the side scrollers. Ah, yes, the #1 big prime detractors, Boogie, Jordan. Like to me, as like obviously some of these people are like higher in like terms of making content in general on YouTube than like most detractors you would think of when you think of that term. But from the perspective of being a detractor, I don't consider them detractors. Does that make sense? Am I going crazy again? Never mind. Start the video.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Snort. Code.
Yeah, Rich is done with us. Ankajima World Order. It was talking about me.
Yeah. Talk about that in a minute. I like, because I said it seems like they're already saying They
Who's
were saying that don't ruin it. Like, ruin what? You talk about every fart that comes out of Phil's ass. You more than I do.
I think the thing is that Phil obviously does not like you, and I'm not saying it would happen, but they're probably looking at it from the perspective that it's a bad idea if Clum talks to Rich and Phil finds out about it, because it could possibly maybe inspire Phil to back out. I'm not saying that will happen. I'm saying it's a possibility. It's like infinite possibilities. There's a multiverse in which that did happen. Now, could also be that Phil doesn't care who Clum talks to, but I understand the reservations that these people that Rich is talking about have in regards to him pretty much coming in acting like, because he was the one who reached out to Clum. Rich was not reached out by Clum. He reached out to Clum. He threw himself into the chicanery, not Clum reaching out. Clum reached out to a couple of people. Rich was not one of them. Rich reached out to Clum first, and we all know why. We all know why. And he acted like, oh yes, you must speak to Ree. You must get on call with Ree. And it's like, well, of course people are gonna be concerned about that, because you've already been in situations with Dave. And people don't want Dave to back out of this. Even if you think, I know some people have said here that they don't think the documentary is going to amount to much. Even if you think that, you should still want it to happen. Whether it's going to do anything for him or not, good or bad, you should still want it to happen. And there could be potential that him talking to the wrong people might scare Dave away. I'm not even saying it will happen. But if it does happen, I would find that consistent with Dave's behavior.
And that's saying something. If anyone's gonna ruin
it's not gonna do what he wants to do. I think he has a bad. He's got a.
But
he
like
doesn't
I said,
know
I haven't announced it.
What it's gonna do to him. I think he's gonna think it's gonna focus more on the
Coming
past.
soon.
When I don't think the past will be a big segment. It's gonna be like a 1 hour to a 1 hour 20-minute thing. It can't linger too much on the past. I think it will focus more on his present and day to day, and how sad he is now. Maybe a conversation talking about the future and what's next for him if stuff doesn't work out.
I know something of it is that I know there's some people who exist. They hate
for these people,
Phil, to an unhealthy degree. They're just as bad, if not worse, than Phil's dents. And they're like so caught up in their hatred of him, they don't even fucking realize it. Who the fuck? All I hear about is Jack Doherty now. He's another one of those fucking dudes with a mushroom head.
Mushroom. So when he says this, this is my takeaway, is that I'm thinking of dent tractors who do exist, you know. There are certain Mexicans that come to mind when I think the term dent tractor, the person who is the reason that term exists. But I don't think Rich knows that particular Mexican or his nasty food that he cooks. Maybe he's thinking certain people are dent tractors that I don't think are dent tractors. Not sure. Big ups on a kitty Nurgle. It's weird how he's even addressing who he's even addressing, TBH. He really can't admit that Gamebox just riled him up, call him out in the first place. Who? How can I say this? Because this person still has some ties. It's not you, Seal. It's not you, Seal. It's not Perez. It's not Joe Blah. It's not Ann. It's not Gondola. We're calling out a particular Mexican. This is a no, it's not it's not even Soma. This is Ann knows who it is when I say a particular Mexican and his nasty dishes. Crappin knows who it is. I know Crappin knows who it is. A particular nice boy, a nice guy, nice guy, and he gets points for being a nice guy. If you know that much, then you already know who I'm talking about. This person does not post that much anyway. They're not that much of a weirdo. They were a big weirdo last year because they were going after a lot of detractors. This was like the detractor Punisher. He was going after Forbidden Math. If you want to know why Forbidden Math went away and doesn't post as much anymore, he was a reason. went after who else did he go? He went after Steve of the Dead for his politics. Yeah, he was a big political guy. The person we're talking about didn't even care about Dave at all. He just wanted to gatekeep who was allowed to talk about Dave and who wasn't. Went after Forbidden Math, went after Steve of the Dead, doxed Raven, which whatever you may think of Raven, he doxed Raven poorly, but he still did. And this was before anything else about Raven came out. So again, whatever you may think, I'm just talking about people he went after. Particularly, he went after Lady Detractors. He went after Sav. I think he tried to get into the Detractor Beam Discord, and Snood had to get rid of him. Look at me going on this fucking tangent just because Rich implied he was talking about Dent Tractors. There's more. He was feuding with a lot of people. He basically got banned out of every Discord. Shiro did some investigating on him. So if you go to Shiro's Twitter, it's pretty easy to find out who I'm talking about. But he still has some ties remaining to certain people, so I don't want to go too all out. But it's not hard at all to find out who I'm talking about. But he used to be real antsy and going after everyone for no reason at all because they didn't want to suck his cock or something. Particularly, he went after female detractors because he wanted to date them. Aquateal, yes! Yes! That's why he was feuding with Forbidden Math, because he wanted to date Aquateal. He would always post in their stream and never get it recognition. Yes, people who know who will know. Yeah, he's a Mexican incel, Kojima World Order. I'm very disappointed. I'm disappointed in our ethnicity. Yeah, Carl, you were there when the stuff about him was drumming up before you left, so you know. If you don't know, don't worry about it, because he doesn't talk anymore. I think he got banned from the farms because he was shitting up the threads over there. Even the farms didn't want him. They kicked him out and they called him a dead tractor because he was shitting up certain threads by posting like meaningless updates about like detractors posting meaningless stuff on Twitter. He would just complain about it. He would post, like, if Steve was supposed to make a post about politics, he would post it there, be like, look at Steve making political posts. Isn't that cringe? He would take random comments from people who post in detractor chats, not even notable people, just viewers talking in restream chats. He would screen cap and post it there too. Look at the people. Look who I found. Look at this guy. I think this guy is a trans person. And it's like, bro, this is not the place. Like, even if you're like against that, it got to a point where it's like, okay, bro, we get it. It's like, I kind of don't care. I don't care if like trans people don't like DSP. I'm not here to gatekeep who likes and doesn't, who can like and dislike them. And he was just annoying as is. Like, even if you agreed with not liking or tolerating those people, it came from a messenger that was just so fucking annoying. Even the farms could not tolerate him, and thus he was banished. And I've not seen many rumblings of him since then. It's kind of hard to get any updates from it all, because again, he's banned from every detractor Discord. He was he was an anime hater. He would call everyone PDF files for liking anime. Despite the fact that he likes Asuka, and apparently Asuka's like 14 or something, depending on like her physical and mental age. I haven't watched Evangelion in forever, but it's kind of hypocritical. Yeah, Basha, you might remember.
He has that mushroom fucking hairstyle.
I got derailed so much.
That's one of those hairstyles.
But again,
that's
this
gonna
person
be like,
does not
that was
exist
so
as much as they used to. They got
like you look back
laughed
at
out.
other hairstyles. Oh, that was so 90s. That was so 2000s. Remember in like the 2000s with the Jersey Shore shit, when dudes would like put like 5 gallons of gel in their hair to make it look like they had an upside down dick mushroom on their heads.
That's why I said, Saru, when he brings up those types of people, that guy comes to mind for me immediately. But I know that can't be who RTU is talking about, because he would not know that person, and that person isn't even like here as much anymore. Actually, I need to switch out controllers too, so let me do that. I'm sorry for pausing so much, but I'm glad to black pill people about that individual, who I don't even have the balls to name. But again, he's not important. RT was just baiting and talking about no one? It could be. Could be. I feel like he does have some people in mind, though. And it may even be that the people he had in mind were there, too, in the chat. And as they were in his chat, he was talking about how they weren't people who he had in mind, because he doesn't like confrontation. That's why he ran away from Ralph. Remember that? I'll never stop bringing that up.
To blow out or something like that.
Try to relax your anus.
Is there such a thing as too many breasts? No.
Whoa!
Thank you for being a
It's
member.
Citrazilla C with the re-up for tier 1 for 11 months. And he says, what a time to resub. And he got the Unaka
Here's the
resub
thing.
notification.
I'm going to repeat this again. Like,
Thank you,
I
Citrazilla C,
can't
for the re-up.
stand Pat the NES Punk. I think he's a pretentious, arrogant, narcissistic, sensitive dick. But if someone goes, hey, Rich, I'm going to give my entire life savings to Pat the NES Punk. Okay. Like, I wouldn't be like, that's it. You're now my enemy.
The weird thing is, that's how I feel most people see Dave. They don't care if people give him money. Why does it always have to be about the money? I don't care how much money he makes. It's funny to me when he gets mad at a game, or if he doesn't make the money, then he cries about the money. Why is it always gonna come back to the money? It's not always about the money! Welcome to the fucking internet, I guess. Dave's the one who tries to make it about the money, if anything. Dave makes it more about the money than his own haters. So where does this logic come from? Unless he's only looking at certain people that like to focus on the money. But they don't represent everyone. Like some of his points, I don't even disagree with. The tweets I read yesterday, I agree with. But they come from kind of a malicious kind of perspective where everyone gets broad brushed as being part of the extreme. And I don't like that. That's not fair to everyone. Yeah, I'm freaking out because of the 1,000 members.
The enemy. You are a traitor. Like, get fucking lives. Leave the house. Do something. Like, that's where it's different. That's where you and I are not the same. Like, it ain't that serious.
Rich is in a league of his own, all right.
Like, you wake up in the morning and, like, plot what you're gonna do to Phil. It's bizarre. Like, that's your reason for existing. Some of them. Okay? There's a good portion of the detractor community that's not out of their fucking minds. That are just like me.
Yeah, Serio, could be said when he's succeeding,
You know what I
he
mean?
gets more
Like,
of an ego. And that makes the subsequent crash all the more funnier.
Try to relax your anus.
What does the 1,000 members tonight really mean? Like, what does it really mean? For me, it means come back in 30 days because the begs are gonna be so much. They're gonna be so much funny. So much funny. They're gonna be so funny. They're gonna be so funny when he has no money.
Streets of Ropes. Yeah, Axel. I think it's his name, right? Axel Blaze. He's gonna just comment everybody. Richard Stallion, you took down Berlin Burnell, but now we enter the detractor Cold War. Yeah, it's just like, dude. My thing is this, and it's gonna sound like a whataboutism, but it's not. Like,
preemptive cope.
Like, oh, he's tricking his dents into giving him money. You don't really care.
It's not really tricking because it's the same 2 or 3 people, and they know what they're doing when they give him money. 1 Minute Man isn't a dent. He knows what he's doing when he's giving them the money. Ryan, say what you will of Ryan. He's a special guy, Ryan. I would not call, because when you say dent, that carries with it, to me, a colloquialism. I mean, not a colloquialism, a connotation. When you say dent, a connotation. I would say very easy that Jade and Derek are dents. And then you have a load of ironic fans who all LARP as if they're dented, but it's all wink wink, nudge nudge bullshit. Like, they know what they're doing when they say the things that they say. So for me, dent is like a special label. I don't like to liberally apply dent to everybody there because it's much deeper than that. Obviously, I know this because I have LARPed in his chat as well in the past. So it's like you're speaking to a man who's been there in the trenches. Most of those people know what they're doing. Some people are dents, but to say that they're all dents is kind of inaccurate. I would not say Ryan is a dent. Yeah, Ryan just gets off on attention. He's kind of a different monster.
You don't care at all. Like, if it was really about you being altruistic and trying to be, you know, to protect people, first off, you laugh at the dents that he has. And secondly, if it was about your being the moral fucking police, which is retarded to begin with, why aren't you going after Logan Paul? Why aren't you going after the completionist who sat there looking like a black-bearded Santa Claus holding a dog to look...
Certainly in this sector, is he acting like people in this sector did not call out the completionist? I didn't listen to the whole completionist call or anything. I'm a nobody, but bigger people talked about it.
Pathetic. After what he did. It's just...
but I see what he means when calling it a whataboutism. Why aren't you going after these people, right? He was kind of like that with Travis during the side-scrollers thing, too. He was giving out whataboutisms as well. Kind of like saying... wow, why aren't you disavowing this person? Why aren't you disavowing this person? You let this person on your show? Deflections seem to be way up there in the rich review tech arsenal. Because I don't give a fuck about the completionist, Rich, never have. Yeah, it could just be like that, Craft. Like, you just don't give a fuck. I think the story is interesting, but if you don't care about it, you don't care about it. I shouldn't have to feel obligated to care about something because I cared about something else. It's not all black and white. I'm a human-style creature with emotions, and I'm like a creature. So it's more like a gray area where I can only selectively care about so many things at the same time. It's not hypocrisy if I don't go after the completionist. Do I think what the completionist did was bad? Yeah. Am I gonna dedicate like 10 streams to it? No. Does that make me a hypocrite? No. Do I need to go after like on a moral crusade on everyone who does even like anything remotely bad? I'm not made of time here, man. Personally called out other people like Dave TBH, got my original account banned on YouTube, amongst other stuff like saying you got banned for saying Cyberpunk sucked? It's not my job to seek out internet injustices. The pastor getting mad about it. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a good comparison to bring it back to the Amperaf thing. Because Pastor Eric walked into the same pitfall like Rich is doing now with the completionist. Why aren't you getting mad at the completionist? The whole reason, people forget this, but which is why I'm glad you're bringing it up. The reason why Pastor got mad in the first place is because the detractors weren't going to running to the defense of Amaranth during whatever the fuck situation she was undergoing. But he thought that because people would go after Dave for all the things that Dave does, if he called attention to this other thing that people don't give a fuck about, like #1 booba lady on Twitch, which is like so unrelated to the topic of DSP that I don't know why he thought people would care. People in the DSP sector would care about it. And then he brings it up. He's like, "Oh, why aren't you talking about this, man?" I can't do a pasta voice. I haven't heard his voice in so long. But that's a good idea. That's a good thing that you brought it up there. It's like peak deflectionism. I talked about Gerard. What does he want me to do? Make a goddamn stream 2 hours going over how people should people with access to the information he already went over, but better? Yeah. Well, what would the point be other than to solidify your stance on the matter, which you could easily do answering a question from someone in the chat of like a DSP restream? Hey, Ann, did you hear about the Gerard thing? Oh, yeah, and let me take a small tangent here to like explain myself and my position on the matter. I basically disagree with the completionist there, and he really fucked up, and then he should have just donated the money, and he donated the money, but now he's gonna sue Carl and basically fuck that guy, and I don't know anything else. Go watch Carl's video because he actually knows everything. Like, what do you want me to do? Good voice. My Ann impression fluctuates so much. I don't want to stream, you guys. I just want to sit here and veg out. I gotta like wake up tomorrow and my fucking employees want me to rush this fucking project out, and I have to stay behind at the office like every fucking day. And like, I don't have any PTO left, and they're saying, "And you gotta do this." I'm the only one that can do this, guys. And I just want to go home and play Lethal Company with Seru. And they're making me sit here at the office. And I'm like, I'm not going to have time for Monster Hunter or Anime Night with Shaiba. I'm going to have to rerun all the anime the next day on a Sunday when I have to do another stream. I don't have enough time, guys. Almost as good as mine, Dingus. The Rydrake impression. Hey guys, it's me, Rydrake. If you had asked me to do the Rydrake impression back when I was at the old store, when I had the tall black employee who did the Rydrake left almost exactly like Right Drake does it, I'd have a better impression.
Because you don't like him, which is fine. You don't have to like Phil. You could despise him. But you don't get to dictate what he makes a living on doing.
How do we get to like dictating what he does?
You don't. You don't get
Thanks for
that
informing
right.
me on that.
I don't get that right to do that to anybody.
Didn't you try to tell Travis and the side scrollers
And
who
if
they
you
could
think
interview?
that you
Like
do,
not
that's
to
when
interview controversial
you
people?
jump off the boat. You've lost the fucking plot.
Did he not see over the
But
side
they don't
scrollers?
get that. They don't understand that. It's their
Or the guests they
obsession
chose to interview?
with him stems
Seems like they were
beyond
controlling
the
who they
humor.
were allowed
It's
to,
like-
who they were allowed to
and
speak
some
to.
of them are fucking. You're gonna use the word again. You're retarded.
Whoa! Disavow.
He makes content that you make money off of, you numbnuts. Why would you? You're biting your own hand that feeds you? God,
But not everyone thinks like this. I think a lot of people want DSP to continue what he does, not necessarily for the money. Obviously, for certain people, the money is a factor. But to think that we make bank off of like laughing at the guy is ridiculous. Moreover, people want him to continue because it gives them something that entertains them. Like, how many people don't understand this?
Wish I had seltzer here. I don't. However. Oh, so we're at over 500 people. Hello, everybody. Richard Review Tech USA. And by the way, this is not
Yeah, the
include
Dave
every
argument.
detractor.
Like
It
detractors don't do other shit.
I've
Oh,
made
not
that
all
abundantly
detractors.
clear from the beginning.
Not all
You're
detractors,
not all like
guys.
this.
Not all
2D
like
streams
this.
Ain't like this.
Only the mysterious
Snort Hogan,
ones
know,
who
made
I
a
will not
video on me
name.
too, but that's okay. He's entitled to. I would be a giant pussy and a hypocrite to say that I talk about shit about people every day. You know what I mean? Most of the detractors this does not even refer to. It's that subset of heavily obsessed weirdos is what I'm talking about. Like, you want to sniff.
So Tevin was watching a little bit of the raw version of this earlier, and I think the conclusion was reached. I'm going to spoil a little bit. I think the conclusion was reached that if he's not talking about specific, like, notable detractors of some prestige, I hate to say that, because it implies that I might be demeaning other people, but you know what I mean. People who put out the videos of the restreams or put out any kind of content that has reached a status where, you know, the people in the sector know them and who they are. I think if he's not sneak dissing those kind of people, I think he is referring to small, low follow accounts on Twitter that mock him whenever he says stuff about DSP. This is the kind of accounts that just like follow everyone and they don't put out any content of their own. Not that they should, but that they're just kind of passively consuming the Dave content, and they just see stuff like Rich's stupid tweets and they go ahead and like gas him up and all that. The Gamebox tweet certainly contributed to what we're seeing right now. But I think he's also talking about here, if he was to like put a name to the people he means that are like obsessed extremists that talk about Phil all day, I think he is referring to these small Twitter accounts that mock him. He really doesn't want to call out Gamebox. This was all started because Gamebox. I know the Gamebox tweet, but there were other people that he was replying to. If you go and look on his account, and these were like smaller accounts that apparently like they talk to him often. Like they just reply to him all the time when he talks about Phil. But I think it's like it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
If a fart out of Phil's ass.
He's 100% talking about Peace. I know Peace doesn't like Rich. I kind of don't like
Describe the
Rich
flavor of
either.
it.
Cucumbers.
While Cat's crying in a corner. And don't get what I'm saying twisted. You could make as many videos on Phil as you want to.
I don't need your
my
fucking
stance
permission.
on that. But I'm going to show you something. Show you something here real quick. My soundboard, there's something weird about it. It's going to take a minute.
I'm not gonna put it in a bottle and breastfeed it to you.
See if you notice something.
Try to relax your anus. Your shoulders.
Focus on your sexy, bro.
And technically that LTG clip is DSP related.
These are birds. You know what, I'll put the Oblivion music on for this. It'll add some texture. A little bit texture.
I am thoroughly tickled. Breastfeed it.
Shooting ropes.
Damn.
You know it, girl. Oh yeah, turns me on.
Conductor.
I'm gonna come.
Donald Trump's telling the conductor he's gonna come.
That AI that didn't sound like Trump. It was very bad AI. Yeah, stealing Gator's gimmick.
I'm not picking up what you're
No,
what
Rich
I'm
is the
getting at here
soundboard
yet,
guy.
but whatever.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I am completely...
Good. Hand jobs all around. Before I get angry.
Memology, you are not included in the people I was directing us towards either.
Spread your cheeks and just.
I'm not talking about you, but you already knew that.
Something's up.
No, Daddy, no.
My soundboard's fucked up.
Wow.
And my hairy.
Just say you're not going to talk about him anymore. I know where this is going.
And my hairy ass.
In my hairy ass.
And my hairy ass.
In my hairy ass.
And my hairy ass.
In my hairy ass.
And my hairy ass.
Cucumbers.
Boom.
Breasts.
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 Seven regretted not
Breasts.
sending Rich the zip file of all his soundboard moments. It really would have. I think it would have improved this segment.
A premium grifter. You get a sweet taste of ass.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Do you see I'm on the fucking phone?
Girls. When I hear Shake It Off, I think of my girls.
Ban Amber Heard's turd, please.
Look here! Look, listen!
Amber Heard's turret still gets me.
That was a horse.
What is this? He's
was a
showing
man
off how
moaning.
his soundboard no longer has any Phil sound bites to audibly represent how he is leaving the detractor sphere, or the Snortrex, as he calls it.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh my god.
Can I taste your nuts?
Oh yeah.
What the fuck is going on there? What is going? Help! Judy, are you here? Help me! Ah! Oh. Oops.
When Duty's your helpline.
Fucking tits.
No, I'm not a bully. I'll leave that. I'll leave that as is.
Stayed.
Wow.
Yeah, there's something wrong. Oh wait, Phil's not on the soundboard anymore.
Too bad that still is.
Here
What a change.
is what I'm gonna do.
That probably took like 2 seconds for you to do before starting the stream.
Until one of two things
What a
happen.
change.
I mean, I'm sure people will bring up something stupid in
Thank
a
you,
super
Nurgle.
chat that Phil has done. Phil stuck his dick in an electrical socket by accident while he was waiting for shrimp, looking at his wall. And haha, that's funny, I'll talk about that, but I'm not going to have Phil dedicated streams, or I'm not going to watch Phil dedicated videos until
Talk about Ralph.
documentary
That was real
comes out.
funny when he did that. Remember when he talked about
Or
Ralph
two,
and ran away?
He bails, which will probably be what happens. He has surprised us before, but he's already saying and hinting, like he said, oh, Keemstar's not involved. If he was involved, I would drop out. And then he said, I have to have final approval before it's released. Do you think anything about him that's damning he's going to allow to be approved?
depends on what you want from the documentary. I don't want anything damning. There's probably not much left other than outright stealing his phone and looking at his account name in WWE Champions, or just looking at his bank account again. New bank leaks, bordering on the line of actual illegal shit, which I obviously disavow. I think everyone seems to be of some consensus that it would be interesting to see the more mundane stuff, his day-to-day and whatnot. And I'm not going to bring it up because you already know. If you've seen like the latest Anna stream, then you already kind of know what to expect when I say mundane day-to-day. If anything, unique to me, I want a segment where he just roasts all the tractors. Set him in front of a laptop and maybe play a few restreams, and then he has to live react to them.
So there we go.
Rouse's defense, he was most likely drunk and high. Yeah, he was most likely entertaining Bashe.
Final cut. Because here's what I want to see happen. I want to see, there's plenty of other stuff out there. There's so much. So much. Now, there is some mixed things on that. That is something, that is a loose end we will tie up.
It's bizarre that he talks about how there's like more stuff to talk about than just Phil. Like he doesn't have to rely on Phil for content, but he can't seem to see this for the people he talks about, which isn't you or me, by the way, or anybody else that you might know of some notability. It's not referring to them. Like, he understands it for him that there's more to talk about than Phil, but he doesn't understand that for the people he's talking about, who he claims all they do is talk about Phil. I certainly don't talk about Phil every day. We go whole streams where I don't restream him, or I watch like true crime, or we watch Jordy or something. There's no shortage of content for me. It's the internet. Welcome to the internet. But I don't get how he can understand this for himself, but not for his haters.
Allegedly, that was a purposeful troll video that the Dent made it purposely bad. Which, okay.
Obviously, if you know anything about the person who made it. Okay, now we're gonna get the dingus opinion on the Derek birthday video, which everyone has already seen 1,000 times over. I will not play it for you. My opinion on the Derek birthday video is that it was not made in good faith, and I think I put my thoughts a bit more together in Discord on it. It was obviously made disingenuously. It was made as a joke. It was made to shit on Derek. How they even got Derek's cooperation at all is kind of unnerving to know that Derek communicated with this person. Because to communicate with Derek at all is something miraculous, given how much he blocks people. Let me see if I can find this. Okay, I'm gonna read verbatim my thoughts on the Derek video from the positivity that is the Discord search results. But here's what I think. me. Swollen Dingus's thoughts on the Derek birthday video. I do not think that this person is a fan or a Dent, etc. I'm referring here to Little Shake and Bake. The video was not made in any sort of good faith, and the thought alone that this person somehow successfully communicated with Derek and got him to do stuff like send recordings is pretty bizarre and makes you wonder what they said to Derek to get on his good side when he so readily blocks anybody else. It and everything else about this person, from what they say, to their name, which is referring to how their name is the acronym for LSB, to their avatar, which has LSB drinking only iced coffee while watching Phil play Street Fighter, is a clear effort to leap over the heads of true Dents who will watch and accept their uncanny absurdity at face value and signal to the other side of the fence. When I say that, so signal to the fellow ironic fans who are in the chat, nudging each other every time they score a sneak diss that derails the stream, and detractors who tend to overanalyze certain things, because how was this found out in the first place? By detractors overanalyzing things. This all feeds back into Little Shake and Bake and their desire for attention. They want the shout out on a restream. They want the restreamer to pause and give them attention and explain who this totally organic Phil fan is to their viewers. And my conclusion from that is that it's also fucking fake. Apparently it's a she, considering it was a phone call. I would say it doesn't have to be a female unless this phone call exists proving that it is a female. Like if it is a DSP fan who larps in good nature to Derek and he recognizes the name, I could see Derek entertaining a conversation with the person if they come up to him with a friendly approach, which most people who communicate with Derek don't come to him with any kind of friendly approach. I don't know how easy it is to talk to Derek because I don't try to talk to him. I imagine if he would be kind of gullible, I suppose, given his mentality. You just approach him, you're all super nice. You're not a fucking dickwad who accuses him of random things, which you would be in your right to do that because he is a disgusting person. But I think he would be the kind of person that would be kind of easy to fool, which is why this video exists in the first place. In my opinion, it is easy to fool because he sent the dude lines and all that. But my conclusion is they're like they're not a dent and they're not a true fan. They're somebody that likes attention. It would be more accurate to say that they are an ironic fan, and they are doing things purposefully to get attention from restreamers, the people who pay more attention to Phil than actual dents. So when people highlight stuff like their avatar and the videos they make, they like it. And you might say, well, Dingus, he privated the video because he was scared. And he was scared that Super Crazy or whoever the fuck made a comment saying that they got their eye on him. And I like Super Crazy, personally. I know some people don't. He gets a lot of shit. I like his videos, but I was bringing him up because I believe he made the comment that made him private the video. You may say, Dingus, he privated the video because he was afraid. I think he privated the video to further along the story arc. Because again, it's all kayfabe. It's just the current arc of the now. When he privates the video, that feeds into it and gives the detractors more to talk about, which then keeps the story in the news cycle and keeps more people saying little shake and bake. And yeah, that's my take on it. I think he knows what he's doing. And I would say that it's sad that he's manipulating a child like Derek, but it's also Derek, so who gives a fuck? But it's also pretty creepy that he communicated with him behind the scenes. I have to wonder what he said to get on his good side to make that video in the first place. And then for the end result to be some actual ironic trolling on the level of superimposing Tevin's face on DSP's banners. It's like on that level of trolling, superimposing Fraga in like a DSP intro, and then DSP noticing it and mistaking it for Tevin. Derek Child. Yeah, he acts like one. I know, he's gonna turn 22. Look, he's got a baby face. Leave me alone. He may as well be like a child, fucking idiot.
Birds and breasts, thank you.
Yeah, it could be a dude using a voice changer.
Well, we'll see if the documentary or he cancels.
Or it could have just been
One
someone
of the
acting
two
nice to
things.
him. Or it could be just an out-and-out female.
I want to see it happen. And you guys know that.
Who knows who they are?
If the documentary
Honestly, it
is
doesn't
fair
matter
and
who
puts
Little Shake and
Phil
Bake
in the
is.
light that he should be in.
It could be Ryan. It could not be.
Meaning that it shows both
But
the
their
good
actions
and
speak
the
louder than
really
words.
good and really
Sweet.
bad. I'll be like, all right, he showed the full scope. But if it ends up being a propaganda piece for Phil, you damn well know that I will be like, nah, this isn't it, Chief. This is not it. So, look, man, at the end of the day, to the Phil detractors who think this, you don't get to dictate what anybody does with their money. You could think whatever you want.
I'm well aware.
And that time will come again, Caldo Head. Then Phil, if Phil won't have say in the final cut.
Remember when Rich gifted members and super chatted Phil? Oh, that was funny.
Phil won't do the documentary. He's not looking at this as a documentary. He's looking at this as a fucking... So, Keldo Head, There is many other things on this planet that are very interesting to talk about. I have many other takes to give. We'll be doing like the Grand Theft Auto streams too soon. DL5, sorry, Jay will be here. We'll be doing plenty of things. I will be fucking a bear in Baldur's Gate 3.
It's his opinion, Jay Frosty, but it's also like he's carrying himself with the kind of cadence.
The bear will
like,
be fucking me.
I don't know. The way he's presenting this. I was like, who are you, man?
And there's so many other
I only watched this guy streams through Tevin. Through like a Tevin filter. Like I don't like tune up. I don't even put Rich on the big screen when he goes live. You know?
Cyrax doc the Turkey Tom made. I have some stuff already lined up here. Not sure if you covered it yet, Tom or the other doc guy. Well, we'll talk about May 1st.
Oh, so you're not actually giving it up all the way. Nice to know.
Richie, I gave 15 minutes on your DS. Also,
no, I still gotta do the May 1st stream, guys. May 1st.
I'll
Remember
still
that?
watch Phil shit on the side. But I want this documentary to be made. Also, give me a few five
tone and the choice of words.
Sound combo on the soundboard, sure.
Like the way he's carrying himself.
Look here.
How lax he is while telling us this. It's just so smug. Can you talk like a fucking adult, man? I know it's me saying like this like a fucking cartoon character that I am, but like, come on.
Yeah, it would be good to have a break from the Snortrex.
Makes me never want to say Snortrex ever again.
So, again, once one of the two happens, the floodgates will be back open.
I haven't seen anyone really like maybe the first day when people came up to Clum with a kind of hostility that I talked about and disapproved of. But I think most have like turned around on it. Most people actively wanting it to not happen anymore.
But this is even a step further. This is like taking a deep dive behind closed doors. Something eventually is going to come up where Phil's like, no, I'm my family, Snort. Anyway, time to move on from Phil and talk about an Antifa soldier. See what I'm saying? There's amazing stuff on the internet, man. Turkey Tom is terrible at documenting. You should really look at Kiwi tapes instead. He covers a wider range and more honestly than Tom. Okay, we'll watch that. We'll check that out. See what I'm saying? The world is full of treasure. Astro zombies, I'm sorry. Why do, yeah. Did you see the newest Pat upload? It's terrible. See, we'll watch that. Yes, I wanted to watch it. It's a Pat the NES Punk video. And Pat has less acting skill than someone I was just talking about before. We'll watch that.
Try to relax your anus.
Yes, you can get intro guys farts spammed by thank you for being a member.
I'm not going to talk about Phil anymore. Let's talk about guy who makes NES videos. There's no shortage of marks in the rich verse. Welcome to the internet.
Here. Are we watching Phil soon? I just ha ha.
Try to relax your anus.
Yes, we could talk about it later, though, because I have plenty of stuff lined up, DL5.
Oh, you're such a big guy. You got so much lined up, including a burp for my ear. It reminds me of the American Dad episode where Roger's like, I got big stuff planned. Oh, I have big stuff. I got big stuff. And it's like, in reality, he's got nothing planned. He's a fucking loser. And they have to, like, trick him into thinking a box of hot dogs will make or break mankind or something. I forget the end of the episode. It's like Roger larps about having big plans and being a big guy making moves, and in reality he's not making any.
Breeze delivered because I ran out of fucking time today, so I'm waiting for my goddamn groceries and seltzer because I have literally nothing in the fucking house because I just haven't gone shopping. Sorry, chat. Didn't mean to recommend Tom. Just someone. No, dude, don't apologize for recommending somebody, for Christ's sake.
Richard tells tractors to leave the
Just
house,
someone
and then he
recently did a
himself doesn't
Cyrax
leave the
doc, and I
house.
wanna-
What?
Rich, you can do a future stream of Cyrax. We may do a stream
I just
tonight of
thought about
Cyrax.
that.
Who knows?
Wait
I
a
have
minute.
Karens lined up. I have the Antifa super soldier.
Yeah, he drinks seltzer like Phil too.
Thank you for
He just
re-upping your
says he doesn't
membership,
leave
you
the
son of a
house, and
bitch.
then made fun of every detractor except you, me, him, that guy, this guy, this guy, and pretty much everyone. But in
I know
reality,
you're kidding, dude. I'm a
in
dick
reality, detractors don't go outside, but he also doesn't.
I just don't want anyone to think
about
I'm
it.
also. I'm not
Make it make
moral
sense.
grandstanding or anything like that. I'm an
You kind of
asshole.
are.
But I don't know. I don't think I have the power or right to dictate how someone makes a living, but a lot of people do, and they don't even have pictures of themselves, which I find strange.
Ah, yes, the no, you don't even have pictures of yourself on the internet argument. Go dox yourself. Remember when you were in school, and the number one thing Miss Jackson said not to do was to put your picture and real full name on the internet for people to see? Now look at where we are, the reality in which we are now, in which you are a pussy and coward if you don't do that. Well, Mama Dingus always said, don't kowtow to peer pressure, and don't talk to strangers on the internet. Welcome to the internet. All these other things to cover, guys. Detractors have no lives, and move on. Even more on, no one cares. Yeah, while proceeding to cry about detractors for 20 minutes. It doesn't make sense. Actually, 20 minutes. There's my thoughts on Rich, and he even got my bonus thoughts on Little Shake and Bake. Let's see, I think we got more clips from the pre-stream at least. He definitely went on a bit in regards to DSP throwback, but we're gonna be lame and like derail it for a second. Wait, how long are the clips I do need to see? Let's see, this is how you don't play Cope Session. Romancing in games. Actually, those aren't long segments at all. I could just watch those. You know what? Well, we'll have to delay the troll segment even longer. DSP Cope Session. This is how you don't play. Copyright strikes. Awesome business and beautiful family.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. He really doesn't like the quartering. But who does, right?
I got the drip. Do I believe in the power of a curse? The power of a curse? I mean, a curse probably has more power if you give it the power. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
Like, for example,
curses aren't
there's
real.
some people who always want to attribute stuff in their life to some outside force, right?
Free will.
Sometimes it's just bad luck.
These are the
Sometimes
meaningful
it's bad
discussions we
choices.
have on the
Sometimes
pre-stream.
there's things going on. Certainly, some people have better lives than others, and it might just be dumb luck that happens. And some people have to go through misery their whole life, and is that their fault? Maybe so, maybe not. Right? Does anyone really have a curse?
You?
Maybe someone just wants to.
The Trump curse is real.
Something outside as a rationalization because they can't possibly believe that someone would have a life as bad as theirs. You know, and still live
I like
in,
how
a
he
fair
chuckles there. His
society,
voice kind of
or a
wavers.
fair
He
world.
kind of hovers.
Some people even say things like, "Well, why do bad things happen to good people? Right? Why is it that the person who's a nice guy his whole life, you know, loses his job, gets cancer?"
Okay, 3 more memory game wins, and I'll have the medal for that.
Scumbag rich guy who literally screws everyone over.
Oh no, he's not.
Nothing bad ever happens.
He's not literally
to him.
talking
He's just
about Rich.
Constantly rolling in dough, rich, famous, no problems for his whole life, and he rides the wave of goodness. Yeah, you could say that basically there's a discrepancy there. Is it a curse against the guy who has the bad life? I don't know. Do you believe in magic? I hope you do. Because you always have a friend wearing big red shoes. I never understood that song for McDonald's. That was actually when they took that song, Do You Believe in Magic, and they turned it to McDonald's theme song. And it was the weirdest thing. You always have a friend wearing big red shoes if you believe in magic. What the fuck are you talking about? I know it's supposed to be Ronald.
Because he's a clown and he's got big
But
red...
anyway.
Whatever. Why am I...
Is there anything to it?
I was
I'm not
a zygote
superstitious
when that
guy.
song
I'm not.
existed.
You know, someone might say to me, Phil, you're cursed. Because every time that something is going good in your life, something bad comes to negate
The only good McDonald's
I don't know
ads
about
have
that,
anime
you know?
characters
maybe
in
at
them.
one point I definitely believed that, and I would say my life has been a series of ups and downs. I used to call it waves. Sometimes I'd be on a wave
used to call
of
it
positive,
arts.
going up, 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 and you ride that wave as high as it can go, and you enjoy it as much as you can. because you know that you
Why?
can't go up forever.
Dude, he
Eventually it's
has to
gonna
rake
crash,
his
and
hair
you're
while
gonna
he's
go
doing
down,
that?
and you're gonna have negative stuff going on in your life, right? And I could probably judge that entire run of YouTube that I've had, 15 plus years. I could probably see it went up and down, and up, like it went way up, then I got copyright strikes, and it went down, and then I had to try to find a way to make money because I lost my job, but then I got partnered, and then it went up, and then I was doing good, and I was getting views, and then This Is How You Don't Play came, and then it went down, and everyone hated my guts. But then I moved out here, and my life improved, and it went up. But then people hit me with false copyright strikes, and then I lost a lot of money, and then it went down. You see, I could do that, right?
Cute Mexican girls cosplaying to the
But in
McDonald's is how
reality,
you know
can't
it's gonna be
everyone really
busting.
do that?
I do love
With their
cute
life,
Mexican
too?
ladies.
So can you really say, oh, it's a curse that bad things happen? Don't bad things happen to everyone? Maybe it's just a matter of perspective, right? Maybe it's
All
a
this
matter
from a
of
question about
accepting the good with the
curses
bad and
that was
focusing more on
probably
the good
not asked in
and
good
pushing
faith.
forward with the good and getting through the bad and letting those times be in the past rather than dwelling on them. You know, I could sit here right now and be like, oh man, I was so popular 12 years ago. I had top YouTuber, and YouTube screwed me. They changed the algorithm, man. And then This Is How You Don't Play screwed me. It made everyone hate me, man. And then there's false copyright strikes, and it screwed me. And now I lost all my views, man.
All right, ladies and
Why am I gonna
gentlemen,
sit here and do
thank
that?
you for your patience. We
Right?
officially
Why am I
have
gonna sit here and be like a
50
bitter
memory
sour
game
puss idiot
wins.
instead of saying, look what I have today, right?
We
I
have
have
another
an awesome
victory
business
and another
where I
medal
can every
for
day
us.
hang out with an awesome
Memory game
audience who wanna
wins. Look the
interact
other
with me,
way.
have a
Ball
good
games
time.
ahead.
Help me actively
Midas
to
River,
improve my
Goomba
setup,
Thump,
improve
Mine
my
Car Race,
content.
Beetle Race,
I've got viewers
Paratroopa.
that
I'm
wanna
only
see
missing
all
Beetle
kinds of
Mania.
content, whether it's vlogging,
If Sarah was still awake,
podcasting,
please give me
gaming,
tips for
throwback
Beetle Mania.
content, React content, and there's more
And,
potential in the
no
future
medals
to
for
grow
these.
that
These
I
are
haven't
just
even
general
touched upon
records.
yet, right? I got a beautiful house.
Oh,
I
you know
got a
what? I still
beautiful
gotta do
family,
the
a
tadpole
wife that
stuff.
loves me, a cat that's awesome. I got my health.
An awesome
We
cat.
continue on. You got all these good things going on in my life. Why would I just sit there and dwell on the negatives that have happened? And the thing is, there's gonna be more negatives in my life. It's not always gonna be good. I might tend to focus on the positive these days, but you know, negative things
Seems like
happen
you
from
focus
time
more
to
on the
time,
negative,
and
though.
That's just life. Get through it, and you know, maybe no one truly has a curse. It's just about your perspective. If all you want to do is sit around and
Yeah,
talk
the
about negative
Moldville
things that happen
song,
to
and
you
then there was the one
constantly,
from Monster
maybe you're just
Town.
gonna be stuck in that rut, and you're never gonna feel like anything positive will ever come. So when it does come, you don't even realize.
Mi, do, so, do, re, la,
I
ti,
tend not to live
do.
like that moving forward. Okay.
I got the drip, yo.
Mi, do, so, ra. Okay. Let me type this down. Mi, re, do, so, ro, do, re,
Stop. So what do you want me to do?
Ray, ray, la, ti, do. Annoyed expletive. Annoyed
That's
grunt.
what I mean. These dumb kids. That's what it is. It's dumb
It's
kids.
what it is. Dumb kids. Hey, DSP compares romance to games. Romance in games to being in the room with your mother. Not for a public audience.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Yeah, it's like I'm singing I'm trying to compose this song here. Being
Orange says, just a small thing I've noticed from your latest Final Fantasy
Let's see if I can do it.
video, even then,
I've been installing
we're
on this
talking
one long
14
enough.
Years ago, I
This
mentioned
content.
how cringy romance scenes were in games. People act like
Hey,
it's something
me?
new, but you're consistent. No, you're absolutely right. Even back in the day, all right, whenever there was this sappy romance in a game or love scene or
I don't want to fuck it up.
I always treated it like a joke. I always made fun of it, over-the-top commentary on it to try to make it more entertaining. I never felt comfortable. All right. Basically doing romantic content.
I got it
for a public
typed down over
audience, because
here.
I don't think it's meant for a public audience. Do you understand? Romance in a video game is fine. Romance in a movie is fine, right? But imagine you're watching
Oh, which one is it?
one of these
This
sappy
one?
action movies from the 1980s or 90s with Sylvester Stallone or Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Me
and there's a
dee
love
doo
scene,
la re
right?
do
So
sa
it's
lay
like
ti
Sly or
re.
Arnold making love to a woman, and your mother's in the room, sitting right next to you watching this movie. A little uncomfortable, no? That's not meant for public consumption. That's what, yeah, it's part of the movie, but it's not meant to be sitting around with a public audience when that's happening. And that's kind of how it feels to me when I'm
I
playing
mean,
a
if
video
you're not
game.
a fucking weirdo, you should be able to like consume that part of the movie without being weird about it. Like, you make it weird.
So why would I want to do that in the public playthrough that I'm very much doing right
Me
now?
do sura le tadido.
So, Adam.
I did it.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
I just watched part 5 of Final Fantasy 13, and there's way less ghosting. Yes, because it's 30 frames. It's not 60. I just said that a million times yesterday and today. This video, starting at part 5.
He's basically saying he has to jerk off. No wonder Derek likes this dude.
Increasing the frame rate to 60, so you shouldn't see ghosting.
Okay, that's it. This is the melody I've been looking for. Thank you for the inspiration. Please take this as a token of my gratitude. Ah, yes. You got the tenor card. If I ever need help with my compositions again, I'll look for you here. Until then, adieu. But there's one more I gotta sing, so do I gotta leave and come back? I know where to get the last song, but this is a tadpole. Tell it to me here. Talk to this dude again. My favorite song? It's the song that the Monstro Town star dances to. Okay. Oops, I forgot the rest! That all sounds the same to me!
But do you like it better without the ghosting, or did you prefer the 60 frames? That's the feedback that I really need. It's not, is there ghosting? There's definitely no ghosting because we turned off the AI frame rate upscale. But I need to know which one did you like better. That's the feedback I need.
He didn't even give me the melody. I was like,
no, I remember back in the day, my older playthroughs, whenever there was like a love scene, I would ham it up. I would say a ridiculous over-the-top either sexual joke or something to try to break the mood. Because it was a serious romantic scene. Why the fuck do we want to watch that together in a playthrough? So I'd say something absolutely ridiculous, over-the-top sexual or ridiculous.
You feel like you have to break the ice even if you don't need to?
Right? I would do it on purpose to break the mood because it was fucking awkward watching it. But now
it's awkward because you make it awkward. You highlight the awkwardness and you make it even awkward by feeling like you have to break it up.
Laying sausage down on dark scale fill. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to see that at all. I had no desire to see that with you or anyone. I don't need that in the playthrough, and everyone should have the choice to decide if they want to see that or not. And it's fine if you want to have it. That's for you. You can do it in your own playthrough, but leave me out of it. And
There's no way this is right.
You should respect that decision as well.
He gave me like half a song. What do you want me to do? Oh, shit. I actually had it right for the first half. That sort of resembles the melody I'm thinking of. Like, it works because I have the first half. You want me to guess the rest?
This point, why is this such a big deal? It's not. The point is, I don't make a big deal of it. I'm just like, I'm passing on it. But everyone else makes a big deal of it. Oh, Phil passes on all romantic relationships in games. Yes, because to me, it's not a big deal. It's not something to share with a public audience. There's no point to doing that. But everyone else
makes a big deal out of it. It's part of the game. It's part of its content.
Those people are like, oh, there must be a big problem if Phil doesn't ever want to have that. No, that's you. That's your problem. Being
Talk about how I need to go to the mental ward.
A well-adjusted adult who is very happy in his life state and doesn't need to have a virtual romantic experience in a video game I'm playing for public consumption. You understand? You're the one who wants that, not me. So you're the one with the problem if you try to impose that upon someone else, not the person who refuses to give in to your weird desire.
I wish there was a button to see everything you had composed up to this point.
No, saying that I want to skip certain content does not make me a prude. It means I've actively made a decision to not partake in that content. It's not a big deal. You don't have to do every piece of content in every single video game. If I choose to not publicly display virtual romance relationships for the public,
wasn't that bad.
That's my choice. And
he only gave me the first half because I only need the first half. You just replicate the second half.
Really what you're obsessing about.
The second half is the first half.
You have a big problem, and you should probably assess it for yourself. Like, go speak to someone, not me. someone else.
Please take this as a token of my gratitude.
You know, I like watching streamers.
Oh,
but
you
my
got the
God,
Soprano
they
card.
go through virtual romance, and I can't get over it. I think about it all day, and every single time they have.
Finally,
that
my
go on
song
in
is
the game,
nearly
I have to
complete,
talk
but I
about
must
it
confess that you
endlessly.
contributed a lot to it.
What did you? Wait, what?
We could all take credit
Can you
for it.
elaborate on this?
Now you must
Son,
think of a
hold
final
on, let me get
phrase
my
that will
pad.
wrap it all up.
Take notes on your.
Let your creative juices flow and show me what you
let's
got.
find out about your fucking weirdness, okay? And then we can maybe try to diagnose. You need Freud on this case, right? It's like,
now I
what
just
are you
make up the
talking about?
beat?
Why is that projected onto me?
All right, Dave. I need we're gonna make some dingy beats. We're gonna drop some dingy beats in the house. This is DJ Swollfly here. All right, let's swing it back down here. DJ Ding, DJ Ding, DJ Ding with the beats. All right, there we go. Show me what you got. Okay, here we go. Listen to this. It's our song. Is that actually custom? Is it? I'm not Mr. Music. Is this actually based off what I composed? Thank you, sir. Yeah, you gotta repeat the first syllables, etc. Dingus with the beat. Oh, I can recompose it if I want. I got all the items too. I still don't understand how this dude has hair. Is it separate? Does it grow from the head or does it grow from the cap? The inside of the hat. The hat cap. The cap is not a hat. It grows from the inside of the cap. You know what I mean? All right, what do you got for me? Welcome to the Frog Coin Emporium. Wow, a Soprano card holder. What can I get you? 30 HP, 80 HP, 150 HP. But this kind of seems useless. Like by this point, rarely do the party member HPs go over 200. Why would you use Finless Cola when you just have Coca-Cola? I can't carry any more than 3. Now there was one more fella in Seaside. Gonna go hit up one of my local Fragas. Where was this guy again? He had cool equipment for me. It was up here. Ah, yes, Fraga. Oh, I'm 4 coins short. Damn. What can I do for frog coins around here? All that grinding and I still don't have enough? Why? Alright, I can grind real quick. Oh, that was the end of the video anyway. So what's the dingus analysis here? He's a fucking virgin who feels like he makes things awkward just by existing.
Stop. So what do you want me to do? Have a mute button that every second I'm tapping the mute button just in case I'm gonna have to clear.
It's clear sexual things like this make him feel uncomfortable. He's not able to digest them or consume them without it, like... He can't just see sexual things and just see it for what it is. It has to, like, impart... Basically, what Peaches and Krappen was saying, like, this dude needs to jerk off when he sees sexual scenes. He can't, like, separate it from himself. It, like, affects him. It presses him. And he has to jerk off. He has to do the May 1st first. No wonder he feels so awkward. He wants to change the subject whenever it comes up. Okay, so that was the melodies. Start grinding some frog coins. Maybe we can do the Goomba dumping mini game just to grind up frog coins. Cause that gave frog coins, didn't it? Or just fight random enemies. Okay, Okay, just making sure if there was anything else I missed from earlier today. We did quite the catch up. Otherwise, I have one massive troll video to play. And it seems like I'm all caught up. So there was a certain person who has been in the news lately, and they finally came back after the controversies they've had to endure as of late. And I want to watch what they put out without any kind of bias, and I'm just gonna judge it for what it is. And if it's good, it's good, and if it's bad, I will call it out. The Asian effeminate man rant to a femboy friend of mine, and he says DSP is definitely in the closet. DSP in the closet? I think he's more asexual, if anything. Maybe even aromantic. He ain't touching Cat like that. Okay, this is gonna be this will be a segment. I don't know how this video is going to go, but I feel it. It is the duty of me, to watch this. This is by the completionist, Super Mario RPG 25 years later, a Nintendo classic. The first post-controversy completionist video. Let's see what he has to say as I grind for frog coins.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another brand new episode of The Completionist.
Hello guys,
Today, we're
it's me,
covering Super Mario
Gerard.
RPG, the remake. Quality of life focused remake of a beloved Square Enix game from 1996. Gorgeous music, a fun story, innovative gameplay, and hilarious characters ensure the original game would never be forgotten. This remake is a welcome
He even
reminder
talks like an
that
NPC
great
in the
ideas
videos.
never go out of style. This is a game
This is
with
a-
a long
this is not a
and storied
personality.
history. It is revered, crossing
This
over
is a
from cult
marketer.
classic
This is a
status, and is
salesman.
remembered as one of the Super Nintendo's
He's reading a
best
script.
games. If you're an RPG fan from a certain generation, then you already know how amazing it is. For everyone else, let's set the stage. Hey everyone, and welcome back
Oh
to
my
another brand new
God, the
episode
beard.
of The Completionist, where we don't just beat the games, we complete them. Before we start
But do you
today's video, I
dominate
want to
them?
recognize that I know that I have lost.
Uh-oh. It's like Carl, there was no way he was gonna do this video without touching on the subject. Talk about the lawsuit. Talk about the lawsuit. Talk about it now.
A lot of your trust at home, and I want to spend as much time as it will take to rebuild and re-earn your trust. It's going to take time, but I'm willing to put in the commitment, and I hope you give me a chance.
The comments
So
are
with that
wild.
said,
Do I even
thank
want
you
to
for being
read them?
here, and thanks for watching.
How
Everyone
can
who
he
knows me
just go
knows
back?
that Super Mario
And that's
RPG
it?
is one of my favorite games of all time, and here we are with the remake that just came out
Back to
recently,
business, I
and I'm
suppose.
so
Don't
pumped
talk
to
about it.
Personally speaking, as I've
I'll
completed
watch
this
this video
game,
first,
I
and I'll
have
read
learned
comments.
to love it just as much as I love the original, and I'm giving it my completionist rating of completed. So with that said, this is Super Mario RPG: Return of the King. The Super Nintendo is a favorite system for many people. It contains definitive versions
What
of
an
Zelda,
essay.
Metroid, and 2D Mario, with Link to the Past, Super Metroid, and Super Mario World. But the Super Nintendo
Get to
was
the
also
point.
an
This ain't
RPG
2008.
juggernaut. Some of the greatest RPGs ever made were originally released on this system, and that includes Super Mario RPG. In the 90s, Squaresoft, now Square Enix, was arguably at the height of their
Squaresoft, now
power and
Square Enix.
popularity. Some of my
Okay.
absolute favorites from this era are Chrono
Enough
Trigger,
knowledge
Secret of
flex.
Mana, and Final Fantasy VI. So when I was a kid and heard that the company responsible for those games was working on Nintendo on a Mario game, I got so pumped. And the original is one of my favorite games of all time. It seemed like they could not miss when releasing new RPGs. But there was still some skepticism around Super Mario RPG. How could Mario and his friends fit into the typical turn-based RPG mold? Turns out, Square knew exactly what they were doing and created a formula that still endures to this day. It is a standard RPG in many ways, with a heavy dose of Mario zaniness that is more than
because
just
of,
an
Cruise
aesthetic layer.
Exile.
In this
It's been a
era,
while since we've seen it. How you
Nintendo was
doing?
willing to take big risks with their flagship
This is the completionist's
properties.
first
And that
video
extended to this
after
game.
all the
Nintendo
drama
placed
he
their
endured,
trust in
so,
Square.
you know, I
And
have
the
to go
result
and
was a
go
memorable
all
take
in on it.
the Mushroom Kingdom, a surprisingly fun story, and some of the best characterization in a Mario game even to this day. This game stands as one of the best and most unique developer collaborations ever, and the remake captures
I don't think
that
the writing
lightning
is
in a
all
bottle
that. If
feeling
anything,
as
I
well.
think the writing
aesthetic
is kind of one of the
direction
sore
Super Mario
spots,
RPG
but it is the
has
first
always
Mario
been a huge highlight to me.
But I can't
this
be too
remake features
disappointed.
totally new art, which some players may find divisive. The original game's sprites are still beautiful, but the art direction in the remake is incredible.
The art direction was
Characters are
really
short
good.
and stocky, but are bursting
None
with
of it is
expression.
bad.
The colors are vibrant and pleasing to the eye. But the big star, if you'll pardon the pun, is and always has been the music. Legendary composer Yoko Shimomura made a banger soundtrack for the original game, and she is back once again for the remake. One of the best decisions Nintendo made for the remake was the option for players to toggle between the original soundtrack and the new version. It's fascinating to hear the two side by side.
That's standard
the game
for a remake,
preservationist
if you
fan
ask
in me
me.
really appreciates
Actually,
that
dock
Nintendo went
points,
this
the
extra
remake
step
doesn't
to
have that.
include the original soundtrack. See, part of the draw of the original game was its humor. Mario games have always had a certain amount of weird comedy, but Mario RPG took it to the next level with a hilarious script bolstered by incredible localization efforts thanks to the amazing Ted Woolsey. This remake captures the tone of
Ted
the original
wrote
game,
fan
even if some
fiction
jokes are
out of the
translated
original.
differently and some pun-based characters now have different names. The gameplay is largely the same, but there is a huge emphasis placed on modern quality of life features that I'll get around to in detail. To sum it all up, if you enjoyed the gameplay in the original but didn't love the backtracking and grinding, this remake pretty much addresses all of that in some very inventive and fun ways. Combat is still turn-based, but timed hits make it engaging. Even though the core of the battle system is almost 30 years old, it is still very enjoyable. They nailed it the first time around, so they didn't have to do much to make it sparkle even more. Outside of combat, Mario and his party go from town to town, dungeon to dungeon, collecting equipment and key items as they meet major characters and plot beats unfold. It's all in service of trying to defeat the big bad, but not Big Bowser this time. Instead, we have a weird robot-looking magician blacksmith guy with a penchant for creating gigantic sentient weapons. Yeah,
It was
this is a
kinda
game
lame.
that is still an RPG from the 90s at heart. If you were a fan of the original, you'll be pleased to know the remake is mechanically very similar, even if it looks shiny and modern. The new features don't take away from the charm of the
Would
original
DSP like
game.
this kind
And
of
for
video?
completionists,
I feel like he
there's
would.
actually more to do than you may have initially expected. The original game is packed full of secrets, side quests, and mini games.
I think this hits up
and
his
even hidden
alley of
battles
like
that are
very
more
stock
difficult than
and
anything in the
generic
main
kind
story
of
path.
gamer
But
video.
to give credit where credit is due, Super Mario RPG Remake provides a few different tools, tweaks, and even shakes the order of which items you receive when in order to make the completion process more of a delight. You still have to do the bare minimum. Collect the iconic 7 stars, defeat the final boss Smithy. There are 39
wait,
secret chests to
completionists can
find
tell
when
me
you're
what I have
exploring,
left to do
requiring
in
you
the
jump
game.
in just the right spot. There are unique ultimate weapons and plenty of side quests, bonus missions, and mini games to conquer. Yes, the 100 jump challenge is still necessary for completion, and yes, it still sucks. Not as much,
Did he do
but it
it?
still sucks. The remake keeps all of that intact, but also adds a pretty robust post-game and a monster book to fill out throughout your journey. This is one of those games that's so good and unique that any
This is
form
just
of
like my
remake
reviews,
is
man, on
justified
KO
in my
Gaming.
opinion.
I
would have
mean,
taken a
DSP
straight
Throwback.
port on Nintendo Switch Online, even if it's unlikely the SNES version will ever come to Nintendo Switch Online due to licensing issues. Or maybe not, who knows? The fact that Nintendo remade the game from the ground up and added extra challenges to give
Arte
longtime fans
Piazza,
something
not
more to look
Nintendo,
forward to
but
is
whatever.
fantastic. Super Mario RPG has always been worthy of your time and attention, and this remake only reinforces that idea. Super Mario RPG is a game I complete roughly about once a year. It is firmly in the realm of a
I don't
comfort
believe
game
that.
for
I
myself
don't believe
and
that for
millions
a
of people.
second.
There's something very soothing
Big
about
fan.
completing it. And even if you're maxing out every party member
X
to
the
level
fucking
30,
doubt,
or
man.
finding the best equipment to tackle the secret boss fight, this remake is a different completion experience. So I'll be focusing mostly on the differences between this version and the original game. I do have
don't
my
have to
video from many
complete
years
this
ago
version
on the
'cause I
original,
complete
so
the
you can
game
check
once
that
a
out
year.
if you want to get caught up to speed. Super Mario RPG wants you to complete it. The player is rewarded at nearly every turn for doing almost anything.
Would hope a
Sometimes
game
it's a
wants you to
material
complete
reward,
it.
like an
A
item.
game doesn't
Sometimes
want me
it's
to
a piece
complete
of
it.
hilarious
If a game
writing
doesn't
or
want me to
a fun
complete
new
it,
cutscene or something.
it may as
This
well not
remake
want me
pushes
to
the
buy
idea
it.
of giving something to the player even further, and it often feels more rewarding to complete as a result. I have spent a lot of time over the years talking about how the original is not only one of my favorite RPGs, but one of my favorite games of all time. That feeling is due to the 1-2 punch of the writing and the gameplay. The premise of Mario RPG is wild. It's a subversive look at the Mario universe that starts off with the usual drama.
Yeah, I
Bowser
don't usually
kidnaps
play
Princess
games
Toadstool,
like I don't have a game I play
Mario
once
must
every
save her.
year.
But nearly right away,
I feel like that would be
things
too
go off
much.
the rails. Instead of a long, protracted campaign against Bowser and his minions, Mario defeats him almost immediately, and then the real villain shows up. Bowser's keep is absolutely wrecked by a giant sword appearing out of nowhere. And just a real quick aside, as a young kid, I thought the sword's name was Smithy, but I was very wrong. Not only does Bowser lose his awesome lava-filled castle, the mystical Star Road is destroyed. And without the Star Road, wishes cannot come true. So Mario sets off to defeat the mysterious Smithy gang and restore peace to the land.
That's what I mean when I say it just feels very mechanical. This feels like very much like a book report where he's telling me things, but he's not showing me things. He is showing me things, but I don't know, it doesn't feel genuine. It feels like he's reading off a prompt.
This is an RPG.
It's like,
so
and Mario did this, and then this happened, and then this. And by the way, childhood aside, so that people know you're not reading off a script, even though you are.
Going to need a party. This is where Square took their biggest swings. How do you provide character to a guy who famously doesn't talk that much? The solution, make Mario basically mime every interaction he has with anyone. And that solution is classic and is still faithfully represented here in this game. But this remake also injects high fidelity cutscenes into the mix too. There's no reason
I wish there was a few more of those
look
cutscenes.
so insanely beautiful, and yet here we are, watching Mallow be introduced in the most epic way possible. Mallow and Geno, two original characters who ended up as stalwart party members, are back, and I could
Star
not be
Wars
happier
party
to see
members?
them in action
Okay.
again. Mallow is actually critical for completion purposes this time around. See, in the original game, he had a skill called Psychopath. That skill let players take a look at the enemy's weaknesses and health. He still has the same skill in the remake, though now it's called Thought Peek, and it has an additional function. There's a monster book now that catalogs all the enemies you fight. Using Mallow's Thought Peek on an
I'm gonna have to
enemy
title
basically
every
scans the
enemy once
and
1000
puts
Year
them
Door
in the
comes
book.
out.
But
Some
there
of
are
those
some
enemies
things to keep
are
in mind.
fucking annoying.
Timed hits still apply to spells, obviously, and if you nail the timed hits on Thought Peek, you get a little bonus entry for each enemy. So
Is
that
Mallow
means
crazy
for
now?
every
Just a
enemy in the
mistranslation on
game,
part of the
you're
translator
going
for
to
the
need
SNES
Mallow
version.
to use this specific move in order to fulfill the completion
Most of these
requirements.
20-minute reviews
There
are
are
just like
some
someone reading
fights
off a
that you
wiki.
simply just
Like, it
cannot
doesn't-
scan because
this does not
Mallow
feel
is not in
as
your party
personal
at that
to me
moment.
as a-
But
I
there
hate
is a
to do
vendor
it,
later on
Synthetic
that you
Man.
can pay 3 frog coins per entry in
Like,
order
when I
to
hear a
fill the
Synthetic
missing
Man
pieces that
review,
you
I
need.
know
So
it's
look,
coming
this might
from
sound like a
Synthetic
bummer
Man. You know what I'm
because it seems
saying?
like you have to have Mallow in your party the entire
This
game.
feels like one of
That's
his
kinda true.
interns wrote it
That
before they
leads to
got
one of
fired.
the biggest changes of the remake. You can now swap out party members, except for Mario, at any time during a fight, even if that party member is knocked out. It's a welcome to change, even if it serves to make the game substantially easier. In the original game, my usual party makeup would be Mario, Peach, Bowser, with Mallow and Geno being used for specific fights if I had to. But now, I feel like I swapped all of the characters as much as I could, depending on the situation. There's also a couple of other changes that lower the difficulty in my opinion. When you start the game, you can now choose breezy mode, which is essentially the equivalent of story mode. Enemies are weaker, you can hold more items on your persons, and the window for landing a timed hit is
Like
way
a
more
film movie
forgiving.
review?
I completed this
He's
game
not-
on normal
he's-
mode, but even on normal mode,
He's not reading
some changes to
directly off the
combat
wiki, he's just
streamline
changing a
every
couple of the
fight.
words
now,
around.
if you land a timed
Nah, I see
attack,
what you mean.
you can inflict splash damage on enemies, drastically reducing the time spent in combat. Mastering timed hits is more important than ever because now every time the player lands one, they increase their combo
This
chain.
game kicks
The higher the combo
ass.
chain, the bigger stat boost you receive. Your party makeup also determines what combo bonuses you can earn as you build your chains. What's more, you're also building up a meter with every successful timed hit. Once you max out the meter, you can perform a super move with whatever your current party makeup
Oh, it's
is.
called a triple
dealing
move.
Massive
It's called a
damage to
triple move,
whoever
you
it is you're
fake
fighting.
fan.
And all
Triple
these moves range
move.
from boosting your party and healing the team to just absolutely wrecking the battlefield. Either way, these cutscenes are always a pleasure to watch. This is one of those changes that doesn't really need to be in the game, but it further incentivizes the player to get really good at attacking and defending. The battle system was always rewarding and interesting, but these extra bells and whistles push it over the top. And mastery of timed hits and the combo meter makes all the difference in the post game. Super Mario RPG has always been a relatively short role-playing game, even by completionist standards. That's not a
Say
knock against it by any
RPG.
means.
Why do you
It's
wanna
very
sound
satisfying
smart?
all the way
You're
through
not.
and never overstays its welcome. This version of the game feels less
I
grindy
did really
than
enjoy the
original
pacing.
because of one other huge change.
Just hits ya
fast
from
travel.
point A to
The
point B
map
to
of
point
Super
C to
Mario
point
RPG
D.
was never huge, but it's now significantly easier to navigate. This style of game usually has some kind of backtracking because Mario is essentially an errand boy the whole game, running back and forth between certain areas. But now you can just teleport wherever you need to go to without extra effort. You can now even shortcut your way through various areas, provided the area itself recognizes that it too has a shortcut from the menu. Now, in my eyes, this game does not replace the original, but serves as a testament to why it was considered amazing in the first place. If you missed out on the Super Nintendo version or a Wii U eShop copy, the only other place to legally play Super Mario RPG was on the Super Nintendo Mini. Finally, having a version of the game available on Switch is a big deal. When this game was announced earlier this year, it was met with an intense positive reaction. There's a reason why Gino was on the ballot
was
to be a
going
fighter in
wild
Smash
about it.
Brothers. Obviously, that never came to pass, and he is a costume for Mies. But with this remake, a new conversation is being sparked. Could this indicate that Nintendo is working on a true Super Mario RPG sequel outside of Paper Mario or Mario and Luigi? Obviously, we don't know for sure until it happens. It seems like this game was kept in the dark up until relatively recently. It deserves to be played by everyone, and the team responsible for this game comes from Square Enix on the remake side of their crew, with several veterans who've worked on previous Dragon Quest games and remakes. So this game was in great hands. Veterans of the game will find plenty to enjoy and enough to keep them interested in a full playthrough. But even if you've only been exposed to turn-based Mario via more modern RPG entries, there is a treasure trove to be enjoyed here. I firmly believe there truly is no other game like this one.
Oh man, he loves it so much. Anyway, we got some entries I didn't read. We stayed in the Merry-More Hotel suite for the first time. I hear the rate is 200 coins a night, which seems pricey, but the room was so nice that I'd say it's worth it. We emerged victorious against the powerful foe, Kulix. It was really a difficult fight. Spoke of fighting for a dark mage, but I didn't find him to be such a bad fellow. We crossed paths with Kulix again in three-dimensional form. It was an even more grueling fight, but once again, when defeated, Kulix didn't seem to be up to anything overtly evil. Is that all of them? Hey, big ups.
Partying up with Bowser and Peach might seem commonplace now, but at the time it was a massive surprise, though a welcomed one, to be sure. This is
the
still
Kulix
a
fight was
lot
great.
of fan favorites.
It was the most
version of
challenging
Bowser.
fight in the game.
It is a thrill to
I'm glad
watch
I saved
Mario
it for the
and
very
Peach
end.
team up
People
with their
wanted me to
biggest
do it
enemy to
as
take down
soon
this
as I
game's
got
unique
to
roster of
Marshalltown.
villains. Seriously,
Imagine.
this game has a very unique and bizarre setup of monsters, from Booster to Valentina and Dodo to, of course, the cake. Players fight pretty much every flavor of Mario enemy, from Goombas to Dry Bones over the course of completion. But it's the Square Enix enemies that really stick in mind. There's an entire group of enemies that call to mind the Power Rangers, known as the Axiom
They only
Rangers.
appear once.
And of course, the massive
They were
sword from the beginning of the
overhyped. I
game,
thought they would
just
appear
begging
more.
to be put in its place. Mario
Based
RPG
off all
Remake
the
can
hype
be
beasting they
difficult to
got.
complete if you don't vibe with its particular brand of weirdness. Many mini games and side quests may not be very intuitive to find and finish, but each one gives you something incredibly useful. The way mini games and side quests are handled in Super Mario RPG really play into the Mario side of things. There's a surprising amount of platforming and puzzles, and sometimes even platforming puzzles.
Whoa, level up your post game.
There are so many reasons why
Milquetoast
Super
is a
Mario
good word
RPG
to describe all of
is considered
this.
one of the greats. The late game
It
challenges
ain't read
and
off the
hidden
wiki
secrets
like
make the
DSP's
game
movie reviews,
incredibly
but there's
replayable.
something
And since
very
the main
inauthentic
campaign is
about
short,
it.
comparatively speaking to other games in the
Can't put my
genre,
finger on
it's
it
easy to justify
exactly,
yet one
but
more
Milquetoast is a
playthrough.
good
That
word.
said,
Very
the original
run-of-the-mill.
game doesn't really offer much in the way of completion
Which is pretty
bonuses,
pitiful for
let
a
alone
Gamer Guide
replayability
review in
outside of
2024,
one or two
year of our
playthroughs.
Lord.
There is no new game plus. It's just playing the game again to enjoy it. But this remake aims to fix some of that, as well as provide more seasoned players with a few worthy challenges. The target audience for Super Mario RPG has relatively grown up. It's likely that over time they've grown used to a little more pushback from RPGs, and this may be one of the reasons behind the post-game challenges offered in this remake. But before I go on about the post-game, we should circle back to what completion of the base game feels like. The more you play this game, the more you will internalize how important mastery of the timed hit system is. You start to get a sense of how to perfectly nail the timing on hits, even without that exclamation point
point that appears over the character's head. This becomes crucially important for one of the most infamous challenges in Super Mario RPG, the 100 Mario Jump Challenge.
Don't talk to me about that. Don't talk to me about that challenge. I don't know what you're talking about.
Original game, but it is still a huge pain in the ass. Once Mario levels up and unlocks the skill Super Jump, you can try to complete this challenge. It sounds pretty simple.
So I don't follow this guy much, but in that whole thing, didn't he say he hates making these videos? Like making these regular videos? Do you mean to say like in his response to the drama? I don't know if he said that necessarily. We listened to his response to the drama brought up by Carl guy, but I think we only watched it in snippets within the Carl video. I didn't watch his whole response like raw. If he said that, I'm not aware.
Just hit the timing right with Super Jump,
His
allowing
first
yourself
100
to
videos
bounce
are
on an
different.
enemy over and over
Didn't he
and
have a
over and
co-host,
over and
and then the
over
co-host
and
left,
over
like they
and
had
over and
a
over
parting
again.
of ways that was very
You can do it
negative?
100 times. You get a small reward for hitting this milestone 30 times, but getting to 100 is an entirely different beast. In my experience, there's not a real trick to it. A lot of videos online just say, hey, focus on certain hitboxes and the timing to make sure it's right. Listen to the music if you want. It's honestly a crapshoot. But it took me about 6 hours straight to try and do this right. You have to get the timing right, get in the right headspace, and try your best to avoid hand cramps. This is one of those things where it can take you a dozen hours or so, or 5 minutes, depending on whether or not you're in the zone. Doing this gives you one of the best items in the game, the Super Suit. Seriously, this is one of the best items in the game. It is so powerful. If you're a completionist, you're also going to want to earn medals on all of the minigames.
Hey, I'm doing that
another
now.
thing that was added to this remake is the scrapbook. The scrapbook keeps track of how well you do in all of these cases. Goomba
Tell me
Stomping
what to do,
minigame,
man.
the Paratroopers minigame, the Beetle Racing, Midas River. All of these have scores that
we
determine
hate
what
that
kind
river.
of gold you earn. So if you want to get gold medals, you must master
wanna get
each
gold
one of these
dust.
minigames. And it wouldn't be Mario RPG without the visit to the casino. Now, I wouldn't say these casino games are especially fun, but they did feel a little smoother to complete this time around than the original. Look the other way, the memory game are exactly what they sound like. If you want to get the star egg, you know that you have to do this 100 times anyways. But a lot of the big pain in the ass in the original version of the game was every time you won a game, you got an item. You'd have to then throw it out or try and keep it. But this time around, one of the biggest improvements in Mario RPG is all of your items that you don't use or can't hold go into a stash. So if you run low on items, instead of buying more, you can just replenish them. The memory game is very, very simple. It's exactly what it sounds like. Don't guess
It was so
code
simple
and follow the prompt.
that
The unfortunate thing is you have to do
I got
this 50
distracted by the
times,
chat
so
too
it
much.
can take
Too many
some time.
losses came from reading the
Speaking
chat
of
while
50
playing that.
times, when you play the ball game to get the green card for the casino, it only takes about 12 to 13 times. But in the remake, to get the gold medal, you have to do this 50 times. This minigame is not hard by any means, but you have to pay attention. I love that the scrapbook keeps track of these things now. It's nice to have something to point to show that you've done all the things in the game. And it's also nice to have equipment to give your characters as a reward most of the time. The best weapons and armor in the game cannot be bought from a shop. It must be found by being observant and intuitive. Fan favorites, of course, are still in this game, like the Super Suit, the Star Egg, like I spoke before, and of course the Lazy Shell, both the weapon and the equipment. Essentially what I'm getting at is if you know everything about this game, then you will continue to know everything about this game, with the exception of the post-game. Super Mario RPG may seem like it isn't very difficult for newcomers, but the Kulix fight is still a monster of a battle.
it's the guy.
And should not be attempted unless you're very, very confident in your skills. This Final Fantasy themed fight is probably the hardest thing to do in the base game. After finding the best equipment, beating the secret bosses, earning as many medals as you can in all the minigames, and beating Smithy, you're not quite finished. Because this remake does something awesome. It rewards the player with more to do. After beating the game, if you go and visit the Frog Sage, you'll learn more about new mysteries to be uncovered. Now, there are a few rematch battles against bosses you have already defeated, but these fights are
Only 10
way
streams
more
and Dingus will
difficult.
be done with Kingdom
Fortunately, if
Cucks.
you've internalized the timed hits
10 is
aspect
pretty
of life,
generous.
you'll probably be able to skate through this pretty easily. Paloma and Booster are
They
very
get
rough.
by his 10-hour
Some of the
reviews, like people that
toughest
actually care
rematches
about the
in
thing they're
game.
talking about.
But
This
the
isn't a great
one
video.
rematch that blew my mind was the final rematch
same temperament.
with Kulix. Now, it's a whole
temperament, I'll
story
be like,
once
here,
you
same
finished all the
takeaway.
post-game content and take on Coolix once again. This time, this fight is in 3D, so it felt like a bonus that I wasn't really expecting. So one of the funny things about the original Coolix fight in the original game was that Coolix makes the offhanded comment that you guys are in 3D, meaning your party, and he is not. In the
They
base
kinda
game
localized
of this
it incorrectly
remake,
in English
they
in the
kept
original.
the sprites in the fight the same, except you're in 3D and he's in 2D. In this instance, everyone's 3D, and it feels like a completely different fight altogether. This
Does it,
hands
though?
down
Does
is
it,
the most
though?
difficult fight in the entire game. And honestly, the hardest part about this fight really was just getting Mallow to scan everyone and everything. It was very, very frustrating to say the least. But once that was out of the way, and with things like the super suit, the lazy shell, and all of the endgame items, you should be able to out-survive Coolix 3D no problem. But one of my favorite things about the entire post-game process is that these extra fights come with new items and collectibles. Bowser has a brand new final weapon, and it's really, really rad. I love that little plussing to all of this. Completing the game gives you more value, which I love. Longtime fans will appreciate that this remake aims to give completionists something more to enjoy. A good remake justifies itself to the player by reminding them why they loved the first iteration in the first place. Super Mario RPG Remake does that and then some. This is still one of the most unique RPGs you can play, and the fact that it was announced and released within such a short time period is incredible. We barely had time to get over our shock before the game released and reminded us why it's still an incredible, timeless experience. Completing this game is rewarding in and of itself, even if the game doesn't explicitly give you anything for doing so.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Having
For once,
completed
it
the
wasn't
original
me
version
saying
so
it.
many times, I am very aware that Nintendo's version of a completion bonus doesn't always line up with my own expectations, but I still think it's rewarding to do so. This is an RPG that has stood the test of time, but this version is more than worthy of your attention. Honestly, for this little moment here, when you level up your character, every one of your characters has a dance that they do, and it's the best thing I've ever seen. Look at these guys. This single moment has brought me
yes, the
so much
wholesome
joy.
Chungus
That's the
dance
encapsulation
segment.
of what it feels like to complete this game. While it took me roughly 28 hours to complete the whole thing, I never once struggled and just had a blast playing it.
I had a
And what great
blast,
way to end it
guys.
all, with my favorite characters vibing out, having a fantastic time breaking it down and celebrating each other. So those are my thoughts on Super Mario RPG. Let me know what yours are in the comments
know
down
what
below
your
about
thoughts
this
are,
game.
guys. I
That
love
in
you
mind,
all,
guys,
and
I give
please
this game
forgive
my
me.
completionist rating of completed. See you soon.
Ah, yes, I rate that video as incredibly milquetoast. Yeah, I mean, should he have spent like a whole video addressing the drama, or is it better to just keep on going and pretend, like really, honestly, pretend like it didn't happen? I guess the latter from a business perspective. But I guess I see why people like him in his videos, but I don't know. I feel like the YouTube game has been upped ever since this guy's heyday. People were putting out there are probably like 10 Mario RPG videos that summarize everything there is about the game. Way better than this video. There are probably videos about the remake already that are better than this video. That's a shame. If he wants to ride out like Pro Jared, he needed not to spurg out like he did. He already addressed it. He addressed it! Ah! He's fucked. No journey, showcasing struggle to 100% like the old videos. That's what I was under the impression he would have talked about that, because I haven't seen the old videos, but people talk about him, and he's like, oh, he's always talking about how hard it is to 100% it. Persona 5, he had to play that game 5 times and romance all the ladies, and he made no money on those videos, this and that. But he didn't really do it this time. Maybe because the interns who played the games for him, again, y'all got fired. So hollow compared to his older vids. I don't know what happened. What happened is that he got canceled. But let's see these comments. And he says, my favorite part is when Mario collects 600,000 coins and then doesn't do anything with them for 10 years. No amount of games or ukuleles is gonna make people forget Gerard. My favorite part is when Mario threatens to sue Luigi and Toad for defamation. The line, the witch, and the audacity of this dude. is going to rebuild our trust again by playing games. Dude, games is all you've ever played. Bro thinks he can run a new game. I can't. Bro thinks he can run a new game plus on his career. Laughing emoji. The just continue and they will eventually forget / stop to care approach has worked for a lot of people. Let's see if this is one of those instances. As a broke dude, I watched your games videos to not only enjoy classics I could never play, but as an escape. The situation is hard, but it ruined watching for me. I love the part of the game where 600k wasn't used for 10 years. Bro just got buried like the Undertaker, but then struck his hand through the grave. Is that from the actual WrestleMania? Okay, no, it's not. I fell for the check mark. The balls on this dude, I'm flabbergasted. I thought you lost all your passion for this. No, he was just saying anything to get Carl to leave him alone. Dude said he didn't want to create YouTube content anymore. That aged well. For those who don't have the extension to see thumbs down ratings, it's currently 6k likes and 18k dislikes. I'm both disappointed and impressed as of 11 hours ago. Maybe the 6k upvotes are all, all bots? Favorite part of the game was when Croco steals a Toad's wallet and doesn't give it back for 10 years. Gerard is going through his first lolcow cycle. This will be something. Gerard is throwing the ball at us with this video. It is now our responsibility to step away, not his. He knows it's such a ridiculous choice and it shows. You can hear it in his voice, even though he's trying his hard to act his way through it. Act. Even in the I need to re-earn your trust speech, he doesn't even apologize or take any responsibility. Hey, just kind of, I said it when I heard it. Business as usual. Time to trudge along. The audacity of this guy is beyond. LMAO. He's really going to just try to power through. I mean, what can he do? If he apologizes, these people won't care anyway. Nothing, there is no acceptable approach he can take. It's over. It's fucking over. He should have just... He can't close up shop, but he probably should have just closed up shop. Nothing he can say or do will assuage these people. It's like no matter what he was gonna do, they were gonna be upset. Yeah, it's so Jover. When the normies are talking trash and calling you you're calling you cringe, the Zoomers, it's fucking over, man. Big ups to Red Animator with the short video redeem. Gravity Rush movie. I haven't played Gravity Rush. Ah yes, but if you insist. This is the video segment, I suppose. First behind scenes footage of the Gravity Rush movie. Why did you link? You linked me a tweet that links to a YouTube video, and the YouTube video was probably what you want me to see. Thank you, Red Animator. Okay, the footage starts at 2:15. No, the pics? But it's video redeem, not pic redeem. No, I don't want to. I'm not trying to be a bully. Thank you, Red Animator. Can I do it this way? Alright, so Sony had a fucking convention or something in the press, and they're making a movie! Yay! Here.
Works one-on-one with the filmmakers when they come through.
Our goal is to make sure that filmmakers feel really comfortable just being
it's
creative
Gravity
and
Rush,
playing
it's
around and using the
cringe and
technology
woke
as a
and
tool
nobody
and
likes
not a
it.
barrier. We collaborate across different departments of Sony. So
Is
we've
that
worked with Sony Pictures Animation and ImageWorks.
We are working with animation, marketing, television, PlayStation. Torchlight is a place that all of these various divisions of Sony can come and experiment.
We're also a field testing ground for Sony R&D tools.
Are we bringing back Patapon? Why would you show me this?
Work in the last few years, and the team here is.
I care more
right
about
at
the Patapon
leading edge.
implications.
We have all of the
Is Patapon
resources
coming
that are
back?
necessary to
That would be a
create the
dingus on
next
day one.
generation
I don't
of
care about
entertainment.
Gravity
Torchlight
Rush.
is allowing filmmakers to return to that pure
Yeah,
form
I'm in
of
for Patapon. What the
creativity
fuck?
where they can create.
You can't just
with
show
a
me that
sense
and
of
not say
play.
anything. All right, what else do we have? Oh. Ah, yes. I was waiting all evening for this. We have Fire Emblem Heroes, New Heroes, and Rearmed Reinhardt. I hope that Patapon thing wasn't just a concept or something. That better be a new game.
My name's Tina. Nice to meet you.
Oh, I recognize that voice actress. She was in Black Clover. These are from Thrash's 7076. This is Goon's favorite Fire Emblem game. And you know what? Frank likes it too. He's a staff user.
Heading out.
Let's check out her essays. Wow! The funny thing is, the longer this game goes on, the new characters that they add, who are all like nobodies, like this Tina character isn't important in her own game. Just a typical, typical staff user character, what's not. But the longer you go without getting into the game, makes it so that when you do get into the game, you get skills that are like a mile long to read. And she's kitted out. What the hell? Maybe she is important. Ah yes, steals bonus effects from foes for herself and nearby allies. She can slow groups of foes after her special.
Don't bully me.
I actually think it's worse than Yu-Gi-Oh! Who's this lady? I don't know these characters.
My aid is yours.
Sappy. Galen Glass. Dude, I know that lady.
What shall we do?
I know her. I recognize the name. There's a tendency for the ladies to get the essays and the dudes to get like paragraphs. Like the dudes will still have long skill descriptions, but they won't be as long as the ladies.
I'll dance as long as it helps keep everyone's spirits up.
The design is familiar, but I didn't know her name. Oh, look! Look! This is the shortest hero description in, like, months. She's got nothing to her. It's a basic bitch description. She's just there to be there, baby. You gotta play Nikkei. I'm not being gaslit into playing Nikkei. Carl can play and tell me all about it. Whoa, a new rearmed hero joins the battle.
Perhaps it is my natural affinity, but thunder magic seems to grant me more power than any other.
Nobody gave a shit about this character until this mobile gacha whatever came out, and then it became like a meme because he had an ability that allowed him to. He was like a cav unit, so he had extra movement, and then his weapon allowed him to double before the enemy got a chance to attack. So basically, he was like a glass cannon, as Phil would say, and he ascended to memedom, and then he kept getting alts. So him getting a rearmed alt that's even more busted than his original doesn't surprise me.
Your orders?
Yeah, he was meta than power creep, which is why he kept getting units. Wait for the scroll. Look at that! Look at that V skill! His arcane weapon speeds up his special and nullifies foe bonuses and speed to resistance. What they also like to do is, okay, so you got Formodus there. I can't even pronounce the name. You got Formodus there. He's a very annoying unit right now in the meta. There are units way more annoying than him right now, like the Christmas units. But they put him there for a reason, to highlight how awesome and super cool the new rearmed hero is, and you should totally gacha for him and whale and buy all the orb packs. Like the monster design. That is the final boss of Fire Emblem 8, the Sacred Stones on GBA, which I have access to, I think. Or has it not been added to NSO yet? Oh, that was 7 that got added, 6 and 7. That one is supposed to be added, though, sometime in the near future.
I call thunder.
It's like fucking Sora calling out spells. Thunder! And El Thunder! Or Robin in Smash Brothers. Thoron! Thunder! 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 El Thunder! Arc Thunder! Banner starts. Is that today? They go off build time. Sometimes it bugs me up. It's either tonight or tomorrow. Ah yes. We had to do the gacha segment. It's not my fault they decided to drop the trailer today. Alright. Are we finally on the puppet segment? We had a puppet segment. If you're still in the stream when we're on the puppet segment, you know it's too late. It's too late for you. I think at this point I'm gonna grind for frog coins, get the remaining frog coin item at the frog shop, and then look for remaining items, and then probably go back to Beatlemania because that's the final medal I need. And then I think that should be it for stuff to do in this game.
Yahoo! Hello, my friends. It is time for my annual predictions video. This
yes,
is the big
it's
one, the most lavish production of the year. Weeks to produce, no expense spared. Here's the thing, though, we're gonna have to cut back a little this year. It's been a crazy time in my life recently, so I gotta pull in the reins just a smidge. Don't worry, the really meaty predictions are all here, all the interesting stuff. I'm just not gonna go month by month and get into really fine details about
No, he's
every single little
he's gonna
thing.
predict
I like
Nintendo's
doing that,
2024.
but this
Get
time,
mad.
I'm really just focusing on the big game reveals. So here are my 2024 predictions. Here's all the stuff I think Nintendo will get up to. And as always, stick around to the end and we'll go over my 2023 predictions and see how I did. Woo.
It'll be interesting to see what he was right about in 2023.
Nintendo Direct in February. The presentation will begin with a cold open. The opening cutscene of Super Metroid, but totally redone. Yes, that is correct. This is a remake of Super Metroid. Developed by Mercury Steam, just as flashy and beautiful as Dread, with plenty of changes, such as the addition of the melee system. It will look wonderful,
Super
and
Metroid remake?
fans will rejoice.
I don't
Okay,
know.
so I try not to delve too deep into wishful thinking territory with these predictions. I try to be kind of realistic, but for this next one, the limb is cracking under my weight, and I do not care. This Direct will also announce Cave Editor DLC for Pikmin 4. Just do
No,
it.
that's
I'm just gonna
cope.
say it. You can make
That's
your own
cope.
caves.
That
and
ain't
share them.
happening.
Just go
You're
in
lucky
for
if it
They'll
gets any
announce some extra
DLC.
Dandori challenges too. Lots of great stuff. A DLC explosion for my dear Pikmin. Because why not? Later in the Direct, we'll get a new trailer for Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, and we'll be surprised to
I can see
learn
that
that it's
happening.
getting some new content. The original game has this super long gauntlet called the Pit of 100 Trials, and the remake expands upon it, offering additional sets of trials requiring that you use certain badge loadouts
Okay,
for
that's
an
the
extra
last proc
challenge.
one I needed.
Completing these grants you
Put on that.
special new badges that weren't in the original. An unexpected surprise, but a welcome one. Then the Direct will end by announcing badge-related DLC for Super Mario Bros. Wonder. This will be a new chunk of
Pikmin
badge
4 has more
challenges,
content than I
and it'll
expected.
come
I would've
with
wanted
some
DLC
wacky
for
new
it.
badges
Yeah,
as
it took a
well.
minute for me
It will
to
be
do
cool,
everything
and
in the
people will
game.
enjoy making
The
the
Ring got
obvious
DLC though, so I
Doofenshmirtz
wouldn't be
meme,
against
but we'll
it.
also be like, that's it? That's the Direct? No one more thing? Super Metroid and some DLC? That's all that we get? Little will we all know, though, that the year is just getting started.
All right,
In
coin
April,
trick item.
The day will come. Nintendo will announce, then drop a video revealing their next system. It will be the Switch 2. If you missed it, I have a whole video outlining my idea for the system, so I won't go too deep into it here. The basic gist, though, is that it's a Switch, but obviously more powerful. One big
It's the
difference is
Switch
front and
again.
rear-facing cameras. But yeah, go check
As
out
long
that
as it
video
doesn't take
for
my
all the
online
details.
purchases
the
away.
Switch 2
Whatever.
will be scheduled to release in October. Soon after the
October?
reveal, Nintendo will announce a special Switch 2
think it would be
presentation for
November.
June. And yes, this is the January 2017 Switch presentation all over again. Full console reveal, all features and specs and pricing and all that, plus loads of games. Let's talk about 5 of them. First is a new Pokemon game, Pokemon Legends Kyurem. Your character from Arceus still
Okay, so this has been... I gotta talk about
Pokemon Legends Kyurem.
There's been like a meme on VP for months. I think he... His fake leakers talk about this game all the time. I guess it makes sense if you go at it from the route that they're either gonna stop doing remakes or hand off the remakes to like third party devs like they did the Diamond and Pearl remake, and that the true Game Freak return to the region that they're returning to is gonna be done through this Legends shit now. You could say that, but then there were the people who said Let's Go was gonna get a sequel, and that never happened. A sequel for Let's Go where you went to Johto. That never happened. This is like the meme of the hour, like Let's Go Johto. There's nothing supporting this besides schizo posts on VP.
Your character from Arceus, still stuck in the past, travels to an ancient version of the Unova region. The game deals with Black and White's legendary dragon trio and their origins. The box art...
So there's some... The reason why people say that it's going to be this, again, is because we're on Gen 5 shilling right now. The DLC for Scarlet and Violet shills Unova. They're not stupid. They know that that's like next in line, because they did remakes for like Fire Red and Leaf Green, then they did Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Everyone was crying for like a Ruby Sapphire Gen 3 remake. They got it on 3DS, Mega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. Then remakes kind of went quiet for a couple of years. Then they finally did Sinnoh, the Diamond and Pearl remakes, and they were kind of existing. DSP didn't play them, so that says it all, obviously. And now it's time to show Unova. So the reason why it's not going to be Johto, Legends Johto, is because we just so happen to be on like Unova's turn right now. The backstory for the 3 dragon legendaries in Black and White is that they all spawned off the original dragon, and Kyurem's like the shell of that original dragon, while the 2 other dragons, Zekrom and Reshiram, are like 2 halves of the whole. And I think he's saying like it makes sense if you think that this hypothetical game is gonna show you what happened to that original dragon, because it takes place in the past, right?
Legendary is the creature.
I don't think they're gonna. The thing is, Riku, I don't think they're gonna remake it if they're gonna go this route to where they're gonna do Legends games too. They could have like the Diamond and Pearl guys just remake Black and White in that same style. I would hope not. But what is the Pokemon remake supposed to look like now anyway? People were expecting the Sinnoh remakes to be in the style of Sword and Shield, and then they got what they got there. People gonna expect Unova to look like the Unova remakes to look like Scarlet and Violet? They might be in for a rude awakening, especially if they get outsourced again.
Or they split. The game will look a lot rougher than it should, considering the power of the Switch 2, but it'll still look a heck of a lot better than Arceus and Scarlet and Violet. And this will be the first cross-gen Pokemon game. It'll release on Switch and Switch 2 in December,
reveal
a few
there.
months after the launch of the new system. They won't want it to interfere too much with the other launch titles. We'll get to those soon. Next, they'll reveal Metroid Prime 4. Baby, another one I'm just going for. That's right, gameplay and everything. I don't have a whole concept for it because the trailer will be pretty brief, mainly just showing off some basic combat, but it will be beautiful. It'll
be good and you'll like it.
You guys.
Thank you, Arlo. Yeah, I would hope I'd like it.
For some time in 2025. Another 2025 game is Splatoon's first spin-off. It stars an Inkling who has been permanently trapped in squid form. Almost everyone else has been taken captive, and it's up to this squid-locked person to save the day. There's no shooting here, but you do get all sorts of crazy squid powers you don't get in normal play. This is more of a platformer,
This is straight
really.
fan
It's the
fiction.
crazy, twisty,
Splatoon
cool
spin-off is another one that I always get to see bandied around.
Is very fast.
And everyone
Lots more
want to talk about
movement.
direct
The game
reveals.
Is big on
Yes, the
characters
Splatoon
and humor,
spin-off.
and your main speaking cast is made up of Judd and Lil Judd, who aid the main character. This is Splatooniverse.
I mean, Riku, it's like predicting Nintendo's 2020. It's a fan fiction video. It is!
Jam. And it will be a big attempt to expand the world of Splatoon. It'll
Now, wait
also
a
bring
minute.
up a
I'm
whole
all into it. I'm
conversation
into it
about
now.
other potential Splatooniverse spin-offs, naturally. And now for our two major Switch 2 launch titles. The first is
3D Mario,
a new
obviously.
Nintendogs. Finally! This is Nintendogs. Let's play. And for the first time, it only comes in one version with all the dogs and cats. And this time, fish. You get a fish tank and you put little hats on the fish.
We just get fish now?
Baby. The game offers the same Nintendogs gameplay we all know and love, but built around
What about that
the
rumored
Switch
Donkey
2's
Kong
new
game?
features.
Allegedly
You'll
it
be
got
encouraged
canceled.
to take your pets for walks
According
like in the old
to
games.
more
The
people
Switch
who do
2's
nothing but
camera
write
and
fan
clip
fiction.
sharing function will encourage people to post videos
Take that as
all
you
over
will.
social media. In the same way the old games used the microphone so your pets could recognize the sound of your voice, now the camera lets them see you. They'll even react differently when new people try to interact with them. And thanks to the Switch 2's open face dock, again, more on that in the video, your pets can chill on your Switch screen even when you're not playing with them. Then, of course, being on the Switch 2, the graphics will be incredible. These might be the most realistically rendered and animated dogs in the gaming space. So that's the casual blue ocean-y launch title. But what about us hardcore gamers? Well, Nintendo's got our backs. The Switch 2 is launching with a brand new 3D Mario.
Ah,
This
yes.
is Super Mario Future. I've been banking on Odyssey
We're
2
just time
for
traveling.
too long. I'm ready to give it up. Remember all those
Okay, JC, thoughts. Super Mario Future. Instead of traveling the globe or traveling space, you're traveling through time. Because eventually, all platformers must travel through time. And then in sequel to that one, we're traveling the multiverse.
Banking on Odyssey 2 for too long, I'm ready to give it up. Remember all those outlandish rumors about the next Mario being open world? Well, they weren't completely true, but they were fairly close. This is indeed one big interconnected world, but instead of a true open world sandbox, this is more like zones from Odyssey kinda stitched together. Plenty of areas to explore right off the bat, big focus on exploration, but you still gain access to new places as you go. This will feel more like a traditional adventure game than any mainline Mario ever has. There are towns to visit, characters to meet, even little quests to go on. And another new thing for mainline Mario, he's got a hammer. It gives him some basic attacks and
Well, that'd
even
be kinda-
aids in his
that'd be kinda
movement.
neat. I'd
As
be-
Cappy
I'd
did
be
in
down for
Odyssey,
that.
this hammer lets you really control Mario's movement and string together a lot of cool jumps and stuff. The theme of this game, naturally, is the future. The whole game, Bowser's castle looms in the center of the Mushroom Kingdom, floating in the sky, and it looks a little less like his usual castle and more like a futuristic tower. Mario's hammer usually looks normal, but sometimes takes on this high-tech kind of look. Many enemies are future-y, robot-like
Look at
versions of
this
their
shit.
usual selves. All over the place,
that
you'll
that one
find
Goomba
doors that
YouTuber
take you to
there?
this Tron kind of virtual subworld where the game will provide more traditional linear platforming challenges, so you got a good mix of both Mario styles. Running on the Switch 2, Super Mario Future will look incredible, and it will be as good a launch title as anyone could ever hope for. That's it for the big games, but this presentation will reveal other important details about the Switch 2 as well. There's pricing and NSO stuff, but again, all in the other video, sorry. A few things I forgot to mention in that video, though, is that the screen will still be 720p, and the system will most often display at 1080p. Sorry, no 4K. Also, the games will be $70 across the board. Also sorry. Furthermore, not only will it be fully backwards compatible,
We're gonna have to
but
set like
Nintendo
a
will start
sub-goal every
releasing
day
upgraded versions
for me
of
to
their most
afford 'em.
popular games. Legacy upgrade launchers can be purchased on the eShop for $10.
Big ups Coggers on the video
Then,
reading.
if you either
We'll get
own
to
a
it.
digital
I think I
copy
got a
of a game
Pancakes
or slot
Pancake
in a
Mix
Switch
video reading
cartridge,
too.
you gain access to the fancier new version with nicer graphics.
Currently
and
going to the
performance and
item
all
list
that.
just to make
Or if
sure,
you're starting
what I'm
fresh,
missing,
you can buy the
what I don't
Switch
already
2
have.
versions physically for the usual $70 price. Newcomers won't like paying paying
This
so
Clownery
much for
sounds
such
so
old
on brand for
games, but
Nintendo.
people
I
who
wouldn't be
already
surprised
own
if
these
they did
games
it. If
will
they did
be
it.
happy enough paying $10 a pop for the upgrades. At launch, there will only be 4 games in the Legacy Upgrade program: Tears of the Kingdom, Splatoon 3, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Animal Crossing New Horizons. But having those 4 updated, remastered games on store shelves, along with Mario and Nintendogs, will make for a very impressive launch lineup. More titles
Launch
will be
lineup
added
is
to the
just 2
program
actual
down the line,
games,
though
and then 2
not all
games
will get
you've already
physical
played.
copies. This whole upgrade thing will give us more stuff to beg for during each Nintendo
But
Direct.
again.
So that's nice. Come on, Pikmin 4 upgrade. So that's it for the Switch 2 presentation. For the first time in many a year, there won't be a September Direct. But honestly, we won't need one. We'll all be wrapped up in Switch 2 hype, and we'll have loads of games releasing at the end of 2024, with multiple to look forward to already in 2025. Plus, leading up to the system's launch, we'll get plenty of additional presentations, treehouse live streams, that kind of stuff. Super Mario Future will get its own dedicated mini direct. In October, the Switch 2 will launch, and it's gonna go over well. With such a strong launch lineup, plenty of
expect the
people
paid
will be willing
upgrades.
to immediately make that next-gen jump. Things will look really
We
good
gotta
for
get the
Nintendo
most out of these
heading
games,
into
especially stuff like Tears of the
2025
Kingdom.
and their new
Running like it
generation of
does.
hardware. Oh, and finally, Nintendo won't be showing anything at the Game Awards. I think they're just pretty much done doing that. But Super Mario Future will be nominated for Game of the Year, and final big prediction, it's gonna win. Super Mario Future will win Game of the Year. You heard it here first. So before we wrap this up, let's do a little recap, because it's kind of hard to take in so much information so quickly. And we also work hard on some of these concepts and want you to look at them some more. In February, we'll get the only traditional Nintendo Direct of the year. Here they'll reveal a Super Metroid remake, extra content for Thousand Year Door, Cave Editor DLC for Pikmin 4, and DLC for Super Mario Bros. Wonder. In April, Nintendo will reveal their
there's
next
DLC for Mario
system,
Wonder.
the Switch 2. Then in June, they'll give us a huge presentation revealing loads of games. Pokemon Legends, Kyurem, an immediate follow-up to Arceus, exploring the origins of the Tau Trio. This will be a cross-gen title, releasing on both Switch and Switch 2 in December. Metroid Prime 4, which will look super duper awesomely, incredibly good, and be slated for sometime in 2025. Splatooniverse Jam! A humorous Splatoon spin-off starring a squid-locked inkling, also releasing sometime in 2025. Nintendogs Let's Play, which introduces fish and uses all of the Switch 2's new features. This is a Switch 2 launch title. And Super Mario Future, a grand open-world-ish adventure with a futuristic theme and where Mario has a cool hammer. This will also be a launch title. Additionally, Tears of the Kingdom, Splatoon 3, Smash Ultimate, and Animal Crossing will launch with the Switch 2 as part of Nintendo's Legacy Upgrade program. One final time, I will remind you to go check out my Switch 2 concept video, because there are loads of details in there that I did not mention here. And that, my friends, is what will definitively happen in 2024. That
Sounds
is
like
what I think.
another
Nay, what I
Nintendo
believe. Nay,
W
what
year.
I know Nintendo will do. And boy, I cannot even tell you how badly I hope that I am right about the next system launching in
I'd like a
2024.
Pikmin
Because
Cave
if it
Editor,
ends
but
up
I
being
don't see it happening.
2025,
So
I
we have
ain't
to play
coming
through a
up with
single
whole
Metroid Prime game,
second
so we can take their
different
time on that.
concept and plan. I am
Well, you weren't
really
inspired to
putting all
play
my eggs in
yourself
one
after that
basket
last
here and
DSP
just
playthrough?
hoping for the best. Before we go, one final thing.
I'm surprised they
Let's
didn't
take
bring
a
up
look at
Prime 2 or
last year's
3.
predictions for 2023
here are his predictions for
and
this
see what
last
I got
year.
right. I predicted that Nintendo would shadow drop a Direct Mini in January. That did not happen. I predicted that they would reveal Tomodachi Life 2.
Incorrect.
Wrong there, sorry. I know that one kind of hurts. I predicted a new Pushmo game called Splitmo, and it seems that as of this recording, the IP is still MIA. I predicted a new Art Academy game too, just for kicks, and that also did that happen? Did I maybe I missed? No, that didn't happen. Sorry, no. I predicted that Nintendo would finally launch Advance Wars Reboot Camp in March.
Hey, that
They
did
it
happen.
in April. I was actually pretty close on that one. partial points? Then I wearily predicted an upgraded Switch, but even by that point, I knew it probably wasn't going to happen. I don't know why. I went with it anyway, and it wasn't long before Switch 2 rumors completely brushed the idea aside forever. So yeah, let's move on. I predicted that Nintendo would shadow drop a trailer for Tears of the Kingdom, actually revealing all of its cool new mechanics. They ended up doing a proper dedicated direct for it, so that part was wrong, but it still got its own reveal presentation where they revealed the mechanics, so I don't know, it's worth something, maybe. I'm clearly desperate here, you guys. I predicted that the Mario movie would go over very well and make an easy billion at the box office. I got that right, but it wasn't really a surprise, was it? Unfortunately, I also doubled down on my most important prediction for 2023, that DK would fart in the movie, and sadly, that did not come to pass. Don't worry, there's always the sequel. Oh, speaking of which, I predicted the announcement of a 2025 DK spin-off movie, but still no word on that. Instead, we got
I thought there were rumors
Zelda.
about that happening.
Lame. I predicted a Tears of the Kingdom treehouse thing revealing an expansion pass. That's a no, solid no. I said the game would turn out great, but still wouldn't have a proper crafting system. And I mean, it's not straight up crafting, but we did get kind of crafty stuff, so I was kind of mostly wrong, I guess, whatever. I predicted that we would indeed get a June Direct, which we did. We don't always, so that was kind of a good guess. I don't know. I predicted that Pikmin 4 would star all the protagonists from previous games. Wrong. And it would be delayed into 2024. Wrong. I predicted a whole new Mario and Luigi game, which Kane did some really incredible art for, and that didn't happen. But even if we didn't get that particular brand of Mario RPG, we ended up getting Super Mario RPG and Thousand Year Door.
That doesn't count. You still took an L there.
Everything possible happened except what I said, but I still think I came pretty close by predicting a new Mario RPG at all. In my defense, my guess seemed way more plausible than what actually happened. Also, I mentioned how Daisy would be in it, despite the fact that Daisy isn't ever allowed in anything more than party and sports games. And guess who showed up in Super Mario Brothers Wonder, despite the fact that she's never allowed in anything more than party and sports games.
All right, you won.
But I guessed that we would get a Mario RPG and that Daisy would be in something surprising. And I got those right. Give me a little credit. That's pretty good. Then I predicted that the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet DLC would be one big chunk instead of two. Nope. I predicted that Illumination would release 2 Mario shorts, which they did not do, even though they really should. Why would they not? Minions get shorts. Mario can get some shorts. I predicted the reveal of Luigi's Mansion 4.
Yes, dungarees.
We did not get that, but we got Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. I'm taking half points for that one, at least. I predicted a Luigi's Mansion game, and we got one, darn it. Then I predicted a new Wario Land game, which also obviously did not happen, but Kane also did super good art for that one too, so I'm still happy. Finally, I predicted that Nintendo would reveal Metroid
I think maybe
Prime
the implication
4
there
at
would
the
be
Game
that
Awards,
it would have
and
gotten a new developer.
Pure wishful thinking,
Riku.
but you know what? Sometimes dreams come true, so you gotta shoot for the stars from time to time. I regret nothing. So yeah, altogether not the best year for predictions, but I got a couple little things kinda right. And it's like they say. It's like someone somewhere has said sometime, some points is better than no points. Don't worry, 2024, that'll be the year I get most of it right. I mean it's gotta happen eventually, right? Just like statistically, I gotta be right eventually. Yeah, that's the thing.
Ah yes, thank you Puppet Man for the massive predictions. Now did he have another video? Oh yeah, there's the other half. He's going over 2023. And guess what? This one has a sponsor.
This video was sponsored by Microids. You might be surprised to hear me talking about a Smurfs game. Smurfs hasn't really come up before on this channel, to my knowledge.
We love
but
the
you know what?
Smurfs.
The Smurfs 2, The Prisoner of the Greenstone, surprised me too. It goes without saying that the world could use more 3D platformers, and Smurfs 2 is kind of a platformer third-person shooter.
I thought this was
hybrid.
supposed
It's
to
got
be
some
about
fun mechanics
Nintendo's
to play with and
2023.
multiple combat options, as well as a dash function that makes both platforming and combat feel good. You can even
look, come
upgrade
on,
all of
look,
your
this looks like
abilities
a-
and
this
take
looks like
on
an actual
challenges
game.
for extra rewards.
It has-
but then it's overall still
it
simple
has
enough that
upgrade
younger
trees,
audiences
come
will
on.
be able to have fun with it,
There is-
especially
there's
on lower
effort here,
difficulty
Carl.
settings. In fact, I'd say it's probably a great introduction to the third-person shooter genre. The presentation is really nice.
The
It's
Smurf
fully
game?
voice acted, and the performances are very lively. The world is super colorful. The environments are lush. You break
Yes,
these
your
crystal things that are
introduction
growing all
to,
over the place. It's one of those
third-person
things that
shooters
just
is the
kinda
Smurf
feels
game.
nice, you know? And the music is great too, very whimsical. The Smurfs 2, The Prisoner of the Greenstone, has been a solid experience so far. It's out now on all major platforms, and you can learn more by smurfing the link in the description below. I don't know. My friends, we've reached the end of another year of Nintendo, of this little Nintendo Switchy guy right there. And you know what? It's been a good year. It was good to be a Nintendo fan this year. And I know this kind of like end of year wrap up review. It's taken a couple different forms. I don't know. I'm keeping things pretty darn casual this year. This is not comprehensive or anything like that. I really just want to talk about stuff, just kind of like go down all of the major stuff that Nintendo got up to in 2023. And yeah. I guess when you think
The game
about it,
that
you can
Kevin
kind
looks
of
at
break
then
the year down
uninstalls.
into three
He plays
different
for like
parts.
20 minutes. Come
What
on.
Nintendo announced.
Play it for like
what they
20 minutes and
released,
then uninstall
what
it.
they
Be
did.
fair.
So let's start with the good one. Let's start with
Yeah,
the
I
real
know now all
juicy
the
one,
items I'm
the
missing.
Nintendo Directs. Nintendo Directs in 2023.
Got all
we ate pretty darn well.
Got all the
Some years
weapons.
they'll skip February. Some years they'll skip
Missing a
June.
few
But nope,
accessories.
this year we had the three major tentpole Directs. We had the February, the June, and the September. And oh my gosh, they were all great. February Direct, so many delightful surprises. A full reveal trailer for Pikmin 4 that it already wins in my book. And then the just delightful surprises. They didn't stop coming. We had Ghost Trick. We Love Katamari. We finally got a release date for Advance Wars. We got Game Boy and Game Boy Advance
Whoa,
games.
Zelda. Remember when I played that
Announcement for a
game?
new Professor Layton of all things.
Still
And then,
haven't
of
heard
course-
anything about
and then,
that game.
Of course, Metroid Prime Remastered, beautiful remastered, cheap price, Shadow Drop, all that stuff we've talked about endlessly, but like the amount of hype that instilled into this Direct, it cannot be overstated. This Direct, I don't know, it felt like an event. It was so exciting and so good. And then of course at the end they did a new trailer for Tears of the Kingdom, and that's when all the stuff was really coming out about what the game was about. So it was like a little bit disappointing to end yet another Direct with a Zelda trailer, but like it was still really great. The Direct was super good. And then June, I still believe June went down as the weirdest, just the weirdest, in a good way, weirdest Direct ever. It was just expect the unexpected with this one. It was so weird. It was Super Mario RPG, which itself really started like breaking the ice on like returning to the classic Mario RPG formulas that we didn't know if Nintendo was like never gonna give us. Were they gonna acknowledge it? I don't know, but they did. Super NES classic. Remake looked beautiful from second one. Everyone's super happy about it. Just everyone can just be collectively
Zelda runs bad. It has
really
so much
super happy
fucking
about
blow,
it. And then other
right?
stuff in here. The reveal of Princess Peach Showtime. Princess Peach is getting another game.
You know, this is the dingus on day one right here.
Awesome.
Actual
Luigi's
princess
Mansion
game.
2 remaster, just kind of randomly. Okay, we'll take that too. You had the Pikmin 1 and 2 Shadow Drop. Again, just kind of
Great games.
creating
Pikmin
this
2 can
weird
go to hell,
precedent.
though.
Now it's just, okay, releasing games suddenly during Nintendo Directs is just a thing that Nintendo does now. It's not a thing
Big
they
ups,
ever did
Carl and the
before.
Pikmin.
You know,
We love
demos.
Pikmin.
Sure, maybe like really small eShop titles, but just like big high-profile remasters? Okay, sure. That's a thing Nintendo does now. And it's Pikmin coming after Metroid. Like, come on. And then this Direct Direct revealed Penny's big breakaway, which looks really fantastic. You had WarioWare Move It, another WarioWare game, and then it ended with Super
He
Mario
didn't really like
Brothers
that.
Wonder,
I saw the
which
review he
just-
did on that one. He didn't like it.
It was crazy. Like, it was just crazy. Just, I don't know. It's just one of those pure, wonderful Nintendo Direct kind of moments. We finally get a new 2D Mario game, and it's weird and colorful and strange, and it's just, it looks like everything everyone has been asking for, and it's just this, like, dream thing. It happens, and then you feel like you're gonna wake up, because, like, that's not real. That didn't happen. But it did happen. It was just like one unexpected announcement after another with that June Direct. And then going into the September Direct, it was like the bar was set pretty high. And I would say that, like, for the majority of the September Direct, it was okay. Like, it wasn't bad. It wasn't great. It wasn't, like, quite reaching that level. You had good stuff in there. We had, like, an actual full reveal of Princess Peach Showtime.
Hey, this game's coming out in February. Dude, that'll be the next
Another Code Recollection.
on day one.
Really nice surprise. F-Zero 99, you know, it's not, like, really a super ultra brand new F-Zero game, but it's
Better than
still an
nothing.
F-Zero game, and it's still cool, and it was fun. It's really cool. And so it's like, you know, we're like, okay, we're all right. But, like, you know, how do you judge? How do you really, at least for me, how do I really judge a Nintendo Direct? It's the bombshells. It's the bombshells. And then right when I thought I knew what this Direct was about, I knew what level it was going to reach. And then at the end, the big one. The big one. The big one. 1,000 Year Door. Mario RPG hadn't even released yet. That's what I still am grappling with, just the weirdness of that, the reality of that. Why would they do that? Why would they put these projects so close together? I thought Mario RPG was, like, kind of testing the waters for more traditional Mario RPG.
Turns out they
You know
had
what I mean?
they had everything
do
in
people
development
want a
already.
more, like, adventure, puzzly kind of Paper Mario, like the more recent games, or do they want a more
They
of a
were just developing
classic
everything.
RPG, turn-based combat?
They've had
kind of
years
return?
to look at, see
I
what the
don't know.
fans want.
Kind of thought they would wait that
There's no
out.
testing the
before
waters.
that game
They
even
just finally
released.
decided to do
1,000
it.
Year Door. Just mind-blowing, mind-bending, mind-destroying and melting on all of those words that you can possibly think to use. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't even have anything else to say. So I'm just still grappling with the reality.
Right now,
So
I got
those were
the
the
mystery
directs.
egg item,
And,
and
yeah,
I know I
that's
need to
a
use
really
that a
great
certain
year
amount of
directs.
times just
I
each
would
to get an
say
item.
overall,
So that's what I'm doing right now.
I've said this before. I've been saying this for years. Nintendo's Directs have just gotten so good. The beginning of the Switch generation, they started out with some really good ones, and then, like, it kind of went up. They had their ups and downs. There were a few that were just kind of they were okay. Some kind of lesser stuff. I don't know. It was ups and downs, but the last couple years I feel like have been very consistent. Really good spread of games and announcements and things in each presentation. Good entertainment factor, and 2023, it was great. They were really great. Nintendo Directs in 2023 were just great. I remember there was once a time when I was worried that Nintendo Directs would never even come back at all. So
I
it's
never
good to see
disliked
they're
the
not
Nintendo
only
Direct
back,
outright.
but they have been
Maybe some with some more reveals that aren't for free than
so that's
otherwise.
it for what
but
Nintendo announced in
I don't know.
2023. But now let's look at the real tangible stuff. The stuff that
Maybe I
released,
capped too
the
much for
games
Nintendo.
that they published onto
Obviously.
their platform. Because more than anything, that's what it's about, right? That's what Nintendo does. That's their thing. They make games. So let's look at the
It's
actual
almost
games
like he
that we
makes
got in
games
2023.
to have fun.
When you look at the games that Nintendo released in 2023, it is hard to find fault. You know, like with Nintendo Directs, years of the Switch's life, it's had its ups and downs. You've had years with like a whole bunch of releases. You know, the first year of its life, 2017, obviously was a famous year. There was something new to play, something at least sort of notable every month or two, and it was great. And then you had other years where it was
you
kind of
missed
like
it. It said,
really
"You're a
not
great
that much stuff,
shepherd."
maybe like
And
one
we
big
now
game at
have
the
the
end, and then a
Lamb's
couple other, like,
Lure
smaller titles.
item.
Not super
And it says,
exciting, but my gosh, 2023,
blah.
like, you had your three major tent poles. You know, you had your Tears of the Kingdom, your Mario Wonder, your Pikmin 4. I know Pikmin 4 is more of a me thing. It's still a little bit niche, but I guess it's been selling well enough that I could call it a relatively, it's not going to sell Zelda or Mario numbers, but I'll call it a big release. There was a big marketing push and all that stuff. So you had those games, not perfectly spread out, you know, Pikmin and Zelda were a little bit close together, but then Mario at the end, and then you have all of these other titles sprinkled in throughout the year. So many. We had a new Fire Emblem game. Fire Emblem Engage. We had a new WarioWare
Nobody
game.
liked it.
Metroid Prime Remastered.
Besides me.
Again, that was just a thing that was randomly dropped and was incredible and amazing. You had Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. You had Pikmin 1 and 2. Another surprise game. You had Bayonetta Origins. We finally had Advance Wars. We had Everybody 1-2 Switch. We had F-Zero 99.
Yeah, 2023 was pretty good. There was a lot. It's got a little bit of something for everyone.
What the heck? What the heck was up with this year? That has to be the most packed schedule they've
Definitely
ever
a Dingus
had.
style year.
I know a few things. I know, like, I don't
See
know.
what the
I
item
guess
does.
Some were simple remasters.
The Lamb's Lure.
I don't know if you count that quite as heavily. I know Tears of the Kingdom was delayed a lot of times into 2023. Everybody
Now I gotta
wants
use
to
this
switch, had a
item in
rocky
amount of
development, took a
times,
long
and then
time to
I'll
get
unlock
there,
something
and then, of course,
else.
Advance Wars that was delayed a bunch of times too. But I don't know, like, just like sheer number, that is a really crazy lineup.
So not
for
48
2023.
battles, but as long as I
Again,
can do it
say
to
was
48
a
enemies,
very
we'll be good.
Good year to be a Nintendo fan. And then, of course, you have to look at the actual releases.
I forgot about the Bayo
of
game,
these
too.
big games.
I haven't played the Bayonetta
You know,
games.
Tears of the Kingdom, it had all the building mechanics and stuff. That ended up going over.
Wasn't that Detective
very,
Pikachu
very
game
well.
ass?
Social media
I
was
don't
all
like how the humans
crazy
look in
about
that
it. I
game.
know now that
It's
the
like,
dust is
I like the
kinda
concept.
settling a little
It
bit.
probably would have hit me
Opinions are a
better if they
little bit
used
more
any
mixed.
other
We're kinda,
Pokemon
like,
as a
getting into
detective
that
other than
more
fucking
criticism
Pikachu. Because
territory.
it's
But for the
Pokemon,
most
so
part, the
obviously
launch of
Pikachu
Tears
has
of
to
the
be the
Kingdom
star.
was, just awesome, just great, big
Like, if they used
social media
Kecleon or something,
juggernaut.
I
It
would've
is
been
worth
over it.
mentioning the $70 price tag. Nintendo's very first $70 game.
$70.
Although it won't be a big thing for long because I mean this isn't a prediction video, but like I'm 100% sure the next system, all of the games are going to be $70. But so it's
Undoubtedly.
interesting seeing the very first one happen this year. But you know, I did a whole
Pretty sure
video
your $60 games, all they still exist.
and all that. Everything else though, Mario Wonder ended up going over super well. Everybody loved it, and it just felt really good that everybody was just going nuts. Just going nuts for this Mario game. It's that pure Nintendo magic. People were just so delighted by the experience, and that was great. And then of course, the launch of Pikmin 4. The launch of Pikmin 4. Everyone's playing Pikmin. There was this period of time everyone's either playing 1 or 2, then 4 comes out, and the
I'm still
demo
playing
and all,
1 and
it was just
2,
good.
and
Like,
I've
the
finished
Pikmin
4
fandom
already.
Grew
At this rate, I'll probably go back to 3.
Unbelievably much. I think the Pikmin fandom multiplied by like 10 in 2023, and that makes it a very good year.
It's cool
in
to
my
see.
book.
I love
so
Pikmin.
that's what Nintendo announced.
I wouldn't still
that's
be
what
playing
Nintendo
it if I
released,
did.
and now it is time for what they did. Just the other stuff, the odds and ends, the bits of news, the other
Talk about what they
happenings
did wrong.
happening in the year of 2023. Again, this is not comprehensive. I've just got like a list of some of the some of the
Charles
standout
guy.
stuff that happened during the year. This was the year that Charles Martinet retired. Very,
More
very
like they
sad.
fired
It's
him.
Everything I have ever seen about that man, he just seems like the most just delightful, happy-go-lucky
They kicked
guy.
him
He
to the
seems to
curb.
just embody the spirit of
They
Mario.
told him to
to
hit
such a
the road,
crazy
Jack, and
degree.
don't you come
And,
back no
yeah,
more.
It was really sad to see him go this year. That was a notable event, if a bit of a sad one. In 2023, Nintendo updated their rules and guidelines and all that for people running independent tournaments. And
this was
I did a whole
really
video on
toxic.
this, and like I don't want to go too deep into it. I still count that as a very bad thing. I know there were a lot of people responding to me saying a lot of companies have guidelines like this, and so you can't just blame Nintendo for it. But my response to that is kind of like, just because other people do it doesn't mean it's okay. And then also,
It makes
if other
sense
companies have
from, like,
these
a
like
business perspective.
boilerplate guidelines just to like kind of protect themselves legally, but then they otherwise really support the tournament scene, that's a little bit different. Some companies are doing that. Nintendo hates tournaments. I know, like, that's what I said in my video, and I got some flack for it, but just their actions, what they have done, and what they have enforced.
Did Nintendo make that one emulator guy slave in 2023? That's
they
correct.
Don't like people
well, more like he owes them
like
all his wages for the rest of his life.
Doing with their IPs and all that stuff. Again, I don't want to go.
But I think he charged people to pirate too, so
that was another slightly
that guy,
lesser
I guess.
happy thing that happened.
Get rich
in
with all your wages.
I
don't know. You want me to cap for him?
2 of Nintendo's games got nominated for Game of the Year, and that's a big deal.
And they both
That's
lost.
a really big deal. It is absolutely not every year that Nintendo gets a Game of the
selling
Year
ROMs.
nomination at the Game Awards. And this time they had Mario and Zelda, and I think that is really cool. You know, neither of them won. I didn't expect them to win, but just the fact that they're there at all.
I really
There have
didn't
been
expect
so many years.
Like in
of Game
hindsight,
Awards where
Mario Wonder wasn't
Nintendo
winning.
was just not
I think I said
present
that at the
all.
time
They'll
too.
have a couple games in the family category, and that'll like be it. And
Zelda not
otherwise,
winning
the rest
makes
of the
sense
industry
too.
is just,
They really
like,
didn't give
not
Zelda, or
interested
especially Spider-Man
in
2,
what they're putting out that year.
really
So
much
it's
of
just good to
anything.
see. You have these big,
That was not the year for
high-profile games,
derivative
and then, like,
sequels.
Pikmin won best like sim/strategy game. So it was a good year. It was cool. They got so many nominations. 2023 was the year we got all the Mario Kart 8 DLC rollout, and that was a good time. This idea of like, hey, we're gonna give you DLC. It's gonna be a huge amount of DLC, and it's gonna be released throughout the course of like a year and a half.
I thought the DLC overall was pretty good as well. It
You've
gave people a
always
reason to
got
come back
something
to
look
Mario
forward to. And
Mario
I'm not even a
Kart.
huge Mario Kart guy.
90 fucking 6
but
maps in the game.
that
How
was
could I
just
hate
fun.
it?
Just every
Even if
few
all the
months,
maps
it was
aren't
like, oh, it's already
bakers.
time for the next one, and there's a new one, and I got to play
Periodically
it and do a
releasing
video
was a
on
good
it and
idea.
everything. So I really like that.
forced
That was really
and
nice. I
some
really hope they do
returns
that
to Mario
with
Kart.
more of their games going forward. And of course, the DLC just ended up delivering a lot. Amazing tracks. We ended up getting surprises like characters and some original tracks coming over from
Characters
tour.
were not promised
It was a
either
good time.
during the
It was a
original
really good time.
announcement.
Another sad
Characters
one,
were not
the
promised, and then
3DS
they
and
just
the
gave
Wii
them
U.
characters
This
anyway.
was the year where they
It's pretty cool.
the final nails were driven into the coffins, you know, where they finally shut down the eShops, and then they're like, you got about 2 seconds left, we're gonna shut down all online stuff, and it's another
3DS
thing.
is
There's
dying
been
and Ann
plenty of
doesn't
videos
care.
about
I
it and
know!
everything, but,
Ann!
It's a
He's asleep
disappointing
already by
thing
now.
to see those two systems
How
just
dare
completely
Ann
dead.
not do the
Just
promise?
dead as a doornail.
3DS,
Just absolutely
farewell, Mario
life
Kart 7
ended.
stream.
It's a real shame. In 2023, Nintendo hosted Nintendo Live, which was at...
Did I go over this? Nintendo did their own convention. I think I went over the video in which the Muppet goes here. Oh, could you imagine Dinkus at Nintendo Live 2024?
PAX
Would
West
require
in
me
Seattle.
going to,
I actually got
PAX.
to attend,
Would
like
require me going
most
to
of the things on this
Seattle.
list. I got a whole video about that too.
Seattle.
And that was a really cool time. That was really, really fun. It was a really great event. I really hope they do it more. They need to take it to more places in the country.
Yeah, fuck
I think
E3.
that would be great. That was a,
We're
that was a
going
very
our own
fun
way now,
experience,
man.
and I got to see a whole bunch of friends and hang out with a bunch of them. It was a great time. You know what else
So that was the
happened in
Japanese
2023?
version.
We got rumors. We started to get. There have always been rumors.
I think it would have been the other way around. The Western event getting canceled.
Switch Pro, quote unquote, all that stuff. It's been going on and on and on, and I've already given all my opinions on that.
Yeah, if it's anything like
This
Mario
was the
Kart
year
Wii, the
when
servers won't be down
Switch
for long.
2 rumors really started to pick up the pace. We started to get some real reports of many different people all saying, yeah, we've got dev kits. This is a real thing now. Lots of different sources corroborating various details. So like, and I know a lot of people are still skeptical. It's another thing I've talked about endlessly, but I'm pretty sure this is real. And so that 2023 was the year it really started happening. Really started to feel real. That like, yeah, I don't know exactly when the next system's coming, but it can't be too far off. 2023 was the year Nintendo announced a Zelda movie. They announced casually.
I was on a boat
Twitter.
when that happened.
Super
I couldn't
weird.
believe it. I thought
Miyamoto
people were
drops in,
shitposting.
Hey everybody, Zelda movie, bye-bye. See you in 5 years. We don't know how long it's actually going to be, what stage of development
I wanted
it's in.
an anime
But
Zelda
there's
movie.
gonna be a
Damn
Zelda
it.
movie, and it's gonna be live action, and that's just absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. See ya in 2029 when we talk
Nick
about
Cage
it
should
next.
play Zelda.
And then speaking of movies, 2023
Mario
was the
movie.
year.
That movie I
we
still
got the
haven't
Mario
seen.
movie. It's been so long. When did they announce it? They announced it so long ago. We had to wait such an agonizingly long time.
I think it was
for this beautiful
around
movie.
the same time they
And
announced
we
the
didn't
theme
know
park,
what it was gonna
2016.
be like, and it ended up being pretty good. I know, you know, obviously reception is fairly mixed, but overall, it's more on the positive
It was a
side.
mixed
It didn't
bag.
end up being this weird garbage.
I don't know, guys. I didn't like it. It felt like it was a movie for children, says the 41-year-old. Huh,
It
you
ended
think
up being
so?
a good solid
Do you
time.
think-
a
you
good
think so,
solid
Dave?
take
Really?
on Mario adapted to the screen, and that is, I mean, it was already a great
I like
year.
that it had
of
the
Nintendo. Great
Kongs.
Nintendo Directs, great releases.
Like you would have had to wait like 3 movies before the Kongs would show up in the Mario verse, but now they're like in the first one.
Of money, like this, that was really, I don't know, that was the cherry on top. You know, as far as like Nintendo struggled with relevancy for so many years, you know, during the Wii U era, and now Switch, they've just been going up and up and up. And 2023, I feel like they've kind of, I don't want to say they've peaked as in they only
good.
have
The
down
bias
to go.
paid
but I
extra
just
for
mean
the
like
moving
they've
seats
hit
and
a new
getting
peak
sprayed with water.
modern Nintendo relevance.
Were you at
in
a
the
theater
media
that had those
sphere.
extra
And I
effects or
just
something?
think that's really great. You know, out of all the years to give us a Mario movie and have it do really well, this was a really, really good one. Nintendo saw a tremendous amount of success.
Oh, for
this
that. Okay,
year
that's what you're
as a
saying. Yeah, the
company.
movie
And
seats.
there you have it. I already made my
and water
thesis
seats.
clear at the beginning of the video, but I will say it again. This was a good year. This was a very, very good year of Nintendo.
Reminds me of the fucking old ass SpongeBob theme park ride, which would spray bubbles in your face.
The Switch got all of the spotlight. If next year really does see the release of the next Nintendo system, then this is the last fully Switch year. And you know what? If
Yeah, you
that
paid
ends
for
up
the
being
Jasper
true,
seats.
I would say the Switch went out with a bang. But I'm sure that opinions will differ on this topic, so please head on down to the comments and let us know what you thought about 2023. Thank you for watching, and
You know, I gotta agree with them. This was a few of those earlier 2023 games I didn't remember. But looking at it all, one big package, I would say stellar year. If that's like if 2023 was the Switch's last major year, it went out on a good note. Obviously, there's still games to come, but they all seem to be smaller projects. Obviously, the focus has shifted to what's to come in the future for the Switch 2 there. And I agree, it's probably going to be like maybe spring or summer when we find out about the new console. I'm excited. As far as 2023 goes, that was a pretty good year. I liked all the games that came out, at least all the ones I played.
that's it. That's it. That's the year. That's a wrap. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Here's to a...
Thank you, Arlo. We have a Coggers video, and he says, chow time on Bog Row with our fellow Bog guy, King Cobra JFS. In the last video, thank you for the recap. Oh God, what is he making?
Seasoning packets of chicken flavor. So we're going to attempt to make.
What did I get? Damn it! I got the item and I couldn't show you.
There's definitely bacon grease. Maybe some bacon bits. And maybe some fried spam.
We've acquired Sheep Attack. Bye-bye. Using this will not consume it.
12 minutes to microwave.
Go ahead and test it out.
Hey, that spicy spam ain't half bad. It's cooking.
Oh God, the spam. Okay, so I had to use the mystery egg 10 times to get the lamb's lure, and then I had to use the lamb's lure 48 times to get this sheep attack item. Now let's see what it does. Hey, Cypher. That's pretty cute. How would you have known to do that, though, without a guide? Well, that's one more item to add to my disposal. The next thing is, I need the Yoshi Aid and Yoshi's Candy. These items can be acquired if you use Yoshi cookies in battle. So, we're gonna be hoping for RNG here. What does it do? It turns the enemies into lamb. Into sheeple. Yeah, sheeple. I forgot where I got the mystery egg. I think I bought it from the dude. The dude in Moleville. Yeah, it just turns them into sheep and adds them to the flock. But you don't get experience or coins from it, and it doesn't work on special enemies. But yeah, you get the mystery egg from the Moleville guy, and then use the mystery egg 10 times with Peach with a certain accessory equipped. Then that turns into the lamb's lure. The lamb's lure then works on a single enemy to turn him into a sheep. and once you use it 48 times, you then get that sheep attack item. Again, how was anyone supposed to know to do that? I don't know. Buy the fucking guide, idiot.
Didn't use it in the microwave, man. They were settling the microwave was a little messy, but it is what it is.
You try for this Beatlemania medal. Is that grease?
We're gonna grab some Black Label real chopped bacon bits. You don't want that in there, get it out of there. King Oscar sardines and olive oil. Dump 2 cans in
Bacon
there.
bits and grease down the sink. This guy went to the DSP school of cooking.
Put a little up in the can here. Scoop that out of Velveeta into the middle there.
Gotta pack on the cheese, the party
Take the
cheese.
right there, scraping it back into the bowl like that. You keep microwaving until that cheese is really good. And let them
Nice grease hair
cool
shot
off.
there.
Oh, look at that sexiness. They cool off there, so the bowl is lukewarm at best. It's still a little bit warm.
Is he talking about the bowl or his cooking?
Happen. I might let it cool off too long. Yeah, let it cool off too long. But we're gonna try a bite of it regardless. You wanna see how I made these ramen noodles? Check out the food hack.
I need 4 million points, they say.
Definitely a hearty bowl of like this first layer of fish, and then it gets all these other layers.
Got headphones on, I can barely understand what he's saying.
I don't even care if there's cheese pull. I'm the one eating it. Got layers of meat in here. I'm gonna be eating this all day tomorrow anyways.
Make up some leftovers.
Are these ramen noodles extremely unhealthy? Yes, they are. You know, a little bit of summer sausage action. This is actually not half bad, YouTube. It looks insanely unhealthy.
According to the Seru Strat, I gotta hide in the corner as the beetle and then just wait for the shells to come down.
Bacon grease is butter, fried spam, all the fish and the meat. The chicken ramen noodles, of course, are a nice touch. If I would have left it any longer in there before trying it, it would have been completely cold. Yeah, I don't care. This is comfort food.
I'm discomforted by you eating this.
But it's not overwhelming.
Very robust, and very meaty, very cheesy.
And with this ramen noodle, kind of dumb down the heat of it a little bit. The wildest ramen noodle food hacks, wildly unhealthy.
The way he talks so analytically, despite
he pour beer into it when he was cooking
he's
up
really
the
not
noodles.
doing much to it. He's just melting cheese on it and just eating it.
On deck,
But he talks like he's like this is some gourmet eating.
The water, but I digress.
Do Americans
it's
really?
Definitely interesting. Those layers of meat and cheese and noodles and the crackers and the chips add a nice little crunch to the chops. It's like it's got layers. And about like 10 million calories. Oh man, this is artery clogging good, YouTube. My only complaint is I should have taken it out sooner to eat it because the cheese, like I said, it solidified.
Okay, I'm close to 1 million.
The jalapeno Velveeta cheese. It's not bad. I should have started eating it sooner when it was a bit warmer, but I'm not complaining. This is holy shit rich. I'll do my next food hack as soon as this bowl of deliciousness is gone. Now, all the meat that's in here is a great source of protein. The fish, the bacon, the summer sausage. Bacon, summer sausage, fish. I'll have to watch the video back because I don't remember. Oh yeah, on the
He
fried
actually watches his
spam.
content back on the back end, unlike
The
Dave.
brain fart. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. It is very rich though. And I don't do recipes like this too often. This would be a once in a blue moon treat because of how insanely unhealthy this is. I mean, for Christ's sake, there's chunks of summer sausage in here. But it's got a nice flavor profile on it.
Must be an absolute agony with those teeth.
Yeah.
He probably has to eat in a particular way, like Dave does, or else it,
Like a meatiness to it.
it hurts him to eat.
And the combination of the sauces is definitely not half bad. A little bit of creaminess, a little bit of
Yeah,
spicy.
cheese, spam, and bacon on ramen noodles. If
Very
anything,
fatty
you would
and
think Hawaiians
you
eat
can
like this.
definitely taste the
Hawaiians love
sodium.
spam.
This is definitely getting the Cobra seal of approval. This ain't half bad.
Yeah, I guess
You
if
don't
you're in
want to
college
make
and you're
this
really
giant
down
mess
bad.
of a bowl of ramen noodles, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you pour bacon grease and butter and what have you into your noodles? Because it fucking tastes good, man.
It's grease.
If you like fish, the first layer's got a little bit of fishiness to it, but it's not bad. I always get this at a restaurant. And that's the thing of it, you're not going to see too many
It's just
YouTubers
straight
like me doing
grease
this.
from the pan.
No,
I don't know what's
Airsoft
worse, the
Fatty's
grease or the
exception to the
spam.
rule because he does do similar cooking styles. And oh my god, my arteries are clogging. Woohoo! I gotta stop eating
You know, he
that,
jokes,
YouTube.
but maybe one day,
I'm getting full.
he jokes.
Oh my god. There's gonna be some tasty leftovers, YouTube. I'm trying to eat that in the next day and a half, 2 days, 3 days. Oh god damn, it stinks like Asperger's.
I think.
You gotta drink a water, man. Hydrate a little bit.
Thank you, Coggers, for the video redeem. Sure hope Cobra enjoyed that. I actually got a redeem from Pancake Mix here. I don't know if he's here at the moment. I don't think he is, but I'll go ahead and watch it anyway, because I'm a fucking asshole who watches your video redeems that you request when you're not even present in the stream. Let's see here. Yeah, rest in peace to Puffers. He will be missed. Okay, we can mark that, mark that. We got pancake mixes. Let's see what he wants us to watch. Oh, did I not copy it correctly? Oh shit. Did I not copy it correctly? Okay, it might be Jover. I think I didn't copy it correctly. Oh, maybe if I scroll down. Oh, here it is. Okay, never mind. Crisis averted. Crisis averted. I'm a good streamer. We have the death
We're on
of.
stuff right now.
Wait a minute. I already watched this. Huh? Wait, did he suggest Pancake Mix 3 days ago? I watched this video on my own yesterday. Just seeing it in my recommended. Oh, Pancake Mix. We must have like great minds think alike and all that. All right. Shoot, we already watched this. You see, this would be avoided if I actually checked what he requested before playing the video. All right, we have this clip at least. We have footage of Cog's father, Cog's actual real father, and it's not a meme. Allegedly. No, it's a meme, but I still thought it was a funny bit. We have Cog's dad exposed.
We got actually an exclusive segment on Cog's dad.
Yeah.
What? A lot of people
This
wonder
is crazy.
how
The
Cog
clip is
ended up
real?
the way he was.
The clip is
Broke
legit.
dick bum,
But it's not
leech,
Cog's dad,
stealing ketchup
apparently.
packets from McDonald's, going into public washrooms to steal toilet paper. Well, we've
Cog line.
actually
It's
found
mini
that the
Cog
shit
line.
apple doesn't fall very far from the tree.
You're gonna see where Cog
And in
gets
fact,
it from.
Cog's father might be worse than Cog ever was. This is wild. Exclusive footage, Kino Casino exclusive of Cog's dad just being the lowliest parasite bum you ever did see.
Hey guys, let me just write one thing.
Yeah. Just imagine for yourself, just envision what Cog's dad would be like. Just total
Also
bottom
broken,
feeder,
jobless.
leech, bum, and whatever
A
you're
pensioner,
imagining
basically.
for Cog's dad, just realize that the reality is way worse.
Yeah.
It's crazier than you could possibly imagine. Let's have a look
This is
here
a real
at
Cog's
Cog's
father,
dad.
Hey, I live next door. I've got problems with the Wi-Fi.
Okay, okay, so why are you here to me?
Okay, 2 million points. I'm almost there.
Wi-Fi, isn't it? Have you done so?
Okay, but I've not got a problem with my Wi-Fi.
Well, I've got problems with your Wi-Fi. You've put a password on it.
Okay.
Belted at 2 million.
This is wild. This is wild. So Cog's father has a problem.
You get
because
problems
he's
with the
been
Wi-Fi,
stealing
innit?
the Wi-Fi from his neighbor now for years. The neighbor has finally put a password on the Wi-Fi to stop Cog's dad from stealing it. This was submitted, by the way, by a viewer of the show.
Who knows Cog's dad?
Who knows Cog's dad. Cog's dad is his neighbor.
Yeah.
And he goes, you won't believe it, but Johnny's dad actually came over and hassled me
And he had one of those
because
Ring
I put a
cameras.
password on my Wi-Fi.
Yeah, one of those Ring cameras.
Yeah.
Look, how long have I been here now? I've been here 2 years. I've happily used
2
the
whole
Wi-Fi,
years.
And now I see that you've put a password on it, and I can't use it. I think you're being unreasonable.
My dad just wants to use the fucking internet, and this dude is harassing him.
Like, the
I
guy
know, right? How
can't
dare
even
he?
comprehend what he's hearing. This is like the depravity of leechdom. But you see where Cog got it from. He learned from this fucking man.
It's so leechy, like the neighbor can't even comprehend that this is a conversation he's having with this guy.
Cog's life hacks right
Oh, man.
That's another Cog life hack for you. Why doesn't this dude just go to McDonald's?
Look, it's very simple. You have Wi-Fi, right?
Right.
Yeah, I have Wi-Fi, yeah.
Yeah.
He should have been like this with his neighbor when the Comcast internet was
I've
out.
been your Wi-Fi now for a couple of years, and all of a sudden you put a password on it, and I've got no access. I tell you what, you let me have your password, and that's the end of the problem.
The problem you created.
Like, this is more of a you problem, Cog's dad.
What a negotiator.
This is a problem for Cog's dad, not for the neighbor. But Cog's dad is like, just give me the password, and this is the end of it. I have a right to your Wi-Fi that you pay for, sir.
You want to hear why, guys? Watch what Cog's dad says here.
By the way, look at Cog's nose. Cog's dad's nose is that big because the air is free. He's maximizing his
You've been using my Wi-Fi.
He's air maxing.
Well, I don't know how much of
He's
your
not even saying
Wi-Fi
remove
it
the
is. I mean,
password. Just
you
give
know,
him the
it's a
password
signal,
so
isn't
only
it?
he
Right?
can use
Well,
it.
The signal doesn't remain just within your four walls, so what
Listen to
comes
this
out
argument.
here is it's on public property.
So because it comes out of your walls, it's now public property. Like
The
it's
Wi-Fi
public
isn't your
Wi-Fi.
property because the signal travels outside of your home. And if you're by his home, you can use his Wi-Fi. So by that definition, he claims it is the property of the public and anyone can use it.
Crazy exclusive from a viewer.
I know, it's
who's a neighbor.
That's some
of Cog's
sovereign
dad.
citizen. I almost said citizen, and I may as well have said citizen. Sovereign citizen shit,
This
Carl.
is like,
That's beyond.
crown jewel.
That is some
Real
big
feather in the
brained
cap
bum
for this
shit.
program to get this footage of Cog's dad that's totally legitimate.
Yeah.
Right? It's public. So I can use the
Okay,
signal.
but like, okay, but now you can't because I put a password on it.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right.
That's true,
So,
innit?
well,
Just take the
there's
password
two
off,
things we can
innit?
do. One is, and I think the easiest thing is, let me have your password. Or, of course, you can always remove your password. I mean, it's just...
Or else what? What is the? What are you
Option
threatening
where you
here?
fuck off and pay for your own Wi-Fi, you
By the way,
bum. But Cog's dad is used to the government paying for everything.
He thinks the Wi-Fi seeps out, and that's what it is. It's not like
It's only
you
the Wi-Fi
attach-
that seeped out that he's accessing.
You know, but you attach it. It's you're using.
Okay, back to
anyway,
1
I don't
million
explain
points.
Wi-Fi to people.
What's that?
Yeah,
And that would solve the problem for both of us, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is though, is like I'm paying for it. And like, why? Yeah, but the thing is that like, okay, so I put password in it. Yeah, I put password on it
He's
because.
picking up the waste Wi-Fi. It's like, oh, there's some extra Wi-Fi over here. I like that.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi was being really slow, and my broadband suggested for me to put a password on it.
So this guy for 2 years is like, what the?
So if you were to, what would you say debating this person who believes that it's public property? What would you tell him? What scenario does he think is appropriate to have a password on your Wi-Fi then?
Coincidentally, someone else was using it.
No, I think that's very unreasonable. I mean,
I would be dumbfounded to argue with this person. I don't know what I would say.
This guy's entitlement is insane.
Board up the walls. Wait, watch this.
Like, I would try to say, okay, if you're correct, then why do passwords exist on Wi-Fi to begin with? Because it's all traveling outside boundaries
These
and
are the
whatnot.
worst type of people.
Yeah.
We all know somebody like this. Well, we really don't. I mean, this is the Cog clan.
Well, I've given money to bums before. Is this where I know?
I just hang up on a doorbell convo. It was all recorded through the ring.
Level of the Cog family.
I don't talk to my neighbors like that.
Because someone else was using it.
Well, no, that's
and
wrong.
Coincidentally, it was
I
you
used to
who was
have
using it.
just a nice old white lady.
Well, it was probably me.
Yeah,
She's no longer with us now.
we've established that. And then my Wi-Fi was being slower inside my house.
We were
So my
real close to her.
Well,
password on it.
look, I don't mind how slow it runs. Actually, you know,
You don't mind how slow it runs because you don't have any other Wi-Fi to leech off of, because every other Wi-Fi spot has like a password on it.
Do you fight this guy?
I think somebody in chat suggested this. You just turn on your garden hose and start hosing it till he
You
gets
just hose
off
him
your
down.
property. Like you
He
should
knows he has no leg to
department
stand on, as
should come by
DSP
and
would
just
say,
hose
because
this
he's not threatening
fucker off
police
your
action or
lawn.
anything. It's not even his Wi-Fi.
Giving fake passwords?
Yeah.
I mean, he has to keep coming back.
Excuse me, the password's not working. Oh, did you try in all uppercase? No, it's the. Oh, sorry, it was just the first letter that was a capital.
Give him a fake password, he'll just come back.
well, okay, but that's the Wi-Fi within your house. What about
Hey,
the?
what's your password? Okay, are you ready? N.
The password is welfare leech.
Give me welfare money.
441.
The password is get a job. Get a job, Cog.
Like that bit with SpongeBob and Squidward.
job,
When I need a job done, I hire someone to do that job.
I don't mind how slow that runs. It's good enough for me.
Yeah, but like what I'm trying to say is that Wi-Fi is still mine.
Well, okay, if you want to use some of it, I mean, you can sit in your garden and you can use the Wi-Fi there. I don't mind. But if you've got a lot of work to do, maybe you
This
can...
guy literally thinks like Wi-Fi is like a resource.
Yeah.
That's like...
That is
like
a really
lingers and
unique
go-
way
collect
of
it.
looking at
Like,
Wi-Fi.
hey, let me collect the Wi-Fi.
Let me know that you're using it so that, you know, it doesn't
It's a
interfere with
naturally
the
occurring
downloading.
resource, Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like right now I put a password on it, so then like.
No,
Yeah,
it
this
isn't
guy's
actually Cog's
downloading,
dad.
like,
They're pretending like it's Cog's dad for a joke, but it is the video itself is legitimate.
Sorry, old fruit, but you're being unreasonable. It's not neighborly. But we're trying, you know, we're trying to be neighborly about it.
Carl, did I show the video on Cog's hometown?
Sugar and milk, like,
I feel like I did, but I may have not.
some Wi-Fi, please, sir.
Please, sir.
these things. So you
Don't
keep
know.
your Wi-Fi within the house, lock the
We
windows,
may look at that.
close the
I
door.
feel like I watched it off stream and commented on it, but I didn't actually show it.
Like it's a physical reason.
Seal the letterbox.
Is this fucking like the Dursley home with the letters from Hogwarts or something? Like, it's not gonna be effective, bro. His understanding of this is like, it's like magic or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Box, but anything that comes out through the walls is public.
But it's not public though, is it?
Isn't it? It's not public though, isn't it?
How much longer could it possibly have gone on for? It reminds me of that video where the woman was filming herself exercising and Buddy goes sits on the bench behind her. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
She's like,
Oh,
"Excuse
I did
me,
see that
could you
video.
move off the bench, you're ruining my video." He's
Yeah.
like, no.
I'm just filming.
Yeah, look.
Carry on, man.
Well, I can't carry on while you're in the platform.
Why not?
On your bike.
Sure, like you can see it.
What
My
people
followers,
want
I
to
know what my followers want to
You
see.
followers?
Yeah,
oh,
because
you're
this is
Jesus
for my
now, are you?
followers. Following my journey.
Oh, you on a journey?
Yeah, to get sick.
Alright, well.
I saw another version of this video. Well, probably a different scenario, but same situation. It happened at a gym. The dude there was a bit more hostile. He really wasn't gonna move. No, get off. I'm trying to film a TikTok. Alright, well, you know, if Carl didn't see it, then basically no one saw it. So we're gonna look at Cog's hometown while we're on the Cog segment. You're ruining my TikTok, sir.
Amazing what happens when you put effort into your show and other people like it and make memes surrounding it and content, and there's energy and there's excitement.
And there's that scene.
There, you know, Snowflake, Alaska, fucking Cog, Ralph. Me and Andy got each other gifts. I got this gift for Andy.
I got this gift for
He got that gift for me. And so it's going to be really exciting. You guys are going to find out what we gifted each other for Christmas.
Very fun, very fun.
Psycho says how much to get Andy to hurt himself with the bubbles again? Well, when we hit that 100 sub goal, you never know.
What does that mean?
There might be a cheerful bubble blow.
Okay. We're gonna start here with
We're
Cogs.
starting with Cog. This is his hometown.
Wait, that was a Cog right there. That's Cog in the
Cog's
future.
grandfather.
Yeah.
That's Cog's dad. There he is, a crippled. Look, this is so stereotypical, it's not even funny. We have a crippled bum with rickets. He has literal arm crutches.
Alright, I got the water refill. I'm good to go. Bubble blow? Yeah, they do bubble blows. They stole it from DSP, and they do it even better. They don't just have bubble guns, they have whole ass bubble cannons. They know about Dave. They don't do segments on him, but they know about
I
him.
don't call them to, because I'm wearing a beanie. It just sounds gay.
It does.
Whoa! We disavow.
It's a toque, folks.
So Cog's actually from here, right?
Yes, Cog is
where he,
actually from here. This is the poorest town in England.
What's it called?
It's Grimsby. He was pretending he's from Dudley.
Grimsby.
But he's not actually.
Trained there though.
I know.
Just the name makes you want to stay away.
To your hometown?
He was lying.
That doesn't make sense.
He was lying. Let's have a look here. This is Cog's hometown.
Here we go.
Give us an idea how rough it is.
Well, the seagulls have got flick knives.
So
This is
even the
nuts.
seagulls are carrying knives in Cog's hometown. Even the seagulls are shanking motherfuckers in Cog's home.
It's like you're in prison.
It's tough. It's poverty.
Grimsby's got issues. Everyone's got it.
Whoa!
I don't even know what this one is saying.
I thought it was a guy I looked away. I thought it was a guy.
How many packs of
Is this where
cigarettes
Kay
do you
lives?
think she smokes a day?
Fucking, like, it's just one cigarette after another.
Can't they give me welfare money?
Jeez. Give me welfare money. Fuck, man.
Grimsby's got issues.
Grimsby's got issues.
Britannia rule the waves.
What did she say there?
Knives. Is that rough?
Grimsby's got issues. Everyone's got
Grimsby's got its shoes?
It's got issues.
I'm like, what the f is it?
He's got issues.
issues. Society.
Everyone has issues.
This guy can't even
Like,
walk.
no one feeding themselves. Government police cars.
This is scary.
They can't even feed themselves.
Cog
according
lives
to her.
here?
He lives there.
It makes sense.
up and down the streets. There was a murder down that end of the street a couple of years back, so it's not got the best reputation.
They're getting things like...
Whoa! I wonder if Mark or if Eddie B has been here.
I forgot
about this dude. Look at this dude. It's like this is a white Goki.
Maybe alcohol and substances.
So there it is.
There it is.
This goes, oh yeah, we're getting all the welfare payments, all the bennies, and we spend it all on cigarettes and booze and weed.
Gonna talk like this for Casper.
Cog. It's everyone there is the
Whole
same.
last segment dedicated to Cobra. Cobra shows him around the apartment.
You can smell that guy through the screen, by the way. The fucking grease in his hair.
How do you know I have dreads? I don't. Now I do.
Yeah.
Nice try.
I'll
add it to the dossier.
Sat next door to me.
Give me dreadlock money.
Somebody goes, no wonder Cog's so f***ed up. Exactly. We're learning that not only is Cog, like, not an exception, but in fact, he might be one of the better off people in this town. Cog's actually Grimsby rich.
He's a Grimsby 10.
Rich! Hey, mate!
He was living like a king the whole time.
All the bums in this city?
And a few doors down, I had arsonist with petrol
Look, that's
bombs.
Kate! Look, that's Kate! She has the Kate phenotype!
Are arsonists with petrol bombs destroying the neighborhood?
What the f?
Bands of hooligans go out at night with petrol bombs. Holy shit.
For hundreds of years, this port town in...
It's really good. So we just said, just for fun? Like the hobby?
For hundreds of years,
I lost the
this
petrol
port town.
bombs. Wanna go for a ride?
Look at how look at how shit it is.
This is like the worst area. I think Toronto's worst area still looks nicer than that.
Oh, of course it does.
Like, you know what I mean?
Northeast.
That's water?
Yeah, buddy, you didn't realize that was the filthy water?
I thought that was like a plane.
This is a fishing town.
I thought that's where planes landed. Yeah,
Oh, it does look like a tarmac a little bit. Oh, that's sad if their water looks like that.
Dirty water.
Lincolnshire on the
filled
River
with
Humber
sludge.
estuary punched well above its weight.
It's
Its
a
fishing
sea of
industry
sludge,
became known
and they
around-
gotta fish in it.
Eat the fish from that
Eat the fish from that
buddy,
water, bro.
They have 3 eyes, fucking 2 arms. You know?
The mutant fish from The Simpsons.
280, 590, 90, 280 a kilo.
These are the only people in the city who work, by the way.
280, 5.
Everyone else is
people that work are pictured in this image.
They live in
The
government
rest of the
housing.
people in the city have no jobs.
So is this
Young A-Log, I'm glad you've brought up the fish and chips. We're gonna have a great segment on the fish and chip place that they all
You won't
eat at.
believe the fish and
There's
chip
only
segment.
One fish and chip
The fish and
restaurant in
chip
the whole
segment is
city.
crazy.
That feeds everyone, yeah.
It's the richest man in town.
90, 280 a kilo.
And at one point, the town became the largest and busiest fishing port on Earth. But after the industry started falling,
I
poverty
wonder why.
came next.
Look at it, it says what went wrong. What went wrong, Governor? Like, imagine that's so fucking Kino for B-roll, just the shot of like the fucking electric
That is
box.
so good.
So what went wrong?
he's like-
Cog move there.
It was the
Clog
biggest
line.
fishing industry in the
Clog
world.
down.
What happened? And then the guys like B-roll, what? Give him a raise.
Give him a raise.
And then this
man.
shot in when he
But
said
what
that.
happened was Cog's lineage moved there.
Yeah.
And then Cog's
Oscar for that.
grandfather
Oscar
poisoned
gold
the
right
river
here.
by mistake.
And now all the children are being molested by
He
Cog
just kept dumping
people.
his fucking chamber pot of shit into the river, and then it became polluted, and the fish all died. Sad.
Give me welfare money.
And with the fish gone, the town changed, with job losses.
Yo, you could literally
Look at this, man.
you could literally, this
Like this, every frame's like a painting, man. The AFC Express, chicken, pizzas, kebabs, and burgers.
This looks like AI.
I know.
If you wrote like poor neighborhood,
That is what went wrong.
you know, you could take this documentary, combine it with Cog's life.
Yeah.
Pardon the pun, and it would work as one solid documentary.
I know. He
Low
could be a
wages
subject of the documentary.
and a lack of infrastructure.
Lineage.
Keep out. Look at this, man. The shattered windows.
Today, average annual household incomes in the town's East Marsh are the lowest of anywhere in England and Wales, making it the poorest part of the country.
These flags represent our country in tatters.
That is so good. I'm liking these townspeople. I'm liking they got.
Represent our country, which is in tatters.
This is great.
So fucking jokes.
Bravissimo. Yeah, round of applause for Ash.
Oh, if you can't have fun with yourself, right?
Trying to bring some variety to the show. This is what we need. And my God, this really does explain everything.
All towns like these, all countries like these flags and tatas,
You
yeah.
couple this with Cog's villain origin story from a couple episodes ago, and everything about it makes sense.
You know?
The mystery is solved. Good job, Scooby Gang.
This is Real Britannia.
Okay, can we just bring up the guy was in like a white fedora?
This.
Why is he
Why
in
does
a
he eat
white
a fedora at the fish processing plant?
I understand he's like in a processing plant and they wear those like jumpsuits or whatever, but he's got a
You don't need the
full-on
fedora.
white fedora.
Fedora's
like to match the
It's not a part of the uniform.
This is a poor man's Luther.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
It's like, this is what you expected England to be? This is what it really is. Whoa, that's Kino.
I like what they did with the logo there.
North FC.
Oh, man.
Is the whole series
It's a
like this?
weekday
I'd
morning
watch the
on
whole
Grimsby.
series.
Oh my God.
Just look at the poverty,
It's
bro.
just showing the the worst parts of
backyards, man.
England.
What is this backyard? There's tires.
Where can I stream
Just
this?
tires stacked up like fucking
Look at
ripped
look at
up
the
tires,
backyards here.
junkyard.
And like a green, like.
Suffer Anglos, look at the two fucking trampolines. Look at
One
this trash
backyard
next
is
to
just
the
a bunch
shed.
of
Do you
tires
see
stacked
it?
up.
Look at it, it's like plastic bottles and various rubbish. Look at, there's like a bunch of like pipes. There's just like a stash of pipes.
Wait, there's tires in between.
Yeah,
the
there's
fence.
like, why are there so many tires?
Is that so people can't like jump over the fence and get stuck?
They get trapped in the tires? I don't know if that's effective deterrent.
It's security.
East
Just
Marsh
trap them in the
Estate,
tires if they
where
try to jump over
residents
the
are beginning
fence.
their day in the poorest part of the nation.
Is that Cog himself? Did they do like an illustration of jobless John?
I'm in Cypher on
Holy
Pokemon
look at how
Unite.
Of
depressing
course,
it is.
that's
good
not
luck.
to say everyone here is living on the poverty line.
We need Anne to go
but
back
the
to that
data
game.
is striking. The average annual income for an entire household here sits at just £22,000 a year.
Oh no!
Let's see the UK average.
That's over 10 grand less than the UK national average, and almost a staggering £86,000 below London's affluent Clapham area.
Wait, what? There's like an area where
That's the
everyone
richest
makes 100
area.
grand,
Yeah.
and everyone makes 100 grand or more.
Which has the highest in the country at just above £108,000.
Cog.
It's in
Big
East
ups
Marsh where we
Almighty
meet Natalie,
underscore
who lives in the
Tevin,
centre
and he
of the
says,
estate with her
"Did
partner.
you do the COG update yet, bruv? I've not done the COG update yet, governor. I was waiting for you to show up. Obviously." Big up 7. We did the Rich update, the Dale update. We actually didn't do Wingo this stream, so the title is actually a bit of a lie. And then, obviously, as you know, I reacted to the night stream, and it was massively entertaining. Ah, yes. I am so excited for the positive games of the year list to be done tomorrow night. And I like that it's grouped up with viewer's choice playthrough. That'll obviously be something to watch as well. I like how he just out and out admitted, yeah, I won't have much to say when it comes to talking about, like, when it comes to actually being positive about games. I won't have much to say, guys, so it's not going to be much, right? But yeah, oh shit, we're looking at, this is Cog's hometown, Tevin. Doesn't this woman remind you of Kay? I was gonna go back and look for her for you, but no, she's right here in the shot where I paused. They're looking at Cog's hometown. But Tevin is right, I did promise a Cog update. There is stuff to do with Cog. I gotta check the proper Twitter channels. But Cog has broken up with one of his biggest pay pigs. I'll take a quick look at this after this clip.
And 4
Oh
children.
my God.
She receives around £2,000 a month in benefits. But as
What a waste, by the way. Mind you, she receives
I'm almost done dominating Mario RPG. I just need a couple more items and one more medal for being cool.
2,000 times 12 is
Or
24,000.
cheapo hunting.
Yeah.
Gotta get a high score in this mini
So the
game.
average person isn't even on benefits. They're like,
wow.
10,000 a month in benefits.
She begins her shopping. With Christmas on the way, she's struggling to make ends meet.
I get tired. By the way, someone's like 22 British pounds. It's like 30K American. It's about 28, 27.
Okay, we're back
The
to
thing
2
is,
million.
though, when we went there,
Kitpan said I needed 4 million score.
There's no like,
Oh, it's
since worth
50%
more,
less.
It's less. No, like it's
Said
as
you're
much as
Cogbot.
American, but it's
Medicare
more.
Fembot's
So it's
been with
your-
COG for a long time.
Well, especially this time of year.
She's a Grimsby 10.
I don't even know if she's a Grimsby.
Isn't this K? It's literally K.
That's a Hamilton 1.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Show me bills and I done my big
Doppelganger, long lost sister.
You?
Yeah,
Mom.
Slimmer than K, that's for sure.
I get a little bits, obviously.
Oh,
my Christmas presents and my
Probably
son's
doesn't
birthday
cook with
present,
Marge.
the birthday stuff at the moment.
Would you have
I'm
sex
not one
with
of
her?
these with loads and loads of money, like where you can just spend it every day.
This guy looks so concerned.
He's like,
fuck.
He's concerned the whole documentary.
I get.
By the way, who's like, hey, want me to interview you about being poor?
Now the basic
Maybe they paid him to
she
like
has 4 children
to
on
meet themselves.
2,000 pounds a month.
Oh.
The basic benefit for a single person, which is what COG is on, is 1,000 pounds a month. That's what COG makes. Plus about $100 in super chats a month.
Quite a few benefits at the moment because I'm classed as one of the boys' carers because one of them's disabled.
Oh, they're disabled! Like, you can't even understand the words that she is speaking. It is no longer English. This is sad.
I also started to get my Christmas presents and I've done my shopping online, which is a lot cheaper than in shops.
Oh, I done me
And
shopping
Natalie isn't
online.
alone. Up and down the country, the cost of living has hit homes and families hard, with the price of energy rising by up to 60% in the last 2 years.
It's just like,
and those rises are felt acutely.
That's okay.
Are we free?
This shot.
Whoa.
No, you're.
This shot.
Of energy rising.
I want this shot with Jasper with the Phil documentary. This shot with Jasper, please. Jasper looking out with a, you know, a neutral expression. It doesn't have to be a sad expression. Just a neutral expression, maybe implied to be sad or trapped, a prisoner of his own abode. Jasper looking out the window.
By up to
That's all I ask for.
in the
I don't
last 2
ask for
years.
much.
It's just like,
And those rises are felt acutely here.
are we free?
Yo, whoa.
No, you're not. You live in the UK.
How much
It's
I bet-
even worse than here.
Bro, I'm sorry, but that's the camera people. They're just spraying it real
Yeah,
quick.
they're just like, okay, what do we need for B-roll?
Single mum Cheryl lives in a property.
Looks outside,
that's
notices the
covered in
camera, and then
black
runs
mold
away.
and
That would be
infested with
so good.
I wasn't even kidding, man. These are
Cog's house.
COG's people.
Wow.
She lives in a council flat infested with black mold.
Wow.
with mice, but turning up the heating means less money for her and the kids.
It is very difficult. I've got, like I said, 4 kids, and then I'm trying to keep on top of mold,
She's
mice.
a single mom.
I'm trying to keep on top of the mold and mice.
Maybe if you had kept the council flat clean, there wouldn't be fucking mold in the first place.
But Ash, she's like, oh, on top of my kids, I got the mice to take. Well, what the f? The kids, black mold, mice.
And condensation windows, because I've got...
That's the least of your worries. You know what I mean? Like, she's like, well, it's the mold. It creates the mold. It's true.
Seems hyper focused on
and my
like the
bathroom
heater
is
and
the same
shit.
as well, so
Maybe
it
a
is
little bit
difficult.
more focused on your
I've
poverty.
got my heating on all day, every day, because obviously with the
trashy
condensation it means the heat's
tattoos.
escaping, so my house is colder than what it should be.
Probably bought with government money.
So I'm paying more on my gas and electric than I should be per week.
You mean the
just to keep
government's
the house-
paying more on the gas and electric? Because I'm gonna assume this bitch doesn't work.
No.
I
She's
got
in
4 million.
government housing, complaining about the quality of it. She's let it all go to shit. Hello, darkness, my Holy f.
Better have more
That's why I'm
kids that'll
keeping
fix
my
it. Maybe she
It
thought
is-
she would
it
get
is
more
very
benefits
tight,
if she
yeah.
had
I mean,
more
I'd
kids.
make sure my kids have always got what
Doesn't
they
seem
need.
to have helped her
but
out here.
Yeah, he's definitely.
The
It can be
Paw
a struggle.
Patrol bicycle.
It feels awful. You know, I've got good kids coming up to me. You know, we need to sort the mold out in the room again with me.
Oh my
we
Just remember, this is where your taxes go, yeah? Oh my god, the filth of it all. Wipe it down!
To be fair, though.
All right, let's check it.
Cog's house was worse.
Cogs was worse!
By a
There you go,
lot.
Beatlemania
Cogs
high
was
scores.
worse.
We got
This
4
chick
million. We got the
loves
medal
Cog.
for it. Paratrooper,
She
Beetle
loves
Race,
Cog.
Minecart, Goomba Minus River, All Games Ahead, Memory Game Wins, and look the other way. That's all the medals. Yes.
Pleasant.
Did all the melodies. So now it's just getting the remaining items. Got the Masha list filled out.
Why did you bring
Got all the
those kids into
scrapbooks
the
and
world
thank
when
you,
you were
Pam. Thank you.
You know why she brought them into the world? For benefit money.
We're not doing the completionist run. We're doing the domination run.
What is this?
What the
Yeah, I need these
is
Yoshi
that?
items they're talking about.
What the
Just like mats just sitting out in the fucking roadside.
What the
Nothing new for Grimsby, and especially the East Marsh.
Whoa. Ash.
Grouch Dad's Gamer, it's very tight as she spends $80 on a shitty Nike sweater. What the has happened here? Everything's boarded up?
Yeah.
Boarded up door, windows?
Yeah, is the most deprived across the whole of northeast Lincolnshire, and nearly every.
It's like the
Some
world of
Americans
Pine.
were like, Baltimore is worse. This is fucking, this is grim.
Every street is in the top 1% of Deborah.
It's called Grime Street. It's
You
called.
can't. I'm telling you, man. You can't even make this
Cerulean
up.
X emote is 271 trending on 7TV. He's been going ham with the emotes lately.
Drive.
You know what I mean? It's called.
Remember when my Talking Flower emote blew up? Ah, yes, the timely Mario Wonder emote upload. Yeah, the
Hey,
Drive
what's up,
Street.
bro? We're watching Cog's Hometowns doc.
It's on
become
Felton
associated.
Boulevard,
Yeah, the
corner
only
of
worse would be
Felton
if it's on
Boulevard,
Grouch status.
Yeah.
and Ralph
With
Avenue.
higher levels of crime, antisocial behaviour, and homelessness, something visible all over Grimsby.
I want somewhere to live. I want somewhere to go.
Okay, I'm gonna cry. Like,
Like,
what are we?
it's pretty sad, man.
When Cog's
So,
like
I want
destroyed,
some-
Cog's mogging these guys.
Cog's mogging this guy, but the thing is, right, the government will just give you a place to live. This guy is on heroin. He's on drugs. He's choosing to live on the street.
Yeah, yeah.
It's called Grimsby. It's a real grim place.
I want to work, but I'm just finding it hard.
How long have you been living on the streets for now, and what's that like?
I'm in hell.
All right.
Now look at this, man. It's such a hell that they've even put bars on the benches so homeless people can't sleep on them.
That's dark.
That shit is evil.
That's just about it, really.
Residents here
I feel bad for these guys.
are
dude.
aware of the problems, and sometimes help from within the community can come from
Here it
the
comes.
unlikeliest of
Here
sources.
it comes.
With the lowest incomes in the country, it's
Matthew's
It's
Chippy.
Matthew's Chippy.
Wait.
Now guess, guys, guess how much a fish and chips costs at Matthew's Chippy.
I don't know.
Matthew's Chippy.
Matthew. Wait, I like how. By the way, I like how he's like. There's only one man who can save this town.
The guy who runs the fish and chip place, like you were expecting, like this charitable organization
Or
getting people.
please.
It's like,
Or like some like rich
somebody
guy.
guesses $10, 13 euros, 11 pounds, 27.
You'll actually be surprised about your guess there, Carl.
Five. Matthew's Chippies. Only one man can save this town.
perhaps no surprise that the nation's cheapest chippy is right here in East Marsh.
It better be.
A portion of fish and chips with a side of peas will set you back only £3.
3
pounds.
3 pounds.
3 quid.
You
get the cheapest fish and chips in the country.
3 pounds.
3 pounds.
Sheesh.
And you get peas with it.
I like how you out of an like kind of an accent.
Fish and chips with the peas on the side. 3 quid.
Whoa!
Bargain.
Is there tax?
No tax.
Whoa!
UK fish and
That would be $26 in Canada, not in
No doubt.
It would
No
be.
doubt.
It would be.
chip prices have soared in recent years, with the classic takeaway now setting customers back £9 on average. But at Matthews Chippy on East Marsh's Stanley Street, owner Stan Matthews explains
Look at this
how he
absolute
keeps
unit
his
here.
prices at rock bottom.
We robbed the fish place at night.
We steal.
Down on the docks, we buy our own fish. We smoke. We've got our own smokehouse, so it all comes in line where we can get that product a bit cheaper. Saying that,
He's selling meth under the
Yeah, no,
Come
he's
on.
selling drugs.
You just automatically
It's
assume
a
he has
front.
to be
This is
selling
money
drugs
laundering.
to keep
it's
his
money
fish and chip
laundering
prices this low.
operation.
It totally is. It totally is.
gone up. We used to be £2.50.
It used to be £2.50.
What?
Gas has gone up, electric's gone up. All the raw materials have gone up, so we had to up it by 50.
This guy's selling
for £3. They're still getting a good meal for £3.
With prices like this, and with a
read the pin message.
Oi, Matthew, could I get a fish and chippy extra crispy in that? In that, Gov?
community in need.
That was HP Love.
That goes, imagine buying a
Look,
lunch
this place
out
is
for
popping
$3
off. Look at all the
and buying
pensioners
six
lining up. They love this joint.
He serves plenty of hunters every day who queue outside the door even before
Before it opens.
Some eat here every night of the week.
Well, yeah.
They literally live off
Well,
this.
yeah.
They go 3 times a day.
Of course.
It's a charity. Drug front subsidized by the organized crime.
We got Yoshi.
community.
He's eating the enemy.
And the product is
And we got a
received,
fright bomb.
including by me.
Well, I'm glad your posh ass likes it.
isn't it?
It's great for us pensioners.
Trying to get him to give me a couple of items here.
I feel so bad.
Particular too.
£3, you can't knock it, can you?
I come here every time for fish and chips. The portion you get is brilliant.
Dude, there's so many
Absolutely amazing.
Go back. Go back.
Fish and chips.
Did you see this? Dude, there's so many fake notes going above. We will no longer accept your money. If the
Fake
colours
notes?
don't show
It's just
or
£3
move,
quid
if
and
your
people are
name
giving
is-
fake
if yours
notes?
is like, what does it say?
Hang on. Due to fake notes going above, we will
Now not
accept your money if
both your colors.
no if. But
It's both your colors don't show on our machine,
or if your rare is faded.
Colors do not show on our machine. If you're noticing.
Or if your note is faded.
Yes, it's brilliant.
Absolutely amazing. It's quality. Good meal. You can't
Quality.
leave it by the burger for £3.
You can't even get a burger for £3.
A lot of money in it.
You know one of these tiles right here, Ash? When the camera's gone, you could slide it open.
And there's the heroin.
And then they got the stash behind there. All the money's behind there too.
We earn enough.
Big ups
just
Poorly
to pay,
Made.
like, mortgage.
We're watching a documentary on Cog's hometown, and then I have a mini Cog
enough to
update.
pay the mortgage and the electric. He runs this as a charity out of the goodness of his
body.
This is such a slime operation, buddy. Come on.
But we're feeding people. That's
Yeah, only
Well,
just
we're running
enough.
a charity.
Only just enough. Really?
that's the way I look at it.
Oh, here we got a
People
treasure
come in and
room.
get one meal.
That key you have looks pretty tasty.
Wait, by the way, look at this guy.
That's the key we got from Macho
There's not a
Town.
lot of money in it.
And oh yes, we have the
This guy
treasure
just makes
room.
just enough. Pretty fat for just enough.
You know.
Like, come on.
Just to pay.
Yet cheap takeaways alone aren't going to solve the issues facing Grimsby.
No shit. I love how the bright side of the whole city is
Would
just
Cog
this fish
steal
and
from
chip
the
shop.
fish and chips restaurant?
Well,
The
they're getting
bees.
lots of
He
help
won't
in
even
this
take the fish and
community.
chips.
They have fish and chips for £3.
Hang on,
Holy
hang on, hear that. Hang on. That's funny. Yo, read that. Ash, read that.
It's Poundland. You're gonna go down to Poundland? Down to Poundland?
cost of living crisis has exacerbated things, the challenges for the town are deep-rooted.
Are the needs here greater than anywhere else in the country when it comes to citizen advice?
It's literally like
They can't even hold the interview. There's just some random schizo
There's just,
screaming in the background.
unintelligible bongland noises occurring.
Yeah, Coven.
They can't even conduct the interview.
He's saying the N-word like straight up.
I think that's spice, isn't it?
Yeah, gotta be. Yeah.
That's what?
Spice. See, he's on synthetic marijuana.
Oh.
Tony
I didn't
Gaskin
know if
runs
that's what spice is like, but
That's
Citizens
tough, man.
Advice for Northeast Lincolnshire and says more people are using
Yeah, I found the
his
hidden blonde. That
service
was the first thing
than
we did. It
ever
was in the
before.
forest maze.
The last 3 years,
I
we've
didn't
seen
get it
something like
earlier
a
the first time
300%
because
increase in emergency,
it was hidden in a
charitable
area where the
support,
boss
which is
is,
free
and the boss
bank
cutscene like
fuel and energy
overrides you
vouchers,
exploring the
people
area.
needing help with
And then when you
homelessness.
defeat the boss, you're
So around
teleported
about
out of it.
100%
So you
in
have
the
to go
year?
back for it.
Jesus Christ.
Why I wasn't able to get it
they were
earlier.
poor last year too.
Hey, I'm here because I'm trying to get Yoshi to fail to eat the enemies so he can give me 2 of the items I'm missing.
Shit.
It's really worrying. We've seen an even bigger percentage increase for personal independence payment and around about a 200% increase in council tax arrears, and worryingly about another 220% on energy debts.
What is it that drives places like East Marsh, West Marsh to be so poor compared
Okay, I got one of them, the Yoshi
Drives them to
candy.
be so poor.
Alex C goes, at least they're not flooded with immigrants. Because the immigrants are sent to the nice places.
Yeah. Have you noticed there hasn't been one single brown person in this community?
You know what I mean?
other parts of the country?
I think we're looking at a number of factors. We're looking at that people are in part-time employment, people in long-term unemployment, people with high percentages in East and West
Like
Marsh
the
with people-
B-roll is just a woman smoking a ciggy on a bench.
Look at this.
Oh man.
She's just hanging out. She's just hanging out. Leave her be.
This is grim.
It is Grimsby.
Oh my God! How did I not put a 2 and 2?
You'd rather be poor or live around immigrants?
B.
I know.
Holy. I live in Grim.
It's a dart there.
On, what is it called? Filth Avenue? What was it called?
Grimes
Street.
Grimes Street.
to get to find work. Where they do find work, then they're limited by the number of hours that they work. People
Felted Boulevard.
It's so
struggling with.
We might
fuel
only go a
costs
couple
because-
more minutes on
Yeah.
this. It's actually kind of depressing.
I'm actually sad.
This is Cog's life.
You ever see Observer
Cog
before?
life.
Where they're like, they're gonna fire Ronnie for him failing the fucking mental exam. So all the police hide in the closet as he's being fired. But then he starts crying and it's sad. And then the guy opens the door and he goes, you know, I kind of hid here because I thought it was gonna be funny, but I'm actually kind of sad right now.
Yeah, this is what it is.
I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, there's a segment in question.
So, I thought this was gonna be kind of funny, but it's actually kind of sad. So, I'll catch you later, Harrison.
That's what just happened to us. We just move on.
Yeah.
All right. Wow. Very funny for the first few minutes, and then a sad dash of reality. Holy, what a show so far, guys.
All right, Andy, here you go, buddy.
Oh, here's they exchanged Christmas gifts. Check this out. You won't believe what Andy got for Christmas, everybody.
All right, let's see what I got. Whoa, it's a whole box of Timbits.
Timbits.
Look, everybody.
Check
it's
it
a whole
out.
fucking box of Timbits.
Like it?
Yeah, it did.
What did I get?
Talk about a celebratory bubble blow.
Where's he at?
Andy, move it away from your face. It's a regard alert, everybody. Regard alert.
That was a lot of bubbles, eh, bud?
Oh, they try to have fun over there. How can you hate them? All right. Well, we have a minor cog segment. There is in fact a drama in the cog sphere. Actually, I haven't seen this clip myself, so this will be news to me. I was informed about it earlier. We have... where is it? Oh, you know what? This would be on the Kinoshé account, not on Gut News. I know Kinoshé is known for sharing fake news, allegedly, and I encourage you not to follow him because he occasionally falsifies reports. Has been proven by Null. Yeah, he did a segment on it. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, Cog had a falling out with Manbot, an old man pretending to be a young girl, because Manbot was caught in a Discord with a guy who spams bestiality porn. Bestiality. It's what Sonic's all about these days. Manbot's excuse says he didn't know it was on his hard drive and just thought that he Googled bestiality to send. If you don't know who Medicare Fembot is, they're an old man pretending to be a lady. Many such cases, they LARP like they're married to some dude named Guts, who may or may not be the same Guts that's in DSP's chat, or was once in DSP's chat. I don't think it's the same Guts, but non-zero chance it could be the same Guts. They used to be a Kumite guy, and then they proceeded to transition once the Kumite stopped being funny. Started doing Medicare clips, and in the now, they were in Cog's chat as a major pay pig, and the only reason was why Cog was able to meet his daily goals and whatnot. Basically his biggest whale. And it seems like they had a falling out. Yeah, Cog had a falling out with Manbot, an old man pretending to be a young girl, because Manbot was caught in a Discord with the guy who spams bestiality porn. This is the Cog theme song. That last one is him puking on Christmas Eve.
Extra doubts is totally not worth power. You can I extra doubt as well, to be fair. I did. My reaction to this, obviously, was to just really, because I'm hearing the mayor didn't know that you had a folder of bestiality porn on your PC. Let's see her reaction now that she knows you store this degeneracy on your computer.
I had to catch it on the
like
rewind.
2 to 3 other videos where I talk about spamming from people with bestiality. So again, let's see what she knows. Now, saying, what even is that first screen cap? Well, I obviously pointed out that it was Duma, because you talk to her all the time. Said that's someone close to me telling me that she thought it was just cat porn. Then you publicly admitted it.
He probably cares more about this than Medicare Fembot themselves.
That's how they've started today from my point of view, just so you all know. I just woke up to a message.
It's the Cog drama
so
code.
Post this out. Look, is that you, Medicare Fembot? I don't know. Could be someone with an alt account that calls themselves Aaron, okay? I don't know. But you put got Cog losing his mind going over your video, poo pot. And then you obviously link to the show at the time. There you go.
It's not true.
Says, really?
Maybe you're the one spreading fake news,
you sure
motherfucker.
He's not moral fagging at me. So scare animals is crazy if there's like child content in these circles. It wouldn't be crazy. No, not to these guys. That'd just be like a troll. So May is a stinky agent.
Just grinding Yoshi cookies here because that's what I need to use in battles to get the item I need.
I'm just going through what was posted, Mayor. Like, I don't know. I guess this is your buddy or pal. I don't know. And then, Mayor, I guess this is you. I don't know. You can say if it's not. It says basically, people
moral frogging is like the only thing Cog has.
Lol. So I guess that's you having a laugh with him.
And he's not even the arbiter of morality.
Take it for whatever you want. Not really. Cog's an idiot. And then obviously everyone else kind of jumps on this. So I said, yeah, I guess you didn't get the memo that you had a hard drive filled with bestiality. But like I've said the same things. I just don't think she knew you had a hard drive filled with this. And from what I've spoken to her, she didn't. She thought he'd Google search something and just sent it as a quick troll. But again, I don't understand why you'd still Google search that. It's still weird. She watched the same video before sending it to you to watch, dipshit. Well, Mayor, apparently you watched that whole video where he admitted to doing bestiality before sending it through. Yes, she did. My reaction, why do you have bestiality on your computer to censor people? Your response, it's just a troll, dude. To most people, this isn't anything more than an excuse so you can possess bestiality porn.
Wow. Well, there's the COG update. What else? COG got some fan mail and it's quite the read. He believes he and COG are gods and wants COG to understand that he's meant for something greater. Perhaps a donation goal of 300 instead of 2. Do I even want to read this? Polycog's Discord update. Polyfrog updates COG that he won't be able to donate for a bit because he's recently been fired for chain smoking in the company truck and being a lazy bum. No update of him ever moving out of the house. Someone sent COG a DSP email and gassed him up? I don't even want to pull this up. There's no clip of it. You and I are an aspect of God in a way we are God? No, that's... Someone's trolling him. That's not real. Yes, COG of all people is a god. Now we segue. Ah, yes. It's finally happening. The Ricada segment. We got a Ricada Law, your Locale of the Year nominee. Nick's Year in Review, as provided by Alyssa Clips. A 12-minute highlight reel showing off Ricada's highlights from 2023. I think KF is doing their Locale of the Year for 2023, and Ricada is one of the nominations, which big ups, he's come a long way. Remember when he used to be on top of the world? Top 10 super chatted channels? Now he's here. Oh, yeah, of course it would be one of those videos. My bad. All right, we gotta watch it this way. The American Beauty Obsession. Yeah, we were... The Drexel... I was thinking about the Drexel thing last night when we were watching that Ricada segment. It's a situation that Drexel got in with that little lady is kind of like... a lot like the plot of that movie.
A Sonichu.
Okay, of course it starts out with the Sonichu clip. Ricada Law, your Locale of the Year. Let's see what we got.
Medallion has been passed to me. I don't know where this came from. I am being sued.
It's a Monty.
It's fucking Montegraph. Montegraph has always been into sucking little boy cock, which is weird.
For context, Montegraph is the person who's suing him because he made fun of him.
This is the things people can do to you.
I don't even know what happened to that arc. He doesn't bring it up anymore.
You guys don't know. I mean, I'm well over $40,000 into this lawsuit. 40 grand. Do you think that Montegraph sued me because I said, sue me, try it? Flip this all you want.
Probably.
And sue me if you want, you fucking faggot, child molesting fucking faggot. Like, do you honestly think that is the Montegraph's like, you know what? I'm not gonna sue Nick for anything. Oh wait,
he was an early A-log of Nick's. One of the first, honestly, from what I recall.
There's no updates. Just waiting on a ruling. For whatever reason, our judge decided.
Yeah, the Locale's logo. Dude, I didn't even notice that.
This was not frivolous.
That's pretty good.
It's clearly fucking frivolous. I hate this trial. I hate everything about this. 3 weeks. I've wasted 3 fucking weeks of my life, Kurt. I'm sitting here and I'm going, why in goddamn
Look at his
hell
panel.
am I
They're all
watching
uncomfortable.
This? You know what I could be doing, Kurt? You know what I could be doing? I could
The
be
law
sleeping.
self-defense
I
guy
could
wishes
be
he was
eating.
anywhere
I could
else.
be cooking. I could be going out and doing chores. I could be spending time with my kids. I could be spending time with my wife. I'd be going to the cities and getting goddamn happy ending massages. I don't know.
Ricada followed a black prostitute from his area on Instagram.
You know what? Fuck you, chat. For the past 6 months, for the past 6 goddamn months, I've been talking about nothing but boring politics and law, like every fucking
Me too,
requested.
Crappin'.
They're all like, this is a law
I went more
channel.
into it
This was
yesterday,
never a law
but,
channel, but you guys
I would watch
fucking
Ricada
demanded it.
every night, and
so
it's
I'm
sad
sitting
to
here,
see
I'm
what's become of
suffering
them.
through it.
It's
I
downright
fucking hate talking
sad.
about this shit every
Pathetic.
single day, and they're like, don't talk about anything fun, don't talk about anything, and just talk about my goddamn Trump and my guns. Oh my god, I just need to talk about Trump and guns more. You know what? Fuck you. I'm done talking about Trump and guns every fucking, other than, like, if that's not your thing,
what is he doing here?
Never give me money and fucking leave.
Here we go. He's in the kitchen, shittered again. Listen to this shit.
Oh my gosh.
Did you see the abject fucking ard on Kiwi Farms? The dumbest motherfucker.
Why are
on the
you reading
planet.
your own thread?
It was
You're
the
supposed to be a big,
fucking
important lawyer,
stupidest
man.
thing I've ever seen.
Look at
the
how many
person who
kitchen
posted
streams
that,
he's
I
done.
don't even know who posted that. You are
Why
the
is he
dumbest
streaming from the
motherfucker on
kitchen?
planet. You're so goddamn stupid that it's hilarious. Like, you didn't see the obvious bit. You should probably go in and have the doctor check your autism. And when the doctor checks your autism, they shove their fingers.
Nick Ricada has been caught at a gay bar named Gay 90s hosting an underwear party and karaoke in Minneapolis as a birthday present from his wife.
You're like, oh, are you gonna go to a gay bar and do an underwear party again like last year? If you fucking Negroes would understand how much I want to go to a gay bar and do an underwear party, I would 100% do it. But let me tell you the truth. The gay bar no longer does underwear parties, so I can't do them. You ever consider having a sugar daddy, Kyle? Get your money woes taken care of. Just borrow some of Skylar's underwear and wear that. Send him some pictures.
You know, I'm good. I'm good. Whatever floats your boat, Nick.
I gotta say, you mentioned that I never reached out to you. I don't have any DMs either.
Well, I've never taken issue with you like that.
You called me out on 2 live streams. By name.
Yeah, because you were talking
Pick up
about me.
Soccer Saber. Yeah, Dingus is still alive. I need to get the Yoshi 8 item, and then I will have done everything in Mario RPG. And I think I'll beat Smitty real quick one more time just to get the Star Fireworks. And then that's it. Dominated. We got all the medals Aqua Saber. Of course, everything from the scrapbook and the monster list. I did all the Todovsky melodies. There are all the melodies there. Yeah, I want to do everything there is to do. I gotta get one of every item too, which I just need to get the Yoshi 8 now.
If you say it costs 13, then you've exposed yourself to legal liability.
Shut up about 100 jumps. 100 jumps doesn't count.
Because it isn't fucking real. You're just
No, don't talk about 100 jumps.
To realize
100 jumps
and
is
so
we're not
many
doing 100
people,
jumps.
because of corrupt prosecutors have been prosecuted for them being.
Why is he mad at Eric July? I still don't know. I have not seen a succinct explanation, a summation of the arc. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't even understand what the drama is about.
Fucking stupid.
Like, I know he got into beef with Vito and Dick Masterson, but I don't know what the beef
why
itself
he's so
is.
good or whatever. Because I'm just a white bread ass that don't understand Padna means friend. I get it. I'm not white. Eric, you don't know fucking shit about me. I grew up around black people my entire life, man. I grew up in poverty in the fucking hood. I had my vacation location. I didn't disclose my vacation location at all.
Ricada had an Instagram account, and on it, he was following 2 nice.
He tried to fuck with some charity he was involved with. You know, now that you mention it.
Ricada was following.
We're mad at the internet mentioning something about that.
At Hedonism 2, a resort in Jamaica that he went to. He's just randomly sending this message to me at midnight in the shower. He says that he's in the shower. He's like, no, I'm just texting my bro at night in the shower.
And how did that get twisted? Sean, tell me how it got fucking twisted. What is the narrative about why I talked to Josh? Tell me right now, because you know, I know you know. What is it? What do I want Josh to do? Well, tell me. You're on here bringing it up. Tell me right now. What do I want Josh to do? Tell me. Who does? Wait. Okay. Who does text me?
Oh yeah, the stand-up. I didn't even talk about this when it happened. I forgot. Nick Rekieta had stand up of him. It got leaked. I don't think this is old. This is pretty recent. It may have been from one of his trips to Jamaica. Oops. Back to full screen.
Why didn't you just say that? Because you were doing your thing.
Eric thinks Vito is jealous because he's a failed comic guy. I've seen Vito's attempts at a quote-unquote hey, these guys!
I felt like such a pussy. Like,
Handshake.
And I was just so hungover. So I cracked a beer.
I never thought I would see these guys again.
Hold on, again.
Well, that was the best thing I ever did. Was
The only
move
thing
my...
I have within arm's reach, I don't know. What
is that?
The only thing I got within arm's reach.
Those are the guys that Club needs to talk to.
This is getting flipped. Wiggled gin? But that's all he's got on hand.
18 bottles, 20 bottles, 22 bottles, plus 6 unseen.
This is probably really fucking good, actually. No, this is like
you both.
This Evan Williams was like legit a fucking awesome glass.
Okay, here's what I need to do. I have to be up at. So my kid's at the speech tournament, and he's like, we might get eliminated in the first round. If we do, we need to ride back home so we can go to prom. So I have to leave my house at 9 a.m. That's in 4 hours.
You gotta go to bed.
I don't think he's gonna wake up in time for that. Oh yeah, the spa streams.
There's a fucking hot tub here. What did I do?
But the great thing is, it's also the substance that probably won't murder you unless you drive on it. And I don't tend to do that. So wake up, wake my kid up and say, hey, get some fucking clothes on, let's go. Normally, tomorrow I don't have shit. That's normally. So you go with that, it's fine. It's a good outfit. Mandy, I'm telling you this right now, Mandy. Show up to Anime Matsuri. I will 100%. I've changed my mind on this. Mandy, I will sign your tits. I gotta prep Lady Rackets for this. I gotta tell her.
As we all know, Mandy turned out to be a 50-year-old boomer, older than Rekieta, much older. From Texas, I believe.
You better fucking buy a ticket. Camelot, do you know Mandy?
Yeah. How can someone not know Mandy?
She has nice tits.
Mandy is so fucking gorgeous.
Would eat that ass.
Oh my god.
You mind they're talking about a 50-year-old man when they're making these comments.
If I were single, Mandy, you would never be single again. Mandy, if I were not married, girl, I would wreck you. I would save you. I would do whatever on earth. I would do whatever on earth to praise you. These weird guys who are like, oh, you're too depressed or whatever. No. Mandy is so goddamn hot. Mandy is fucking phenomenally hot. Mandy is so hot. Mandy, if you come to Matsuri and Lady Rackets would fucking fawn over Mandy. I got way out of hand. And I said some shit that was...
hello, the Feesmies. I can't pronounce that name. They are still happily married, he tells us. They have 5 kids, so it wouldn't be an easy split up. But it was a catfish to begin with.
Daniel Paul Harris out of Tejas. All kinds of stuff matches up.
This Mandy person is not real.
And the reason why we figured that out on the farms is because when Joe had Mandy call in, he accidentally
What did I come back to? The Rekieta segment. This is a Rekieta highlight reel for his Lolcow of the Year nomination on the farms.
And tracing a number goes back to a guy named Daniel, and there's enough of a tracing back through Daniel's history. He may have known a woman named Mandy Caravicious back when he lived in Louisiana.
Taking Lady Rackets on a picnic and massage.
It's very weird. Yeah, the dude was digitally skinwalking this woman for like 20 years almost.
You don't mind the 5 kids? Oh no, not this part.
You came and you teased with the picture. Now fucking go to bed, oh Mandy.
He sang. He sang to this lady that didn't exist.
So I guess no, right? I mean, I'm not into it.
No, stalker child. No. Okay, so let's actually look at who's in the running here. We have Dylan James, Ethan Ralph, who only has 89 votes, 2%. Ralph had a very sleepy year, I have to say. Not too many things going on with the gut. Patrick Tomlinson, who had some updates. Bossman Jack, surging out of nowhere in the last couple of months of the year, last year. Sizable, he's second place actually. Yeah, second place. Nick Ricada, a staggering 34% for locale of the year for Nick Ricada. Liz Fong Jones, Cyrax, and Keffels. What, no Cobra? That dude eats every day. I guess you could say it's more of the same. Ricada really pulled ahead in these last couple of months. Everyone got like black-pilled on Ricada. Glad that more people are taking notice. Congratulations. Yes, Ricada.
Big time.
Used to be on top of the world. And now what? What is this one? Ricada Law versus potentially criminal. What drama? Oh, that's the segment that was featured there. Definitely be watching more Ricada going forward. I've been meaning to, but it's kind of like the clips are. It was like we were in a phase, if you will, where the clips were kind of boring, and now like the floodgates have opened. And now we just have pure Ricada nonsense through and through. Now, while we're on the Mandy shit, we do have the Mandy segment to explain who exactly Mandy is.
This is like a lot of content, but at the same time, it's just sort of, it's so easy to summarize. There is a man. He is from Texas. He attended high school in Kentucky. There is a woman who also attended high school in that area. This person right here, Amanda, who is has been impersonated on the internet apparently for years in Ricada's local chat and on YouTube.
Yeah, I like the Boss Man Jack stuff too. Big respect to him making second place.
Mandy, oh Mandy.
If it wasn't for the elderly abuse he inflicts upon his parents, he would be a good, like, wholesome cow.
Would also fuck the shit out of her.
Classic cow.
They might arrange a threesome.
The old
he can't wait to go
cow.
to Anime Matsuri because he wants to fuck the shit out of her.
The way he treats his parents is pretty sad.
Talking about how much he loves Mandy. Mandy's always in the chat. Mandy's always in the YouTube chat. He's just constantly engaged with this person.
Yeah, that's the gambling guy I showed.
Who's not his wife.
Oh, I got the Yoshi aid.
And who he only knows
Check
through
this out.
Discord and stuff, and rigorously
That was the item I was looking
defends her.
for. The Yoshi
and anytime
aid.
anyone points out how her persona seems like a fake identity, she gets very defensive, and
It's
Ricada
every
also
item
gets
in the
very
game.
defensive. But she will never get on voice chat. She'll never talk to Ricada and defend
Power
defend
race
herself.
during battle.
And it turns out that it's probably a guy who has been skinwalking this woman for years.
Only thing I got left to do is to beat up Smitty one more time for the Star Fireworks.
His location, his high school lines up, and then specific events in his life versus what Mandy talks about. So you can find obituaries for his family members that are dying at the exact day that Mandy is talking about losing other people in her family.
Coincidence.
And then there's actual photos of the family members that match up. So it really appears. Oh, and then the car. Mandy pretends to be like a car mechanic, and continually talks about her super awesome car that her as a cool tomboy car mechanic is super into vehicles, but obviously no fucking woman in the entire world gives a shit about a Lincoln 1984 town car. And then this guy also drives a Lincoln, but it's like a 2004 town car or something, so it's like 20 years off. But lines up with the wreck history and shit. So it's very in-depth, and it's not entirely interesting with details, so I will sum it up just as that people are pretty confident that this is Mandy, that it is a woman that this guy knows, and that he's been pretending to be for years, so that if anyone were to try and dox Mandy or cause her problems in relation to the Rekieta stuff, they would simply be inconveniencing this woman who has nothing to do with this escapades, and presumably she hasn't thought about this guy in 20 years, so she would not think it's him. So
we're not doing 100 jumps, Mr. Bun. If I have to do 100 jumps, it'll be handheld mode. Which means I can't stream it. All the trolls say do it handheld mode for no input lag.
It's been speculated that he had marital issues because of what he said about having sex with Mandy. So the realization that he might have fucked up his relationship and his to summarize it, people think that he's already living away from them and has visitation with their kids out like an hour away or something every so often. So the idea that he might have fucked up his life because of this catfish is pretty depressing. So he decides to go out to the hot tub and talk about Stephen Hawking being an inspiration because of how much poon he gets despite being a cripple and being married.
What God did to Stephen Hawking, he put him in his fucking place. I do think Stephen Hawking is a bit of an inspirational story. Because if that crippled piece of fucking electronic rejects can manage to cheat on his spouse who knew him when he could walk, get a new nurse for a wife while having a dick made out of an old Atari joystick, like, everybody should be able to find someone, I would think. Maybe she just liked the paycheck, I'm not sure. Hawking was a genius though. Yeah, why couldn't he figure out how to stand up or open his mouth? So smart. Maybe she liked his wheels. She didn't want to walk to the bathroom.
Okay to skip leg day.
Stephen Hawking was faking. Stephen Hawking was just the first weekend at Bernie's. They're like, oh, he has this disease. Like, no, he's just dead. Put him in that chair and have the, they just have a text-to-speech donation chat for Hawking stuff. They just crowdsourced it from physics students at Cambridge. Were you talking about Hawking wanking the midget's mathematics? No, but that's fun. He didn't wank it, like he had to have his nurse do it, right? She had to be there. I used to make fun of Hawking in the Dick Show Facebook group because someone was always like, he's a genius, he had 2 doctorates. I'm like, so? And lots of people have way more than 2 doctorates. Oh, Stephen Hawking wrote this article. It was an opinion piece about human social interaction. And it was the most fucking offensive, not words, but notion ever, that Stephen goddamn Hawking would be the guy to write a piece about human social interactions. Because 1, not only is he a failed Technic set, right, but 2, he's also a rich, elite, overeducated academic who's regarded as this super genius with insight into everything. This motherfucker wouldn't know human interaction if he'd put his dick in his broken mouth. It's I fucking hate like that he got to write that article and people listen to it. Of course he can write it with a speak and spell, but people listen to it and it's like, what the hell is this? Why would you listen to this guy? Who has this guy interacted? And it was, more appropriately, it was on modern human interaction. So you can't even say, well, he was leaning on his prior experience.
It's quite a conversation for us to have all in the hot tub, Rekieta.
This dude is sitting there writing.
From this perspective, it's kind of like this is just one of those point of view memes where you're like right there with them.
Little Ivy Tower, except you need a fucking handicap lift to go anywhere. That always just bothered me. So I started making fun of it, and people got so mad that I made fun of their little fucking Hot Wheels. So I made fun of him more forever. Now I hate him. I memed myself into hating Stephen Hawking.
Congratulations, I guess.
It's a really weird tangent. That entire thing, I can never follow.
And just the ramblings of an old man. Don't think too much about it.
Or I can't understand what he says anymore. Just like his ability to sequence thoughts one into the other is just fucking nonsense. And how do you develop a hatred of Stephen Hawking? I mean, I can understand hating Stephen Hawking because he's like paying underage girls to gyrate on him. That I can understand. Being a Jeffrey Epstein client, I can understand. But Jeffrey Epstein, or Stephen Hawking, is being outed as being on Epstein's client list, and the first thing he does is go out and
you
talk
just put
about
little
what
transitions in there and make it look like he ranted for hours. He probably did.
He's fucking lost.
Those hot tub streams tend to go for a minute.
He cannot find a single dipshit thing.
Just soaks in there for like an hour or two.
Saying about anyone or any time. It's really crazy. Did I even mention the sober spring thing? I might have mentioned it during super chats or something last stream. I did, because I was talking about Rekieta and how my predictions for him getting better completely and totally fell apart. But I'll reiterate that he made a declaration that he was going to not drink on stream in 2024, which is the year that we're in now, not 2020. That was quite some time ago.
Oh yeah, it turns out he lied about this, about not drinking in 2024. So when he said that, he meant he won't be drinking on stream. He won't be drinking right now. But when the stream's over, you won't be hearing anyone talk about Rekieta not drinking on stream. But yeah, he's still gonna continue drinking off stream.
Big
ups, I guess.
He's already like reneged on this. He put out a series of tweets about how he realized that life is about enjoying the moment, and then someone asked him, so is this your way of backtracking the sober January thing?
Sober January.
He said, yes, that's what I'm saying. So this is a video
breaks.
clip
Exactly.
about it. I've actually not listened to this prior, so this will be a first listen.
Who said anything about sobriety? One of my friends does something that I'm actually going to try out. My friend Cecil, he does a month. It's early in the year. It's either January or February where he doesn't drink.
This is out of order. I think that what happens is that he says, who said anything about sobriety? And this is her injecting where he mentioned sobriety.
And so I'm gonna do the sober January, because it's like the New Year's resolution, right? I'm doing sober streams for January. We'll see what happens after that, but oh my god, everybody again, there's this fun thing on the internet where everybody claims to know everything because they see a small portion.
They're just holding you to task. They're holding you accountable, dare I say.
Doesn't matter. So you're sober all the time for January?
You're here near the end of the stream. I've just done everything there is to do in Mario RPG, including acquiring all items you can acquire in the game.
But people,
some trolls will say, "Dingus, you didn't do the 100 jumps."
Drink off stream unless it's a social event.
I can't do that on stream. I gotta do that off stream.
Don't drink a ton.
But other than that,
people think because I drink on streams, that I'm drinking
defeat the
all
final boss one more time to get the star-shaped fireworks credits.
Whatever. So sober streams, because I didn't like how I was utilizing liquor as a crutch.
I got all the minigame medals too
on the show, and it's, I didn't like how it was affecting the show in that way. And there's a whole bunch of reasons for it, but when you give yourself an excuse to let an activity get out of control, you should get it under. You should get it under
another
control.
game dominated.
For January,
there's like 3 more where that came from.
Rather than relying
We're gonna do
an altered state.
Hopefully finish off Pikmin later tonight.
We'll see how that goes.
I say that because it's already Tuesday. You know what I mean?
If it's good and should be maintained, then it'll keep going. Or if it is bad and isn't useful,
got 3 levels to go on that
maybe
game.
Bring the liquor back. Who knows? Well,
hopefully I won't go crazy playing that. We're knocking off so many games off the rotation this week.
With that, Tim Cass says, "Are you an alcoholic?" Well, no, I don't think so. You said the same thing when you stopped doing the Friday
Add it to the list, baby.
Too. Well, I don't.
It's just crazy because like the whole point was that he complained. He went out.
He's the one.
He complained that he was being accused of being alcohol dependent, and with an accusation like that, he believed that there was no way to defend himself from those accusations. How do you shake that the reputation of being dependent on something. Because if you say, no, I'm not, you just sound like you're coping, like an alcoholic would. And then someone, presumably people in his audience, suggested, hey, why don't you just go sober for a little bit? And I thought, sure, of course I can do that. I can do that for January.
And then he did not do that. He proceeded to not do
he's
that.
Like pretending that he forgot what the purpose of doing that was, just to show people, yeah, of course I can stop drinking. I can do my streams as I do without any alcohol, and I'll do it for an entire month just to really drive the point home that it's not something that I need in my life. And now as he approaches the new year, he goes out and he says, well, life is actually too short to spend an entire month doing something you don't want to do. So bottoms up. And he just is going to pretend that there was no point to the commitment to begin with. Crazy.
Do Friday shit show panels, do I? But yeah, it's just, again, it's a decision I made based on how certain shows went involving.
He didn't do it. He didn't not make a leak. He didn't do it at all. He committed to doing a sober January and then backed out of that commitment before the New Year's happened. He changed his mind before it even began. He has not been sober for more than a few hours at a time. He hasn't been sober for more than one nap at a time in all of 2024 thus far.
Talked about cutting back on the drinking when you did stop the Friday shows. Yeah, I did, and I didn't do it very well. Like I said, it is what it is. People will always make their assumptions about like what your life is like, but you can't.
So the Matthew Perry and that. No, come on, Carl. That's dark. We want him to live a long and healthy life. He has kids.
And what it will be. So you just let it go, and do your shit. You look way better sober. Best of luck. Oh, thanks.
He's gonna be the new Ralph. Unironically. Ralph, you know, he's got the kill stream senorita. He's living life. He's living high. He's starting off 2024 on a W, and you know what? His 2023 wasn't that bad. He was so boring because he was winning so much, baby.
End of December.
I know Cog can't accept that. In Cog's world, Cog life, Cog's world. Rob has to be losing all the time, but it's hard to say what he lost.
I don't know.
He lost May, but she was a bitch to begin with.
Approaching you and developing.
Nobody liked her. Not even Ralph.
And interesting, and I don't know. I'm here for it. There's not much you can do.
Guess you'd say he lost a kid. He didn't want to be a dad anyway.
Life is like a plastic bag. Some days you're floating in the wind, helpless to every desire.
Yeah, he lost weight. Yeah, that was the only L he took. All the weight loss. Yes.
And then one day you wake up.
The trolls had no way to cope. They had to assume that he was photoshopping all the pics
by a closeted gay Nazi. Just can't be helped. There's nothing
it's like
you can do.
Everything between Ricada and Ralph just flipped. Like it was opposite day. Like Ralph's not perfect, obviously. I'm like in part being a little ironic giving him the big ups. But from a Ralph male perspective, it's hard to say that he took some losses, especially compared to Ricada. Now Ricada's the drunk one with the big old red nose.
Baldo Peggins for 5 says, need a catfish and alcoholic non-practicing lawyer
See the
in
gun
online
pick?
community. The new Buffalo Baldo.
Did Tevin see the gun pick? We had to put the gun pick back on screen for almighty Tevin to witness. Tevin, we have the newest gun pick. Live! Yes! This is from allegedly today. Stay back! Stay back! Look, you gotta look at it this way, right? You lose all the weight. W, but you have the L of the skin, the leftover skin, and he already had the gun. The gun was already as bad as it was. He got the belly button there, cutting it in two. It's like 2 fucking tumors hanging off his belly. It has like a big old Peter Griffin ball sack, except it's hanging from his gun and on his shin. And then when you got the second pick here, it's gonna confuse it. It's gonna confuse it. Yeah, it might. It just might. I can't keep it on screen for long. And then we got the second pick. This one looks like if he If he pulls up the other side of the shirt, the other end that's covering, this might be worse than the first pick. But because he did not do that, it's not as bad. But there's your quick gun update. I'm gonna go ahead and shovel that off stream before I get banned by the AI. Constantly on the lookout for pornography there.
It will help keep your
Or
balls
the end of the
safely
clip,
tucked
too.
away. Use promo code Daniel Harris for 10% off at checkout. I heard those go great with night vision goggles. Those also help, trust me. A stupid fuck for 5 says Nick drinks liquor every day. He just can't stop. Alcohol withdrawal is dangerous. He needs a supervised detox. In rehab, I was on a benzotaper for a week and for seizure meds for 3 weeks. Well, tell him that. I know that detox is dangerous with alcohol withdrawal, but you're not going to convince him to go to inpatient. It's too much of a injury to his pride. Kuryuma for 25 says, you forgot to play the best Rikita video, by the way. And he links to a video, which perhaps is the best Rikita video.
Wonder which one it is.
Whiskey 777 says, congrats on another wasted, unorganized, rambling mess of a show. At least there's comedic value in being a drunk moron. Dude, yes.
Yes.
How can you do this? How can you fail so hard? There's comedic value? Brother, I'm only on YouTube and Rumble to make you smile, whether it's seriously or comedically. That's it.
I'm only here to make you smile.
You smiling?
I'll share my life with you.
Are you filled with mirth, chat?
So you can smile at it and laugh at how silly it is. And the reason I'm okay with that is because I look at what I do and go through and all this shit, and look at my life.
Raid Shadow Legends releases
6,
on.
7
It wasn't
years ago,
already
I
on
know.
Steam. I thought it was already on
God,
PC.
it's
Didn't
so
I see
different.
Ludwig play that for his sponsorship?
Life
Maybe he
was
used
different. Concerns
BlueStacks.
were different.
That makes a
Everything
lot of
was different.
sense. God damn it.
I
Boy,
get
you
it.
know
I'm
what
not
that
eager to hear
means.
Rikita cope about being a fucking alcoholic for
Dingus,
Livermans.
Raid Shadow Legends
unlike an
sponsorship,
entertainer, so,
baby.
like, if I'm a
That's
fucked up
right.
drunk
You don't
mess
have
and
to
I
use
entertain
BlueStacks
people by
anymore.
being such a
You don't have to
sloppy
record footage
retard,
from your
that's
phone
like,
somehow
I'm
now.
still winning, bro. Like, come on.
Thank you, Null. Thank you for the Rikita catch-up. That'll be the last video. Just in time for me to beat the final boss, too. Oh, dude, we're gonna get the Sangers raid sponsorship. Yes! I'm finished. Done for. You meddlers. Ah! Dingy is sellout. Technically, I already did the Crunchyroll promotion. Not sure I didn't get anything from that. I applied for the memes and did not expect to get in, and then I got in. And I don't think anybody even did it. I wasn't in the required categories. Which was like some One Punch Man game I was never gonna play, and just chatting in art. I'm never in just chatting. Ah, yes. We've once again repaired the Star Road. Again. Shame you can never like have the 7th star in your menu. Like it always has that hollowed out space where the 7th star should go. Because once you have the 7th star, the game's over. You can never have the menu complete with all 7 stars highlighted. Guys, we gotta say goodbye to Gino again, and it sucks. Thanks for having my back, guys, but my planet needs me, and now I must go. Gino, fucking leave, dude. Don't worry, they're gonna make Mario RPG 2 now. There's no way they can't. Now they have the engine. They have all the assets. You know how Nintendo loves to reuse assets. You think Mario RPG 2 not coming? They sent the Mario and Luigi devs to Ban World. There's not gonna be any more Mario and Luigi games. Paper Mario isn't gonna be an RPG anymore. They can remake the new ones. I mean, they can remake the old ones, but the new ones are always gonna be like weirdo fucko adventure shit. Oh yes, Mario RPG 2 Switch 2 launch title. Kevin's reacting to the reveal event. They show the title drop. He's gonna be like, oh my god. TSP's gonna have tears in his eyes. I am absolutely gonna play that game, Slayer, yes. I'm gonna mark that on my schedule right here, just so that I don't forget. We did it, guys. Again. This time 100%. It kind of looks like Bowser's got his hand over Peach there. Gonna cry louder than when he lost T. The only thing that I think would actually make him do that, maybe a Chrono Trigger remake that's as on genuine, authentic as this remake. He would actually cry. It's still a great game. Definitely a top 3 for a Dinger Game of the Year for 2023. Fucking Croco. I'll never see him ever again. Or Ueboshi for that matter. Yeah, no more Mario RPG. I'm the last horse across the finish line if you don't count Tevin. Took forever to beat this game, you guys, but obviously, as you know, I stalled on purpose because I love the game that much, and I did not want it to be over. Therefore, I wanted to do. Hey, it's Coolix. Coolix was in the background. He wasn't in the background before, was he? Wait a minute. I'm soy pointing. I'm noticing things. It's great that they're remaking Chrono Trigger, but I just played it last year, and it's another JRPG, and I know you guys don't like that though, so it's tough, right? It's acting like that. Oh, Punchinello, look, at the bottom. Punchinello, he wasn't here last time. They added him to the credits, remember? We beat Punchinello, and he was like, oh yes, I will help you, Bowser, rebuild your castle. And then look, they stayed consistent, they put him there. What? Slightly different scenes, the credits? That was worth my $60. You know what? I think Jinx in the Monstro Town scene was also new. So for beating those post-game rematches, they added the bosses to those scenes if they weren't already there. That's kind of neat. How the fuck a mushroom have a mustache? They didn't. Peach has that other Toad that's also an old guy with the mustache. Toadsworth. He's been existent since Mario Sunshine. He doesn't appear in very many games now. Man, you saying that when we had the whole Toad composer with hair? I still want to know how that shit works. I paid $60 for this, and I'll pay $60 again. It was just that good. How do the tadpoles flow? How? I like the tribute to the 2D graphics of the original, but I think I would have also prefer like an option to have the whole credits in 3D. You just have the whole credits 3D or the whole credits 2D. I like the idea of splitting it, but I don't know, because then you don't get a Luigi 3D model. He got so felted, barely in the game. It was in the manual of the original version. The games don't have manuals now. We fucking lost. Apparently the Japanese version had a manual still. Why was the manual brought over when this game came out over here? Why does the bird stay with her if he doesn't like her? You should just fucking peck her face in, right? Just important, but I don't want it that badly. I'm just saying, it feels like a disservice. The remake version gets a manual, but only in Japan? That's fucking lame. Nintendo, that's right. A rare Nintendo call-out on the Nintendo consumer stream. Another failure from Miyamoto-san there. Cute little Shy Guys on Pogo Sticks, but they're not actually Shy Guys, you guys. They just look like Shy Guys. Lost their way. I can't believe he actually said Bethesda lost their way earlier. That shit's too comical. You can't make this up. It's like, show me the other floats in 3D. Why only half of them? Yeah, he said it tonight on his top 10 most disappointing games countdown. It was certainly a stream. DSP is a streamer, and he had a stream. Alright, give me the star firework. Give me the star firework. I did all this shit for Seiryu. I better see my star firework. I need it. The star fireworks are not tied to 100 jumps. Nice try. I got my 5 bundles of fireworks. I know what needs to be done. No, don't even try it. I counted the fireworks. I have 5. Or actually, I think I have 6. Please? Please don't felt me. I saved the game and everything. Yes! How would I even be felted? I bought 5 fireworks. There's no way I could have been felted there. I would have actually screamed at the game, canceled the stream, turned the stream off, no raid. Would have grumpily went to bed. Very, very, very good game. Amazing remake. Stellar. Phenomenal. Robust, meaningful, and definitely flavorful. We need a proper sequel. We're giving it the dingus 9 out of 10. The coveted dingus 9 out of 10. We rarely dish this score out, ladies and gentlemen. Docking some points for the writing in some departments with the characterization for the villains. And we needed more cutscenes with the party members interacting with each other. It's like as soon as you recruit Peach, the party decides not to speak to each other anymore. Outside of some key scenes. But it's the first time ever where they had to characterize a lot of these characters for the first time. It's literally the first Mario RPG. I can't be too upset. Yeah, you invite a bitch to the party. She kills the whole vibe wholesale. God damn it. Yeah, it was meant to be an adventure with the boys. Ah, yes, and just like that, we're back home. Actually, we should go. We should go to sleep. That's what we need to do. Mario, it's Mimi time. It's Mimi time, Mario. We gotta go to bed. Like the game desperately wants me to play it. It's not gonna happen. The stream's over. 4 a.m., 5 a.m. I should have been in bed hours ago. I didn't think the last remaining task in the game would take me this long. But you know how it is with me. Mario needs to hug Bowser and give him all the loving dingus kissies. I did get I got the Peach kiss and the Bowser and Booster kiss. I did everything you could possibly show off in this fucking game. Thanks, of course, to the occasional hand-holding of Seru. Most of the stuff I did find out on my own, or I just outright did on my own. But we did have to rely on Seru for certain things, not everything. Certain things. Ah, yes, the hoof holding. Wait, no. We're not ready. We're not ready for Cuphead yet. Pablo wants to go home quick. But yeah, great game. I hope you see a sequel in some form or fashion, whether it be Mario RPG 2 or some other new kind of Mario RPG at all. And you know me, I like JRPGs, and when you mix them with Mario, the most dingus franchise ever on this positive, blessed Mario Monday, you know I'm gonna be all for it. And I like the Kulix rematch. I liked it. It was the hardest fight in the game, much harder than the original. The original I kind of sweeped real quick. But to be fair, I was maxed out on the levels there. I like the I don't want to call it a kill switch, like the insta kill he does every 5 turns, because it kind of doesn't have to be that. Thank you for the GPM shuffle, Tevin. And the troll status beloved for beating the game once and for all. Thank you, Tevin. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the engagement today. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think it did a good job, the Kulix rematch. I liked the redesign. I thought it was suspicious when in the trailers they showed Kulix off, the original fight. I was like, come on, they're really gonna spoil Kulix like that? Turns out they were actually hiding the Kulix 3D rematch. Yeah, I like the mechanics, hardest fight in the game, 5 turns. I thought it got easier as you went along, but you defeat all the crystals, and then he goes from the attack where it reduces all your teammates down to 1 HP to a new insta-kill where he just does 9,999 damage on one party member. I thought that insta-kill move was worse than the first one, where it just wipes all the party out to 1 HP. I thought that was stronger, because one party member dying is different than like all the party members dying, and then a crystal immediately attacks right after that, and unless you perfect block it, you're dead. Maybe that was a symbolize of him getting weaker over time. But if I was designing the battle, I would have switched that around, where you get like an insta-kill party member in the beginning, and then once you defeat all the crystals and he needs backup, then he'll start reducing all the party's HP down to 1. I think that would have been the only critique to up the challenge a bit. But it was still a difficult fight anyway. But yeah, I know. Go night-night, Mimi time, adios, bye-bye, and all that. I was just answering Aqua Saber's question. But yes, you're right. It is that time again, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for stopping by. It's another one off the rotation, ladies and gentlemen. Genuinely superb game. I can't wait for Tevin to complete Mario RPG and show me the same scenes that I showed him today. Big ups to the swollen__ones who made it to the very end. The dingers and the dongers, like JC, Juzzy51, Pim Pam, Almighty_Tevin himself, Aqua Saber, Citrus Almighty Goki, Pim Pam, Mr. Fun, Arma, Ivan Zyper, Defease Me's, Kraven, The Lurkers, like Alpha Elite TV, Antley, DJ Renault, Jean Fraga, Ghost MC, Nato Cog, Peaches and Keen, Carl, bye Carl, Mr. Pun, Jim Dukem, Big Shot, Bomber Robo, Cerulean 86, The Guy, RRU, D-Scythe, Flimsy, Heavy Metal Gamer, I Drop, Hot Pockets, Sakura, Yangoon, Nova Enforcer, Ryuhan, Sweet Bean 96, T RPG Gamer, everybody else who could not make it to the end. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Tevin has already went on BRB mode. I think we're going to go ahead and raid Goon, because Goon is live. He's been live for an amount of time. He is watching black women fight, I believe. The black women debates of the yore, of the now. It's been a minute since I last raided Goon, so we're gonna go ahead and do that, and then we will see you on the next time. The next one. Bye, adios, and Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, then hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Yeah, no game, only sleep. What's the raid message gonna be? Thank you, Jesse. Thank you for your moral support, Jesse. It's muchly appreciated. You can go to bed now. Sanger, I'm in Australia. I don't care. Go to bed. Your supervisor won't care. Only 9 p.m.? Yeah, no. If you were like a pensioner, you could go to bed. You got my permission. Alright, the raid message is, I'm only gooning. Go ahead and copy paste that, and we'll see it on the next one, ladies and gentlemen. Pikmin 2. The promised Pikmin 2 finale stream later today, if I can help it. Three levels to go. Will I felt Pikmin 2 and completely dominate Miyamoto? So you'll have to tune in. 5 seconds. Take it easy, guys. Thanks for sticking around. Bye-bye! Take it easy.